Chapter 1, The World of New Heroes. In Hell's Kitchen, a rental house, Lee Kong took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, ate a peanut butter sandwich, and turned on the TV. The so-called Hell's Kitchen is located on New York City's 34th to 59th Streets, and from the 8th Lane to the Houston River. Since the 17th century, this is the settlement of New York City's low-income class. At the same time, it is also a poor neighborhood with extremely poor security. On the TV screen, the glamorous morning news anchor is broadcasting a local news. In the early hours of this morning, an unusual case occurred in a warehouse near the Hudson River. It is reported that several Russian gang members were attacked, leaving 6 boxes of semi-automatic weapons, including AK-47, left on the scene. Members identified that it was a volunteer who claimed to be Daredevil who carried out the attack, but the gang members denied that they were related to the arms left at the scene. On the 15th of this month, it was also reported that the Russian gang ransacked a truck of the Osborne Group. The driver of the truck was shot in the body and was killed on the spot. The 3 security personnel who escorted the car were shot by rioters. The death was quite miserable, and the news caused a sensation at the time. Damon? This name is really familiar. If you remember correctly, you should also be a superhero. Unfortunately, the memory of the previous life is too long, and the memory is a bit vague. In the impression, this Daredevil should be a blind lawyer. Lee Kong take a sip of beer and search the memories of the last life. The emergence of these superheroes shows that the world is about to mess up. In the near future, aliens will log in New York, and it will become a cruel battlefield. Before that, it is best to make more preparations. But then again, my head was about to die, and when I touched it, it hurt even more. Lee Kong looked for a mirror. It turned out that there was a bluish-purple bruise on the temple on the left. According to years of experience, you can judge it was hit by a wine bottle. Damn, what the is going on? Lee Kong found a little medicinal liquor and wiped the wound, and gradually remembered what happened. Just last night, in a nearby bar, Lee Kong hooked up with a hot girl. At that time, the hot girl was asked to drink a few drinks, and also danced a very intimate dance, and Lee Kong was going to leave a phone number so that to deepen the communication, the hot boy's real boyfriend appeared with a few strong men. After that, the situation turned sharply. In the confusion, it seemed that the hottie's boyfriend broke a beer bottle on Lee Kang's head. He was drunk and was hit by such a heavy blow, and he suddenly lost consciousness. By the time he woke up, people had been thrown into the garbage dump in the back alley. Looking at himself in the mirror, detective, no matter which version, there is one thing in common, that is, handsome. Although Lee Kong in the mirror looks a little embarrassed, but with his rough from the inside out, it is undeniable, he is a charming man. It's really unlucky. I also had a customer meeting today, I hope the scar will not affect the business. After the beer in the bottle was dried, Lee Kong Diao got a cigarette, got up, went downstairs, and went out the gate, walked to the detective not far away. It has been 20 years since I traveled to this world. Lee Kong of the previous life is an ordinary person who originated the earth. The origin of the earth is an ordinary world. There is no magic and no superpowers here. All those superheroes are only present in the movie, on the screen, or in comic books. The memory of the previous life is a long time ago, but it is the memory of passing through, especially profound. In the multiverse, there are countless versions of Lee Kong, including blacks, whites, Chinese, and even Indians. These versions of most of him have the same name, John Constantine, and the Chinese version of him is called Lee Kong. That trip allowed Lee Kong to awaken the talents of magic. More importantly, because he was born on the origin of the earth, he has many more attributes than ordinary people. His mental strength is far higher than that of ordinary people. Even in infancy, his mental strength is better than that. Mage who have been practicing for many years are better than others. Magic is a variety of energies spilling into the universe, some are from the universe, and some are from other dimensions. Magicians rely on spells to control these energies. Magic is similar to a program. Source code can change reality. Powerful magicians, similar to the Scarlet Witch after going crazy, you can even modify the reality and do something as crazy as killing most of the mutants. Therefore, the magic world attaches great importance to inheritance, and only those with the strongest mental power are equipped to use the most powerful magic. Moreover, Li Kang's origin attribute makes him pay a much more subtle price than others when casting a spell. Everyone familiar with the Marvel world knows that there is a famous saying here, the rich rely on technology, and the hanging wire depends on mutation. This world is like Iron Man, born as an arms giant, the heir to Stark Industries, and like Captain America, who relies on super serum to become a powerful super warrior, and like Spider-Man, just being mutated the spider takes a bite and gains superpowers. Not to mention the X-Men who became superpowered because of evolution, which caused gene mutations. Li Kang did not have that kind of luck. His father in this life was a very ordinary dock worker. His mother opened a laundry shop in the Chinese district. Although the family is not wealthy, it is a happy life. But the good times didn't last long. When Li Kang was 14 years old, a robbery occurred. The father and mother shot several shots and killed both in order to protect Xiao Li Kang. Hell Kitchen is such a place. Homicide and robbery are staged every day. Because Chinese people live frugally and are one of the few races that can save their lives in the United States, many criminals regard Chinese people as targets of robbery, especially kitchen. No one cared about the death of a few Chinese Americans. In the end, no one asked about this case. Those government officials put Li Kang in the juvenile shelter and wanted to find a family to adopt him. At that time, Li Kang, who was only 14 years old, escaped from the shelter alone and spent all his savings. With the memory of the last life, he went alone in the Himalayas, and actually found the legendary Holy Saint in the Doctor Strange film. Place. In the most holy place, after a year of training, Li Kang stood out as the most potential student, and even had the possibility of entering the Presbyterian Church. Even the Supreme Master Guyi praised him. Although he was only 15 years old, he has wisdom beyond adults. However, Li Kang's talent attracted the jealousy of others. That person was his roommate Cassilis. Cassilis slandered him shamelessly, saying that he planned to steal the private collection of Master Guyi, Supreme Master Gu. A master personally presided over the trial, and finally the elders agreed to expel Li Kang. Then Li Kang returned to the Hell's Kitchen and used the magic he learned to avenge his parents' blood. Then he stayed here and opened a small private investigator's office with his parents' laundry, in his seat. Underneath, there is a pool of brown blood stains, which was left by his parents to protect him. This private detective is his parents' legacy. Usually, in addition to normal cases, he will occasionally take some small dirty work to avenge others, and of course the rewards are also very generous. Over the years, with his unremitting efforts, his magical skills have become more and more advanced. Li Kang has made a name for himself in this kitchen. Both black and white are afraid of him by 3 points. This is also the effect he wants. To survive, we must let those wicked people who are crueler than demons feel heartfelt fear. People are good at being bullied, good people can't be mixed here. Today's Li Kang, people familiar with him will call him Jia Kang. This name is just right. Even Li Kang himself has to admit that the people in Hell's Kitchen have always summed up the problem so well. Recall that in these years, as long as the people who are related to him have basically no good ending, but this is the rule of survival of Hell's Kitchen. Survival is still destroyed. Li Kang has never been a problem here. Li Kang's life motto is, "Whoever does not let me survive, I will let anyone destroy." But then again, who can stand on this Hell's Kitchen, and which one is not scum? Recently, there have been very few commissions. Before that, I was used to spending extravagantly, which caused Li Kang to fall into a financial crisis. The rent expires immediately, and I must find a way to overcome this difficulty. Damn, blame that daredevil, the damned policeman, disturbed me how much business. Li Kong cursed daredevil in his heart. When no free policeman appeared, no one came to private the detective spent money on justice. In contemplation, he walked into a dark alley, and suddenly there was a voice calling for help in front of him. Help! Please, don't hurt me. At the front, a slim black girl was surrounded by 3 white bastards, and the 2 fixed the girl to the wall. Beauty, how can I have the heart to hurt you? We have always loved beautiful women like you. As long as you hand over all the money in your body, and then let us give you a shot, you will free. If you are not obedient, I will scratch your beautiful face. A young man with a demon on his face, holding a dagger, dangled in front of the girl. It's another ordinary day in Hell's Kitchen, so the drama of Beauty and the Beast, reading www.yuyuganshu.com in Hell's Kitchen, is staged almost every day. These little are from the nearby Scottish gang. These people's strongholds are undress in the dance club, they rely on a mixed psychedelic agent to control the helpless girls, and then use these girls to make money for them, is a group of hopeless scum. The addiction rate of this psychedelic agent is extremely high. If this black girl is injected with this drug, it will be difficult to get rid of their control in the future. Li Kong only heard people say this kind of thing before, but I didn't expect to be hit by myself today. This is the site of the Scots gang. The Scots gang used to be very powerful in Hell's Kitchen, but now because of the Triad, the 3 forces of the Russians, Shaohui formed an alliance and jointly squeezed the territory of the Scottish gang. Up to now, the influence of the Scottish gang in the Hell Kitchen has been reduced, and only a few clubs are still running. In fact, they have been marginalized. The most profitable business, like arms and psychedelics, they have no contact. If it weren't for having some connections in the police world, it would have been pushed out of the Hell's Kitchen. The devil's face took out a tube of psychedelic agent from the bag, protruded his tongue and licked it on the tip of the needle, and whispered in the girl's ear, Beauty, as long as you have tasted this thing, keep you fluttering for immortal, please give us 2 more, relax, and soon you will go to heaven. Come on, who will save me? The girl cried and suddenly saw Li Kang's figure. She seemed to see a life-saving straw. Sir, please help me. Everyone in the Scottish gang also discovered Li Kang. The devil's face looked at Li Kang's Asian face, and he was alone. He did not take Li Kang in his eyes. Hey! Yellow-skinned monkey, there's nothing about you here, hurry up. The devil spit in disdain. Chapter 2, Supreme Master Visit. This is not a site for triads and hands and meetings. Hell's Kitchen has its own rules. It's an Asian face. Don't think of wilding in the Scottish gang. The devil's face is slightly exaggerated to provoke Li Kang. Annoyed Li Kang, as long as Li Kang started first, then even if he was a gang member, he would still die in the hands of others. The other 2 little instantly understood the intention of the leader. One grabbed the girl's hair, and the other pulled out the switchblade to respond to the devil's face. If I were you, just let go of the girl obediently, sincerely apologize, and show your manners, or else. Li Kang grinned badly, he didn't need to say it later, kitchen was mixed, everyone understands. How about otherwise? How can you take us alone? You are so brave enough to dare to spread the field in our Scottish gang, damsel, you don't want to go anymore, there is a price to pay for doing more business. With a grin on his face, the devil took out a butterfly knife from his arms and flicked fancy left and right, slowly approaching Li Kang. Li Kang's horrified expression, don't kill me, spare your life. Don't use a knife, I'm most afraid of the knife. Now beg for mercy. It's too late. The devil's face snarled, an arrow rushed over, the butterfly knife in his hand turned into a cold light, and the spur quickly moved to Li Kang's neck. The whole action was done in one go, very quick, and the devil's face is worthy of it. Among these 3 fools, the leader is quite weak. The location of this thorn is very tricky. On the surface, it is pointed at the neck, but if Li Kong raises his hand to block the butterfly knife, then the middle and the bottom will be empty. As long as the devil's face sinks, the knife easily penetrated Li Kang's stomach. After he succeeded, as long as the devil's face was hit with his shoulder again, Li Kong would fly out. The butterfly knife was pulled out smoothly in his hand, and Li Kang's life was completely explained. One shot, you can see that the devil's face is a master with rich street experience, no wonder it will become a little boss. But what the devil's face didn't expect was that the impulse he was bound to get was completely empty. Instead of stabbing Li Kong, he directly pierced through Li Kang's body because the impulse was too strong and the devil's face did not stand still. He fell to the ground. He looked back dumbfounded. Li Kong was still raising his hand, but his back was facing him. He raised the butterfly knife and threw it over again, and finally passed through Li Kang's body again. What the is this? Could you be a mutant? The devil's face alert stepped back 2 steps. Even if it is the Scottish gang, it will not be stupid enough to provoke a mutant. These mutants with superpowers are short-witted idiots who always think that humans on the planet are persecuting them. Actually, these freaks have never thought about it. In fact, are everyone afraid of them? Idiot, of course I'm not a mutant. I'm just a juggler. This is called Rocky Illusion. It's a sorcerer's spell in Nordic mythology. How is it? Fun. Li Kang's voice passed from behind the devil's face. To be precise, it came from behind the robber who hijacked the girl. The gangster scared the yell of my and let the girl go to the devil's face. The Crimson Chain, in the name of the evil Sitolak, imprisoned these idiots. Li Kong has never been a traditional spellcaster. As early as he traversed, by observing other detectives, he already understood the idea of the spell law is not important. What is important is what kind of spell you want to cast and what kind of effect you want to achieve. The most exquisite magician, even if he said to me a glass of iced Coke, he could freeze the enemy into ice. From Li Kang's hand, a red sphere of light burst out, and 3 crimson chains flew out of the sphere of light in the blink of an eye, binding the 3 in mid-air. I said, "You are a mutant." The devil's face yelled, and the other 2 screamed. Actually, I admire you so much. I am most concerned about whether I am a mutant, Li Kong said to the devil's face with a smile. The chain of crimson is the magic of the Crimson Universe, the master of the Crimson Universe. The evil spirit Sitarak is not a benevolent guy, that guy has his own research on pain and torture. This point, even I must maintain prudent respect. The 3 will be tortured by its spells. I can be a little bit. I don't envy you. Li Kong exerted a little force. The light of the crimson chain was more intense. The red light flashed on the devil's face and the 2 associates. The body smoked red smoke, and at the same time lost consciousness. The crimson chain directly acted on the body and soul. Bound people, even if they can do it, cannot escape. The devil's face and his 2 followers, even if they can survive this time, their souls must at least fall into the realm of the crimson evil spirit Sitolak for 3 days, which will be 3 days full of suffering. Devil! Devil! The rescued black girl looked at Li Kong in horror. Hey, little beauty, I'm not a mutant devil, you don't need to be afraid. Li Kong sipped his teeth and smiled with self-righteousness. If you are a mutant, you are better than a mutant, you are a demon. You are a demon. Help! The black girl turned and ran away, blinking away. Sitarak is the evil of the Crimson Universe. When using his spells, a virtual image of Sestok appeared on Li Kang's body. This is the characteristic of Sestok. This evil is an extremely narcissistic megalomaniac, like to brand on everything that belongs to him, the image of the evil Sethk. Ordinary people look at a glance, even if it is just a virtual image. It is not the ordinary person's mental ability can bear it, so the black girl is deserted and escape is a normal thing. Li Kong looked at the girl's disappearing direction angrily, shaking his head and said, I won't even say thank you, I will meet bad guys next time, don't expect someone to save you. In conclusion, after all, an innocent girl was saved. Although he was scolded as a devil, Li Kong was in a good mood. He came to the devil's face, took out 3 people's wallets and looked at it. It turned out to be 3 poor ghosts. The sum of the money in the 3 people is less than $100. Bah! It's better for you to be a beggar when the gangs are like you. Li Kong kicked the devil's face, walked out of the alley and passed 2 blocks. Next to a ruined tavern, Li Kang's detective office, there was only a small lead plaque outside, and half of the light bulbs were off. It has been 3 months now, and there is still no business. The Hell's Kitchen has recently appeared as a volunteer of Daredevil. It is estimated that his own business is more difficult to do. The most hateful part of the volunteers is that they are free. Yes, this is malicious competition. The rent at home is about to expire, and the fierce Mrs. Jason should be carrying a shotgun to ask for the rent. Li Kang's head hurts even more evil when he thinks of the sturdy old lady. Legend has it that there were 4 a black gang member sneaked into Mrs. Jason's shop and wanted to commit robbery. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Jason carried a shotgun and fought back. During the fierce exchange of fire in just half a minute, Mrs. Jason magically shot 8 bullets, killing 3 people in a row, and maiming 1 person. To know if she used it, still the shooting efficiency of 2 shotguns is amazing. Li Kong hasn't thought about it now. If you want to rob, at least you have to do an investigation. Mrs. Jason, who is that? That's a famous brutal person. How many gangsters give sky-high remuneration and want to receive her? It's good that you don't want to rob them, you still want to rob her. Anyone who has a long brain will be far away from Mrs. Jason. Anyway, there was no guest at home. Li Kong took out a deck of playing cards from the desk drawer. This is his special magic playing card. Li Kong can easily see through the board. It is a weapon for cheating when he gambles. If there is no more business to come to home, it is estimated that you have to use this playing card to try your luck. The Russians can't go there. They have been there 3 days ago and won $3,000 on this playing card. At that time, the Russians suspected that he was drawing lots, but found no evidence. However, after the money went out, Li Kong held a wild party with many hot girls at home, and it ran out in less than 2 days. It is said that the Russians suspect that Li Kong is going to be 1,000, and then cheating on their money may be dangerous. Joining the gang is an option, but even Li Kong has not fallen to that point. The gangsters in Hell's Kitchen say they are scumbags, and they can be regarded as worthy of them. Today's commission is his last chance, and he has to win it anyway. When I was worried, the space in the office was suddenly distorted. Someone politely touched the defensive circle around the office. This is a very polite knocking method between magicians. Li Kong carefully put away the circle. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Suddenly a halo appeared in front of Li Kong, the magician's portal. From the portal, he walked out of a bald woman. The woman was wearing a monk robe and looked very beautiful, but she looked more than 30 years old, but her weather-beaten eyes and deep eyes reveal her age. Master Guyi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I think about it. It was about 5 years ago that I was kicked out of the most holy place by you. Since then, we haven't seen each other again. Li Kong raised his eyebrows and said, Master Guyi, the greatest supreme mage in the magic world today, is the guardian who protects the earth from being torn into pieces by other dark magic forces. No one knows her age, only knows that there is magic. Master Guyi is in use magic to protect this world. The most holy place is the place where Master Guyi lives. Located in the deepest part of the Himalayas, it is a magic fortress dedicated to the training of magicians. Li Kong once received a year of training there. Kong, you still hate that thing? At the time, you were reported that you planned to steal the banned book about the dark dimension and banish you. It is the unanimous decision of the elders. Master Guyi ripped his lips, his indifferent eyes, and looked around. In Li Kang's office, for so many years, you have been hiding in such a mouse hole? Your magical talent is very strong. It may be the strongest person I have ever met. This should not be your life. But I like to hide in the mouse hole. Because this is my mouse hole, oh yes, let me guess, noble Supreme Master, came to me this mouse hole, what is it for? Is it encountered? What you can't solve, oh, sorry. Please forgive me for being rude, there is nothing in this world that Master Guyi can't solve. Li Kong teased Master Guyi with impoliteness. Chapter 3, Dormammu's Fanatic. Cassilis betrayed me. It turned out that he was a fanatical believer of Thomas. Just 3 days ago, with the same fanatic companions, he attacked the sanctuary library and stole it from the library. Ritual scripture summoning Dormammu. Master Guyi suddenly said these words in a hurry and coldly, and immediately observed Li Kang's expression. Who are you talking about? Cassilis? That framed me? Haha. That's good, I said at the time that you were all fooled, I was wronged. Li Kang shouted excitedly. This is not the same, because you did peep the secret book, and you really want to take it out of the library. Remember, that is my private possession. I cast a spell on it. Whoever touched it, I know best. Moreover, you were his best friend, he was always respected, so I would be misled, but there are some things that I can't hide from me. Master Guyi came to Li Kang's desk and was at his disposal. Turn over 5 magic playing cards, the cards are 10 of hearts, J, Q, K, A, which is the royal flush. This is a kind of warning. Master Guyi is telling Li Kang with his actions. In fact, your every move has never escaped my eyes. That was Cassilis, please. I want to see the banned book, but the administrator said that his ability is not enough. This dog, Dormammu, played us all, so, Dormammu again staring at this world, why can't the old dog stay in the dark dimension obediently? Li Kang thumped the table. Although he doubted Cassilis, he didn't expect the truth to be the case. The great Dark King Dormammu, the supreme ruler of the dark dimension, the conquerors of all realms, the dark evil god, according to legend, a human wizard of tens of thousands of years ago, inadvertently discovered the dark dimension, and it didn't take much time. Conquered the dark dimension, and explored his magic claws to other dimensions. As a conqueror who never failed, his journey was finally blocked until he met the earth. This also caused Dormammu to regard the earth as a thorn in the flesh, no matter what means was used, he had to put the earth under his magic palm. The dark dimension is a dimension that transcends time. The knowledge of Dormammu has always been the dream of the power-hungry magicians in the world, but only a few magicians have the ability to control this darkest power, so there are not many fanatics in Dormammu. I've been tracking Dormammu's fanatics for all these years, but when I discovered Cassilis' conspiracy, I immediately chased them up. Unfortunately, I lost a lot. Although I killed several fanatics, Cassilis still fleeing with the scriptures, I think you should know that it is a ritual to summon the dark dimension. If the scriptures are deciphered, our world will suffer the disaster of destruction. This is not a matter for you and me. This relationship to the safety of the whole world, Li Kang, I need your help. Master Guyi looked at Li Kang with his eyes full of hope. I will think about it. Li Kang did not give an immediate answer, but said coldly, Master Guyi, I know your secrets of not being old. In my opinion, the difference between you and Thomas, not as big as you think. Have you been using the power of the dark dimension? That has nothing to do with you. Will you help? Guyi responded coldly. When there is a need, I will appear. As for now, your way is there. Li Kang extended a finger and pointed in the direction of the door. I think, don't go out from there. You have guests. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Master Guyi left a sentence, opened the portal, and stepped into the portal. Master Guyi, in fact, I want to say that you use the power of the dark dimension to fight against Dorma. Although the risk is high, I think you are doing very beautiful. This is not blame, but praise. Li Kong and Guyi. When the master left, he said suddenly. Master Guyi smiled. The portal closed immediately, and almost at the same time, a little fat man in a suit walked in from outside the door. Hello, my name is Fuji, I am a lawyer, and I represent Murdoch Law Firm to entrust you with a case. We used to call by phone. The little fat man was a little cramped and handed over a business card. Li Kong took the business card. He heard about this Murdoch Law Firm. It is a law firm run by Matt Murdoch, mainly for people in the kitchen who can't afford the lawyer's fee. Provide legal aid. Lawyer Murdoch's reputation among the people at the bottom of the Hell's Kitchen is very good. Generally speaking, lawyers like this kind of legal aid should have no intersection with their infamous private detectives. Murdoch Law Firm, I have heard of you. It is really ideal to provide legal aid in a ghost place like Hell's Kitchen. With your ability, I want to be able to play a place in any place, hehe. When are you going bankrupt? Li Kong smiled and put his business card in his arms. The business is good now. Fudge smiled embarrassedly, reaching for the cheap suit he bought for $20. The more you do, the more you will lose. Hell's Kitchen is not where you idealists should come. Let's say, what's the matter with you coming to me? As long as we sit down, we'll start counting money. I charge 1,000 a week. Li Kong smiled professionally. 1,000, this number is a bit too big, I don't know. Mr. Fudge said, obviously embarrassed. You are lucky today, you are my 10,000th guest since I opened here, so I can give you a half-fold, 1 week and 100, if it's not a week, how about 1 week? The coming customers are leaving, Li Kongzhan shows the most charming smile. Then I am really lucky, 500, this is no problem, then when do we start? Fudge took out a white handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his face. Like this kind of defense lawyer, when he comes to the court, can he really defend himself? I have some sympathy for those prisoners, Li Kong secretly thought. It's already started. Please prepay $250 in advance, and you haven't said, what do you want to entrust me with? Li Kong said impatiently. This is professionalism, even if the client is idiot, it must be 8 teeth were exposed, nodding and smiling. Fuji was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that he had made a low-level mistake. With an obvious painful expression on his face, he signed a check and began to talk about the commission. It turned out that a few days ago, near 8th Avenue, there was a robbery. A heavy truck was robbed. It was the property of the Osborne Group. The truck driver was shot 13 times and the truck was looted. This matter, Li Kong knew that there were rumors that the Russians did it. The Osborne Group claims that this is a batch of influenza vaccines, and the delivery address is the Queen's Disability Rehabilitation Center. But no one will spare any effort to rob a truck carrying flu vaccine, and the route they take is obviously the private airport of the Osborne Group. It is definitely not the Queen's Disabled Soldiers Rehabilitation Center. Obviously, Osborne the group was lying. Murdoch and Fudge suspected that there must be some unspeakable secret. Now the wife and daughter of the truck driver are in trouble. Although the Osborne Group paid some pensions, it was simply not enough. If it can be proved that the Osborne Group delivered high-risk items at that time, it can be used as evidence. Request more compensation from Osborne Group. Do you mean to let me sneak into the Osborne Group to steal the original records as evidence? Li Kong, with rich experience, immediately understood the meaning of Fudge. Yes, we hire you, that's what it means. As long as you can download it to their computers. Have you ever had a cold vaccine? You can prove that they are lying. The Osborne Group's monitoring is too tight. At night, biological level monitoring will be turned on. To succeed, only sneak in during the day. I heard that Mr. Li Kong has some special methods, so I will hire you. Fuji smiled embarrassedly. Are you kidding me? Sneak into the Osborne Group to steal such a large card, it is $500? How dare this fat man put on an innocent expression? Sure enough, they are all scumbags. This guy looks harmless. Unexpectedly, he is so cunning. If it's not too anxious to use money, Li Kong will not jump so easily in Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com this pit. Ha ha ha. Your $500, it's a little worth the money. Li Kong said, gritting his teeth. Mr. Li Kong, it doesn't matter if you fail, we won't be difficult for the strongman. If we fail, we won't recover the deposit. You can rest assured. Fuji also felt that this was difficult, so he didn't intend to force Li Kong. No problem, I have professional ethics. I will do my best to accept this entrustment. In case something goes wrong, I swear I will not give you. Li Kong said coldly, everyone is smart people, some words do not need to be spoken, they all understand each other. Sending Fudge away, Li Kong put the check in his arms, and now that he has a case in hand, he must immediately start to complete it. It is not so easy to dive into the Osborne group, as Fudge said, once at night, OSS a series of alarm systems, such as far-infrared alarm, floor pressure alarm, temperature and humidity sensor alarm, etc., will be activated within the group. Even internal employees must carry out retina testing, fingerprint testing, and voice control testing before they can pass through internally, let alone those cameras. When they sneak into the Osborne group at night, they can't do it even with magic. But during the day, these high-tech things will be closed. If you want to succeed, you have to find a way during the day. Anyway, now I will go to the Osborne group to find a breakthrough, buy 2 hot dogs on the street, and Li Kong walks into the subway. The subway in Hell's Kitchen, where the locals don't usually come, just entered the subway station. Aunt Susan, who was selling tickets, nervously pulled up the anti-theft gate and held a Desert Eagle with one hand. Hey! Susan, it's me, I'm Li Kong. Li Kong Yang shouted, the hot dog in his hands. Chapter 4, Osborne and Stark. Aunt Susan is a chubby black middle-aged woman. She peeked at the ticket window for a long time. When she saw Li Kang's Asian face and her trench coat that didn't change for 4 seasons, no one would wear a trench coat except him this season. So Aunt Susan was finally convinced that the person coming was really Li Kong. I'll just say, here, no one will come except you and the gangsters who want to rob. Aunt Susan smiled enthusiastically and opened the anti-theft gate. My dear Susan, you're beautiful again. See what I brought to you. Li Kong handed the hot dog to Susan and blinked in his left eye. Add more cucumber and green mustard, 2 pieces of lettuce, 1 more sausage, less salad dressing, right? Aunt Susan took the hot dog and took a hard bite. The green mustard was in the mouth, bringing explosive power, like an active volcano, rushing up the nose along the nose, her eyes closed, enjoying the magic of taste buds pleasure, the whole body is instantly lit. It's the taste, or do you know my taste? Aunt Susan wiped her lips with a smile. I would also like to thank you for the magic circle you painted for me. I'm far away here. Li Kong nodded. The locals never traveled by subway, because there were rumors that there were monsters in the subway, and there were witnesses who claimed that there were vampires here. Although there are some rumors, but 3 years ago, there was a subway that was attacked by unknown creatures, which led to the tragedy of 13 deaths. Since then, no one has gone to the subway in Hell's Kitchen. But if you don't take the subway, with New York's traffic that kills people, even if you get to the Osborne group today, it's getting dark. Although some helplessness, Li Kong chose to take the subway, and by the way, I can talk to Aunt Susan. A few sentences. Aunt Susan is a witness of Hell's Kitchen. She has lived here all her life. From her mouth, she can know a lot of information that she can't find out when spending money outside. Susan, has there been any news about me recently? Li Kong also took a bite of the hot dog in his hand. Oh, about this, did you rob the Russians of a sum of money? Aunt Susan said casually, confirming Li Kang's conjecture. Sure enough, these Russians want to understand, this is bad. If someone asks about this, I will definitely deny it, but there is no secret between me and you. I did win a little bit faster from the Russians 3 days ago. What happened? Li Kong was also annoyed. It was so cool, I forgot to make 1,000 innings, and the rule of winning 7 and 3, really caused trouble. At that time, he had just won 3,000. Paul, who left the table on the spot, searched Li Kang's body, which means that he has been suspected. The members of the Russian gang are mostly retired soldiers. They have excellent military literacy and strong execution. If offending them, it is difficult to gain a foothold in the kitchen. Although Li Kong was not afraid of them coming out, but thinking about it, when he was sitting at his desk counting money that day, he suddenly flew out of the window into a smoking RPG, and his head hurt a little. "Thank you, Susan, it seems that the car I'm waiting for is coming, I'm going first." Li Kong picked up a ticket and went into the subway station. In the subway station, most of the lights have been damaged, and the remaining life is coming soon. The lights are flashing on and off, and the walls are covered with graffiti. The words "Long live Satan" are everywhere, and the number 2 is the Nazis. From the depths of the subway station, there will be rustling noises from time to time, as if there is something huge dragging the tail. He doesn't enter the sun all year round, maybe what kind of monsters are living there. The subway train is like an ancient behemoth. It slowly enters the station. The door opens in front of Li Kong. There is no other passenger in the car except for a blonde girl wearing a hood. The average passenger arrives at this on the road, they will all get off the bus. The blonde girl wears headphones and listens to music. She seems to have fallen asleep. She has fallen asleep on the subway and has a station. This is very hippie style. The whistle. Li Kong looked at the girl's long white tender legs, more seductive than the supermodel, and couldn't help blowing a rogue whistle. Although she couldn't see the girl's appearance clearly, she must be a great beauty. Suddenly, the girl's there was a layer of twisted black energy around, and the girl's image was suddenly twisted. Although it quickly returned to normal, it couldn't escape Li Kang's eyes. Sure enough, a single big beauty, sitting on this subway line, must be weird. Li Kong walked into the train and found a seat far away from the girl. "I'm going out to work today, and I'm not in a mood to play with you. If you dare to come to provoke me, be careful not to eat around," Li Kong murmured to the air. When the train started, this section of the subway was in disrepair for a long time, and the driving speed was very slow. Looking out of the window, it was an increasingly dim tunnel. Suddenly Li Kang's eyes were black. The lights in this section were completely destroyed, except for the lights inside the train. It was dark outside. Li Kong shrunk his shoulders, opened it on the window, and fell asleep. On the train, there was no other sound except the occasional dangling driving sound. The blonde girl who listened to the headphones suddenly opened her eyes, stood quietly, and ran to Li Kong at a speed exceeding the number of ordinary people. The nails of both hands quickly turned into hook-like claws. And the eyes turned instantly. For blood red, a pair of fangs protruded from the corner of his mouth, biting at Li Kang's neck. It turned out that she turned out to be a vampire. Crack! A crunch sounded, and around Li Kong, an invisible protective cover blocked the blonde girl, and the protective cover gave off a flash of light, hitting the blonde girl. At first glance as a young vampire, no experience, since I dare to get on this subway, I'm not afraid of you monsters. Li Kong quipped with a finger. This blonde girl acts alone, without the guidance of other older vampires. Vampires are very loyal, and few vampires can escape the control of the elders. So this blonde girl was either exiled or belonged to a small family with little climate, the small fresh meat in the prosperous area of downtown New York, without their share. The circle of vampires is very cruel. Without a strong family, they can only hunt those drug abusers who are sick. If the vampires drink that kind of blood, they will be seriously ill and seriously become serious. A crazy living corpse. Living corpses are pure instinctive creatures that will hunt everything they can, even vampires. But hunting on the subway is a very stupid thing, this young vampire must be hungry. The train is still moving. Not far away, a beam of light appears in the distance. This tunnel is almost at the end. In front is the Hudson River Bridge. The bridge is 3 kilometers long. No vampire can carry this distance, even if it is a vampire. The monarch Dracula will not work either. The blonde girl saw that the situation was unfavorable, turned around and climbed to the ceiling like a spider, trying to escape by opening the skylight. The fog of no name weakens my enemies. Li Kong flew a black mist in his hand, covering the blonde girl. She shivered and fell from the ceiling. Please, forgive me, I'm just too hungry, I escaped, I haven't killed anyone. The blonde girl raised her head, and the face was not the marble of the older vampire, but rather it also has the vivid appearance of human beings. The girl is very beautiful and looks like a supermodel. No wonder they will be targeted by vampires. Those older vampires who boast of elegant taste like girls. This girl should be a virgin, so the patriarch of her family would make an exception to turn her into a vampire. Transforming a vampire is not a trivial matter in the vampire circle. It needs the approval of the elders of New York City to proceed. This girl can get rid of the patriarch. Fettered, escaped by yourself, it should be very special, maybe this thing can be used. In this world, knowing a secret more will always bring some surprises. Li Kong thought about it, and quickly made a plan in his heart. He took out a notepad and wrote an address in the blonde girl's pocket. If you need help, you can come to me at night. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the spell on the blonde girl. The girl gave Li Kong a grateful look and jumped out of the subway train. After less than a second, the train rushed out of the tunnel and Li Kong took a breath. It's not a good thing to have a relationship with a young vampire who fled, so be careful when you walk the night. But since you have done it, don't regret it, because there are no medicines in this world, but there is no regret medicine. If there is really an old vampire who comes to trouble, then it will be solved together. The old vampire's fangs are used to perform black magic. Good materials, some people are willing to spend a lot of money to buy. Killing vampires can also get rich bounty in the Hunter League, this may be a way to make a fortune. Li Kang's ear seemed to sound the sweet ding of the cash machine. After crossing the Hudson River, you can see the two major industrial peak groups in New York City. UU reading www.uugonshue.com echoes one of them. One of them is decorated with a giant letter, which is called Stark. That is the famous Stark Group, the leader of the military industry since World War II, is now under the control of Tony Stark, a talented military scientist. The other is the Osborne Group, which is at the forefront of biotechnology. Compared with the modernist style of the Stark building, the Osborne building is more conservative. Both buildings are grand buildings with more than 100 floors. The Spencer building is higher, but the Stark building was remodeled last year and is now higher than the Osborne Group. The heads of the two group companies are also very different in character. Tony Stark, the head of the Stark Group, is a world-renowned playboy. According to legend, he spends 90% of his time with ghosts and beautiful women, and 9% of his time for scientific research. Only 1% of the time is spent on managing the company. Norman Osborn, the head of the Osborne Group, is a very low-key bioengineering scientist. Although there are countless generations, he rarely appears in the media, especially in recent years. The news that OSS himself was seriously ill, no one has seen him in public again. But in terms of market capitalization, the two companies are also at the same level. If Tony Starkin spends more time running the company, instead of getting messy and making lace news everywhere, the Stark Group beat Osborne Group, it is only a matter of time. No matter what aspect, Li Kong tends to be Tony Stark, and rich people should enjoy life. If I have Stark's wealth, I will definitely invest 100% in the arms of beautiful women and other scientific research. And go to his management company. This time, Li Kang's destination is the Osborne Group. Chapter 5, Mixed into Osborne Building. I don't know what the Osborne Group's activities are today. There are many young students gathered outside. They are holding a document under a hot blonde hair organization. Li Kang went over to find the students at the end of the team. It turned out to be the annual interns visit day of the Osborne Group. These interns are the top students in various high schools and can be recommended by the school. In the future, they will definitely become elites in this industry. If you write an internship in the Osborne Group on your resume, you will be impressed by the examiner when you enter the university in the future. Successfully entering Ivy League University is much easier than others, so internship is not the most important, it is fundamental to come gold-plated. Blonde beauty named Gwen Stacy, who is really hot enough to look beautiful, has nothing to say, wearing a white professional attire, the smart appearance, fascinated a lot of interns. Li Kang encouraged several students to gamble on Gwen Stacy. A small hacker hacked into the Osborne Group employee information file. As a result, Li Kang successfully won $30 from the students. "Hey, what's your name?" Gwen Stacy asked Li Kang. "My name is Li Kang." Li Kang was shocked. He thought he had successfully entered the team, but was stopped by Gwen. "Li Kang, I check, there is no your name here, please go out of the queue, otherwise I will call the guard." Gwen crossed his waist and waved his hand very handsomely. "Okay, don't be so nervous, I'm just crossing the road, I don't need to be so excited about the teachers." Li Kang had no choice but to walk out of the team. Gwen counted the number. One person should be late. She has only one list and no contact information. The Osborne Group arranged Dr. Connors as a mentor. Dr. Connors has been committed to biotechnology research as an authoritative person in this regard. Gwen was afraid to wait for this big man just because of a late intern. "Okay, please wait in line. We will enter the Osborne building for this internship. Please follow the team, wear good IDs, and don't fall behind." Gwen clapped his hands and led the internship. The students entered the Osborne building. Li Kang, who was on the side, was secretly anxious in his heart. This was a perfect opportunity. Today, these interns happened to come in. There are many students, and they can be easily mixed into the building. Unfortunately, Gwen is blamed. Is also too careless, too eager to mix into the team. In fact, his windbreaker, incompatible with the image of these students, was found to be normal. Seeing that the opportunity to get it was flying like this, Li Kang looked around unwillingly, working hard to pay attention to people, really let him find this opportunity. From a distance, a student wearing thick glasses and a backpack slanting, hurriedly come over. No need to ask, this person should be an intern. "Stop! Are you a student coming to practice?" Li Kang stopped the student coldly. The person was startled, then nodded and said, "Yes, my name is Peter Parker, I just came for an internship, may I ask you?" Peter Parker? The name is familiar, it seems that what kind of Spider-Man is called, so the person in front of him is the famous Spider-Man? Spider-Man is a very famous superhero in this universe. Li Kang remembered that when he was bored in the last life, he still held popcorn and brushed the box office for Spider-Man. The skinny kid in front of him was that Spider-Man. Really, insignificant. Now what I think is just a weak student. Maybe he hasn't been bitten by a spider yet, Li Kang thought disappointedly. Don't you know that you are late? On such an important day, it is so neglectful that everyone else has already entered. I am specifically waiting for you. Li Kang said nonsense. I'm sorry. Parker stunned and immediately apologized. My car has a problem on the road. May I see your ID? Actually, I don't blame Parker for doubting that Li Kang's image is completely out of touch with the elite fans of the Osborne Group employees. Li Kang took out a tarot card from his arms and turned it over. The tarot card changed in a flash. It looked very similar to Gwen's ID card. It turned out to be Mr. Li Kong, the executive vice president. My God, I am flattered that a big man like you came to meet me in person. Parker was shocked when he looked at Li Kang's title and couldn't help but observe again. Let's take a look at Li Kong, who was originally the number 2 character of the Osborne group. It is no wonder that the image is so uninhibited, and the big figures are always informal, which makes sense. Li Kong smiled awkwardly. This magic tarot card can be turned into any document, but his identity is not under his control. The position of this executive vice president is indeed a bit too tall. Don't talk nonsense, hurry and follow me to the building. The other interns have already arrived. You are so irresponsible. I blush for you. Li Kong took Parker and walked into the Osborne building. As soon as they entered the door, they were stopped by a middle-aged woman behind the welcome desk. 2 gentlemen, do you have an appointment? This is an intern who was late, and his name should be on the record. Li Kong said calmly, but little Parker was sweating in his forehead, a little overwhelmed. Oh, someone did tell me this situation just now. Is this Mr. Mosby? The middle-aged woman smiled professionally. Oh, yes, I'm Mr. Mosby. Parker said with a guilty conscience. Li Kong couldn't help raising an eyebrow, and for a long time, this Parker also wanted to mix into the Osborne group, and it was wrong. He even formed a team with Parker who also wanted to mix into the Osborne group. Please take your credentials and go to the 77th floor. There is Dr. Connor's research area. Today is his explanation of cross-species biotechnology. You are lucky. He is the most authoritative scientist here. The middle-aged woman gave Parker a polite sentence, and turned to Li Kong again. So, sir, what are you doing? Li Kong sighed, and took out the magic tarot card, quickly turned over. I am an employee of the Osborne group and escorted the intern Mr. In. Oh. It turned out to be a colleague in the marketing department. You are so kind. You actually know to take care of the intern. The middle-aged woman threw a wink at Li Kong and made Li Kong tremble. Parker behind Li Kong opened his eyes. He stood behind Li Kong. From that angle, Li Kong was holding a tarot card, but in the eyes of others, it was a document. Left the front desk, the two went into the elevator. Parker pressed the 77th floor in one arrow, and before someone else got on the elevator, he pressed the button to turn off the elevator, and the elevator went up silently. Who the are you? Why does your tarot card turn into a document, and what purpose do you sneak into the Osborne group? Parker raised his hand to grab Li Kang's neck. Li Kong didn't look at it. He patted it and opened Parker's hand. At this time, the elevator rose to the 3rd floor. He pressed the 3rd floor and the elevator dinged on. There was no one else on the 3rd floor. Li Kong walked. Go to the patio. You haven't answered my question. Who are you? Is it a spy? My God, what kind of trouble am I involved in? I'm dead, I'm definitely finished, I will definitely go to prison. What can Aunt May and Uncle Ben do? They will be sad. Parker followed nervously behind Li Kong, and kept talking about all kinds of terrible possibilities. Li Kong looked at no one on the left and right, and pumped a backhand on Parker's face. Calm down, idiot. I'm not a spy, I'm just a very ordinary private investigator. I entered the Osborne group to find the clue of the homicide case. This matter has nothing to do with you. Even if you take me in to complete the task, as for the future, it has nothing to do with you, understand? Parker sniffed his nose and nodded nervously. Then what is your tarot card? It's just a trick. It's said that it has nothing to do with you. Why is it that you are so stubborn? I didn't ask who you are. Why did you dive into the Osborne group? Li Kong asked annoyingly. I came to the Osborne group to actually find Dr. Connors and ask about my parents, because I accidentally discovered that my parents were also bioengineering scientists and were close to Dr. Connors' colleagues, so I think he should be able to know about the disappearance of my parents. God, I always thought it was my parents who abandoned me. It turned out that I had made a mistake. There are other hidden feelings inside. It's nice to say the secret, and you should open up to others by accident. It's really comfortable. Parker breathed a sigh of relief and finished the remarks. You read www.yuyuganshu.com did not give Li Kong the opportunity to interrupt him. This gentleman usually stuttered. Once he opened the chat box, Rory was endless and he was still talking. Damn, I just made an analogy. I have no interest in what Dr. Connors, your parents, or abandonment. Who cares if you are an orphan? Li Kong was about to growl and growl. Oh, actually I am not an orphan. I have my Uncle Ben and Aunt May. They are very me to me. I have been very happy all these years. In fact, I am not abandoning me when I return to my parents. Zi became relaxed. To be honest, for so many years, this matter has always been a part of my heart disease. Parker said a little shyly. Congratulations. Li Kong responded coldly, since this, you know that I am not a spy, I know you are an idiot, now we might as well do it, you go to your Dr. Connors, I go to find my clue, let's just stop here, okay? To be honest, Li Kong really couldn't bear to say this, muttering around, everyone is not familiar, even if you are the future Spider-Man, please, to put it plainly is not a troublesome guy, keep away from this guy good, otherwise it will cause trouble sooner or later. But you said you wanted to me to the 77th floor. It was a little embarrassing to say that I was a little afraid to go by myself. Parker scratched his head and looked so green that Li Kong couldn't be really angry. Wait. I'm really Mosby. I'm here for an internship. I'm Mosby. Look up your records, you must have made a mistake. The obese teenager went out. Well, I'm leaving on the 77th floor, let's go up quickly. Li Kong couldn't help, and took Parker back to the elevator. Chapter 6, Dr. Parker and Connors. There were other passengers in the elevator this time. Parker tried to speak several times, but Li Kong stared back with his eyes, and finally reached the 77th floor, surrounded by some bioengineering equipment, precision electronic instruments. Quantum centrifuges are the only thing Li Kong knew was that this was the content of the magazine I had read in the bar when I was bored. It was a magazine dedicated to introducing the latest and most fashionable contraceptive devices. 3 or 2 scientists around the world whispered a conversation. The content of the conversation was all in terms of biological science. Li Kong can occasionally understand words like DNA, lizard, spider, etc., but when combined together, these contents are like a book with alien text. The written magic book, Li Kong knew that the content of those conversations was full of infinite knowledge, but unfortunately he had no chance with him. Not far away, a middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle voice was explaining to a group of interns. The explanation of the middle-aged man attracted everyone's attention, as if nobody noticed, the right arm of the middle-aged man empty. He turned out to be a disabled person. That is Dr. Connors. Many years ago, due to a scientific accident, Dr. Connors lost an arm, but he was strong and survived, and through many years of biological genome and research, he successfully cured many incurable diseases. He is my idol and was a colleague with my parents. I have many words to ask him. Parker looked at Dr. Connors fascinated. Dr. Connors is handsome, gentle, and humorous, and has no shelf at all. It looks like a high school biology teacher. It does have an attractive charm. Parker can't help but move forward a few steps. First of all, on behalf of the Osborne Group, I welcome you all. Today I am your instructor. Please do not care about my right hand. After so many years of training, my left hand is already more flexible than the right hand. It will delay everyone's time. Dr. Connors sneered at his empty right arm somewhat, and the trainees all smiled happily. Everyone, I think since you can come here, you must be interested in biotechnology. If your ambition is to be a mechanical engineer, please, you have gone to the wrong company. You should go to the Stark group and find Tony Stark is right, but I think you are all ideal young people, disdain to be associated with arms dealers, right? Dr. Connors is obviously not very fond of the Stark group. It is no wonder that although the two Osborne group and Stark group have different research fields, the Osborne group has always been a leader in the biomedical technology industry, and the Stark group is just an upstart arms dealer. The two are different in realm. In the past, the Stark group was simply not comparable to the Osborne group, but since Tony Stark took charge of the Stark group, with its superhuman intelligence and endless talent for arms design, the Stark group in the field of arms, the Osborne group has been completely suppressed and it has become a powerful company that can fight against the Osborne group. Therefore, the employees of the Osborne group are somewhat hostile to the Stark group. Especially employees in the research and medical field are extremely despised of the Stark group who made a fortune by selling killing tools. Although Dr. Connors is very self-cultivated, he can't help but ridicule the Stark group. Ha ha ha, yes. This harmless and ridiculous ridicule completely relaxes everyone and the atmosphere warms up. Dr. Connors then used himself as an introduction to lead everyone to a heated discussion. The ultimate goal of my research is to open up the ultimate secret of life itself, make up for all our own defects, and create a world without defects. These are only and the answer can only be found in biotechnology. For example, if I lost an arm because of an accident, it is very easy for me to create a mechanical prosthesis for myself, but I don't want to do that, because it is just a prosthesis, not my real arm. So if I really want to heal myself, what should I do? The students gave their own answers. Some people said that stem cell embryo technology, some people said genetic cloning technology, and gave their own explanations. Well, everyone's answers are very close, but unfortunately it is not perfect. Life itself is the same. Can we discuss from this aspect? Dr. Connors tempted. I think we should start with the genetics of cross-species organisms. Parker didn't know which one was wrong, and even took the initiative to come forward and give his own answer. This attracted everyone's attention, including that one. Gwen Stacy. Gwen was taken aback when she saw Parker, and then when she saw Parker's ID card. She and Parker were classmates in the same high school class. Speaking of them, there were also some people who liked each other. Ambiguity was inside. Parker was often bullied when he was at school, and Gwen didn't help him much. Unfortunately, the beauty of Gwen's longevity is also a gift of the New York City police chief. He is a celebrity in the school and is too far away from the unknown Parker's identity. The gap in identity leads to extremely inferior Parker. This time leading the intern to visit and study is a very important opportunity for Gwen. Dr. Connors has promised Gwen's dad to write a recommendation letter to Gwen for a recommendation from such an authoritative person. Believe, Gwen wanted to go to his favorite university is a matter of tenure, so although Gwen was surprised, but after much consideration, did not pierce Parker on the spot. Oh? This classmate's thinking is very special. Can you give a few examples? Dr. Connors' mouth twitched a meaningful smile. No matter who it was, he was satisfied with Parker's answer. For example, Parkinson's syndrome is caused by the trauma caused by the body's stem cells to stop secreting dopamine, and the DNA of zebrafish can replace the function of stem cells to secrete dopamine. If patients with Parkinson's syndrome can get black spots, this part of the fish's genes can completely cure this incurable disease. For example, the arm you lost, because cold-blooded animals like lizards have a strong regeneration function. If you can get this part of the gene, your arm will regenerate. It's not impossible. Parker didn't look at the others, but stared at Dr. Connors tightly, as if no other people existed. At first he had a little stuttering, but with mental concentration, sometimes the stutter of nothing disappeared. The smile on Dr. Connors's face grew stronger and stronger, and Gwen beside him looked at Parker intently. The talking Parker in front of him was really a luminous body, and the introverted, stuttering Parker at school, it was totally two people, and Gwen was deeply attracted by Parker's way of talking about science. "Miss Gwen, please record the information of this classmate. I think in the future, if possible, I will contact this classmate again, maybe I can work together in the future," Dr. Connors said. The interns were in an uproar. Even Gwen couldn't help turning his head and glanced at Dr. Connors. Although Dr. Connors looked very gentle, he was the most rigorous person in the face of science. He had never heard of his initiative. Who praised it, let alone record the information of an intern, especially the sentence "may work together in the future," it has a shocking effect. "This classmate, please leave your message." Gwen came to Parker's side with a scalp. "My name is Peter." Parker was nervous when he saw Gwen. "Mr. Mosby, I'm really glad that you are here to join our internship." When Gwen quickly stopped Parker's back, she looked around nervously, seeing other interns didn't notice, and then she was relieved. But at a glance saw Li Kang beside Parker. "Miss Gwen, we meet again." Li Kang's 5 fingers swayed in the air a few times and greeted jokingly. "It's you? How did you come in?" Gwen felt a little short of breath. This work was of great significance to her. "I thought it was just a visit with some interns and some records would be finished, but first I met a high school classmate, and met Li Kang, who is obviously not a high school student. He is an employee of the Osborne Group and escorted me in." Parker didn't know what was going on, and he actively helped Li Kang-yuan with this lie. "He is an employee of the Osborne Group." Gwen finally couldn't hold back and said very loudly, and immediately attracted several people to look back at this side. Li Kang sighed, took out the magic tarot card, and turned it around. Parker couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He had also suffered the loss of the tarot card. Although he didn't know the principal, he was very upset when he saw that his sweetheart wanted to make a move. Osborne Group, employees of the warehouse department? It turned out to be the warehouse department. The warehouse is on the 2nd floor underground. How did you encounter it? Gwen asked curiously. The warehouse department was originally underground. Li Kang patted his head. "You reading books www.uuganshu.com is really stupid, and the warehouse department of all companies should be underground. We just met by chance. I thought he was an intern, so I kindly sent him up. You talked first, and I have to go to work." Since Li Kang knows the location of the warehouse, he can't wait to fly right over. As long as a small piece of hard disk, download all the shipment records of this month, even if the task is completed. "Wait, I'll go with you." Parker suddenly offered to go with Li Kang, causing Li Kang and Gwen to stare at him strangely. "Why are you following me?" "I'm going to work, so you should be a good intern. Don't you and this Miss Gwen have a mutual affection? Why not take advantage of this time and have a good chat? Young people should grasp chance, understand?" Li Kang said anxiously. "Mr. Li Kang, don't talk nonsense before Parker and I, it's nothing." Gwen's pretty face was blushing, his eyes dodged, and he didn't go to Parker, but he flicked his hair with one hand. "This is how a girl is. If she really has a good opinion of you, no matter how unpleasant she says on her mouth, or how cold her expression is, as long as she brushes her hair like this, it means that she does not take the initiative, indicating that she cares about you in her heart. Unfortunately, Parker doesn't understand this. Miss Gwen is right, we don't have the kind of relationship you said, and I have to follow you." "Why?" It was Gwen who asked this time. "Because Mr. Li Kang kindly took me upstairs. I want to express my gratitude. I want to ask Mr. Li Kang to have a cup of coffee." Parker replied in a hurry. "Do you have money? The cafes around here are all very high-end." Gwen frowned and kindly reminded. "I have money on me, don't worry." Parker's flushed face clearly showed no money on him. Chapter 7, Bitten by a Spider. "Just do it," Gwen said helplessly. Dr. Connor's deputy over there is also an Indian sent by the Osborne group to monitor Dr. Connors. Mr. Con is calling Gwen. She still has her own work to do, and she has no intention to manage Parker. Gwen turned away with an obvious uncomfortable expression. Lee Kong raised his hand and knocked on the back of Parker's head. Are you a fool? A beautiful woman who is so beautiful is obviously interesting to you. You don't want to accompany her. Why do you want to follow me? I just want to see what you want to do and whether you are a spy. If you really want to steal the research secrets of the Osborne group, I will never spare you. Parker said firmly. Crazy. Lee Kong can't understand the way of thinking of people like Parker. Since you want to follow me, then come on. Anyway, I'm telling the truth. In order to monitor someone who has just helped you, I gave up. A beautiful woman like Gwen, I have never seen an idiot like you in my life. Seeing what Gwen and Con were talking about, Lee Kong smiled at Gwen in the past and wiped Mr. Con's body over. There is no direct channel link between the building and the warehouse located at B2. To go to B2, you must take the underground passage outside the building, where there is a special checkpoint, and there is a far-infrared camera staring at every distance in the channel. As long as it is an object with body temperature, it will be monitored. Therefore, the best way to get to B2 and find the location of the Treasury Director's office is to go to the B1 floor first. As long as you get there, Lee Kong has his own way to find a breakthrough from there. But when I entered the elevator, I encountered a sudden situation. As long as I press the B1 button, there will be a system prompt. The area you are going to needs company authority. No matter how you press it, it is useless. Lee Kong thought about it. He took out Mr. Con's ID card and touched it on the card reader. After the system scanned the ID card a few times, it said mechanically, "Verify the authority is over, thank you for your cooperation." Why is Mr. Con's certificate here with you? Parker asked in surprise. Lee Kong patted Parker's face and said, "Of course I came here. How idiot are you to ask such silly questions? Do you think he gave it to me?" Parker suddenly remembered that when Lee Kong greeted Gwen, he seemed to inadvertently meet Mr. Con. It turned out that his purpose was to steal the ID card. He swallowed and swallowed, and now he may become an accomplice of theft. It seems that the longer you mix with Lee Kong, the more crimes you do, and Parker has begun to regret it. Why didn't you stay with Gwen just now? Elevator was running and went to the B1 floor. The B1 floor is a small biological test field. Some biological experiments that are not dangerous but require long-term observation to get results will be conducted here. To come here, you need to have the authority of the company director or above. So there is no one here, no one comes at all. Lee Kong took out the chalk and drew a mark of the eyes of Solomon on the ground. Draw a complex circle around the eyes of Solomon. Lee Kong stood on the eyes of Solomon. With a hard beat, the circle emitted a faint light. Then, the whole ground became transparent, just like Lee Kong and Parker, both floating in mid-air. Wow! Is this the power of magic? Parker's mouth grew up excitedly and grew up listening to the magician's story. I didn't expect to see the real magic today, which is even better than that in fairy tales. It's magical. Looking down from above, the Osborne Group's underground warehouse is very large. It is as large as a football field. Many workers drive forklifts and pile up goods. These are chemical agents or scientific machinery. There are also a lot of vaccine or drug samples to be sent to the factory. In the corner, there is a separate room with a big fat man sitting in front of the computer, looking up the information, writing on the house number, the director's room. This is Lee Kang's destination. Lee Kong took out a small brass bell and gave it to Parker. I will go to the director's room to download the information in a moment. You wipe the magic circle and give me the wind. If you encounter problems, shake the bell 3 times. If when the crisis is resolved, shake the bell twice. If there is no problem, just shake it. Okay. Parker nodded and put away the brass bell. Li Kong wears the mystery ring, which is the key used by the magician to open the dimension channel. The portal can be opened to reach any place he wants to go. Li Kong draws a circle in the air and soon opens a fireworks-like rotation. The circular channel on the other side of the channel is actually behind the director of the warehouse. Incredible! Parker looked at the portal in awe. Hush! Li Kong hurriedly covered Parker's mouth. Fortunately, the director of the treasury looked at the computer intently, not paying attention to the movement behind him. He walked into the passage and walked behind the director of the warehouse. He took out a little black dust from his arms and blew at the director of the warehouse. The director of the warehouse yawned and fell asleep on the computer. What did you do to him? Parker asked worriedly. It's just a nightmare spell, he will soon be fine. Li Kong lied casually. When the nightmare spell is hit, the soul will be thrown into the nightmare dimension, which is the site of the Nightmare Lord. The Nightmare Lord is a big pervert. If it is too long, it will cause permanent damage to the soul of the warehouse director. The reason for this is to use this. The spell is just that it takes effect quickly, uses stealth, don't worry about being discovered, this is the most authentic black magic. Li Kong pulled the head of the warehouse manager and inserted the U-disc into the computer. There were too many files in the computer. It took a little effort to find the information on the 15th of this month. The portal was closed in front of Parker's eyes. He looked at a large and complex circle, and he didn't know how to wipe it off. There was no mop around him. There was no way. He had to take off his clothes and rub the circle on the ground. Dust. The clothes just wiped a circle from the circle of the circle, and the ground suddenly became no longer transparent, but changed back to the original marble floor. Parker scratched his head. Magic is really amazing. After wiping the magic circle, I was idle. Parker's curiosity began to wreak havoc. In B1, I visited these biotechnology only seen on TV. In front of a spider silk mass production platform, he stopped. The resulting spider silk is extremely flexible. Even a ballpoint pen-sized container can hold thousands of kilometers of spider silk. Each bundle of spider silk can withstand the weight of 50 kilograms. It is the key technology developed by Osborne Group. The previous generation of products has been sold on the market. Once this product came out, it immediately became a best-selling product. This genetically modified spider is just a product of the Osborne Group. Ding! There was a soft sound in the direction of the elevator. Bad, someone came. Parker was taken aback. He opened the door in front of him with Mr. Khan's ID card and slid sideways. The elevator door opened immediately afterwards. It turned out to be Dr. Connor's assistant, Mr. Khan. Dr. Connor's experiment, no progress, Mr. Osborne will kill me. Damn, what I did is not going well today. I still lost my ID card, There was always a cold expression in front of people. Mr. Khan, behind him was an expression of anxiety and corruption. Mr. Osborne's physical condition is getting worse and worse, and he has reached the point where someone must be able to walk, but Dr. Connors, who is responsible for the treatment of Mr. Osborne's genetic disease, has fallen into the experimental bottleneck, and Mr. Khan is caught in the middle. There is no way to be a man. Only a very few people know that the entire Osborne Group, the arms business that can get a lot of money, does not do it, but instead devotes itself to the research of biotechnology. The motivation is not as high as outside rumors. The founder of the Osborne Group, Norman Osborne, has been ill and will not live long. The genetics of the Osborne family have serious defects. Once the family members reach the age of 40, a terrible genetic disease will break out at most. They will live to be 50 years old, and they will be subjected to torture unimaginable by ordinary people. But the power of this genetic disease is getting bigger and bigger. Each generation of the Osborne family has a shorter and shorter lifespan. Norman Osborne has been sick for less than 40 years this year, and his son, Harry Spence's onset is even more advanced, and it is estimated that the disease will occur within 3 years. Dr. Connor's research is to treat this genetic disease of the Osborne family, otherwise the Osborne family will disappear from the Earth. Just a month ago, Aegis Secret Service salvaged a ship from the Arctic seabed, from a World War II-era spacecraft, in which the famous battle hero, Steve Rogers, was discovered during World War II, but his other name is more widely known. That's Captain America. After Captain America was salvaged, there were still vital signs, because Osborne Group is the most authoritative company in the biotechnology industry. The task of recovering Captain America was handed over to Osborne Group. Norman Osborn keenly felt that this was an excellent opportunity. Captain America was the most famous American combat hero during World War II. He had a deadly fight with the Nazi organization Hydra. He was also a super soldier serum. The only successful super soldier in China may be able to isolate the super soldier serum from his body. With this serum, I believe it can cure the genetic disease of the Osborne family. The group completed the task perfectly. After a week of hard debugging, it finally successfully recovered Captain America, and then collected a series of work such as collecting blood samples and measuring vital signs, secretly collected information about Captain America, and smuggled out 2A blood sample. On the 15th of this month, the Osborne Group successfully extracted the super soldier serum from the blood sample of Captain America, but the experimental results were very bad. It seems that the serum has defects in the eyes. A lot of experiments must be done to find it. The defects were improved, and the Osborne Group decided to ship this serum to the biological test site in the desert. However, this super soldier serum sample was sent to the biological test site, but reading www.uugonshu.com was attacked by a group of robbers. The robbers held heavy firepower. The truck driver was killed on the spot and the convoy was also hit. To the heavy wound, the serum samples of the super soldiers were also taken away. But then there was bad news in the laboratory. Another piece of serum extracted from Captain America had even greater defects. The subjects became weird, schizophrenic, and extremely aggressive. Not suitable for experiments in humans. So, now there is hope to cure Osborne, only Dr. Connors remains. Dr. Connors' recent research object is the American lizard. Mr. Conn observes the progress of the experiment every day. Parker was in the room, he didn't even dare to show the atmosphere. In front of him, on a huge platform, countless spiders were producing spider silk. The production efficiency of these spiders was amazing, and the platform was like a giant spindle. The spider silk produced is collected accurately. Outside, Mr. Conn looked at the lizards disappointedly, Dr. Connors's medicine, which had no effect at all. He shook his head and returned to the elevator in frustration. It really doesn't work, I can only do human experiments. Mr. Conn sighed and pressed the button on the top floor. That was Mr. Osborne's residence. When the crisis was lifted, Parker's attention was attracted to those spider silks. It was such a small transparent spider silk that could withstand the weight of 50 kilograms, which was 1,000 times the weight of a spider. Leaving it past, a light web of silk touched it. Unexpectedly, this triggered a chain reaction. Countless spiders jumped from the web onto Parker's head. Oh! It hurts. A spider took a bite in Parker's hand, and the wound immediately became red and swollen. He quickly opened the door and rushed out. These spiders must be poisonous, and there was a hot feeling in the wound. Chapter 8, Master's Information Station. At this time, the copper bell Parker put in his arms rang. Li Kong had finished downloading the information, and asked if it was safe outside Parker. Damn it! Parker shook his hand and put the wound behind his head temporarily. There are 3 problems, but no problem. He shook the brass bell in his mouth. Boom! A portal opened beside Parker, and Li Kong stepped out, shaking the U-disc in a showy manner. The task was successfully completed. We can't stay here for a long time. Let's go. Li Kong patted Parker's shoulder and walked towards the elevator entrance. Okay, okay. Parker glanced worriedly at the wound on his hand and went out with Li Kang's back. Walking out of the Osborne building, Li Kang bought 2 sandwiches in the roadside dining car and handed Parker one. It turns out that you are really a magician. My God, I didn't expect that I would meet a real magician. Can you teach me magic? Isn't it a particularly cool thing to do magic? Parker mouth eating sandwiches in it, but still chattering about not playing. Parker's mouth was full of excitement, but his face was getting worse and worse, and cold sweat beads were constantly permeating his forehead. Li Kang didn't go to his heart either. He thought Parker had such a reaction because he was frightened. He chuckled in his heart. The original Spider-Man was so timid. First of all, you have no talent for magic at all. When you study magic, you are destined to be a mediocre person who gives you fortune-telling. Secondly, your mentality is also wrong. Casting magic is a very serious matter. Don't think of casting spells. Just shake your finger a few times and read 2 spells. This reality can be tampered with. The cost of magic is unimaginable. There is no essential difference between attacking people with magic and punching people with fists. Li Kang said very seriously. But there is still a difference, isn't it? Parker asked stubbornly. Of course, compared with fists, the reaction force of magic is greater. Even if you hit people with fists without special training, like your weak chicken, if you attack with all your strength, your bones will be broken if you can't hit 2 punches. The biggest difference between magic and fist or technology is that you don't know when to stop. When you understand that it's already over the line, everything is late. Do you understand? Li Kang sighed. If he wouldn't say it thoroughly today, I'm really afraid that Parker would study magic by himself. It's like a baby playing a grenade. If you suffer yourself, it's not counted, and it will also affect the people around you. Magic is not a child's play. Every time you use magic, you have to pay a corresponding price. When the famous magic prince monarch in World War II attacked the Nazis, he used a spell to drown a rabbit he raised himself. Every spell has its own cost. For example, if the Crimson Chain is used, then the user must endure the rage from the deep red universe. The endless anger of the outer universe can easily cause the user to run away, causing very terrible. The consequences of using the nightmare spell are equivalent to lighting a torch in the dream forest, and the nightmare lord will come to the door at any time. Some spells will directly cause trauma to the caster's flesh. Atlantis black magic will make the user's eyes bleed more than. So, the magician is powerful and fragile. Fortunately, Li Kang comes from the origin of the earth and has the origin attribute. The cost of casting spells is much less than that of ordinary people, but the price is still the same, but he is more powerful than ordinary people and the price he pays is relatively slight. Has been much luckier than the average mage. It turns out that magic is so terrible, it seems that science is better. Oh! Parker screamed, and the wound on his hand accidentally touched the wrapper of the sandwich. What's wrong with your hand? Li Kang asked doubtfully. I was bitten by a spider. That spider is very strange. I think I might be poisoned. Parker said worriedly. Is right after being bitten, you will soon become Spider-Man. Li Kang thought in his heart. Let you look at the wind, you can be injured, I'm really convinced. It's okay, you look very good, maybe those spiders have the effect of aphrodisiac, your kid is blessed by misfortune. Li Kang patted Parker on the shoulder, perfunctory 2 words of comfort. Really? Won't you lie to me? Parker's spirits rose. Relax, I'm an old Chinese medicine doctor, do you understand Chinese medicine? It's the mysterious wisdom from the East. Believe me, the gas in your body is very strong, just go home and sleep, just wait for you to wake up. No, although come to me. Li Kang smiled, but he was thinking, if you are not allowed, you will not have the opportunity to come to me. Parker's face was sallow, his head sweating coldly down his cheeks, his hair soaked, and his condition was even worse. I feel so uncomfortable, Mr. Li Kang, Do I really have no problem? Parker was just a little more energetic, and a wave of cold came out of his body, and he couldn't help shivering. Li Kong smiled with a charming white rabbit-like smile and whispered, "Trust me, after tonight, you will feel that it has never been so good, you will have a new look, don't be too excited when the time comes. Well, I will leave you an address. If you encounter any strange situation, just come to me." Taking out the sticky note, Li Kong wrote down his address and phone number. Hesitating, he took $50 out of his arms and put them in Parker's hands. "Anyway, thanks to you, I can do this, complete the task smoothly, you have the money." "Mr. Li Kong, I can't ask for this money." Parker quickly quit. "Hey, brother. I let you take it, and you just put it away. This is what you deserve." Li Kong stuffed the money into Parker's pocket. "Relax, this money won't bite me. It's a private detective in Hell's Kitchen. It's called the Hell Detective. Remember, there's trouble. Even if you come to me, I'll give you a special price." "Hell's Kitchen? You live in that ghost place. I wish I wouldn't have to find you in my life." Parker spit out weakly. Li Kong smiled, and now Parker's situation was getting worse. He took Parker on the bus and told Parker to go back and take a rest. Then he walked into a dark alley. He picked 9 bricks on the brick wall and knocked them down in the order of the 9 realms in Nordic mythology. Then he took a step and the next second came to New York City. The most famous gathering place for magicians is also an important intelligence station, among the bars. "Severe, give me a special drink. I urgently need to get a hot one today," Li Kong said to the bar owner while sweeping the customers in the room with Yu Guang. Sitting in the corner is a Haitian black man with a skull and skull pattern painted on his face. "That's a voodoo doctor. This old boy is really strong and has never dealt with Li Kong. In fact, he said you can't blame him when he got up." Li Kong and Dr. Voodoo teamed up with several warlocks to hunt for treasure in the Mayan temple deep in the Amazon jungle. In the depths of the Mayan temple full of institutions, a group of people found a sacred totem that shone brightly and could blind the eyes. The thing was a powerful magic amulet. Everyone present at that time tried to win the treasure. Please, Li Kong just started a little faster than others, but in the end Dr. Voodoo only blamed him. That vote made Li Kong truly chic for a while, and now I think of it after all, I really don't blame Li Kong, because Dr. Voodoo can't afford to lose, and people are too stingy. There is an Indian next to Dr. Voodoo. That is a shaman, both a profession and a name. There are rumors that he can communicate with the spirits of all the world, and even know the past and the future. Anyway, the last time he bet on the dice, there was no seeing that he had signs of the future. Li Kong didn't even cast a spell on the dice, just poured a little mercury, and almost won the shaman's underwear. At the table with these two people was a newcomer that Li Kong had never seen before. It was a red-haired beauty in her 20s, with the appearance of an angel, a perfect figure, especially the thick red hair, and that the double and confusing beauty is like a lyric poem, so beautiful that it is suffocating. Wow, it's serious. I haven't come for a while. Your taste here is not a little bit. Who is that beautiful lady who has no friends there? You must introduce me to me. Li Kong put a banknote on the bar. Strictly speaking, it is difficult to say that he is a person, because in a magical accident, his entire body was gone, leaving only one head to live in a sealed magic jar, but the seriousness of the power is undoubtedly more. Don't mention the heavy behind, there is the magic prince monarch backing up. There are a lot of ladies here, who are you asking? It is true to say it seriously, in the doorless bar, there are indeed many hot ladies, hot and dangerous. The one with red hair over there, the one with Dr. Voodoo and Shaman, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has never seen such a beautiful one. Li Kong turned in another note, as a tip, everyone, it's an old driver, everyone knows this. That's the Scarlet Witch, the spokesperson of chaos magic. It is indeed beautiful enough, but it is also absolutely dangerous. She is a Hydra person. If I am you, be far away from her. If she opens her true talent, as long as one thought, you don't exist anymore. Severely warned. Chaotic magic? Return Hydra, really fake? I think she is very normal, not like a lunatic. Li Kong said suspiciously. The cost of mastering chaos magic is enormous, that is, the stability of the spirit. From ancient times to the present, there is only one woman who has mastered chaos magic. It is Morgana in the time of King Arthur. As the sister of King Arthur, Morgana not only lured King Arthur to fall, and also lured the apprentice of Archmage Merlin, which caused Merlin to betray and failed to save King Arthur. But Morgana also paid the price. After her son Emoyunda and King Arthur died together, Morgana's spirit completely collapsed, because she couldn't bear the pain caused by the magic of chaos and killed herself. I just said that she is the spokesperson of chaotic magic, and she didn't say that she is integrated with chaotic magic. It needs a terrible opportunity to tear her soul. I hope no one in this world will be stupid enough to stimulate her, Li Kong. Now, do you still want to meet her? I can arrange it. Severely said ridiculously, as long as he is a magician, he knows that it is acceptable to touch black magic, and don't have a relationship with chaotic magic. Ha ha ha. Li Kangan laughed twice. I don't know why, he has a hunch in his heart, sooner or later the Crimson Witch will find himself in trouble, but now, he still has a real problem that needs to be solved. Chapter 9, Wine that can cure vampires. Where is Monarch? I need his help. If it is not a last resort, Li Kong does not want to ask Monarch for help. Monarch is the most traditional old-school magician and only pays a small price for Li Kong. You can cast all kinds of magic, quite uncomfortable. Boom! A purple smoke exploded in the seat next to Li Kong, choking Li Kong repeatedly coughing, and the rest of the guests frowned. Far away from Li Kang's side, on the seat next to Li Kong, an old goatee wearing a small round cap. Isn't this Li Kong? You'll take the initiative to find me, I'm curious what the is. This old goatee is the famous magic prince Monarch. Do you have to play in this way? I can't stand it. Li Kong took a sip of wine and washed away the irritating taste in his throat. Actually, I wanted to ask you about blood wine. Blood wine? Who do you listen to? I don't have that kind of thing. Monarch said sullenly. Don't care how I know, I need that thing urgently now. Li Kong drank the wine from the glass. Li Kong had heard a rumor that the formula of this blood wine fell into the hands of Monarch, but because the preparation of blood wine is very difficult, and the materials are also extremely precious, so Monarch did not brew a few bottles. What do you ask about this? Have you met a vampire? Then I advise you not to waste time. It is unwise to have a relationship with a vampire. Every vampire is under the control of Dracula, even if they can temporarily get rid of Dracula's control, but no vampire can permanently fight against Dracula's will, and Dracula is the true ancestor of the vampire. As long as there is one of his clan in the world, he will not die, no matter in the end, he will be reborn in a certain situation. Imagine, are you really willing to provoke an undead cockroach that is as difficult as Dracula to deal with? Monarch persuaded as a person coming. But this vampire is really special. It can be seen that she is still in her new life, but she has got rid of the patriarch's control. She said that she has not killed a person until now. From her, it is indeed no breath was sensed, and I believe what she said was true. Li Kong gave Monarch the original story of his little encounter with the vampire. If what you say is true, I think this child is a soul worth saving, but I don't trust you, Mr. Li Kong, as a magician, uses spells but refuses to pay the normal price, plus the statement is messy. Many of the things you have done, even the darkest magician, don't bother to do it. Why should I help you? Monarch said, stroking the goatee. This old guy was right, Li Kong was unable to refute it, and he would say it the same way. The magicians are smart guys, and it is not easy to bluff them. I have a piece of news, a shocking news. This matter is related to the Supreme Master, related to the survival of our universe. Do you want to know? Li Kong lowered his voice, said mysteriously. Monarch was stunned. The Supreme Master was Master Guyi. Although he was a powerful prince of magic, he still had a huge gap compared with the Supreme Master. Things related to Master Guyi must be a major event in the magic world. Humph, Li Kong, I know you too well. If you are half rumored to be bad, then you are playing me. Just want to rely on the words of Supreme Master, you want to conclude a deal. You think it is too beautiful. Well, I thought you would try better. Monarch took a sip of beer and made it clear that he didn't believe it. Old fox, he has a good hand to play, but the old guy is right, he wants to rely on the name of Supreme Master, and wants to get the benefits, at least with Monarch, who survived the Battle of World War II. It is useless, if you want to impress him, you have to have more powerful news. Those rumors about me are the most shameless slurs. Don't believe those unreliable rumors. My news is related to a horrible name. Have you ever heard of a scrambler? Li Kang's eyes shot a brilliant light, staring tightly at Monarch. Dama? The one in the dark dimension? How did you know the name? Monarch took a deep breath and said in awe. This has nothing to do with you, as long as you know that the prodigal Dorma has been staring at our earth. Is this news enough to be explosive? Li Kong said in horror. Dormam is indeed the enemy of all worlds, but even a powerful conqueror like him, there is no way to break through the walls between the dimensions. It can even be said that he is too powerful to leave the dark dimension. He is omnipotent in the dark dimension, but out of the dark dimension, he loses his source of strength. Are you a bit too worried about the sky? Monarch took a sip of the German dark beer in front of him. Although during World War II, he hated German devils, but fell in love with German beer. So, the following news is the main point. If I tell you, it means that I have betrayed the Supreme Master. I think this can be worth at least a few bottles of blood bars. Li Kong started an intelligence vendor. If the news is true, I will give you 3 bottles of blood wine, plus a recipe. Let's talk. Monarch said impatiently. Li Kong harmlessly grinned, like a pure white rabbit. As far as I know, our Master Guyi has recently suffered the most betrayal. One of her most beloved disciples is actually more Mam's fanatic. Master Guyi came to see me before, because that disciple and I used to be the best friends. Until that guy framed me shamelessly, Master Guyi might feel that with my hatred, you can control me to sell her life. Monarch was clever and did not intervene, because he knew that the emergence of a Domum fanatic, even a Master Guyi, was not enough to shake the wall between the earth and the dark dimension. There must be something else. What's the matter? The fanatic was Casillas, and it was a shameless bastard. I couldn't even curse him to die the whole family, because his family died long ago. Specifically, Master Guyi didn't say so. But I can conclude that Casillas has already stolen the ritual of summoning Dormam. I doubt that Casillas' wisdom alone can decipher the content, but the danger is real. Li Kong has cursed Casillas countless times. The name Yas, this hypocrite ruined his future. The most hateful thing is that he was the fanatic. The most hated thing in his life is being framed, which is Li Kang's taboo. I suggest you better give up your hatred for Master Guyi. If Dorma really drags the earth into the dark dimension, then everything is meaningless. Come with me, blood wine is yours, and the recipe is the same. Monarch got up and led the way. Li Kong followed behind. Beside the cellar of the doorless bar, Monarch asked Li Kong to wait outside, and after saying that if Li Kong dared to follow him secretly, he would interrupt Li Kang's legs and take Li Kong stay in the cellar and die. Although Li Kong swears that he will not do that, Monarch is still not at ease. He placed a magic circle at the door of the cellar and walked down the cellar without worry. After about 10 minutes, Monarch held 3 bottles full of dust. The black wine bottle came up, and there was a roll of parchment paper. Blood wine every time, add a glass of water, the blood wine formula must not leak out, otherwise vampires will spare no effort to destroy the raw materials for the preparation of blood wine. Monarch said with a warning. In fact, this kind of thing does not need to be said by monarch. The rule of the blood clan has two major fulcrums. The first is the upper control, the patriarch has some weird spiritual control of the family members, and the second is the scarlet blood fever, which is the symbol of the blood clan. Is the key to pushing the blood to the opposite of human and light. It can be said that without scarlet blood fever, the blood is not a blood. Regarding blood wine, Li Kong only knows a legend. It was still in the steam age. Once on the Mississippi River, a royal family of two vampires broke out a war. The reason for the outbreak of war was that one of the younger royal families relied on the self-brewed blood wine got rid of scarlet blood fever, but another old royal family thought it was heresy rebellion and must be eradicated. In fact, if you stand at the top of the vampire, blood wine is a matter that must be taken seriously. The old vampire king handled it very correctly. Scarlet blood fever is when the vampire is hungry to a certain degree, the instinct of blood-sucking will occupy the entire body and mind. At this time, the vampire will explode 100 times more powerful than before. The vampire occupied by scarlet blood fever, reading bookwu.kankan.com, is completely violent. Only when you have enough blood can you get rid of the scary scarlet blood fever. At that time, the younger vampire king, because of the blood wine, could survive without consuming human blood, and even survive in the sun for a period of time, usually behaved like ordinary people. This incident aroused the vigilance of the Vampire Vatican in Romania. Dracula, the supreme king of vampires, came to the Americas in person to hunt down the young vampire king. It is said that the young vampire king was completely destroyed, but the recipe for blood wine has never been found. So it is conceivable that if the formula of blood wine spreads out, what kind of reaction will the vampire family have? Presumably all the vampire families will unite to completely eliminate the fundamental scourge that endangers the blood family. I swear by my life that I will never expose this formula. Li Kong took the blood wine and formula from Monarch, and he glanced at the formula, with Monarch's spell attached to it. It looks like it's a mess of patterns. Monarch took out a crystal lens and handed it to Li Kong. Li Kong looked through the lens and saw the content of the formula. He was taken aback. Now he understands why blood wine is so scarce, because the most prepared blood wine, the important raw material, is the blood of a newborn in a mysterious tribe in the Amazon jungle. This small tribe, the blood tribe, can completely disappear from the earth by moving their fingers. I understand, thank you for trusting me. Li Kong rolled up the parchment and returned it to Monarch. Monarch nodded and said, "You better keep your promise, otherwise I will not let you go for the first time." Li Kong understood the weight of the warning. He nodded silently. The two returned to the front desk. Li Kong asked Monarch to drink a few glasses of dark beer and turned to leave the doorless bar. Chapter 10, Socialite. The doorless bar is a magical place, which is equivalent to a transmission hub that connects the whole of New York. Li Kong walked out of the doorless bar. He was already outside his little detective office. Li Kong returned to the office and dialed Fuji's phone according to the contact information on the business card. "Hello, this is Murdoch Law Offices. We are here to serve you wholeheartedly. We provide various legal assistance." At the end of the phone, Fuji Molly's manual broadcasted advertisements. "I really don't know if I should pity you or admire your professionalism. Mr. Fuji, I am Li Kong. I have the materials you need." Li Kong threw the U-disc in his hand. "So fast? It's incredible." Fuj shouted incredulously, "How did you do it?" "As far as I know, the Osborne Group's defense is very tight. At least the warehouse is not tight. As long as it can be mixed into the door, everything is simple. They are very strict with the cargo protection. Maybe because of this, they are not too concerned about trivial matters such as computer information, but it's not easy to get through, and it took some troubles. As for how I did it, I'm sorry, it's a trade secret. You only need to bring the money, the information is yours. Oh right, because of this task, let me some additional expenses have been incurred, and you need to be reimbursed. Li Kong lit a cigarette, finished his work, smoked a fairy smoke, and relaxed his body and mind. Forget it, give Parker $50, and asked Monarch to drink for about $30, plus some miscellaneous expenses. $100 disappeared, and these $500 consumed a bit fast. It should be, how much is it? Fudge said calmly. This is an industry regulation, and employers are obliged to reimburse some reasonable expenses for private investigators. Li Kong simply reported the account. Fudge said that he would come with a $500 check and take the USB flash drive. The money was enough to kill the landlord, Mrs. Jason, but unfortunately there was no chance to see her. It is also a pity that the double-barreled shotgun bursts into magic skills, Li Kong thought cheaply. Soon after, Fudge came, and they also continued these materials so that they could overwhelm the powerful Osborne group in the court. The check was sent, Li Kong handed over the U-disc, and the two sides conducted a successful transaction. Li Kong just opened a bottle of beer, planning to celebrate. The phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed that it was a strange call. No, is business so good today? Li Kong answered the phone, and Parker's voice came from that end. Hello, is this Li Kong? Parker asked weakly. Yes, is it Parker? What's wrong with you? Li Kong remembered that Parker was bitten by a spider, and now it should be in the mutation stage. I feel hot, cold, and hungry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm weak and sweaty. I feel like I'm going to die. Parker's voice became smaller and smaller. That's right, this is exactly the situation during the mutation period. If the memory of the previous life is correct, as long as Parker has survived this period, he will be able to obtain a spider-like superpower from then on, and become a superhero. The sad and miserable life of the Xiaxia's righteousness urges life, rivers and lakes are far away. Brother, believe me, it is normal for you to be bitten by a spider. It's not a big deal. I suggest you apply it to the wound with saliva. It will definitely have a magical effect. Li Kong took a sip of beer, feeling a little hungry. He opened the drawer, and there were sandwiches sold 3 days ago, as if they were still intact. On the phone, Parker's unbelievable voice came, Saliva? Are you sure you are not kidding? Is this also your mysterious Eastern wisdom? Trust me, human saliva has a very magical effect on the treatment of spider toxins. This is science. You can try it. Li Kong took a bite of the sandwich. The peanut butter sandwich with lettuce was not delicious, but only I can do it. Are you eating? I'm dying, are you still in the mood to eat? Parker couldn't wait to follow the cell phone signal and beat Li Kong. Li Kong rushed down the sandwich with a sip of wine and burped. People feed on food. If I don't eat enough, how can I comfort you? You really don't know good people. Beep toot. Li Kong hung up the phone. Parker had been feeding for a long time before he realized that the phone had been hung up. He roared at the phone, Li Kong. If something happens to me, I won't let you go even if I die. After venting, Parker's eyes fell on a photo on the bedside. It was a family portrait. Parker was only 4 years old. Parker's father held Parker, and his mother secretly kissed Parker's face. Warm and touching. Father, Mother, I will find out why you are missing, I swear. Parker's eyes were wet. The reason why he would venture into the Osborne building, because it was found under the floor yesterday. Parents in the diary, I learned that my parents did not abandon him, but because of something, I was afraid that Parker would be involved, so I gave the younger Parker to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. In the diary, there is a photo showing Parker's parents and Dr. Connors, who were once colleagues and close friends, so Parker must see Dr. Connors again and dig out the truth. Li Kang's spells are not fake, maybe his mysterious Eastern wisdom is really useful. No matter, try it. Parker spit a bit on the wound. Idiot, uncomfortable, lying down, what kind of phone call, then the disease is really not cured. Li Kong put the phone back in his arms, looking at the sun outside. It was already evening, and it was going to be dark soon. The vampire girl should almost be here too. Li Kong took off a small pendant at the door. Inside the pendant was a very powerful magic talisman, which could effectively kill supernatural creatures. Under the rug, there is a creature advent circle, which can cause a huge amount of damage to supernatural creatures. Even the nobles in the vampire can't bear it. Li Kong made a small gap in the circle. Li Kong opened a bottle of blood wine, sucked a drop with a dropper, and dropped it into a drinking glass. Then he put all 3 bottles of blood wine in the safe under the chair. After the preparation, he mixed some tap water into the water glass. The tap water was stained with a rich blood-red color, and a hint of red mist swirled around the mouth of the cup, exuding a strong pungent smell. He carefully picked up the cup and placed it on the table, covering it with a Playboy magazine. After a busy day, Li Kong put his feet on the desk, and his face was also covered with a Playboy. The entire face was buried in the choppy waves of the magazine girl. This day was a little tossing and really tired. He was in a daze, fell asleep. I don't know how long after that, Li Kong feels that the energy in the room is a little disordered. Something comes in. He took the magazine and saw the vampire girl sitting obediently at the other end of the desk. Hello, when did you come? Li Kong rubbed his sore neck and looked at the pale little hands of the vampire girl. He filled the brain with the hands on his shoulders and slowly massaged the scene. But after thinking about it, let's forget it. It is better to let a vampire massage than to shave with a chainsaw. I just arrived, are you a magician? The vampire girl asked softly, but her constantly swallowing throat, and 2 bright spots in her eyes exposed her. Her hands are covered with blood lines, and now she is on the verge of scarlet blood fever, and may explode at any time. The violent vampires will explode with amazing animal nature, and the combat power will also burst. My name is Li Kong, indeed a magician. Before we start the conversation, you drink this glass. Li Kong pushed the quilt with blood wine on. The vampire girl nodded and smiled charmingly. Now she is about to be dominated by instinct. No matter how she speaks or looks, she is unconsciously seduced. Although she looks dirty, it is indeed a very beautiful girl. If you dress well for a moment, I believe I won't lose to the Scarlet Witch I saw today. After picking up the glass, the vampire girl wrinkled her nose. What is this? It smells disgusting. Maybe drinking it will be more disgusting, but I want you to drink, if you want me to help you, obediently obedient. Li Kong pointed to the glass undoubtedly. The vampire girl had no choice but to hold her nose to drink the blood wine. Oh, this taste is terrible. I have never tasted such a bad thing. It's like pouring a filthy water in an underground tunnel that has been stored for 20,000 years. The effect of blood wine was immediate, the scarlet blood fever in the eyes of the vampire girl dissipated, just like the virus encountered the medicine. The UU reading book www.uuganshu.com cursed met the nemesis, the scary scarlet blood fever let go of the girl, at least temporarily. Strange, I don't want to tear your throat now, the bloodline on my hand is gone, I feel now, it's really good. The vampire girl stood up and raised her hand into the air. Now you can say, what's your name? Li Kang's dangling heart was put down, and Monarch didn't lie. This is indeed a genuine blood wine. It is worthwhile to sell Master Guyi for it. My name is Angela Alba, sir. What is your name? How did you heal me? Angela held her hands in excitement, thanking God for letting her meet the Savior. Alba? Li Kong has heard the name. Before the New York City nobility, the Alba family had its roots in New York City before it was just a small fishing village. It is one of the oldest families in New York City. Angela is Alba family members, no wonder they look so familiar, turned out to be a socialite. Li Kong had a little impression in his heart. It seemed that Angela had also appeared in Vanity Fair magazine and was rated as one of the 5 most beautiful faces in New York City. Under normal circumstances, vampires would not choose this kind of object to start, because it is too high profile, not easy to control. Cure you? I don't have that kind of skill, I just relieved your symptoms. The vampire virus, also known as scarlet blood fever, is the darkest black magic, with some more, how to say, according to the current most the buzzword is biotechnology. When the two are combined, there is a chemical reaction that the producer did not expect. Scarlet blood fever can indeed be treated, but that ability is beyond my ability. Li Kong opened a bottle beer, pushed down the table to Angela. Beer can help people digest all the unfortunate news, at least for Li Kong. Chapter 11, Mephisto Compact. But I can feel the temperature of my body now, and the beer is no longer disgusting. I feel great now. I haven't eaten for many days. I'm very hungry now, but overall I feel like an ordinary person. Angela's voice is full of hope. The feeling of being a vampire is like a walking dead. In addition to greatly improving physical fitness, eyesight, hearing, and smell, the rest of the senses have become very dull, especially the taste alienation is very serious, ordinary food can't be entrance. Not to mention that scarlet blood fever is torturing her all the time, so now Angela feels as if she has come to heaven. You take your hand out. Li Kong said. Ng stretched out his small hand. Li Kong picked up a dagger and made a cut in her hand. Angela quickly shrank her hand in pain, but the wound was gone. You are still a vampire, but think about the good side, you don't have to drink those disgusting blood now, let's go, I will take you to eat some really good things. Li Kong put on his trench coat and took it from his pocket. An amulet with 3 semicircles nestled together was thrown at Angela. Angela put the amulet on her neck. Li Kong restored the advent of the Holy Spirit, and the defensive spells were restored. This is the disadvantage of being a magician. You never know that your enemies will attack you from that direction, maybe from another hand, so you must always prepare for the magic of defense. Li Kong went farther than others. He tattooed his defensive spells on his body. For example, on both arms, the eyes of Solomon were tattooed, and the reverse magic circle was on his back. The phalanx is interesting, it will transfer half of the pain of the day to the last person who injured Li Kong before midnight. The deterrent effect of this circle is far stronger than the actual effect, but unfortunately the circle cannot be superimposed, otherwise he will pattern a few reverse circles, and no one will dare to move him again. On the corner of the street is the Wangji Chinese restaurant opened by Mrs. Jason. Mrs. Jason is a Jew, but her husband is a Chinese American. The two are classmates from elementary school to college, and Mrs. Jason is for her husband. They even broke down with their family, and the two opened a Chinese restaurant in a ghost place like Hell's Kitchen. A very inspirational story. It was just that the goddess at that time became Mrs. Jason, who is now afraid of ghosts. She had to say that she was regretful. Hell's Kitchen was really a magical place. Walked into the restaurant and saw that Mrs. Jason, who now weighs at least 180 pounds, came into the kitchen with a shotgun in one hand and a stake on his shoulder. Mrs. Jason, hello, your good tenant Li Kong, the rent is coming for you. By the way, we will give us some beef and onion soup, and 2 more fried noodles, can you send us a wooden whisker? A piece of meat. Li Kang's face was filled with a sun-like smile, and he handed over the warm check that he just got today. No. Mrs. Jason took the check and put it in her pocket, and pointed at Angela with her finger. You don't belong to Hell's Kitchen when you look at it. I advise you to go quickly. This guy is not a good person. Angela smiled slightly, thank you, but I am not a good person, I am not afraid. You should be afraid. Mrs. Jason no longer talked nonsense, turned and walked into the kitchen. After a while, steaming meals were served. Angela was hungry. She skillfully rolled up the noodles with a fork and ate a bite. The fried noodles tasted so good. Angela took another bite of beef offal and drank a bowl of soup. It's just meat, it's so delicious. Angela was eating beef offal, and the more chewy the more fragrant, she couldn't stop. Don't eat as much as you like, don't worry about that much. Li Kong absently eats beef and miscellaneous food. How are you transformed into a vampire? Angela's hand stopped, her face became very ugly, took a sip of water, and she whispered her story. It turned out that Angela was a talented student at Harvard University and a great gift of the Alba family. The people are very beautiful. The suitors can go to Africa from the Havel Gate, but the family has already arranged their own marriage to Angela. They wanted to marry Angela to the real estate tycoon, the son of Wilson Fisk, also known as the famous celebrity Richard Fisk, and the outside world called him Fisk Little. Little Fisker fell in love with Angela at first sight, and pursued desperately, but Angela couldn't like the person in front of him, especially after seeing Wilson Fisk. Despite Wilson's very friendly performance, Angela still has a very strong sense of fear. But Angela's father forced Angela to marry Little Fisk for the benefit of the family, so Angela chose to run away from home. Everything was going well, but just 1 week ago, she was called Marshall was attacked by vampires, and Marshall fed Angela to drink his own blood. For the next 3 days, Angela was hiding in the rental house. Until the conversion was completed, Marshall came to Angela with the intention of turning Angela into a family member. Unexpectedly, Angela had a strong will, resisted Marshall's mental control, and escaped from Marshall's lair. After that, Angela wandered around, really hungry, and also attacked a passerby and 2 who wanted to trouble her. The little bastard, but did not kill anyone. Which is already very valuable among the newborn vampires. So, you have no place to go. Li Kong raised an eyebrow. Well, I have nowhere to go now. If you don't have your strange medicine, I think in the end, I will either become a vampire completely, or I will be killed. Angela said this in embarrassment. She is thinking about these things these days, but she still feels uneasy. That's all trivial. What I want to say is that I am missing a part-time assistant here. Will you help? The reward is blood wine. After drinking it, you will be able to live like a normal person. The tasks I perform are all it's very dangerous. If I hire an ordinary person, I'll have to die soon, but you'll be fine. Vampires have the same vitality as Xiao Qiang, you can think about it. Li Kong looked at Angela, who was not speaking. This is a major event, and he also hopes that Angela will think it through. Angela's face turned black. If I don't agree to your job invitation, wouldn't you provide the medicine called blood wine? Li Kong wiped his mouth and said with suffocation, of course not, but this blood wine is too precious. If you want it, you have to spend money. How much is it? Angela's life is not afraid of someone mentioning the word money. A cup of 100,000 US dollars, or even a number of cash. Li Kong also likes this kind of not bad money, happily quoted his asking price. Angela flinched. She ran away from home this time, and she didn't carry much money. Let's talk about the part-time job. $100,000. It must also be cash. If it is more than 30 million US dollars a year, this money is equivalent to Angela's pocket money for 3 years. Even if she did not run away from home, it is not easy to make up the money. In this way, if you work in Li Kang's detective office, it is equivalent to an annual salary of more than 30 million yuan, which is more than the Wall Street banker earns. Angela has a smart business mind, and it soon becomes clear. This account. That's good, please sign this document. Li Kong took out a roll of parchment and handed it to Angela. When Angela saw the sheepskin roll, she froze and unfolded the sheepskin roll. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was stunned again. It's still Chinese. Fortunately, I learned it. Hey, how can it be English again? This is a contract document, which will automatically become a text that the contractor can understand, even if it is illiterate. Li Kong took out a pen and handed it to Angela. This is not an ordinary sheepskin roll. This is a contract document that the King of Hell, Mephisto, used to harvest the soul. It is made of the skin of the Evil One. It looks like a sheepskin roll, but it is actually made of human skin. Magical binding. In order to get this good thing, Li Kong once infiltrated the Mephisto Hell, almost lost his life, seeking wealth and insurance. Such a good thing, can get it, everything is worth it. Wait a minute, I will look at the content again. Angela deserves to be a student of the law department of Harvard University. He has a natural keen sense of this type of contract and contract. Intuition tells Angela that this document is not that simple. Look quickly. Anyway, you have already died once. What else can you suffer? Li Kong knocked on the corner of the table impatiently. Mrs. Jason is an impatient person. We have occupied the table for too long. She will be unhappy, believe me, you wouldn't want to see her angry. It doesn't matter, girl. You look carefully, no matter what Li Kong gives you, you have to check carefully, otherwise you will be sold by him. You don't know what is going on. We will not close today until you see the position. If you are sleepy, we also provide free coffee. Mrs. Jason's loud voice remembered behind the bar. The head of a Chinese old man came out of the kitchen. Is it Li Kong? Who is he trying to deceive? Dear uncle, don't you mess up? I just want to hire an assistant. Is that kind of credulous in your heart? Li Kong lit a cigarette and asked with his teeth. Chapter 12, Raid. Yes. Mrs. Jason and his wife said in unison. You are enough, where did I offend you? Li Kong lost his voice. The last time you brought a talisman to our next door, Bill, and said that he could protect him from harm. As a result, the day before yesterday, he participated in gang negotiations. Everyone was okay, so he had a shot in his head, or was the other person's gun caught fire? By the way, Bill is a good boy and often helps us. As a result, because he bought your amulet, he died at such a young age. How dare you say that he didn't offend me? Mrs. Jason said, more and more angry. Angela was taken aback. She touched the amulet on her neck, feeling a cold behind her neck. Your amulet is real, no problem. Li Kong explained helplessly. What's the matter with you? What is the cost of casting? I bear a third for you. Angela pointed to a clause in the parchment. Li Kong frowned and looked. That's when the magician casts a spell, there will be a small price, nothing more than a headache, like a little meaning. You bear it for me, you are a vampire, no problem. What about this one? Lethal blow, I'll bear it for you 3 times. Angela's eyes shone dangerously. I've also seen a lot of fantasy novels. I told you that I was crazy about those novels when I was a kid. You better not treat me like a layman. This is obviously a magic contract. If I sign it, do I have to die 3 times for you? Regarding this article, Li Kong has no way to explain it, because it is already very clear that Li Kong encountered a sufficiently fatal attack, then these 3 attacks would have to be borne by Angela again. Aren't you a vampire? This kind of terrible attack on ordinary people is on you, but it's like drizzle on the body, no problem. So that we can see that our relationship is close, dear Angela, we want looking forward, such a small clause, ignore it. Li Kong said with a smile. Ignore it? Believe it or not, I'm tearing your throat now? Isn't this the same as being your meat shield? Although I am grateful that you saved me, I'm not as cheap as to sell my life for you. This article must be deleted. Angela crossed out the article from the sheepskin roll. We can still discuss it, it is not good, you can take half of the damage for me, after all, I am dead, you are not good, right? Li Kong did not suddenly live in Angela, he adopted Huiro's strategy. Don't say I have no conscience, I will take half of the damage for you, but only once. Angela changed the contract and signed the name at the end. Damn, Li Kong sighed, thought he was lucky, and took a vampire and kept it as a meat shield. Unexpectedly, this spare meat shield turned out to be a law school student. The rules set by him couldn't bluff her, and he lost a great opportunity in vain, but it can't be said that there was no gain at all. As long as there was blood and wine, Angela would be obedient and obedient. The vampire's ability is still very strong, and she will be much easier when dealing with many cases in the future. After these two experiences, Angela did not dare to take it lightly, and tossed and turned for 3 hours before signing the document. The next question is where Angela lives. Li Kong generously welcomed Angela to warm his bed, but caused Angela to wink. Mrs. Jason still has a lot of vacancies. She kindly arranged Angela next to her room and passed Angela constantly. She wanted to cherish her life and stay away from Li Kong. She also said a lot about Li Kong, mostly before him. How to dig pits to hurt people's experiences. Angela had already taught Li Kong as a person in the previous signing stage. Without Mrs. Jason, she already had a 12-point alert. Li Kong told Angela that as long as the effect of blood wine had not passed, she could survive in the sun, but too much sunlight had already caused her fatal harm. Tossing until midnight, Angela settled. Li Kong went to the corner to buy a pack of cigarettes, went back upstairs to watch the news. An amazing news was being broadcast on the news. A green giant did not know where to kill New York City, and in a university, there was a fierce exchange of fire with the military. The military suffered heavy losses. Hulk, the name immediately appeared in Li Kang's mind. The Hulk was caused by a gamma experiment, and a doctor named Bruce Banner turned into a violent Hulk. This silly big man, the brain is not easy to use, but strength, patience, and resilience are the highest among all superheroes, and the more angry he is, the stronger the strength. It is said that there is no limit. Everything has a limit. For a magician, the limit is particularly important. The reason why the power of the Hulk seems to be unlimited, can only be said that the depth of his power has not been detected. Hulk won't disappear out of thin air, so big target, there is no place to hide at all. Maybe he has gone to another place, or has changed back to Dr. Banner, but in any case, superheroes appear one after another. New York City will become the battlefield in the future. A battle will be centered on this. Li Kang's mind flashed the idea of moving, but this thought is fleeting. No one can drive him away from the house. Hulk not good. After the Hulk, there was another message that Daredevil appeared again. This time the raid was a karate yard of an RB person in the kitchen. It is said that at least 30 RB karate masters were interrupted and the scene was full of spectacular, but the owner of the dojo, an RB named Xin, denied denying anything. There is also a less eye-catching news that caught Li Kang's attention. In the Hell's Kitchen, serial killers appeared, and those attacked by the serial killers were all bleed a lot, resulting in a low blood pressure in the victim's body and a sudden cardiac arrest. Death, according to the official, this should be a perverted act of a vampire or a devil. Idiot, this is what real vampires do. Generally, vampires don't come to the kitchen easily, let alone hurt people to vampires. It seems that they are looking for Angela. Li Kong turned on the TV and lay on the sofa. The information is filtered once, to see what breakthroughs can be found from it, so that everything turns into a direction that is beneficial to you. Early the next morning, I drank a lot of beer last night and fell asleep on the sofa. Li Kang's mobile phone suddenly rang. He opened the phone and looked at the time. It turned out that it was only 7 in the morning. Called so early, there must be no good. Li Kong hung up his phone, rolled over and continued to sleep. But this body hasn't been turned over, the phone remembered again. This time Li Kong took it impatiently. Hey, Mr. Li Kong, it's me, I'm Parker. What saliva therapy you said is really effective? I get up today, I feel great, light as a bird, and I have endless energy all over my body. I even took off my glasses, and my eyesight returned to normal, can you believe it? Parker was very excited. He usually has no friends, just a Harry Osborn, but Harry is the heir to the Osborn group. Recently, his father is in poor health. Harry has been taking care of him. He has no time to go to school. Lonely Parker can only think of Lee Kong. You called me early in the morning and just wanted to tell me this? I told you long ago, don't doubt the mysterious Eastern wisdom, since you have no problems, that's fine, I'm going to sleep. Lee Kong hung up the phone, roll over and go to sleep. At the moment of turning over, suddenly the surrounding space rolls up like a scrolling screen. This is the dimension of the mirror. It is a place where only magicians will go. In order to not affect the reality, ordinary people's lives will also choose the dimension of mirrors as a battlefield to resolve private grudges. Here is a mirror image of the real world, which looks no different from the real world, but a powerful mage can easily manipulate the dimensions of the mirror, arbitrarily change its appearance, and make it beneficial to itself, which is a bit like stealing Dream's space movie, and the magician is the dreamer inside. Lee Kong has never liked the dimension of mirror. Reading books www.uuganju.com is in that dimension, as if the real world has nothing to do with itself, and the dimension of the mirror is a very weak dimension. Many forces can easily get in there, and the time in the dimension of the mirror is too long. It is likely that these forces or existence have noticed that others don't say that both Dorma and the one-eyed alien are notoriously fond of the miracle dimension. In the room, several luminous portals suddenly appeared. This is the effect of the mysterious ring, which can open the space to the world. It is the basic skill of the magician. Lee Kong jumped up from the bed, his defensive circle was cracked in a thunderous manner, the other party had at least 30 people, and it was carefully prepared, and he was not given a chance to respond in advance, regardless of the person who organized the raid. Who can only say that it is beautiful? The portal opened, and a black man who shaped mad and walked out of the portal. Lee Kong. Surrender immediately, you can't win, kneel down on the ground immediately, we spare you not to die. The Negro shouted arrogantly. Lee Kong made a mysterious silver sword, rushed over with an arrow, and lifted the sword to the head of the black man. The black man was stunned. It seemed that Lee Kong was deeply trapped in the encirclement. He made such a decisive shot. To block Lee Kong, I didn't expect Lee Kang's terrifying sword, but it was a feint, the real attack is below. Click! There was a sound of broken eggs from the crotch of the black man. All the magic collapsed in a flash, and no matter how strong the magic power could not resist the heartache and pain caused by broken eggs. Idiot, I may not be able to win this battle, but winning you is not a problem. Lee Kong kicked the black man back into the portal. From the other two portals, a pair of twin sisters came out. Although they were beautiful in appearance, their expressions were very fierce. Chapter 13, Cassilis appears. Hi, are you the legendary Lee Kong? Younger than I thought, rest assured, the mentor said, don't let us kill you, rest assured. Sister Hua said with a beaming smile. It's self-confident, there are many people who want to kill me, and they haven't succeeded so far. Do you have this skill? If it wasn't too strange, Lee Kong already laughed out loud. This group of apprentice magicians, normally, the apprenticeship between the apprentices is better, and he thinks that he is the top magician in the world. In fact, compared with the really powerful magician, it is far worse. As a magician, caution is the first, like the black man just now, and the sisters in front of him, waiting for their companions to appear, recklessly rushing to the front, blindly grabbing the power. This daredevil-type apprentice most magicians do not live long. Although we won't kill you, we will cut off your limbs and cut off your powerful tongue. Tell me, my name is Sasha, this is my sister Gil. The eyes of the sister flower were fierce. Sasha blows a charming kiss, Sister Gil, protrudes her tongue and licks it on the mysterious silver sword, like a viper that has caught its prey. Elder sister Sasha shaved half of her right hair, and Sister Gil shaved half of her left hair. On the scalp, they were all marked with the flame of Dormam. Now, Li Kong has guessed who their disciple is. The two beauties are so cute, but it's just too scary to talk. Let's try the kung fu on the bed, so that the world will be more harmonious and better, and no one will be hurt. In my opinion, this idea is great, all three of us it's a winner and everyone is happy. Li Kang's eyes glanced at Sister Hua's towering chest. Ha ha ha! All three can win, you are so humorous. Jill grinned wildly. The laughter didn't fall, Sister Hua's figure suddenly staggered, and Sasha jumped high, but her figure changed rapidly and continuously in the air, and Jill turned around and all her phantoms around Li Kong. Please, it's just the phantom body method and shadow body illusion, the tricks of the children, they just said so powerfully, and they don't come up with some real skills. Look at me, the earthquake trembles. Li Kong stomped a bit, a shock wave spread around Li Kong and flew Jill out. Almost at the same time, Sasha flashed from the air and came to Li Kang's back, stabbing his vest directly. Li Kong whirled around to avoid Sasha's attack, and at the same time, the mysterious silver sword leaned against her scalp, stopped by Jill who arrived in time. The two sisters fought around, the collision of the mysterious silver swords stirred up a fire. The sisters cooperated seamlessly, weaving a light curtain in front of Li Kang's eyes. Even if ordinary people have been training together for decades, there is no such tacit understanding. They joined forces. It is several times stronger than the two magicians joining together. No wonder Sister Hua is so confident that she really has some skills. Summer soul fighting. Li Kang's soul rushed out of the body, kicking Jill out with a kick, the soul out of the hook, but the flesh still continued to attack. Sasha, under the double attack of Li Kang's soul and body, blinked a sword in his shoulder in a blink of an eye, and retreated. Sulemo soul fighting is the highest and deepest soul fighting spell. Although the soul is out of the way, the physical psyche is still there, just like one person becomes two people, even if Master Guyi faced Salem soul fighting, also have a headache. Sasha and Jill are intimate again, and the best they match is the two people. Li Kang's soul body is separated. The two are originally one. The power of the combination is definitely not comparable to the two twins. Sister Hua's face, the original confident and fierce expression, was replaced by an unbelievable expression. They used to only be on the banned book, and they had scanned Salmo soul fighting. This kind of magic only exists in theory. Practiced. Your luck is so good, I have a principle, that is, don't kill women, let's go. Li Kang's soul returned to the body, he said very gracefully. Li Kang took 2 steps back, intending to test the strength of the magic net surrounding the apartment. The sisters looked at each other, and Sasha said pale, well, that's your stupidity, even if you don't kill us, but you have humiliated us, and when our companions come, you will fall into ours. In your hands, when the time comes, you will regret your tenderness. No one in this world can humiliate me and Sasha can still withdraw. I swear to peel your skin alive. Li Kang's eyes were gleaming, and he was a little serious in pondering Sasha's words. Among the two sisters, Sasha was undoubtedly the backbone. Although Jill could show a fierce appearance, he was imitating SA in a poor manner. Shat, as can be seen from Sasha's eyes, she is serious. If Li Kang falls into her hands, there will definitely be a life and death experience. And Jill is just a doll controlled by Sasha's sister. As a result of the evaluation, Sasha is indeed a pervert and a great threat. Li Kang smiled freely, even if it is like this, there must be principles in life. The woman I respect the most in life is women. The person who kills me can let me kill women. I can't do it. I am such a gentleman. I think it's a fool, and now some people will believe it. Sasha said with a look of disdain. Li Kang shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. Suddenly the tip of a mysterious silver sword pierced from the center of Sasha's chest. Li Kang didn't know when to appear behind his sister. A sword penetrated Sasha. No. Jill felt the same, as if his body was torn. you. Sasha pointed to another Li Kong who was still in the distance. His mouth was blocked by blood foam, and he couldn't say anything later. Idiot, don't you know Rocky illusion? The magic world is divided between men and women. In the magic world, the more scary a woman is, even some people believe that the magician does not kill women. Do you want to peel my skin? Then don't blame me for being cruel, I can only blame you for being too self-confident. Li Kong pulled out the mysterious silver sword, and Sasha's eyes fell with hate. Jill threw himself on Sasha's body and wept bitterly. The closest person is gone. I can fully understand your pain. You seem to have no heart. Is it from a young age to a big one? All your ideas are listened to by your sister? Your sister likes to abuse people. I was also forced to kill her. I can see that I planted this time, but I must not fall into the hands of a sadist. Li Kong lit a cigarette and pointed to Jill. You killed me. Jill yelled at his sister's body. The reason we follow the mentor is to be together forever in the dark dimension. Now that she is dead, everything is meaningless. If I kill you and let me go out, I don't mind doing that, but I'm trapped now. I probably know who your mentor is. Now killing you doesn't mean anything to me. Find a way to reconcile with you, killing you will only increase hatred. Li Kong walked to the window and reached for the window, but was hit back by a flash of light. Sooner or later I will kill you. Jill wiped away her tears and said hatefully. There are many people who want to kill me, go to the queue. Li Kong said disdainfully. It seems that your mentor is trying to catch me. Your mentor is Cassilis. Only he knows my defense so much. Spell. Li Kong is Li Kong, deserves to be my friend and can even guess me. The portal opened, and a handsome and determined middle-aged man walked out of the halo. Behind him, there are 3 women, 5 men, a total of 8 apprentices dressed. The apprentices wear Li Kong, but they are familiar with the clothes of the apprentices of the most holy place. Li Kong once wore it. Outside, at least 20 others are weaving this enveloping magic web. Even if Cassilis is a rival, this battle cannot be won. Since you can't win, you have to think about how you can't lose. Cassilis, my old friend, didn't expect that after so many years, you finally remembered to look at me, but I don't understand, why do you want to make such a good teacher? Li Kang's face showed enthusiasm's smile. A few defensive spells were silently placed under his hand, and then he looked at Cassilis in front of him. Hasn't seen in 5 years, Cassilis is much older, and his temples have white hair, but the expression on his face is not as gloomy as before, but rather a cheerful feeling. I'm really sorry for what framed you at the beginning. I want to say a sincere word to you for the naive ideas. I'm sorry. At the same time, I also want to express my gratitude. If you didn't have you, I would never know, Gu in the private collection of a master, there will still be content about Dormammu. I will never know that there is a dark dimension in this world. This is a good place beyond time. I want to thank you. Cassilis really sincerely folded his hands together and bowed to salute, which is the highest etiquette in the most holy place. The dimension of darkness belongs to the scrambler Dormammu. There is indeed a dimension beyond time, but Dormammu is a cruel tyrant, keen on conquering and destroying, not managing. In the dark dimension, Thomas is all-powerful. He is the god in the dark dimension. He can turn the dark dimension into a beautiful and rich place as long as he wants, but now looking at the dark dimension, there are ruins everywhere. All the world pulled into the dark dimension can only be destroyed this way. Only those cronies of Domum are eligible to live in the magic castle of Domum, and everything else is destroyed. But Cassilis talks about the dark dimension, but it is like talking about a paradise, a place like a paradise. The dark dimension is a good place? Are you sure you are not crazy? As a magician, you have learned all the knowledge in the dog's stomach. Dormammu is indeed a god, but he is an evil god. The dark dimension is not even as good as hell, at least is still very lively in the hell, but the dark dimension is just a hurry. What exactly doom has eaten for you? Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com actually confuses you like this. Li Kong looked at the card in front of him. Silas. This is not the one he knew at the time, the clever roommate. The person in front of him is just a madman trapped by his own dreams. When I was studying together in the most holy place, Li Kong and Cassilis lived in the same room. Cassilis took care of Li Kong as his younger brother. Among the generation of disciples, he, Cassilis and Modo, is the strongest three people, but Modo that person is too rigid. Li Kong this person is also known for his mental skills, so Cassilis is the most popular among the three masters. Even Master Guyi once announced that if one day she had an accident, Cassilis was very likely to become the next supreme master. But the fanatic in front of him had nothing in common with that good roommate. Although Li Kong resented Cassilis very much, at the bottom of his heart, he secretly excused Cassilis. Maybe Cassilis had any lasting pains, or Master Guyi found some clues, he was forced to report himself. After all, those books are banned, but as long as they have enough status, they still have the right to read them, but they must never be taken out of the library. This is the highest rule of the holy place. But now it seems that Cassilis was just using himself and selling himself by relying on him. Not only did he get the permission to read the banned book in advance, he also won the trust of Master Guyi. On this point, I think it is necessary to clarify. In fact, it is not that Domum found me. On the contrary, I found Domum on his own initiative. Cassilis said calmly. Why? Are you crazy? Li Kong shouted in surprise. Chapter 14, The Grieved Grimoire. Of course not, on the contrary, I have never been as clear-cut as I am now. My friend, open your mind and don't be limited by your common sense. Think about it. In the dark dimension, there is no life or death. Concept, there is no time to kill your consciousness, torture your flesh. The dark dimension has transcended time, where we can live peacefully, study knowledge, learn magic, forever. We will never be separated from our lover. Isn't it heaven? Cassilis said with both eyes shining, emotionally. If you annoy Dorma, he can also torture you forever. Think about it, being placed on the magic fire, grilling forever feeling. Li Kong thought about it, but did not say it because a fanatic believes only what he wants to believe, and what others say is useless. In this way, you hate the world because of a car accident in your family, because you have a bad brain, you can't remember your family, and you blame it on the head of time. Since the dark dimension is so good, why don't you go by yourself? Although there are many imperfections in real life, compared to the dark dimension of the ghost place where survival is impossible and death is impossible, it is still a comfortable day now. When I am tired of living, the goddess of death comes when I come to me, I will accept her calmly. I'm not like you. You are just a coward. Li Kong was very calm. He knew something about Cassilis' life. Cassilis's forehead suddenly burst out of his forehead. He was usually expressionless, like a paralyzed face, but at this moment, he was really angry. Because Li Kang's words really hit his pain, Cassilis was originally a high school football coach, once had a happy family, but later on Christmas Eve, their family watched a football game. During this period he drank a few bottles of beer. On the way home, he drove a lot of snow while driving. He did not drive the car and caused a tragic car accident. Except Cassilis, his wife and 2 children died in the car accident. Since then, Cassilis has been like crazy, and began to find a way to recover from the accident. He has been to Haiti to find the help of voodoo, has been to the Middle East to find the magic of the old man in the mountains, and lost in the legend. Shachan, looking for the crazy Arab poet, Abdullah al-Hassad's crazy book, the Book of Necromancers. But trying again and again brings despair that is more painful than ever. Cassilis is persistent. He searched all over the world, and finally found the legendary most holy place in the deepest part of the XC Himalayas. Master Guyi felt an amazing talent in Cassilis. She greeted Cassilis personally and promised to pass on all the knowledge he desired. In the following days, Cassilis desperately learned, especially the knowledge related to psychicism. As long as it was found, it should be mastered no matter how difficult. But the more knowledge he has, he will find that he is farther away from his family. Even the image of the fresh family in his memory has become blurred, which makes Cassilis very angry. This anger became his endless power to find power beyond time. After meeting Li Kang, through Li Kang's mouth, Cassilis learned that there was still a dimension beyond time, that is the dark dimension where Dormammu is. On the one hand, Cassilis asked Li Kang to show him the banned book. On the other hand, he did not hesitate to frame Li Kang to steal the banned book. Not only did he exclude a terrible opponent, but also won the trust of Master Guyi. From then on, you can watch the private collection of Master Guyi's banned books at will. But he spent many years, still unable to decipher the most critical content. Later, he realized that it must be that Guyi arranged the magic circle in the most holy place, so that those two dangerous content will not be deciphered. Since then, Cassilis has continued to develop believers in the dark dimension in the dark. After accumulating enough power, Cassilis rushed into the sanctuary library, killed the librarian, and robbed the banned book about chapters in the dark dimension. But the cost of the action was not small. Master Guyi personally chased Cassilis. If it were not for the hard protection of the two disciples, he would be difficult to escape, but all the costs are worth it. After the range, the page of scripture really became identifiable. But Cassilis found in frustration that with his knowledge, he still could not fully understand the meaning inside. The summoning of demon gods of this level is so complicated that the ritual is extremely complex. Even if a small part is wrong, even if one of the symbols is not drawn to a standard, it may have catastrophic consequences. Dormammu, but some monster of other dimensions, the consequences will be catastrophic. Thinking again and again, Cassilis hit Li Kang's idea, because when he was an apprentice with Li Kang, he knew that Li Kang had a talent for black magic that ordinary people could not even think of. Even if he was in the sanctuary, there is the interference of Master Guyi's magic circle. Li Kang can still translate the content of the scriptures, so as long as he can catch Li Kang, there is nothing to worry about. For many years, Cassilis has been following Li Kang secretly, knowing Li Kang's situation well, so he personally planned this raid and successfully ambushed Li Kang. Li Kang, I know that our ideas may be a little different. You, a person, have never understood respect for authority, so I will not force you to serve Dorma with me. My request is simple: as long as you take this scripture translated, we will never bother you again, I swear by the soul of my dead family. Cassilis took out that page of scripture respectfully and handed it to Li Kang. Li Kang took the scriptures, rolled them into a paper ball and threw them to Cassilis. Can't do it, my old man. Li Kang twitched his teeth in embarrassment. Cassilis was stunned. He knew that Li Kang was selfish and an outright pragmatic egoist. Li Kang would risk his life to prevent the arrival of Dormammu, which was too unexpected. Then my old friend, what is going to happen next is not my problem. You will be tortured. If you still choose to die unyieldingly, you will be killed and your soul will be imprisoned in a vial. Forever, old friend, is this ruthless world really worth your sacrifices and tortures? Cassilis spoke terrible facts in an indifferent voice. Everyone present knew that this was not an empty threat. If Li Kang refused this offer, his fate would be so miserable. Jill hugged his sister's body and looked at Li Kang with a grin, tormenting Li Kang. She will readily accept the task. I think you misunderstood, my dear old friend, you don't have to threaten me like this. If I can translate this scripture, I will interpret it for you without hesitation, but now it won't work. My magic book is snatched away. I can't translate without the magic book. You know me. Since the arrival of Dormammu is inevitable, then your victory is a stubborn thing. Don't forget, I Li Kang will always stand on the side of the winner. If Dorma is here, I am sure to be the first to kneel in front of him, shouting long live totem. Li Kong also raised a fist in the air to enhance the effect. Magic? What is that? Cassilis frowned, and he had never heard of such a thing. The grimoire is a very old dictionary that can translate all the magic words in this world. Otherwise, why do you think the progress is always higher than others when I practiced? By my side. Li Kong thumped the wall with regret at the mention of the magic code. Because of his great strength, the skin on his hands was severely bruised, but he seemed to have no intuition, still clenching his fists tightly, letting the blood flow down the fingers. So it turns out, you still have this kind of artifact. No wonder that even me, who practiced a few years earlier than you, and the powerful Modu, were not your opponents. Cassilis suddenly realized that it was not Li Kang's talent. Superb, but he has an artifact called the grimoire. Who was snatching this grimoire? Do you know? Of course I know. Li Kang's eyes were sprayed with volcanic eruptions, as if both eyes were burning. It's those vampires. They are ordered by the vampire Lord Dracula. Take away my grimoire. I also ransacked all the treasures I had saved so hard, as well as the money and gold bars I had saved for many years. Unfortunately, they didn't know who I am, Li Kong, and all my things. Under the brand, they have long known their whereabouts, but they are too many people. I can't take them alone, otherwise I will kill this group of vampires. Vampire? Is there really such a tricky thing? Is that a family? How many people? Cassilis nodded. The vampire is a product of black magic, which itself has the attributes of black magic. In the night, very not easy to deal with. Especially with the family as the unit, there must be an ancient vampire as the patriarch, which is more difficult to deal with, but Cassilis does not care. He has nearly 30 fanatics who are all qualified magicians. The power, even if Dracula came by himself, was no problem. There are more than 30 vampires. Their patriarch is an idiot called Marshall. The lair is just outside the Hell's Kitchen. A closed opera house near Queens. It is too easy to take back the magic code and translate the scriptures in this area. Li Kong said with bright eyes. Cassilis smiled gently. Of course, I will help you recapture the grimoire, even if it was the compensation for framing you back then. Are you okay? If you can really help me recapture the grimoire, our old account will be cancelled. Li Kong showed an ecstatic expression and took the initiative to extend his right hand. Cassilis held Li Kang's right hand with his hand. He ripped the corner of his mouth and said, "Deal." "Deal?" Li Kong said proudly. Suddenly, from Cassilis' hands, a pair of almost transparent magic shackles bound Li Kang's hands. Chapter 15, Unstoppable. Don't worry about old friends. If you are telling the truth, I believe you will not mind. I just take some necessary precautions. After all, you are Li Kong, a person who can even deceive the devil. I must not know defense. I think you will understand that you will also do the same thing if you change it. Cassilis said expressionlessly. Yeah, I will do better, Li Kong thought helplessly. The shackles of heretic judges are used to block the magic of magicians. They are used by the medieval heretics referee to judge magicians. I didn't expect you to have a pair of shackles. Someone wants to be willing to sacrifice themselves to this shackle at the cost of life. Linked together will work. This thing will only be used by religious fanatics. You don't have to do this to me. Li Kong said with a grin. Don't they all say that I'm a cult fan of Thomas? Isn't the madman who believes in Domum to use the magic weapon made by the madman who believes in God? Cassilis even made a joke. Everyone around laughed with a smirk, quite a bit of gloating. Then I don't know who wants to link the shackles together? It is said that the people who have been linked to the shackles of the have no good ending in the end. Such shackles are cursed. Damn, there is more than one curse. Do not know that the friend who is not afraid of death is willing to bear this burden. Li Kong raised the shackles of the heretical referee in his hand and shook it in the air. None of the apprentices came forward to speak, because Li Kong was talking about facts. The heretical referee was shackled and covered with the blood of the magician. Before the death of the magician, he was famous and he loved to curse his enemies. There are at least a dozen curses on the shackles. If anyone is willing to link with this kind of thing, then hell. I am willing to bear this burden. I beg you to give this burden to me, mentor. Jill hugged Sasha's body and looked firmly at Cassilis. Cassilis looked at Jill coldly. I feel sorry for your loss, but I will not give you a chance to hurt Li Kong, and I warn you, if you plan to kill Li Kong in revenge, you will face, it's my endless anger, understand? Jill's pupils shrank, she knelt down on the ground and said firmly, I understand. But I still insist on accepting this task. Cassilis only showed a little smile. He grabbed Jill's shoulder, and mentioned that Jill's body was still kneeling, but the soul was already in midair, and Cassilis quickly made complicated gestures. A magic circle appeared in the air, fixing Jill's soul in it, and suddenly a thick red on appeared from the shackles, linking to Jill's soul. Cassilis put Gil's soul back into his body. He pretended to support Gil, but whispered in Gil's ear, Li Kang's poisonous snake is temporarily useful to us. I guarantee that your hatred will be certain. Report it, be careful, don't believe what he says. Jill nodded slowly in Cassilis' arms and the two separated. So now, my old friend, we can start. Cassilis embraced Li Kang's shoulder with affection. An apprentice next to him opened the portal, and a group of people left Li Kang's room. When he reappeared, he was already outside Queen's. Li Kang pointed not far away, a small old building, that upstairs said Martial Theatre. That's the vampire's den. Li Kang said. Cassilis nodded, and he took out a horn engraved with spells, blowing silently. After a while, several portals appeared behind him, and the Domum's fanatics came out of the portal and stood behind Cassilis. Gil, be optimistic about him, and the rest, follow me. Cassilis is a brave warrior, making a mysterious double-edged sword. He took the lead and rushed into the Martial Theatre. Came to the door, a hunched janitor saw Cassilis, he raised his hand to stop. This gentleman, the theatre is resting now, please come again tomorrow. Cassilis raised his hand, a magic shock wave hit the gatekeeper's chest, the gatekeeper's chest completely collapsed, and flew out like a shell, hitting the gate, knocking the gate out of a big hole. Crazy believers rushed into the Grand Theatre, and two disciples created a phantom fake door with magic to block it out, so as not to attract unnecessary attention from passers-by. In the Grand Theatre, the vampire sentry immediately noticed the enemy attack, and the two sentries took their weapons and rushed out quickly. A sentinel jumped high, swooped down from the air, and rushed towards a fanatic. But in mid-air, he was bound by a dozen magic whips. Cassilis used two cuts and cut the vampire in the middle, hissing the rotten black smoke. Another sentry frightened the dog. The people who came were obviously not ordinary people, not even hunters, but a group of trained magicians. These magicians usually go it alone, even one is very difficult to deal with. This time there were dozens of good guys, and the sentry turned very cleverly and ran. Cassilis shook his hand, unknown soul, find your blood claws. On the wall next to the sentinel, a ghost claw suddenly came out and grabbed the sentinel's arm vigorously. Cassilis put the mysterious double-edged sword in his ear, striding close to the sentry, just like the most terrible death in hell. Especially the eyes without any emotion, like dead fish. The sentinel lived for nearly 100 years, and he has never been as scared as he is today. He is not an elite who has lived for more than 100 years, and the life and death is really cruel. Grabbed his arm locked by ghost claws, slammed hard, click. The arm snapped. The sentry made a terrifying howl and turned and disappeared into the aisle. In the room at the end of the aisle, there are dozens of sturdy iron cages with dozens of rioters locked inside. These rioters are either the product of transformation failures or are out of favor. The heat completely swallowed the mind and became a monster dominated by instinct. Every rage has great physical strength, agility, and recovery ability. A rage can easily tear a house of vampires into pieces, but they have no intelligence, even the beasts are not as good. If the sentinel was not a vampire, he would have passed out by the severe pain from his arm. Even if the vampire could bear the pain very well, the sentinel was very uncomfortable. He rushed through this room and entered the next room, where there was several vampires who usually take care of these rioters are napping. An enemy is coming. Quickly open the rage. The injured sentry rushed into the room and shouted loudly. The vampires were awakened, and they saw the end of the corridor when they opened their eyes. Caecilius led the people and rushed to kill them. A vampire grabbed a huge electric gate and pulled hard. The lights in the Martial Theatre suddenly a dark, violent prisoner's door opened creaky. The rioters have completely lost their human form. They no longer walk on 2 feet, but walk on 4 limbs like a beast. There is only a red blood in their eyes. Their mouths are not like ordinary vampires. They have 2 fangs. It's a mouthful, with fangs in all 3 rows. That mouthpiece is the abyss of blood drawing. If a bite is taken, the blood will be drained within 10 seconds. Caecilius frowned as he saw these rioters. Come here, make a magic net and kill these monsters. Crazy believers gathered around Caecilius. Caecilius raised a hand, a ball of golden light was lifted from his hand, and others also poured magic into the light. The ball of light suddenly unfolded and turned into a bright red magic net, crackling in the air. When the rioters first came out, they were blocked at the door of the vampire's room. Even if they had no sanity, they still hated these vampires who treated themselves cruelly. They scratched the door like crazy. It's a pity that not only the gate, but the entire wall is made of 20 centimeters thick steel plate, the glass of the window is made of super strengthened glass from the Stark Group, even the rocket launcher can't be broken. After working hard for half a day, there was no result. They suddenly sniffed collectively in the air. Blood rioters are all instinctive creatures. From the air, they could smell the fresh blood. The rioters smelled the blood of Caecilius and others. These rioters made a hungry howl and turned to the cult believers. Caecilius gave the prepared magic net hard. The magic net was rotating and approaching. When the rage touched the magic net, it was immediately cut into blood clots. The magic net rushed to the opposite wall and left on the steel plate. Under the deep traces. The vampires in the room, staring at the rioters they raised, were so easily resolved. You guys, go to report Marshal, reading www.uyugonshu.com. We were attacked, the enemy is a group of magicians, they are unstoppable. The sentry patted 2 stupid vampires and sent them back to report. Caecilius and others stepped over the corpse, and the corpse of the rioter spewed an unpleasant stench, like a corpse that had been rotting for many days. Li Kong squeezed his nose and came to Caecilius' side. He shouted to the vampires in the room. You're dark moths. Shake in front of the messenger of the Prince Dormammu. Go and announce this to your hypocrite. The invincible Dark Lord is coming. The whole world will be at our feet shivering. If you are a hybrid of black magic and virus, if you kneel down in front of the angel, you can still get a happy. Otherwise, on the day of the arrival of King Domum, the sky will drop blood rain, reaching your knees, and plague, death, war, famine will rampage in this world. Shake it. Bugs. Your world is about to usher in the end. You will tremble, twist, and cry to usher in your destruction. Because the ruler of the dark dimension, conquerors of all circles, the breaker of the world, King Dorma, the scatterer, here he is. Vampires were scared by Li Kang's words for a long time. Li Kang's emotional speech also touched the fanatics, who whispered whispers. It turns out he is on our side, which is really great. It turns out that Li Kang is a loyal believer of Dormammu, otherwise the feelings are so sincere. I think so too. After listening to his words, I felt that my whole body was boiling with blood, and King Thomas was coming. How it was. It turns out that he has always worshipped Domum in his heart. It seems that I am too worried. Even Cassilis was impressed. Chapter 16, Trust Me, Yes. Both the enemy were shocked by Li Kang's extremely impactful performance. We don't care what kind of gods you magicians believe. There is only one in our hearts. That's Maharaja Dracula. The rest of the gods are false gods. Your Dormammu is just a legendary demon god. Monster. Our door can't be penetrated even with rockets. Come on, come on. The sentry screamed at the vent window. All back. Let me see if this door is really strong enough that I can't even open it. Cassilis came to the front of the steel door. Wow, all back, your mentor will zoom in and look carefully. This is a rare study. Let's see what a master-level technique is. Li Kang clapped his hands, signaling the fanatics back some. Crazy believers were refreshed, and they watched their mentors cast great magic carefully. Cassilis raised his hand, closed his eyes and concentrated his magic on his palm. Suddenly a fireball like a small sun appeared in his hand. The fireball seemed to have life, slowly pulsating, and soon became bigger than Cassilis. Hi! Cassilis slammed the fireball against the steel door. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the strong shock wave spread around the door, tearing everything in the range to pieces. All the vampires were shocked and flew out. The steel door blasted out. The place where the door was originally was now a huge hole. The steel door was pushed out by a huge force, and flew out. After cutting off the heads of the two vampires, it was mounted on the other wall. Two vampires turned into mist and flew to Cassilis. Carved insect skill. The wind of the abyss of Biming. Let it sound. Taking Cassilis as the center, a cold wind blew away the mist, and the two vampires suffered huge typhoid fever, and were forced to manifest and were immediately taken by a dozen. Only the mysterious silver sword pierced into a blood gourd. The only remaining vampire turned out to be the wounded sentinel. Li Kang stepped on the sentinel's throat and asked, "Say, is that sacred demon book, are you here?" The look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the sentry. Of course. That is the most important classic of our tribe, Supreme. But it is useless to you magicians. Why do you want to take it away from the teachers? That sacred magic code is mine. You bastard, say. Where is the magic code? Where? Li Kang grabbed a leg of the table and inserted it into the belly of the sentry. No. I'll puncture you after that, throw it into the dimension of the mirror, where you are full of fresh flesh and blood, but you can't taste a single drop. Sooner or later you will be mad with hunger, and become a rage without a brain, but you still have to less than a drop of blood eventually turned into a corpse, said. Where is the magic code? The sentinel was not scared by the wound on his stomach, but by Li Kang's threat. Go forward, there is a huge cave leading to the underground, our sacred patriarch Marshal is guarding it personally, you will all die in his hands, ha ha ha. Li Kang did not give the sentry the opportunity to continue, raising his hand and inserting the leg of the table into the sentry's heart. The sentry's 7 tricks spewed out black blood, which slowly flowed from the corpse. Our goal is in the cave, this Marshal is their patriarch, that is, he took the grimoire from me. I want to remind you that he is very evil and very powerful. It is better to open my shackles, me and you fight side by side. Li Kang came to Cassilis's side and made his own suggestion. Cassilis thought for a moment and shook his head. It still won't work. Even if Marshal is really as powerful as you said, we can cope with it. You and Jill will stay here for a while. When we get the magic book, we will take it. Your shackles are loosened, old friend, I am very willing to share this glory with you, we can summon Dormammu together, are you okay? A sad expression flashed across Li Kang's face, and he reluctantly said, damn, I really want to insert a burning red peach in Marshal's heart, but for the sake of overall consideration, I am willing to sacrifice this time opportunity for revenge. Thank you for your understanding, old friend, I will take care of your desire for revenge, and stay as long as possible for Marshall, rest assured. Cassilis patted Li Kang's shoulder soothingly. Then I would like to thank you, but I still want to remind you that Marshall is really very powerful, you must be careful. Li Kang reminded again worriedly. Cassilis nodded and led the fanatics to continue to sweep inside the Grand Theatre. Li Kang looked at Jill and said kindly, Sister Jill, I'm sorry about Sasha. Shut up. You don't deserve to mention her name. You don't know our situation at all. Sasha and I have been orphans since childhood and we swear on the street together. We swear never to leave, but you took her away from me. You have taken away all the meaning of my survival. I hate you. You have taken away the only person in the world who cares about me. Jill collapsed on the ground, tears flowing down his cheeks. Oh, my dear sister Gil, we were in a state of confrontation at that time, and I was forced to do this wrong thing. I don't ask you to forgive me. Now, since we are on the side, I don't want to see it again. You are so sad, if you must have the meaning of survival. Then you are right in front of you, I am the meaning of your survival, I took your sister, you have the right to revenge, I absolutely admit this. Li Kang said softly. Of course. I want revenge. I will dig out your heart. Jill turned her grief into strength, she rushed over and grabbed Li Kang's neck, but immediately remembered Cassilis' warning, and she finally dared not start. Jill didn't dare to kill Li Kang by hand, but she could kill people's eyes as if to wear Li Kang through it. If it is an ordinary person, it can't stand it long ago, but Li Kang doesn't care at all. Yet, you are now a hunter of vengeance and want to hunt my life, but have you ever thought that if I die so easily, would your life lose its meaning again? You have been simple and naive, what can I get in revenge? Happy? Relax? I think only emptiness is waiting for you. Li Kang lit a cigarette and squinted. This is how you beg for mercy? I don't care, I will kill you sooner or later, not now, but sooner or later there will be a day when I want revenge. Jill exasperated. Don't be so excited, I'm just trying to be reasonable. If you always stand on the Avengers' point of view, as a sword of Damocles hanging over my head, then I will be forced to care about you. There is a saying that cares about your enemies more than your friends forever. Gil, what you need is not a simple vent, but an exquisite revenge. Li Kang said temptingly. Jill wiped away her tears and said with obvious hesitation, Nonsense, revenge is revenge, what is simple and refined? I think you want to deceive me to give up revenge. Li Kang stood up and shook his head helplessly, just like a kind and patient teacher teaching a stubborn student. My dear Gil, you still don't understand that the exquisite revenge I am talking about is actually a situation that is beneficial to you and me. I have an enemy like you, which can keep me vigilant, and I will continue looking for strength to strengthen yourself. You actually become a catalyst to promote my growth. Li Kang said with a smile. But what good is it for me? Jill stayed, and didn't expect Li Kang's idea to be so unique, but the magician is a group of people with a different way of thinking, even if there is such a weird idea. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Silly boy, you can get the best benefit, you can get a goal, this goal is me, you have to find ways to become stronger than me, and with the vengeance, you will become unstoppable. Think well, the endless power and knowledge are waiting for you. You will become stronger and master the incomparable power. Think about it, what kind of future is that? Li Kang came to Jill's side and gently touched Jill's back. Jill took a breath. She didn't break free of Li Kang's hand, but said, How do I feel like you are deceiving me? You know so much, and even Sulemo combat skill has been practiced. I am not just an apprentice, how can I beat you? This is the easiest to solve. I can train you in the future. I can teach you knowledge and let you learn as soon as possible. I am not a stingy Cassilis. I am willing to share my knowledge. Li Kang said softly. What? Gilho stood up. You are cheating me with a blank check and training me later? After you have survived this crisis, you will definitely find ways to get rid of me. Of course, this is also one of the risks, Li Kong did not directly deny, but gave another proposal, but I think that your concerns are very reasonable, then I can teach you magic now, you can experiment on site, and I will teach you the best magic, so that what you think, you will not lose anyway. At the end, Li Kong added another sentence, I am afraid that in this world, I am the only one who cares about you. Who do you believe in if you don't believe me? Believe me, that's right. Jill's heart was thrilled. This was indeed a good opportunity. Li Kang's magic, even when Cassilis was mentioned, couldn't help but envy. As an apprentice, he could learn a few tricks from Li Kang. This temptation is not trivial. Chapter 17, from the beginning to the end. Then let's start now, the time is very tight. Before Cassilis they come back, you have to learn as much as possible, then I will teach you first, Sulemo combat skill, but I am the master. The Chain of Scarlet, and the Fog of No Name, etc. are very practical spells. After you are more proficient, I can teach you Death Disintegrating the Light. This is a big trick in black magic. Li Kang is very said generously. At this time, from the bleak hissing accompanied by vampires, a series of explosions, Cassilis and others came to this nest, and the last vampires had already caught fire. Cassilis's side the strength is too strong, they are carrying out unilateral slaughter of vampires. I am afraid that the vampires who are used to slaughtering ordinary humans on weekdays can't adapt to this transformation of power for a while. It doesn't matter, they will adapt. Li Kang seized the time and instructed Jill to learn black magic. Jill's talent was very high. Li Kang taught it carefully. Soon Jill simply mastered the tricks of using Sulemo's soul fighting, and the Chain of Crimson also became elementary. The rest of the spells have more or less mastered the trick, and the key practice skills are also remembered in the chest. As more and more spells were learned, Jill's mood came out of sorrow, mastering powerful power, and then out of the shadow of Sasha. This is Jill's thought at the moment. You are really talented. You didn't expect you to be exposed to death so quickly. This is the magic of the goddess of death. It can decompose matter in the essence of matter. This spell is very powerful, but it is also very complicated, you must be mentally prepared. Li Kang said cautiously. I'm fine. Come on. Jill's heart was full of ecstasy and longing to master new powers. She had also heard of the spell of this goddess of death, and that book simply introduced the spell of goddess of death. The effect, the practice of cultivation, has nothing, she can't wait to master it. Well, it's still the old rules. I teach you to cast spells according to my know-how. Don't be superstitious about books. Most of the things in books are theoretical, and all my know-how comes from practice. Li Kang proudly speaking. Jill didn't speak because it was a waste of time. Li Kang looked at Jill's fanatical eyes. He told Jill the death-disrupting spell, the gestures, the rhythm, and the details. Just experiment with the bodies of these vampires. Li Kang pointed to the dead corpses on the ground. Jill shook his neck and did a few warm ups, and began to cast spells according to Li Kang's teachings. Soon, the spell was successful. A divine light was emitted from the light array in front of Jill. The bodies of the vampires disappeared in a blink of an eye. Disintegrated into molecular-level particles. Success! I succeeded! Jill shouted excitedly. Try again with that corpse. Li Kang pointed to another corpse of vampires. This time Jill was more skilled at casting spells, and in a short time, the body was also disintegrated into a mass of powder. Jill did not hide the joy in her heart. In her heart, there was only the ecstasy of mastering the new power. As for Sasha, it had been forgotten. Behind the head, Jill took the initiative to find the third corpse and cast the spell again, but this time, no divine light came out, and the corpse was not disintegrated. What's going on? Jill looked at his hands puzzled. Suddenly, behind Jill, Li Kang's joking voice came. My poor Jill, hasn't anyone told you? The use of death disintegrating the divine light comes at a price. If the spell of the goddess of death can't take the life away, it will immediately gobble up. If this spell cannot kill, the person would have to die. This kind of magic, even I dare not use it. I didn't expect you an apprentice to dare to use it even if you didn't want it, and it was cast twice in a row. Gee! The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Actually now you already dead. Jill found out that the person who was lying on the ground was herself. Her current state was a soul, and she was still a magic soul. She looked at Li Kang's expression and suddenly smiled. Ha ha ha! Do you think you can lie to me? If I'm dead, why is the Inquisitor's shackles tied to you, and it is linked to it? If I'm dead, then why don't you take it off? Jill mocked Li Kang. Li Kang smiled slightly, he shook his hand, the judge's shackles on his hand fell to the ground. Trust me now. Death, the disintegration of the divine light, is a spell created by the believers of the goddess of death. Those believers regard the martyrdom as the highest glory, so they will come up with such a evil door spell that can't kill the enemy, it must kill themselves, even the black magic world. This spell is very taboo, and there are very few books that record it. Li Kang also contacted these believers because of a case. After gaining their trust, he tricked this spell, but this spell was too strange, and he never had the courage to practice it. He only used it as a killer tool and used it in the most critical moments. Then why did you teach me spells? Jill's eyes widened, and the judge's fetters had already sentenced her fate, but she still didn't give up. Stupid question, of course, I want to gain your trust. I'll teach you some more common spells first, let you taste some sweetness, you are like a medicine, and soon become addicted, until you can't stop at all. The desire for power has overwhelmed your vigilance, and I gave you this suicidal magical teaching. If you really want to use it without thinking, it is no wonder, who would think of this world, there is such a weird magic. Li Kang explained softly. What about the magic code? Is the magic code real? Jill asked unwillingly. Of course it's fake. I came up with it temporarily. I didn't even have a good name. All of them made you believe in acting. As far as I know, Dracula has printed some. Full of narcissistic fart evil. After that, the vampire families were distributed, especially for brainwashing. Maybe this small family could have one too. Li Kang explained patiently. It turns out that since then, you haven't said anything true. Jill roared. I can't say that. This vampire family does have some contradictions with me. They transformed my assistant. I have long wanted to solve them. Just when you appear, I will take advantage of Cassilis to deal with vampires. He is really efficient enough to kill vampires. If I do, I can't do it all. Li Kang sincerely praised Cassilis' efficient means of killing. No wonder the mentor wants to tell you that you are a viper, so I don't believe you. Jill was really stubborn this time and was completely played on the applause. What else can I say? Dear Jill, my poor Jill, so simple, I really believe I will teach you magic. No wonder Sasha wants to control you so tightly, your IQ is really not suitable for mixing in the magic world. Today the death of you may not be a bad thing for you, otherwise you will have to confound your soul sooner or later. Li Kang stepped over to Jill's body and stroked Jill's face with his hand. What do you want to do? What exactly do you want to do? Jill was really scared this time, she had to be afraid because she couldn't guess what Li Kang wanted to do next. Hey! Didn't you say that? Without Sasha, you don't make sense to live, then I'll complete you. Let your sisters reunite, and Dormammu must not drag the earth into the dark dimension. 1 billion people, in order to save the world, I must leave here now, I can only say, I'm sorry. Li Kang's hand touched Jill's neck, and behind Jill, a huge hole appeared, in which the flames were heavy, that is the entrance to hell. Although Jill had repeatedly declared that she had no Sasha, she had no meaning of survival, and said that she was ready to accept the fate of death. However, when she was about to die, Jill was terrified. She found that she did not want to do anything at all. Die, there is no thought of wanting to die at all. No. No. Jill hissed and roared. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. When Li Kang's hand pushed, hula. Jill's soul rolled and fell into the passage. From the passage, a sickle appeared out of thin air, pierced Jill's soul, and swept Jill's soul into it. Hell! It's really dangerous. I have to deceive Cassilis first, and then I have to deceive you. I can't even eat it. Fortunately, you are so stupid. If possible, I really don't want this to be for you. Unfortunately, you are in the wrong team. Sorry. Li Kang closed his eyes for Gil. At this time, Cassilis roared with a sky full of anger, "Give me all. Bring me the dead liar of Li Kang. It seems that the filling is finally revealed, ha ha ha." Li Kang opened a portal, deliberately not leaving, waiting for Cassilis. A few seconds later, Cassilis brought the fanatics to Li Kang angrily, but saw Li Kang standing in front of a portal. The heretic judge was lying on the ground in shackles, Jill's body next to him. Gil lay quietly, without a scar on his body. At that time, everyone was forced, and a question appeared in everyone's heart: how did Li Kang do it? His magic was sealed, how did he kill a magician like Jill? This is an impossible task, but the fact is in sight, Li Kang did. Ha ha ha. Brother Cassilis, I will take a step first, and when we have a chance, let's talk alone. Li Kang stood in front of the portal and waved at Cassilis playfully. Li Kang. Don't want to go. Cassilis knew that it was impossible to stop Li Kang from escaping, but he was still unwilling to shoot a magic lightning. Li Kang walked into the portal with a smug smile. Before the portal closed, he boldly extended a hand and raised it at Cassilis. Chapter 18, Great Luck Villain. Cassilis threw a blank, turned around furiously 2 times in the same place. He finally woke up. He was fooled, and it was a huge evil. He took the fanatics and attacked the vampire's lair like a broken bamboo. Before the vampires planned to transfer, 13 vampires including Patriarch Marshall were blocked together in the nest. These vampires have an absolute advantage when facing ordinary people, but in the face of Cassilis and others, there is no chance at all. The fanatics prepared a magic net to block the hole. If they didn't want to capture Marshall alive, the magic net advanced and the vampires immediately annihilated the whole army, but Cassilis wanted to give Li Kang a gift. Marshall did not kill, but slowly killed other vampires. Vampires who do not know life and death attempt to rely on the transformed ability to break through, but these moves may be useful to the hunter, but facing the magician, can only be doomed to be a useless attempt. Through the magic net, Cassilis and others were like the SS who slaughtered the Jews during World War II. All kinds of magic exploded together, and soon all the vampires except Marshall were wiped out. Cassilis personally imprisoned Marshall. Magician? Our monarch has an agreement with your master Guyi, you can't attack us casually. We haven't violated the rules. Marshall screamed, the small family he managed so hard. In less than an hour after the collapse, Marshall, who was still alive before, felt as if he had a terrible nightmare. I am not subject to Master Guyi's restraint. I am serving King Dorma now. This time, because you have what I want in your hand, hand over the magic code. Cassilis was a little nervous. This Marshall seems to have nothing special, why Li Kang would be so afraid of him? When Marshall was startled, he pointed to an altar in the cave and said, the only classic here is our blood tribe's blood Bible. Are you here for it? This is a printed matter, and every blood family has a copy. Did you destroy our family for it? Are you a magician or a butcher? Cassilis blinked twice. He stepped on the altar with a single arrow, and opened the book on the altar. It was indeed the Bible of the Blood. This is a pseudo-Bible written by Dracula and edited by the vampire archbishop. This is a wonderful pseudo-scripture, a combination of the Bible and Hitler's My Struggle of World War II, which describes Dracula as a savior. The main content is to beautify vampires in a mythical way. Apart from its origins, it is mainly about Dracula's creation of a vampire paradise, etc. It is a hodgepodge full of nonsense. Oops. You're fooled. Hurry. You guys watch this vampire, and the rest go up. Bring Li Kong to me. Cassilis felt more uneasy in his heart. Sure enough, he made a precise plan and encountered unreasonable circumstances. With Li Kong, everything will become like a derailed train. The violent Cassilis rushed to the front, and his hair stood upright. If Li Kong dared to take any unusual action, whether it was useful or not, this dangerous mine must be cleared immediately, and the plan to summon Dormammu could not be accepted. A little bit of interference. But when he rushed out of the nest and came to the gate, he could only watch Li Kong escape in front of him. The put-up deliberately to insult himself, and he was so arrogant that he had no friends. How is Jill? Cassilis asked, holding his forehead. She's dead. A fanatic said cautiously. Waste. Li Kang's magic is blocked and he can't use spells at all. Why is Gil killed? What's going on? Cassilis suddenly grabbed a fanatic and hissed and roared. Maybe, is it because of the reversal spell? The fanatic whispered. Do you think I'm a fool? Reversing the spell will only cause Jill and Li Kong to share the damage. If it is really the reverse spell, Jill is dead, why is Li Kong still alive? And now it's not even midnight. Cassilis calmed down. He let go of the fanatics and crouched beside Jill. Maybe it was poisoning, or secretly attacking from behind. Fanatics are still speculating wildly. Although Jill is an apprentice, he is not stupid enough to unlock his defensive spells, and then turn his back to Li Kong to facilitate his sneak attack. No, Jill is not so stupid, but why is Jill lying there, and Li Kong but it humiliated us in public? Cassilis grabbed his head and couldn't figure out what was going on. Maybe this is an unsolved mystery. The fanatic can only say so, pale and weak. Yet, as long as Li Kong is involved, everything seems to be unsolved. Cassilis muttered in a low voice. At this time, the fanatics escorted Marshall to come over. Marshall was a professor at the history department of Yale University. Later, because he was obsessed with the legend of Dracula, he came to Romania alone. Unfortunately, he really found Dracula, and Dracula didn't do that either, he directly sucked his blood. But from the memory, Dracula found that this Marshall turned out to be his own fanatical admirer. Dracula was a narcissistic monster, and he liked someone to worship him most, so although Marshall's qualifications were to a certain extent, but Dracula pull still transformed him personally. Generally, the vampires transformed by Dracula are all nobles in the blood family, but Marshall is dead, and he can rule a small family of more than 30 vampires. He is so capable, his real skill is in the book pile, instead of ruling a vampire. I am very sorry for the misfortune of your family. The reason why you came to destroy your small family was misled by a cunning wicked person. In fact, what I am looking for is the so-called magic book that can translate this scripture, which is also me. I was so anxious that I was taken advantage of, so rest assured, I will send you to see your family. Cassilis lifted the mysterious double-edged sword, and it was necessary to split Marshall. Wait. I know the content of that scripture, it is ancient Sumerian script, and now there are no more than 10 people who can translate in this world. 3 of them used to be my students, and I am an authority in this respect. Marshall was already waiting for death, but he suddenly glanced at the content of that page of scripture, and he was ecstatic in his heart because he knew the text. This is great good news. Cassilis did not expect to have such good luck. Dormammu, don't you lie to me? You see how to translate this paragraph. Cassilis pointed out a passage that Li Kong had translated, so he deliberately took this paragraph to test Marshall. The meaning of this paragraph is that the dimension of darkness is a dimension that transcends time, ruled by the terrifying Dimension Lord Dormammu. Marshall interpreted it with little effort, and the meaning was more accurate than Li Kang's translation. Ha ha ha, Dormammu bless! This is Dormammu blessing us, let's find this living dictionary, Li Kang, you can't win fate no matter how cunning you are. Cassily, there was a ecstasy in Ya's heart. He collected the scriptures and opened the portal. The crowd returned to their base. It was originally a church in a small town. Because the economy of the town collapsed and everyone left, the church was deserted. It has now been occupied by fanatics. Back to his site, Cassilis couldn't wait to find Marshall and asked him to translate the scriptures overnight. Marshall was extremely efficient. A total of 1 page of scriptures was translated in 2 hours. Cassilis personally verified the accuracy of each step. After confirming that there were no gaps in the translation, according to the content of the scriptures, he transformed the church into a powerful magic circle calling Summa. This magic circle must be strong enough to push information through the wall between the real world and the dark dimension, and the preparation time is slightly longer. After everything was prepared, Cassilis could not wait to summon. In the center of the circle, he personally chanted the scriptures and called Dormammu. The rest of the fanatics knelt around the circle and provided magical support for their mentors. Scriptures echoed in the circle, and served the dark dimension accurately. In the dark dimension, in a magnificent and indescribable castle, Dormammu sat on the throne, and the fiery fire in his body was burning, hungry for all the things that dare to approach, and the servants stayed away. I was afraid that Dormammu would be so lively, and it would invite terrible fate. Suddenly, Thomas opened his eyes, and a small butterfly with one eye on his back fluttered his wings and flew over with difficulty. In the dark dimension, Dormammu is the supreme deity, almost omnipotent. He is familiar with the breath from this small butterfly. This is the stench of the earth. He reached out and grabbed the small butterfly, and fell the ground. Boom! A small image appeared on the ground. Through the influence, several believers could be seen praying with difficulty. With a move in Dormammu's heart, he immediately realized that this was a great opportunity to seize the earth. He had vowed to grab the little mud ball into his palm until it became a scum, but what he has to do now is only patient. Everything is calm. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but suddenly, the church is replaced by a grotesque darkness, which is an endless darkness. In the darkness, the weird light flashes, asteroids in the dimension spin in the middle. We succeeded. This is the dimension of darkness. Although it is only an image, it is not far from us. Cassilis cheered loudly. Suddenly, the entire floor was enveloped by a weird purple sun, and there was boundless maliciousness in the purple sun, but if you take a closer look, then where is the sun? Clearly an eye. Dormammu. Cassilis bowed on the ground in awe. Suddenly, in Cassilis's mind, a voice appeared. Yes, I am Dormammu, the of the dark dimension, my believer, you called me, I am very happy. Dormammu, my god, please give me instructions. What should I do to bring this world tortured by time into your field? Cassilis asked excitedly. Dormammu, in your world, there are 3 sanctuaries, and a huge protective net is prepared so that I cannot touch your little world. You have to destroy those 3 sanctuaries, and then summon me. My Dormammu will accept your little planet and give it a rebirth. However, those powerful guardians of the Holy Guard are guarding, our strength is not enough to cope. Cassilis knows the 3 sanctuaries, which is the node of the magic net that protects the earth from being attacked by magical creatures of other dimensions. Dormammu, I sacrifice that twisted creature, and I will give you enough power to deal with those guardians. Cassilis glanced back at Marshall and smiled slightly. No problem, my master, he will be dedicated to you soon. Chapter 19, Ancient One Master walked out of the portal, which was Li Kang's detective office. He came to the desk and sat on the leather chair with the buttocks, breathing well. This night was too much stimulation. Damn, it's really dangerous. It's just a little bit, and you can't get out of the clutches. You can only get out of luck with good luck. You have to be more careful in the future, and you can never fall into today's situation again. Li Kong seriously reflected on himself. As a magician, the most taboo is paralysis. Pulling off the leather chair, there was a pool of blood stains on the floor that had faded. Li Kong was silent for a while. He pried open the floor. Under the floor was a small safe. After entering the password, the safe door opened. Inside, there are 3 bottles of blood wine, and some artifacts that emit a faint light. The things inside are amazing. These things are arbitrary, and they are all sky-high on the black market. Li Kong took out a strangely shaped scepter from the safe. At one end of the scepter was a black gemstone and at the other end was a white gemstone. This is a replacement scepter. Forcibly exchange positions with another person. Many people think that the replacement scepter is a very tasteless artifact, because there are too many spells and artifacts to replace its role, but Li Kong values it very much. Think about it, when your magic is sealed and cannot be used spells, your enemies kick you off the cliff, and then, you will regret the replacement of the scepter with the chicken ribs. There are no garbage artifacts in this world, only garbage people. With this scepter, Li Kong escaped countless times from the trap that could not escape, and by the way, he pitted his enemy. If you are unlucky this time, I will use you, my good baby. Li Kong kissed the scepter, picked up a bottle of blood wine, and walked out of the detective. Although Casillas is a powerful executor, his wisdom has always been despised by Li Kong. Li Kong believes that Casillas absolutely never thought he had the courage to wander around here, but he was so bold, and not only did he not immediately escape, but went to Mrs. Jason's Chinese restaurant first. In the restaurant, it is still so deserted. After night, Hell's Kitchen is a world where bulls and snakes are active. Kind people should not go out unless they want to find death. The terrible Mrs. Jason is playing Scrabble behind the counter. Li Kong? You seem very embarrassed, this is rare. Mrs. Jason didn't look up, but she was able to grasp everything, which is a terrible talent. Meet an old friend, Su old, by the way, put a knife on his chrysanthemum. I am so hungry now, get me a plate of tomato fried noodles, I am almost exhausted. Li Kong found a seat. He did not expect Mrs. Jason would greet him, so she took a bottle of beer and tasted it slowly. Outside the window, a few sneaky black shadows were carrying a TV, a refrigerator, and other household appliances. No need to ask, but they were doing stealing activities. Mrs. Jason held a plate of fried noodles and threw them in front of Li Kong. Tomato juice splashed everywhere. There was no way. Who made Mrs. Jason hate him? But the taste of fried noodles was still so good. After eating the fried noodles quickly, Li Kong came to the counter, took out a green ticket, pressed it with a blood wine bottle, and pushed it to Mrs. Jason. My dearest Mrs. Jason, can you do me a favor? Li Kong said with a charming smile to Mrs. Jason. Li Kong, I warn you not to call me dear again in the future. If you call anyone dear, you have to either pit him or kill him. If you have anything to say, let me just say something, I'll just crash you. Mrs. Jason may be the person who knows Li Kong best in this world. After analyzing Li Kang Glei, he can see it in a pinch. Okay, warn me I received this bottle of Angela's medicine. Please give it to her. I will leave for a while and let her clean the detective office. Wait for me to come back. If I can't come back, the world is over. Mrs. Jason, I sincerely suggest you go out to play, travel or something. What do you have more yearning for, and go as soon as possible now. Li Kong is rare in his life, using sincere talk and tone. My favorite place is our store. I love Hell's Kitchen. If it's really the end of the world, I will go to the street to shoot a few scumbags. There is no place other than Hell's Kitchen that can satisfy my desire. Mrs. Jason took the blood wine bottle expressionlessly, and she was very rare, said in a gentle tone, I hate you, but I still hope you can come back, since you are going to save the world, just come up with something, come on. Li Kang's mood improved instantly. Goodbye, Mrs. Jason. Mrs. Jason didn't look up, and she was playing Scrabble intently. Li Kang walked out of the Chinese restaurant and found an alley to see if there was no one on the left or right. At this time, the average gang members were either playing children at home, or fooling around in the bar, or they had business on site, and they were busy trading. Some contraband went. Open a portal. At the other end of the portal is a majestic snow mountain. At the deepest part of the snow mountain, there is a magnificent building. This is the most sacred place in the magic world, the most holy place. The portal can only reach the outermost part of the holy sanctuary. To enter the holy sanctuary, you must obtain the consent of the host. Li Kang blessed several defensive magic circles, otherwise this body will be frostbite immediately if it reaches the opposite side. Stepping out of the portal, the scene of Hell's Kitchen disappeared behind him. He came to the periphery of the defensive circle of the holy sanctuary under the snow and gently shook the defensive circle. Be polite. Otherwise you will be unknown. Therefore, the guards shoot into the sieve, and the defensive firepower of the most holy place has always won the entire magic world. On the ice wall next to, an image of Master Guyi suddenly appeared. Li Kang, you are finally here. Master Guyi smiled softly. Don't talk nonsense, I'm going to freeze to death, let me go in first. Li Kang kicked the snow block anxiously. In fact, he was not really cold, but just returned to this sad place again, and his mood was particularly bad. The defensive circle opened a gap, and the 10-height gate of the holy sanctuary slowly opened. On the other side of the gate, Master Guyi was already waiting. I was ambushed by Casillas, and it took a lot of effort to escape. He has nearly 30 fanatics. Master Guyi, you are really old, he developed this size under your eyes. You don't even notice the power. Li Kang shook the windbreaker, shaking off the ice and snow. The two waiters next to Master Guyi heard Li Kang talking to Master Guyi in this tone, and both of them glared their eyes, but Master Guyi didn't take it seriously. I was negligent. Now the world is not peaceful, mutants, superheroes, let alone those coming gods. In order to cope with these, I have been very tired. Master Guyi rarely admitted that he was tired. The waiters on both sides took a breath. If the Supreme Master could not hold it, then where would this world go? What do these compare with Damam? Li Kang sighed. He understood the burden on Master Guyi, but who lived in this turbulent world, did not have their own burden. Master Guyi gently supported Li Kang's arm and said softly, don't talk about those today. I have a new apprentice here. The potential is very huge. I don't even lose to you. Do you want to go and see? This aroused Li Kang's interest. He really wanted to see where this person is sacred, even making Master Guyi so valued. The two of you are a bit like, but he has a little more sense of justice than you, and more principle than you. Master Guyi said unabashedly in front of Li Kang. Then I need to see more, so that Master Guyi thinks that someone stronger than me. What is special, what is his name? Li Kangming knew that this was Master Guyi's radical method, but he still had it in his heart somewhat angry. Master Guyi seldom gives people this kind of comment. Even if he is a radical, he will not force a person to spur him on. He can be used by Master Guyi to this point, which shows the unusualness of this person. His name is Stephen Strange, known as Dr. Strange. In the eyes of Master Guyi, there was a flash of fascination. Dr. Strange, what a weird name. Li Kang couldn't help but smile. Even if the magician called this name, it was amazing enough. Master Guyi brought Li Kang to the reception room. You read a book www.yuyuganshu.com and pours a cup of tea for Li Kang himself. What's the matter with you? Isn't it so welcome to me? Since I came, your face hasn't felt better. Li Kang said with dissatisfaction. Not against you, just about half an hour ago, the darkness dimension was not very peaceful. Someone in our world was calling Dormam, I guess. It seems that Cassilis has deciphered the scriptures and he has contacted with Dormam. Our world is in jeopardy. Master Guyi always has a melancholic temperament, but this time she is more sad than ever. Li Kong was taken aback. He didn't expect to play Cassilis once. He hadn't been able to stop him from summoning Dormam. As long as Dormam was involved, Cassilis would always have an amazing performance. Good at writing work, this time it was like playing chicken blood, so quickly grasped the content of the ceremony. In the tone of Master Guyi, with an obscure suspicion, Li Kong knew in her heart what she wanted to ask. I swear, I didn't translate a word for him, and I don't know how he did it. Maybe he was lucky, and the desperate experiment was successful once. If there is no trust between you and me, then no one can stop Dormam. You have taken so much energy from the dark dimension, and Dormam will not let you go. Li Kong knows his reputation. If Master Guyi believes that he is impossible, yes, so he can only put the serious facts on the table and let Master Guyi make his own decision. I know you haven't surrendered to Dormam, otherwise you have been transformed by the power of the dark dimension, but I'm a little tired. No matter whether it is Dormam or Cassilis, I can't afford to deal with it. Maybe I am really old. Master Guyi is rare, showing weakness. Chapter 20, Weird Doctor Strange. At the present time of the enemy, his master will be disheartened and unable to mention his fighting spirit. Li Kong was stupefied. He didn't wake up until the smoke in his hand reached his fingers. This is not enough. Master Guyi dealt with Dormam the main gun, even if she was tired, had to rest after repelling Dormam, otherwise the world would be over. You are the Supreme Master, if you even surrendered, then I might as well follow Cassilis, maybe I can get a place beside Dormam. Now, we are on a boat, take it out, come on, don't drag your legs. Li Kong walked over and placed one hand on Master Guyi's shoulder. Master Guyi gently leaned on Li Kang's hand, but moved away as soon as it touched, and when she stood up again, she only had a firm expression on her face. You must have any other plan, now it is not time for hiding. Say, what do I need to do? Guyi asked. Well, I really have a plan, and there is something in it. Except for you, I really can't think of a second person who can do it. I heard that you have a little friendship with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Li Kong has only heard of Nick Fury. He is said to have been a super agent since World War II, but he has been active till now. There must be something stupid in it. I have helped him a few times, and he owes me a lot of affection. Master Guyi generously admits that she also trusts S.H.I.E.L.D., which is indeed a very powerful force. I know that S.H.I.E.L.D. recently got a gem called the Universe Cube. I need this thing. I hope you can lend it to me. Li Kong has his own sources of information, even if S.H.I.E.D. tries to cover up the matter about the cube. He even took Captain America to attract the public's appeal and did a great job, but he still didn't hide his eyes. The cosmic cube contains a superpower, which is enough to change the rules of the game. Its energy is enough to distort the walls between the dimensions. In order to stop Dom, Li Kong needs its power. I try as much as possible. Nick Fury is a very human. You are a little bit like this in any way. I don't know if I can borrow it. Master Guyi frowned. She doesn't like dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. very much. This organization is not independent enough to influence its influence too much. And the peace for many years gives it a rotten atmosphere above and below. To put it bluntly, there is some bureaucracy, dealing with them, rules. Too much. It doesn't matter, you can tell him that if there is no universe Rubik's Cube, this is the end of the century, simple and clear. Li Kong smiled, like a hungry beast. Master Guyi sighed, she was confident that she could lend the Universe Cube, of course, at a price. Nick Fury had found her before, hoping that she could help, turning the energy in the Universe's cube into a powerful weapon. At that time, Master Guyi refused, but people like the position of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He refused the request of such a strong character as Master Guyi because he had lost his face, but Nick Fury would probably follow this opportunity to threaten Master Guyi. For this world, she cannot refuse. Sometimes, people are more difficult to deal with than the devil. The universe cube is very powerful. On the one hand, when I thought that I would promise to turn this dangerous thing into a weapon, on the other hand, I would give it to someone like Li Kong. Master Guyi couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's better not to be in this world, it's still the old world. At that time, there was at least a bottom line. Master Guyi leaned over and carefully took out something from his arms, that turned out to be a smartphone. Haha! You are finally willing to use your mobile phone. It seems that after I left, you have also kept pace with the times. Li Kong couldn't help but ridicule. When he was still an apprentice, the holy place was like a time. The Forgotten Corners do not even have TVs, but look now, even the Supreme Master is equipped with a smartphone. I bought it 2 years ago, there is Wi-Fi in the holy place, and you can access the internet at any time. We don't want to be a barbarian. Master Guyi was very resistant to high-tech products before, but since she had a mobile phone, she suddenly just let go. The original technology and magic are the same, but the way of using energy is slightly different. Dialed Nick Fury's private security number, and after a series of transfers, a low, hoarse, rhythmic voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Master Guyi? This is Nick Fury. Hello, Mr. Fury, I changed my mind about the last time we talked about, but I have a condition. This matter is related to the survival of this world. I want to talk to you, can you? Master Guyi. The voice is very solemn, but the expression on his face is like a little girl. Every time I use a mobile phone as a technology product, Master Guyi seems to be back to a young age. At that time, everything she saw was fresh. Now, she has that feeling again, that kind of wants to live, see feeling more and farther. Of course, I'm here to welcome you at any time. Let's go to the meeting room of Sky Carrier. Nick Fury couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. He was a person who knew how to grasp people's hearts, with a kind of imperceptible tone in his tone. Humility. Thank you. Master Guyi hung up the phone. She smiled and shook the phone in her hand. It is incredible, such a small thing, can easily connect with people on the other side of the earth, without the need for complicated ceremonies, just press a few buttons. Li Kong, who was drinking tea, shook his hand and burned his tongue. He had never thought that Master Guyi had such a naughty side in his life. The meeting with the director of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau could not be delayed. Master Guyi got up, opened the portal and left. Li Kong was left alone, looking around everything. And nothing changed. Although Wi-Fi was installed, even Master Guyi used his mobile phone, but the most holy place is still the original one. It is still so old. It is the earth. The oldest magic fortress in the world protects the strongest fortress in the world. Without it, the world has been ravaged by various monsters into a ball of mud. The longer you work as a magician, the clearer you know about the horrors of other dimensions. How lucky you are to live in such a peaceful and prosperous world. Li Kong can't understand why those mutants, superheroes, if you can't get along peacefully, you must turn the world upside down. Put down the teacup. He walked out of the meeting room with his hands on his back, and walked to the training ground. Now at this time, the apprentices are doing combat training, thinking that he was the king on the training ground. It's time to look at the man who even looked at Master Guyi differently. If you remember correctly, the man is called Dr. Kiwi, and Li Kong will not forget this name. At that time, he relied on his memory of Dr. Kiwi to find the most holy, so, speaking, Dr. Strange is still his benefactor. Took advantage of this opportunity to see what is special about him. On the training ground, one-on-one special training is being conducted. The apprentices on the ground basically hold weapons for training. You come and go, and occasionally use young magic to attack. There was only a man in his 30s with a stylish beard who had nothing in his hand, and he had suppressed his opponent with just a magic web. The man looks a little frivolous and looks handsome. When Li Kong sees him, he has a weird feeling. This person seems to be himself, a combination of Cassilis and Modo, frivolous, firm, and stubborn. A person can bring these 3 points together without making them objectionable, which is a skill in itself. The master trainer is an old man with only one arm. When he saw Li Kong, he could not help frowning. He came to Li Kong. "Li Kong, why are you here?" The training master has always disliked Li Kong. When training this person, he suffered a lot. "You were invited by your great supreme master, I am now a guest." Li Kong did not like the old stubborn in front of him. He asked the strange man, "Is that person a strange doctor?" "Yes, he has amazing talents that are hard for ordinary people to match, and even you may not be able to match them." The training master's tone is hard to conceal, he is quite confident in his love. Guang said with his mouth, "I am still the savior and his dad. Arrange for me, I want to see if you are bragging." Li Kong extinguished the smoke in his hand. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. Cigarette butts were jokingly thrown on top of the training master's head. The training master flicked his hands to take the cigarette butts, his fingers flicked, and the cigarette butts fell into the trash bin 100 meters away. "Come with me." The training master walked blankly in front of him. "No tricks, no magic beyond the apprentice level, understand?" Li Kong shook his trench coat and whispered, "What do you think I am?" "Don't worry, I haven't done it yet. I have to use a means to deal with an apprentice." "You are not sure?" the training master said casually. The two arrived at the training ground. The training master snorted, the sound was amplified numerous times, even the apprentices at the other end of the training ground can clearly hear. "Stop it all, Dr. Kiwi, you have a separate test with this gentleman, this is a powerful opponent, don't be merciful." The training master kindly reminded Dr. Kiwi. "Understood, this gentleman, I hope we can have a wonderful competition. After all, I am a star here. If you lose quickly, it will be boring. We want to let it burn, me. I hate the cold, ha ha ha." Dr. Kiwi doesn't know where he came from, and he seems to have said a joke. This joke is cold enough. Li Kong didn't hear anything funny anyway. A person laughed for a long time, but the people around him all had a cold face. Dr. Kiwi laughed for more than 10 seconds before waking up. No one thought his words were funny. The scene was not only cold, but also embarrassing to die. "Don't talk nonsense, go choose a weapon and let me see your skills." Li Kong rarely has the mood to play tricks with people. This strange doctor is not annoying, but when he speaks, Li Kong he wanted to blow him out with all his teeth. Chapter 21, Li Kong vs Dr. Strange. Dr. Kiwi raised his wounded hands and smiled bitterly. "I also want to choose, but my 2 old guys don't allow it, they will shake even if they take a coffee cup. I won't choose weapons, you are free, just do it." Looking at the pair of hands that seemed to be pieced together, Li Kong could feel the pain inside Dr. Strange. As a surgeon, his hands became like this, as if life had no meaning, but it was such an accident that made Strange the doctor found a better choice, he found magic. "Then I don't need weapons, I'll give you 3 seconds to prepare, 1 or 2. Li Kong snapped out a magic whip, and the bright magic whip rustled on the ground. When Li Kong counted to 2, the strange doctor who was still a hippie smiled suddenly shot, and a magic whip waved lightning, ran straight to Li Kang's eyes. This came down very suddenly, the average person was caught off guard, maybe he was really injured. Good guy, this is also a person who doesn't like to play cards according to common sense. But Li Kong is not an ordinary person. When he attacked people with magic, Dr. Kiwi was a neuromedicine who disdained when he mentioned magic. Li Kong ducked sideways and turned his wrist. The magic whip wrapped around Dr. Kiwi's left foot like a snake. Dr. Kiwi jumped lightly, and Li Kang's shadow stuck to it. The magic whip in his hand was beaten by a storm, although he was a person who likes to be surprised, but it does not mean that I like others to play with me. In fact, what Li Kang hates most is surprise. Doctor Strange is the strongest among the apprentices. Although he came the latest among the apprentices, he has made no progress at all. With only 3 months, the ordinary apprentice is no longer his opponent. Now the object of practice was changed to Master Modu, which is the most powerful magician in the entire holy place, except Master Guyi. But even if Doctor Strange has such a conceit, the reality is cruel. He is still not a level against Li Kang. From the sneak attack at the opening, Li Kang will attack unilaterally in the next time. Dr. Singularity was breathless. There are 2 sons who have been stalemate with me as an apprentice for so long, which is already amazing. Li Kang secretly praised in his heart. No wonder Master Guyi would value Doctor Strange like this. Some things are not achieved by hard training. In the magic world, talent is as important as hard work. Doctor Strange's feeling of magic is innate, just like being born for magic. The other party's attack is extremely rapid. The magic whip is like a light curtain. It can't keep up with the naked eye. Don't say Doctor Strange, even the crowd onlookers can only see a piece of brilliance, and cannot see the reality at all. Relying on the feeling of magic, he first sensed the flow of magic power, and his body reacted to it. Otherwise, Dr. Kiwi could not get through 3 attacks. Aren't you a so-called star? Take out some skills and let me see if you are as impressive as you boast. Don't be like a turtle with a head down. Attack! Li Kang growled, stimulating Doctor Strange, let him show more potential. The apprentices present were stupid. They rarely saw magicians like Li Kang shot, and the strange doctor who was so cheap was also unable to speak even one day. The apprentices can't help thinking about themselves. If the people on the field change to be themselves, how long can they last? Although Li Kang has shown mercy, but Dr. Kiwi's performance still exceeded his expectations, so he decided to put more water on him. He already has a preliminary judgment on Dr. Kiwi's defensive talent. Next, let's take a look at him. Is there any special talent in attacking? Doctor Strange felt inexplicably that the pressure on his body was much lighter. The magicians were able to use their magic power to create defensive shields and offensive weapons. More powerful magicians, such as Li Kang and Cassilis, were able to create more realistic ones. Weapons, but also realistic and powerful magic weapons. But a magician of his level can only create an unshaped weapon like a magic whip. In fact, the so-called magic whip is the primary state in which magic is shaped. It is also very unstable and has very limited lethality. After Li Kang released the water, Dr. Kiwi began a violent counterattack. The magic whip in his hand was like a shining viper, attacking Li Kang's body from all angles. At this time, Dr. Kiwi had no mood to tell jokes. The enemy is too strong, even more powerful than Master Modu. If this continues, failure will be an inevitable fate. However, similar to this level of attack, Li Kang has seen too much. The magic whip in his hand is opposed to each other, and he is just right to meet the magic whip of Doctor Strange. From a distance, it is like 2 people jumping one tacitly. The gorgeous dance is just fatal lethality in this kind of dance. What's the matter? You are so capable? Are you very humorous? It is better to tell 2 jokes to listen to it. If I am happy, I will let you go. Maybe your hands are not crippled? I will not bully a waste person. Li Kang couldn't help stimulating Doctor Strange with rubbish. The magician's ability is inseparable from his emotions. Sometimes, the outburst of anger will bring unexpected effects. Dr. Kiwi obviously cares about his hands. Li Kang aims at this, and exhausts his tongue, provoking the anger of the opponent. Sure enough, with the dramatic fluctuations in emotions, the shape of the magic whip in Dr. Kiwi's hands began to change. He used to be a genius neurologist, but because of a car accident, his hands were severely injured, and he has never been able to use a scalpel. This is his reverse scale. The people around him usually avoid his hands, even no gaze stayed on his hands. It was a scar on Dr. Strange's heart. But Li Kang's remarks were like sharp knives, which deeply pierced his heart, and powerful magic was forged in the furnace of anger. Originally, with his ability, he was not able to make magic weapons, but in the strong under the stimulus, the magic whip in his hand slowly faded away from the bright red color like a firework, and turned into a mysterious silver sword like smoke. Li Kang was also taken aback. This was the first time someone saw such transformation during the competition. After this transformation, Dr. Kiwi was able to officially bid farewell to his apprenticeship and become a qualified magician. Shoot! Dr. Strange's inner rage turned into ecstasy. The silver sword in the hand cut the air and pierced Li Kang's left eye. Li Kang tilted his head to hide, and the magic whip in his hand instantly transformed into a secret method. Silver sword, facing Dr. Strange, the two confront each other face to face, and this is already a competition between the two magicians. Okay. Stephen cheer. Beat him. The apprentices on both sides cheered repeatedly and cheered Dr. Kiwi. They all cheered with Dr. Kiwi and of course cheered for everyone. Ha ha ha. Do you still laugh at me now? Who is the court jester now, and you laugh again? Dr. Kiwi raised his eyebrows and exhaled. The expression on his face was very exciting. Li Kang sighed. It seemed that he would be looked down on without showing his true ability. He condensed his magic power, and suddenly a blue flame ignited on the mysterious silver sword in his hand. Hey! Dr. Strange raised his sword and fought, but felt a great power came from the opponent's sword. His knees softened and he knelt to the ground with one knee. One move suppressed the opponent. Li Kang raised his foot and kicked Dr. Kiwi out of his face, kicking Dr. Kiwi out 2 or 3 meters away. His nosebleed flowed down Dr. Kiwi's nostrils, ticking down. Don't want to run, it's not over yet, Li Kang thought. He held the mysterious silver sword with both hands, and with one point of force, one sword suddenly became 2 swords. He swooped in, and the double swords attacked successively. After Dr. Kiwi's swords collided together, Li Kang's mysterious silver sword suddenly deformed into a hand, grabbing the other's hand, and at the same time the other sword became a glove. Li Kang pointed at Dr. Kiwi in the stomach, bang! 3 consecutive punches. The original magic can still be used like this. Dr. Strange stumbled back 2 steps and spit blood. You still have more to learn. Li Kang shook his neck, stepped forward, and gave Dr. Kiwi a final blow to complete this small special training. www.novel.com. When knocking down Dr. Strange, Dr. Strange suddenly kicked the ground. His body was like a shell, slammed into the air at a speed like lightning. Li Kang was taken aback and turned his head to look. Dr. Kiwi's body was in the air, flashing a few times in a row, and suddenly came to the back of Li Kang's head, and volley punched him in the face. Cobra attack. Li Kang recognized this mode of attack at a glance. He tilted his head and lifted his hand to understate his grasp. It happened to grab Dr. Kiwi's fist. He fell over the shoulder and dropped Dr. Kiwi on the ground. Confess. Dr. Kiwi raised his hand and patted the ground a few times. This cobra attack was taught to you by Modu. I'm not afraid to tell you that this attack mode is actually my original creation. Li Kang tried out Dr. Kiwi, and indeed found a very powerful talent from Dr. Kiwi. Maybe it is your original, but it has been carried forward in my hands. I improved this trick. Maybe you are too arrogant and did not find this. Dr. Kiwi said that his improvement has already killed the original. Let's take some medicine for injury. Let's go to the field and come to a real magician competition. I still have a lot of originals waiting to be improved in your hands. Maybe I should take your nasty bird by the way. I also improved my face. Li Kang deliberately increased the tone on the word hand, and he was very uncomfortable with the arrogant attitude of Dr. Kiwi. Every time he saw such a person, his hand was very itchy and badly needed. Punch a few punches in the other person's face. Dr. Kiwi cares most about his hand, and his face is angry with Li Kong. Li Kong is waiting for it. This time, Dr. Kiwi will be taught a painful enough lesson. If you like this book, please recommend collection. Chapter 22, Meeting with the King of Hell. Suddenly, a lightning strike fell from the sky, hitting Li Kong and Dr. Strange, and repelled the two people who were approaching, an extraordinary black man, carrying his hands on his back, walking from a distance. The black dress was completely different from the apprentice, that it is a costume that only the highest level magician can wear in the most holy place. Li Kong, will you be in trouble when you come back? Maybe Master Guyi can forget what you have done, but I will closely monitor your every move, you better be honest. The Negro shouted sharply. Observe the great Master Modu. Li Kong joked a court ceremony. Master Guyi sent me to find you, you better go right away, the training ground is not where you should come. Modu has always been incompatible with Li Kong. Li Kong returned to the most holy place this time. Modu expressed fiercely against. Although I finally respected the decision of Master Guyi, there was still a pimple in my heart. Master Guyi came back so quickly. It seems that the meeting between her and Nick Fury should proceed very smoothly. The plan in Li Kang's heart has basically taken shape. In this plan, the Rubik's Cube has a vital role. Li Kong turned back to the of Dr. Kiwi and turned to find Master Guyi. When he passed Modu, Modu whispered, Li Kong, I warn you to stay away from Stephen, otherwise I will not let go you. Take care of yourself. Li Kong responded coldly and went straight to find Master Guyi. In the reception room, Master Guyi seemed very tired. Anyone who negotiated with an iron-fisted character like Nick Fury would feel great pressure, even Master Supreme Master Guyi was no exception. The cube of the universe you want is in this box. Its power is really strong, but it is not enough to deal with Dorma. What plan do you have, can you tell me now? Master Guyi raised his head, full of arms. Hope looked at Li Kong. Li Kong weighed carefully. He lay in the ear of Master Guyi and whispered what he wanted to do. Are you crazy? You want to trade with Mephisto, the King of Hell? Even if you want to save the world, you don't need to exchange your soul. Master Guyi's eyes widened instantly. She had seen too much to think she was smart. Those who deliberately deceived Mephisto and eventually became Mephisto's loot, the risk of this matter was too great. This is the only way I can think of, maybe there are other better ways, maybe finally use the Eye of Agamotto to control the time, which is a choice. Li Kong understands the risks of trading with the King of Hell, but in the face of the powerful Dormammu, the options available are too limited. If the Earth is successfully dragged into the dark dimension, then everything is over, because Dormammu is invincible in the dark dimension. No, you can't use the Eye of Agamotto. Time is fragile. Changing the time it will have unpredictable consequences. Then do what you should do. I'm going to help Nick Fury. You know that the Hulk appears, and someone needs to appease the angry beast. Master Guyi sighed, but in this important joint, he had to deal with the difficult monster like Hulk. Is this your deal with Nick Fury? To appease the Hulk and save the world, he chose the Hulk first. Does this person have a brain? Li Kong didn't know what to say, he didn't understand. The destruction of the Earth is at hand. Why S.H.I.E.L.D. still cares about a little Hulk? Master Guyi drank a cup of tea and shook his head recklessly. This world still knows too little about the magic world. This is not to blame Nick Fury, because he is also compelled. In the eyes of the public, the threat of the Hulk is much more real than a demon of any external dimension. She arranged a secret room for Li Kong, and told everyone not to disturb Li Kong. Master Guyi left with peace of mind and went after the Hulk. Li Kong is in the Chamber of Secrets. There is already a psychic circle in front of him, surrounded by a circle of candles, as long as others are in the circle of candles, the candles do not go out, then the demon ghosts in hell, including Mephisto, neither can hurt him. At this time, he should smoke a cigarette and be refreshed. If he is confident about what he is going to do, he is deceiving the ghost, although in front of Master Guyi, it seems that everything is under his control. But that is just bragging. In fact, to make Master Guyi feel at ease, she has been very difficult, and can no longer increase her psychological burden. The real situation is that Li Kong does not have any grasp in his heart, and he deals with Mephisto. No one dares to say that he is sure. Hell is also a dimension, a terrible chaotic dimension. In the Mephisto universe, Chaotic, one of the spokesmen, in hell, he is infinitely close to Almighty, and when this old guy makes a deal, he has always done it in his own territory. As the king of hell, Mephisto has both the characteristics of old tyrannical cunning and ruthlessness, but he is also cautious by nature. The magician who died in this Devil King's pit is enough to circle the equator twice. No matter how hesitant, in the end, he still has to go to this execution ground. Anyway, it is always a death, either Thomas or Mephisto. Anyway, it is a terrible choice. Do what you should do, believe in yourself, and you can do it. Li Kong just finished speaking, and he cursed, "Shut up, can you deceive others, and want to deceive yourself? Damn idiot! You are playing with fire. Playing with hellfire." Li Kong stuck his head and walked to the very center of the psychic circle. He used a lighter to light all the candles. This is a mysterious candle. Even if it is lit for a year, it will not extinguish itself. It is a psychic. The most advanced material. With such a candle protection, the magician can safely walk in hell. As long as there is no external damage, it will be no problem. The mysterious candle is produced in some temples dedicated to imp. In Thailand, the specific material is unknown. Such a candle will cost at least $10,000 on the black market. I am calling you, the great king of hell, your boundless anger, burning the whole hell. I am calling you. Mephisto, this person, needs to be with you. Complete a deal, please respond to my humble request. Li Kong reads a disgusting prayer, which was compiled by Mephisto himself, almost a tribute to himself. Li Kong read to the end, almost did not spit out. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Li Kong reluctantly read it again, but Mephisto still showed no sign of response. Go to you, I know you heard it, and if you don't respond to me, I will cancel this meeting. Don't install garlic with me, you may wish to deal with me. Li Kong scolded at the psychic circle. The mysterious candles around them suddenly ignited a foot-high green flame, and the psychic magic circle suddenly emitted a green dazzling light, and the light became more and more blazing. If you do not close your eyes, you will soon be burned. After a few seconds, the surrounding light disappeared and the secret room was gone. Around Li Kong, there was a sea of corpses, and the demons in the distance were roasting a sinner on the fire. Everywhere is the stench of sulfur. Inside the rolling blood lake, countless souls are wailing in pain. Ordinary people just glance at this terrible scene, and their minds will immediately be confused. The hungry demons can fight for a bite of flesh. 4 days and nights, there was nothing else in hell anyway, but there was time. In front of Li Kong, on a throne like a mountain, a giant beast is sitting. The ugliness of the giant beast is indescribable. Its head seems to be an abstract work that gathers all imaginable ugliness and giant beasts. There are 6 giant horns on the head, 6 blood pool-like eyes, and 6 giant fangs that are out of the mouth. The body of the giant beast is fat like a mountain of meat. The body is covered with cancer, sexually transmitted diseases, and abscesses. It emits a sewer-like stench. On the abdomen, there are 3 6 opposite marks, a giant tail, reaching directly into the distance. Little mortal, dare to call Mephisto, the king of hell, your soul will be tortured unimaginably. How dare you stand in front of me? Who gave you such a big dog guts? While there is still a chance, escape, Otherwise, in the next second, you will become the food in my belly, you will decay there for 10,000 years. The beast is Mephisto. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He spray with a terrible stench, he growled loudly. Mephisto, have you played enough? Everyone is an old friend, you want to rely on an avatar that is uglier than a dog, and scare me out of the protection circle. Isn't it a little fantasy you think? Li Kang's face took out a cigarette without fear, but found that there was no fire around him. Who could imagine in that he couldn't light a cigarette because there was no fire? The beast shook, and his figure shrank instantly. He became a middle-aged man wearing a red cloak and wearing a weird hairstyle. He looked like a palace clown. His appearance was actually handsome, but it gave a sinister and cunning feeling. Actually, I don't have any expectations, but I always have to try it. In case it succeeds, my old friend, what are you doing with me? Let's give me a hug first. Mephisto opened his arms, waiting for Li Kang. It's not as good as you come in, I let you do whatever you want, okay? Li Kang smiled, teasingly. Mephisto is like this, sometimes horrible, sometimes cynical, but as long as you have a trace of slack, it will immediately be lost. It's so ruthless, since you don't want to be polite, then I can't help it. Tell me, what are you doing looking for an old friend? Mephisto stooped down and sat behind him, a throne appeared out of thin air. Just supported his noble buttocks. Actually, I came here this time to give you a chance to save the world. I think you may have heard about it. Dormammu is going to start working on the earth. As expected, Mephisto was unmoved as Li Kang had expected. I just received a contract message, please rest assured to collect, please ask for a wave of votes, thank you. Chapter 23, The Most Shameless and More Shameless. What kind of news is that the old dog of Dormammu has been delusional to conquer the world, so I will not clash with the powerful Dormammu for your little world, and the task of saving the world is still left to you. These Earth people have done a good job. Mephisto does not hide the fact that he fears Dormammu. Dormammu is the master of the Dark Dimension. If in the Dark Dimension are at war, Mephisto cannot win this war. If can be truly unified, Mephisto can still have a chance, but it is impossible. In every myth, there is his own master. In fact, is cut into several large plates and dozens of bits and pieces. Small plates, including the Nordic Grim Reaper Hela, Catholic fallen angel Lucifer and Hell's general agent Mephisto, occupy most of the Hell. It is an open secret that Lucifer and Mephisto don't like each other. Lucifer believes that he has the highest popularity and strength, and deserves the largest place. Mephisto said that you are just a refugee in paradise. I am not a devil at all. As a spokesperson for chaos, Mephisto is an old devil, and he is rooted in prosperity. He leads the entire to prosperity. What qualifications do you have for a fallen angel to challenge me? Although on the surface, the two demon kings can still live in peace, but secretly set each other to make a trip, the secret fight has not stopped, especially Mephisto deceived the wrath of God from Lucifer, and took this thing as his own. Things are sold in the world, at least a lot of evil knights, especially for disgusting Lucifer, this thing is very shameful, and the whole is chanting. The situation of is also in line with its chaotic nature. There is nothing wrong with it, and no one can unify if they come. But in general, is in a state of fragmentation, but the darkness dimension is all under the rule of Dormammu, so don't blame Mephisto, there is a gap in the power. Really? You just do it? I thought you would be more sturdy. Brother Mephisto, I was really disappointed. You just gave up the earth like this? Think about it, billions of souls how many of them are destined to go to hell? Is there 1 billion? 2 billion? Or more? You don't want these shiny souls? How many of them have infinite potential souls that can become your powerful people hell leader, let alone those who have signed a contract with you for so long, so much investment, it's a pity. Li Kong slowly calculated Mephisto's loss. Enough. I know what I am about to lose, but fighting the dark dimension still exceeds my ability. Mephisto was of course annoyed, remembering the huge loss he was about to suffer. His heart was bleeding, but there is no good way. Dormammu's power surpasses Mephisto, which is an indisputable fact. So you gave up, don't even bother to think of a little way? Think about it, what will be written in the newspaper tomorrow? Nickname. The old king of hell, all investments on earth are accepted by Dormammu, the evergreen tree of Mephisto has lost his blood this time. What an attractive title! Li Kong ridiculed Mephisto with a relaxed face, watching Mephisto's complexion, becoming more than shit. It was even ugly, and there was a burst of joy in his heart. You're enough. If you have any good way, hurry up, otherwise you will get out of my hell. Mephisto finally became so angry that he ripped off the veil of kindness, revealing a terrible truth. The flames have spread with Mephisto's anger, hundreds of thousands of little demons could not dodge, and were caught in the flames, and they all turned into ashes in an instant. I'm here to find you, of course I want to help you. In fact, you don't have to fight with Dormammu at all. You just need to find an agent like Dormammu to do it for you. You are really luck, I just have a lot of dissatisfaction with Dormammu and can do you a favor for free. Such an opportunity is very rare. Li Kong smiled charmingly like a harmless pure white rabbit. Mephisto was stunned. He didn't speak for a long time, and he never dreamed that he would have a poor day. Li Kong, it's been a long time since I was a demon king, but it's the first time I have seen someone as shameless as you. Obviously you want to save your own world, but I said that it is for me. Even if I go, I can't beat Dorma. I will give you the power, what can you do? I might as well admit it, so as not to lose more. Mephisto said with his teeth. Then don't blame me, don't say I haven't given you a chance, goodbye. Li Kong turned and walked away, but he deliberately slowed down a few beats. Sure enough, Mephisto did not want to lose the earth in the end. He sighed. Li Kong, I will definitely regret it, in fact, I have regretted it now, but I still want to hear, what the do you have? Means to deal with Dorma. Li Kong silently took out the universe cube and took out the replacement scepter. He put the two artifacts together and placed them in front of Mephisto. Cosmic Rubik's Cube? What do you mean? I don't understand. Mephisto did not respond for a moment. Li Kong patiently explained his plan. The power of the replacement scepter can exchange the force with people. The plan is to directly use the replacement scepter to drag Dormammu out of the dark dimension. But Dormammu is too powerful. To force this existence, you need the power of the universe cube, but if you want to exert this power to the extreme, the user's power must be strong enough, at least at that moment, to have the power to face Dormammu. In the process of dragging the earth into the dark dimension, Dorma must have a part of his body leave the dark dimension. That is when he was the weakest. When he shot at that moment, he would succeed 100%. The source of his strength is the dark dimension. If you leave the dark dimension, then Dormammu is a fish that has left the water. If you toss it again, you won't be able to toss about how much wind and waves. Of course, the earth will be hit hard, but in the end it will survive. Mephisto's investment has also been saved, and a powerful opponent can be removed, killing two birds with one stone. Mephisto carefully evaluated it. This is a simple and rough plan, but as long as there is a universe cube, this plan is very reliable. As long as he provides Li Kong with sufficient firepower support at that moment, he can complete this feat. Li Kong further explained his plan. He didn't intend to actually replace with Dormammu, but to scare Dormammu, what will happen in the end, but also to implement it on the negotiation table. Maybe the problem can be solved without really going to that step, and Dormammu will not give up the dark dimension for a small earth. This is where the opportunity lies. www.altnovel.com. In the replacement scepter, I think that such a fierce plan is very risky, but the probability of success is also very large. I feel that there is no reason to refuse, but you know, I also have my own authority to implementation. If you want my support, you can, but you must sign a contract with me. Given that you ask me to transmit 90% of the power to you at a certain moment, then I think the price is your soul. This is already a good deal, isn't it? Mephisto took out a roll of parchment and placed it in front of Li Kong. Li Kong smiled bleakly. Do I have another choice? It seems not. Mephisto shook his head relentlessly. Li Kong thought for a while, and then made up his mind. I took the risk of the sky and held the investment for you, but you have to take my soul. You are more shameless than me, I promise you, but I want to try you first. Is the power really as powerful as you said? Don't you know that it's okay? The most important thing in doing business is to inspect the goods first, right? Totally reasonable. Mephisto snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Li Kang's body was surrounded by the flames of hell, and the endless chaotic power surged in his body. He could touch the stars with his hand, and his consciousness could extend to the deepest part of hell. Li Kang reached out his hand and was born in his hand. A sun burning with evil energy. The sun is burning, its light illuminates the entire in an instant. Mephisto also had to temporarily cover his eyes with his cloak. It was only less than 1,000th of a second. Li Kang took out a roll of parchment paper from his arms. Without replacing the scepter and the cube, he blessed Mephisto's power and forcibly signed it. The sheepskin roll was replaced, and Li Kang quickly took the contract he had exchanged into his arms. Chapter 24, Transaction complete. Your power is really great. After experiencing it for myself, I realized the breadth and depth of your power. Saying a word from my heart, I was really shocked. With this power, the world, as well as your investment, will be preserved. Please rest assured, this is a win-win deal. Li Kang nodded and expressed great satisfaction with this deal. I only hope that when I call you, you can abide by the contract and deliver the power on time. Of course, everything is done according to the contract, but I really didn't expect that you would sacrifice your soul for the earth. I also said a word from the heart. You really touched me this time. I used to think you were personal scum. I didn't expect to look away. Mephisto took one end of the sheepskin roll and handed it to Li Kang. No, in fact, I was forced to help. Entering the dark dimension is equivalent to suffering eternal torture. Yours still has at least a hope. At least I am in a relationship with you, so I recognize that will not go to darkness. Dimension, my heart belongs to you. Li Kang spit the lotus, holding the floating of Mephisto. The demon Longian Dayu repeatedly said that if Li Kang is going to in the future, then at least there must be a leader. Official title. Li Kang quickly thanked each other for his brothers, and had a special relationship. But Mephisto invited Li Kang out of the protection circle from time to time to go to for a visit, but Li Kang always refused politely, but never this evil. Pretended to check some contracts, Li Kang finally sighed and signed his name. Mephisto was satisfied with the contract, sealed with a layer of wax, and branded himself. After tearing apart from Mephisto, Li Kang turned and left hell. The terrible deal was finally completed. Li Kang couldn't wait to get rid of the psychic circle and return to the secret room. The secret candles around him were still burning quietly. He looked at the watch and the second hand in the watch. Just walked 1 square, tossing in for so long, but in the world is only less than a second. He took a breath, and the cold sweat on his body drilled out. I didn't expect it to be successful. This time it was successful. Besides luck, the more important thing is courage and wisdom. All omnipotence exists, there is a problem, that is arrogance. Mephisto never thought that Li Kang dare had such small movements under his eyelids. In their eyes, the so-called mortals are just ants. What ants can do great thing. The top sky is just a tick, and it is already a general among the ants. But taking Li Kang as an ordinary ant, it should be bad luck for Mephisto. This ant is not only cunning, but also bold, and extremely poisonous. When he was bitten by him, even an elephant had to sing and conquer. Li Kong took out the contract of Mephisto from his arms, his fingers trembling slightly. This contract is related to his soul, just like a piece of parchment. His soul must go to hell. He put the contract in, the candle was burned clean, and this thing could not be left. Suddenly, Li Kong discovered that, without knowing what was going on, the contract was obviously burnt down, but in a blink of an eye, it was restored again. It should not be. This contract was not printed by Mephisto and did not take effect. It should not contain any power. He must tighten his teeth, put the contract on the candle, and burn it again. But in the next second, the contract was restored, and then turned into ashes again. So repeatedly, more than 10 times, Li Kong instantly awakened. Damn, someone is using the Eye of Agamotto, only the Eye of Agamotto. Only this ability to manipulate time. Someone is controlling the Eye of Agamo, no matter who this person is, it must be the person in the most holy place, and it is the first time to control the time. The ability is still very young, plus Li Kong has the attribute of origin of the earth, right? This kind of ability to change reality has a natural resistance, otherwise it is difficult to perceive. Li Kong quietly watched the contract in his hand turn into ashes again. He got up and ran away in the direction of the library at the fastest speed. Inside the library, a person turned his back to the direction of the gate and manipulated the eye of the elder motorcycle. Is watching a private collection of Master Guyi. The Crimson Chain, with the life of Seth Stoke, imprisoned my enemies. Li Kong did not give this person any chance, and several times the Crimson Chain bound this person together in a flash, imprisoned in midair. Hey! What the happened? It's me. I'm Stephen. It turned out that the man turned out to be Doctor Strange, who controlled the Eye of Agamo. Do you know what you just did? You are playing with time. Time is far more fragile than you think. Every time you manipulate it, it will make it more fragile. Your behavior, maybe you created a multiverse, do you understand? Li Kong taught Doctor Strange abruptly, but he was just a beginner. He dared to touch the great artifact of the time, such as the Eye of Agamo, who was just looking for death. Modu and librarian Wang Wang are drinking tea in the management room. After Dr. Kiwi got out of control of the Eye of Agamotto, they also noticed something serious, and they also came to the library lobby. Li Kong, what's the matter? You put Stephen down first, and have something to say. Modu knew the power of the Scarlet Chain. As long as Li Kong had an idea, Dr. Kiwi could say goodbye to this world, his soul will be banished to the Crimson Universe forever. Li Kong nodded and put down Dr. Kiwi. Dr. Kiwi was controlling the Eye of Agamo. Just how did you do it? Why is it such an important artifact that can be encountered by him? Why do you teach a layman to use Agamo? Eye's method. I have never taught him. Modu looked at Dr. Kiwi in surprise. How did you learn to control the Eye of Agamo? I saw it in the book. Dr. Kiwi's frank look made him see that he was telling the truth. From the book, you can understand the manipulation of the Eye of Agamo. This kind of thing was only done by Li Kong at that time, but Li Kong was much more cautious than Dr. Kiwi. He did not try to manipulate time, Dr. Kiwi. Although it was almost middle-aged, he was as reckless as a child. Time is a long river, and it is not static. It can be changed, but without changing it, it will tear the reality and split a multiverse. Each universe is closely connected. The infinite number of multiverses brings unlimited species. Possibly, in a multiverse, a huge crisis that can destroy all universes will be born. This kind of thing has not happened. So, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com when everything is stable, never take time to joke, it is equivalent to laying a mine for yourself, as simple and rough as Dr. Kiwi to control the time, maybe buried it's just a mine, but a nuclear bomb. Li Kong explained the horrible results of manipulating time to Dr. Kiwi, and warned him a few words. Dr. Kiwi also recognized his mistakes and accepted all criticisms with humility, at least sincere attitude, making people unable to regenerate. Wang Wang used to close the eyes of Agamo. This time, he put it in a sealed box very carefully and would not be easily touched by others anymore. A big and small crisis was lifted. Just as everyone was relieved, suddenly the alarm bell sounded in the sanctuary. At the deepest part of the library, there was a secret room, and one of the 3 iron doors exuded red light. No, some people are attacking the sanctuary. Modu responded the fastest and rushed out first. The 3 iron gates lead to the 3 sanctuaries that protect the earth, each of which has a powerful magician stationed. The 3 sanctuaries form a huge protection matrix that protects the earth and is similar to the dark dimension this terrorist force invaded. Now, the sanctuary in London has been attacked, and the situation is very critical. It needs immediate support. Modu reached out to open the door of the sanctuary, but before him, it was Cassilis who had been transformed by the forces of the dark dimension. Cassilis is no longer human, he is only human in appearance, but his core has been transformed into a servant of Dormammu. "Hello, old friend," Cassilis said softly. The blade of darkness created by the dark energy in his hand penetrated into Modu's body. Modu covered the wound in his abdomen, and at the same time issued a magical energy, flying Cassilis out. Chapter 25, Never Succeed. Cassilis glanced at Li Kang's shadow before he flew out. The thing he hated most was that he played his several times. "Li Kang! I killed you!" Even if the body was sliding back, Cassilis still cursed Li Kang loudly, showing how deep the hatred was in his heart. Several fanatics lifted Cassilis, and they continued to rush to the side of the most holy place. Dr. Strange and Wang Wang were shocked by the sudden change, standing dumbly in place, not knowing what to do. "Just fine. 2 big idiots, close the door." Li Kang stepped over and closed a door, and Dr. Kiwi also sensed that he used to close the other iron door. "Li Kang! You coward!" When the iron door closed, Cassilis' unwilling voice squeezed through the door crack and clearly passed into everyone's ears. Modu was seriously injured, and Cassilis penetrated him with a sword. This injury was enough to kill Modu in a few minutes. Such a short period of time, but Li Kang knew a black witch's spell can stabilize the injury, at least will not make Modu life-threatening. "Bring him up, Wang Wang, and find all the apprentices, come quickly, and choose those who are strong and those who are weak." Li Kang looked at Modu with a heavy heart. Regardless of the relationship, this man is a man. The powerful combat strength at least can't let him fall down like this. Cassilis' luck didn't know why, and suddenly became so good that it would happen to hit Modu. On the one hand, Cassilis' power has been unprecedentedly strengthened, and in this regard, Mo has suffered serious injuries and his life is at stake. The balance of power is constantly leaning towards Cassilis, and the contrast of power is changing. The situation became very unfavorable in an instant. Originally thinking, relying on Master Guyi and Modu, as far as possible to delay the footsteps of the arrival of Dormammu, to earn enough time for himself, to break in the replacement of the scepter and the cube of the universe, but Cassilis, the god's envoy, the action was too fast, and London was captured in the blink of an eye. This fierce offensive disrupted Li Kang's steps. After Wang Wang went out, he quickly found more than 20 apprentices. Now the sanctuary talents are dying. Those powerful apprentices are basically absorbed by Cassilis into Dormammu's fanatics. I have to say, although Cassilis' magic talent is very strong, compared with his missionary skills, it is totally worthless. Li Kang let the apprentices hold hands around Modu, standing in a circle. Li Kang put one hand on Modu's wound, and one hand aimed at the ceiling. This is the most powerful Black Witch ever, Cynthia Von Dumm's spell. She is called the Dark Reaper because of this spell. She once harvested the souls of nearly 1,000 people, this crime that led to her being thrown into and never allowed to be overborn, but you don't have to be nervous. I have improved this horrible black magic, and now I will only harvest part of your vitality, and will not cause life danger. Understand? So don't be nervous. Li Kong was afraid of any misunderstandings from the apprentices, so he patiently explained. We don't want to be scared, but master, you seem to be very guilty, and your head is all sweaty. An apprentice said worriedly. Nonsense, how could it not be guilty? Once the Dark Reaper's spells are used, they will use Li Kong as the medium to transfer the vitality of the apprentices to Modu. If during this period Modu died because of his injuries, all the apprentices will be buried with him. If you are lucky, Modu is rescued, and these apprentices must also be physically and mentally hit, and they cannot take care of themselves within a month. The cost of this spell is so great. Li Kong was afraid that these apprentices would change their minds. He cast a spell loudly, a black sticky substance like asphalt, following his hand, sprayed onto the ceiling. These substances reflected down, turned into black lines and penetrated in the apprentice's eyebrows. The apprentice's vitality was drawn out and poured into Modu's body. Modu's body penetrates the wound, and the black matter will be harvested vitality into the terrible wound. The wound heals at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Modu's face gradually improves and his breathing is more stable. The spell worked. Although Modu didn't wake up, but his life was saved. Li Kong took the spell back. 20 apprentices leaned against each other like a domino, and fell into a circle. They are all right. Dr. Kiwi examined the apprentices worriedly, and saw that the apprentice's breathing was still steady before he let down. Li Kong wiped the sweat on his forehead. The result of this adventure was not bad, otherwise he would have more than 20 lives on his hands, and Wang Wang and Dr. Chi were relieved. No matter what the process was, the result was satisfactory. At this time, the second of the 3 iron gates, which led to the New York sanctuary, also issued a red light of alarm. Casillas had broken through the warning of the New York sanctuary and entered the sanctuary. Within. In the impression, the guard of the New York sanctuary should be the strong black man Uncle Carl, who sounds like Hong Zhong, who is an amazing magic fighting expert. If he can't even withstand Casillas, Li Kong couldn't think of anyone among the people present who could turn the tide. But the more and more urgent alarm seemed to tell Li Kong, don't have unnecessary illusions in mind, Master Carl has been defeated, no one can stop Casillas and his fanatics. Although he can carry Casillas. But other fanatics are not so easy to deal with, fanatics with the power of the dark dimension. Yu reading www.yuuganshu. Each of Com's power has been greatly improved. With their cooperation, on their own and Dr. Strange, there is no hope of victory. We should support New York immediately. Dr. Strange anxiously opened the portal to the New York sanctuary, and wished to rush in immediately. His hometown is New York, where there are women he loves. He was about to walk into the portal, but felt no one was following him behind him. Dr. Kiwi looked back, and Li Kong held the cigarette, motionless, completely meaningless to keep up. Don't be stupid, now we have no use in the past. Now in the most holy place, there are fighting forces, just you, me, Wang Wang is just a librarian, and the rest of the old guys, in theory, no one can. On the battlefield, it's all waste. Casillas still has at least 20 fanatics, each of which is no worse than you. The 2 of us used to go to death, to be heroes, you go well, don't ever take me. Li Kong calmly analyzed the current situation. The strength of the enemy and the enemy is now very different. The most taboo thing is to go to hero like a fool. Although this universe is very similar to the one in the movie, it is actually not the same thing at all. In this world, people are injured, they don't turn the camera like it's okay, they are jumping around, they are stabbed in the stomach, no one can stick a piece of tape on the stomach, and they can endure the pain and fight the people. In the 300 rounds, at least Li Kong had never seen that kind of cattleman in his life. Here, he was panting for a long time when he was kicked, his arm was broken, and he was able to throw a fist again by tying a board. That was a joke. In this world, there is nothing dangerous to save you from danger, you can only rely on yourself. The next time I like this book at 2100 hours in the evening, please give a collection and recommendation ticket to encourage, thank you. Chapter 26, Damn Madonna. This is Li Kang's personal experience after so many years of hard work. The sanctuary in New York will definitely fall. This is undoubtedly not only the sanctuary in New York, but also the sanctuary in Hong Kong, will definitely fall. Now the replacement of the scepter, the power of the universe cube and Mephisto are in the hands. The overkill of Damum's killer has been prepared. At this time, you should study the following tactical issues about Damum. In order to save a magic master, you put yourself in the hope of saving the world to death. This is things that idiots can do. Aren't you so cold-blooded? I'm not like you. I have to see whether it is dangerous or not. Dr. Kiwi looked at Li Kang with contempt. What he couldn't understand was that people like Li Kang, mastered with such a powerful force, why is it still so selfish? Actually he didn't understand it at all, this is not called selfishness, but the wisdom of survival. Li Kang never thought about what heroes he wanted to make. He didn't have any affection for the so-called superheroes. The best world is that there is no superpower. Everyone crawls on the ground like ants, so at least it is fair. I just want to send you to die, I still have something to do. Li Kang said enough, for those who want to find death, everything is in vain, it is better to take this time to go to Hong Kong. The last sanctuary in Hong Kong, Casillas will not waste time, and find other places to summon Dormammu, and Dormammu does not have that patience, so it will definitely come in Hong Kong. The most sensible thing now is to find a safe. The place was ambushing, waiting for Dormammu to appear at the weakest moment, dragging him directly from the dark dimension. While the two were talking, suddenly, Li Kang's back was suddenly pushed by a man. This force was very powerful, pushing his body to rush forward involuntarily and rushed across the portal. Turned out to be Wang Wang behind Li Kang. He was not worried that Doctor Strange went to the New York sanctuary himself, secretly shot, and pushed this on Li Kang. Coward, don't be a magician if you are so afraid of death, it is really shameful to the people of the magic world. Wang Wang strode forward and said to Dr. Kiwi, come on, people here, take care of me. Doctor Strange nodded and rushed into the portal. Wang Wang closed the iron gate leading to the New York sanctuary. Two idiots who thought they were heroes, so they joined forces to bring Li Kang into the fire pit. In the sanctuary of New York, Li Kang grabbed Dr. Kiwi's neck and hit a mallet against Dr. Kiwi's face at the moment when Dr. Kiwi came out. A restraint spell cursed Dr. Kiwi against the wall, and Li Kang aimed at Kiwi. The doctor's kidney hit several times in a row, almost bursting his kidney. Idiot! You are all idiots. I already have a way to save this world, but the two of you heroes have brought me into this desperate situation, you group of self-righteous stupid forks, why don't you be yourself? Don't die. Li Kang didn't dare to speak loudly, but he was really mad, and he really wanted to pinch down like this, and he could just kill Doctor Strange. Cough, why didn't you come early? Do you think I like being a hero like that? I'm just a doctor, something like magical war, do you think I like being drawn in? I was thinking that I was dead anyway, it's better to be glorious than death. How can I know that you still have a plan? Said Dr. Kiwi's face was purplish red, and he broke into Li Kang's shackles. After landing, he covered his mouth with one hand and coughed gently. It's shameless enough, it's obviously your idiot Madonna's outbreak. It's not a matter of killing yourself. You have to hold me back. But now it's like everything is my fault. I might as well kill you now. Don't forget it. Li Kang raised his fist and gestured against Dr. Kiwi's high nose bridge. Okay, I admit that I'm an idiot, I'm wrong, wait, let's stop arguing first, there is movement below. Dr. Kiwi motioned to Li Kang to listen carefully. Sure enough, there was a conversation downstairs, but the distance was a bit far away, so I couldn't hear what was said. Dr. Li Kong ignored the strangeness, leaned against the wall, and walked up to the stairs. The New York Sanctuary is a two-story building. Because the sanctuary is very vulnerable to attack, the real sanctuary is located in the dimension of the mirror, so that even if it is attacked, it will not affect the ordinary people living nearby. From the appearance, this is a very ordinary private museum. On the first floor, as strong as Master Karl on a hill, kneeling on the ground, next to him stood Cassilis and 8 fanatics. Master Karl, you fought very bravely. I admire your ability very much. I'm not afraid to tell you that we have all been bathed with the light of the King, ma'am, the power of the dark dimension, rising in my body. Your failure is inevitable. Yes, but as I said, I really appreciate you very much, so I want to give you a chance that no one else has. Join us, become our partners, and serve King Dama together. How about? Yasa's voice was as indifferent as he thought. Kill me, let me fall into the arms of the goddess of death. I'm not afraid of death, but let me be a slave to Dormammu forever. I might as well die. Master Karl responded hard. It's a pity. Cassilis shot suddenly and cut off the head of Master Karl with a sword. The dark energy swallowed Master's body like a plague. No. Dr. Kiwi had never seen such a horrible and cruel thing. He stood up in horror and exclaimed. Li Kang's intestines are regretful. He should have been ruthlessly just now. He has scrapped this idiot waste. He has looked around and looked for a place to hide. This kind of pig teammates can't afford to take it. This life must be explained. Cassilis was startled. www.novel.com. He turned his head to look at Dr. Kiwi, and when he saw Dr. Kiwi's apprentice costume, he smiled slightly. It turned out to be just an apprentice. I seem to have seen you. This world is about to burn. Let's join us and join the camp of King Dama. Cassilis is a very qualified missionary, just seize the opportunity, he will develop believers. Only when he told Master Karl that joining the Damam camp was an opportunity that no one else had, but in an instant, he invited Dr. Kiwi. I don't think so, I have no interest in your evil camp at all. Dr. Kiwi said with a frivolous smile. It's a pity. What's your name? Cassilis remarked. My name is Stephen Scranchy, known as Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange sees Cassilis become very kind, and he relaxes a little. Dr. Strange, what's this name? It looks like a magician. Cassilis rarely smiled. He compared gestures to the fanatics around him. The sorcerer's name is so insulting. It's really an insult in your eyes. You go. Come on, kill him. Crazy smiles appeared on the faces of the fanatics. The 2 fanatics walked up the stairs and approached Dr. Strange. Kong, come out to help. Dr. Kiwi calmed on the surface, but knew in his heart that without Li Kang's help, he was dead this time, but when he turned his head to look again, Li Kang's figure was gone. Damn yes, this coward actually left me and ran away. Okay, I fight with you. Everything within the dimension of the mirror can be changed according to the magician's idea, provided that your magic power is strong enough, and the mastery of the magic power is as large as the power to control the dimension of the mirror. For recommended collection. Chapter 27, Life in Jedi. Although I have only learned the method of affecting the dimension of the mirror in a book, as an apprentice who dares to take the Eye of Agamotto as an experiment, this test is nothing at all. Dr. Kiwi's hands are stretched out, and the dimension of the mirror moves a little. Responding to him, his heart throbbed, his hands rising upward. The stairs at the foot of the fanatic suddenly rose up like a huge wave on the sea. Without any precaution, the fanatics were lifted out by this sudden force and fell to Cassilis' side. The trick is still very young, but the courage is commendable, but it is a pity that if you are willing to surrender to us, you will be a qualified Dormammu envoy. Cassilis' hand stretched out and waved easily. The ground was like the waves were rolling, and immediately cut off the connection between Dr. Strange and the dimension of the mirror, and shocked him. Two fanatics rushed to the second floor. They were also apprentices of the holy place. Although the powerful power of the dark dimension made them stronger, they also expanded the dark side of their hearts. Apprentice, able to master the powerful magic power in a short time, has even controlled the dimension of the mirror. Originally, he has a strong jealousy in his heart. Now this dark emotion has been expanded into a hatred like wildfire. Only by killing Dr. Kiwi can they be psychologically satisfied. We should be reasonable, but I am just passing by, you don't have to kill me. Dr. Kiwi raised his hands as if to surrender. I know now that it is too late. You have been dead since you rejected my good intentions. Cassilis did not care about the life and death of an apprentice. He had lost interest in Dr. Kiwi and broke the seals of the three sanctuaries are what he cares about most now. A fanatic waved his magic whip and approached Dr. Strange with a grin, and Dr. Strange was still a frightened expression, but suddenly, he forged a mysterious silver sword, and struck the head of the fanatic with lightning. Crazy believers step back 2 steps in horror and forge weapons with magic power. This is something a qualified magician can do. Although he has been strengthened a lot, he has not exceeded the level of an apprentice. But Dr. Strange's shot was too sudden, he had no time to respond, he could only make a scalp, his hands made a magic net, parry the mysterious silver sword cut on the magic net, arouse the sky sparks. Silver sword is highly concentrated magic. As a result, the magic web is only the primary performance of forging magic power. The two are not comparable in strength. Dr. Strange struggling with a sword, severing the magic web and piercing the chest of the fanatic. Another fanatic stepped on the wall and turned over on the second floor. Dr. Kiwi flew when he had not yet established a foot. The fanatic broke the railing and rolled over, hitting the chandelier on the first floor, leading the way Firelight, lying on the ground motionless. It seems that I have been away from the holy place for a long time. I didn't expect Master Guyi to discover a genius like you again. How long have you been studying magic? Cassilis asked in surprise. I have been studying for almost a month. Dr. Kiwi said frankly. That's really amazing. I'll ask you one more time at the end. Would you like to join us? Cassilis' heart rose to love, and on Dr. Kiwi's body, he saw Li Kang's shadow in a trance. I can't think of it anymore. I have no interest in destroying the world. Dr. Kiwi took a few steps back. He didn't dare to confront Cassilis. What he is thinking now is how to escape. I don't know where Li Kang is hiding. Maybe he has escaped long ago. Dr. Strange's heart is no longer to blame Li Kang. Now it seems that Li Kang is right. Such a meaningless hero is not only useful. Not at all. Almost involved Li Kang. I just hope Li Kang can escape. If Li Kang was so involved that he could not successfully save the earth, his sins were so serious that he would not be compensated even if he died 10,000 times. Destroy the world? It's a joke. I don't want to destroy the world, but I want to save it. Do you know how great and sacred the dark dimension is? There is beyond time, in the dark dimension, everyone will get eternal life. The earth will not be tortured by time. You know, the earth also has its lifespan. Time will soon end our beautiful world, but if it is included in the dark dimension, then the earth will never die. Cassilis spoke affectionately about the future of the version of the earth he believed in. But Dr. Strange is not so easy to be fooled. When studying the Eye of Agamo, he learned about some of the dark dimension. Everything in the dark dimension is under the control of Domum. Domum is a cruel and inhumane. The evil god, killing and conquering as the greatest pleasure. With Domum's character, once the earth falls into his hands, he certainly cannot escape the fate of being destroyed and destroyed. Domum's character includes cunning, cruelty, etc. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He is lacking in the words of benevolence, and the earth must not fall into the hands of such a cruel evil god. I don't think so. Only fools will believe that Dorma will let go of the earth. Let's see you again. Dr. Kiwi suddenly turned and ran. It's too late. Cassilis had extended the magic tentacles behind Doctor Strange while he was speaking. Boom! The corridor behind Doctor Strange suddenly squeezed together, blocking his way. Cassilis took his men and approached Doctor Strange. This time without any temptation, he decided to kill this Doctor Strange who didn't know what to do, and strangled everything in his embryonic state. The 6 fanatics were scattered, and Cassilis was sitting in the town. They assuredly rushed to Doctor Strange. In this small space, even if Doctor Strange was even more powerful, he could not win. Dr. Kiwi also understood this. He made the worst plan, holding desperate silver sword desperately, waiting for the final outcome. At this moment, Dr. Kiwi suddenly discovered that behind Cassilis, a medieval knight, the mask of the whole body armor moved. And the knight armor walked silently down the booth. The sword in his hand was wrapped in a blue magic flame. Hey! Cassilis felt Doctor Strange's face, the look of despair and fear disappeared, and replaced it with a surprised expression, which looked wrong behind him. Cassilis' eye suddenly turned back. Poof! The sword in the hands of the knight's armor penetrated Cassilis' body, and the mask opened, revealing Li Kang's smiling face. It turned out that he did not escape, but kept hiding here, waiting for the opportunity to start. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 28, Last Warning. Sneak attack is the most important thing, is not how exquisite the design is, as long as it is concealed and unexpected. I remember when I watched the movie of Spider-Man on Origin Earth, whenever I saw Spider-Man raided the villain from the dark, it was about 10,000 miles away, with spider silk swaying, and the wailing cry rushed up, and almost every time he can kick on the villain's face, Li Kang has the urge to throw the popcorn in his hand on the villain's head. Just go home with this kind of waste and hug the child, what a villain! This IQ is not worthy of being a clown. Li Kang was thinking at the time, that is, in the movie, if it is in the real world, this kind of wave is not known how to die than death. Once people step on to find death, they often appear in composition and wave. In fact, such a person, even a superhero, is not bad enough to die. When the opportunity came, Li Kang shot secretly, with a ruthless, accurate, and stable attitude, and he did not live up to the fate of the fate. The position of the piercing is exactly the same as the position where Cassilis pierced Motu. Such an injury, if there is no special means, no doubt. Hi, old friend. I met again, I didn't expect it to be me, you were pitted by me again. Li Kang mocked mockingly, with this sword, our debts will be cleared, let's go to with confidence, I have a relationship with Mephisto, but I will definitely arrange a good position for you. If I have time, I will be happy to watch you perform a good show of being demolished by a demon, haha, it must be wonderful, Coke and explosion, I'll bring my own popcorn, I don't need you. Cassilis, who was badly hit, instantly collapsed his control of magic, and the corridor twisted by him also restored to its original appearance. Cassilis grabbed the sword and tried his last bit of strength, punching Li Kang's mask. The power of his desperate blow was quite good. Li Kang couldn't dodge and was caught fly out. Black energy and blood flow like Cassilis' body like viscous asphalt. Li Kang got out of the knight's armor and looked at Cassilis in surprise. If he was an ordinary person, he was hit so hard, even if he didn't die, he would have lost half his life. At that time, after Motu was stabbed, he passed out in a blink of an eye. However, Cassilis did not stand up, but instead raised a hand to the sky and chanted prayers aloud. Not good. He is calling Dorma. Li Kang immediately awakened, suddenly surrounded by boundless darkness, above the dome, a purple sun-like eye, watching closely from the dark dimension. Cassilis, those are Dormammu's eyes, he was closely watching his envoy. Dormammu's voice shocked everyone's heart. Dormammu, my deity, Cassilis. You have suffered a shameful defeat, which should not have been forgiven, but you are my favorite messenger, I am willing to give you a second chance, and the only one, seize it. Don't let me down again. Otherwise you will endure my boundless anger. From Dormammu's eyes, a black beam of light shone over Caecilius' body. Caecilius was struck by lightning and issued a screaming heartbreak. His body was in the black light, slowly the body turned into black, and the wounds of the body also healed slowly. Dormammu gave Caecilius more powerful power. Now Caecilius has completely separated from the flesh, the body is completely composed of dark energy, he was stripped of the last trace of humanity, and became a slave of Dormammu. But this conversion will take some time to complete. Li Kong raised the mysterious silver sword and rushed over the black beam of light. Instead of slashing 1 cent at a time, he was blown out by a huge force and fell nearly 10 meters away. The tiger's mouth was cracked with a blood mouth, Yin Hong's blood penetrated through the wound. Doctor Strange quickly rushed over to support, but was blocked by 2 fanatics. Domum personally healed Caecilius. It took enough power to destroy a moon-sized planet, but it penetrated the walls of dimensions and entered Caecilius' body, which was less than 1 in 10,000, but it was enough to transform the card. Silas, so that he can stand up again and continue to complete the task. Idiot, don't try to be a hero, run quickly, it's too late to run again. Li Kong shouted to Dr. Kiwi, if Caecilius recovered, he wouldn't win if he added Dr. Kiwi. I'm not leaving, I can't just leave you like that. Dr. Kiwi shouted unwillingly. Idiot. Li Kong wiped the blood on his hand and said to Caecilius and others, you want me, don't embarrass Dr. Bizarre, follow me if you want revenge. Li Kong turned and ran down the stairs, and the fanatics looked around, not knowing who to deal with first. Go to intercept Li Kong, he is the most dangerous, this singular doctor needn't control him. Caecilius can't come out in the beam of light, but still plays the role of a commander. Doctor Strange was not willing to give up, and suddenly from the room behind him, a red cloak was automatically worn on him. This is a very precious treasure in the sanctuary. It is called the flying cloak, which is different from ordinary treasures. The flying cloak has an independent consciousness. When Master Guyi was young, he wore the flying cloak all the year round and went to heaven to fight against the evil forces that wanted to invade the world. The flying cloak pulled Doctor Strange into the room and the door closed with a bang. Crazy believers just about to open the door, Caecilius roared, go chasing Li Kong. I want to commit suicide. Crazy believers did not hesitate, turned around and chased down the stairs. Damn, let go, I'm going to save Li Kong. Let me go. Dr. Kiwi desperately tore the flying cloak, he couldn't just watch Li Kong sacrifice. Suddenly, a playful voice came from behind him. www.novel.com. Wow, I didn't expect you to care so much about me, I really don't know if I should be touched, or I should laugh at you. As a magician, how can I believe in myself? What do the eyes see? It is a miracle in itself that a person like you can live to the present. It turned out to be Li Kong. He actually used Rocky illusion when he made drive. Kiwi leave, and he ran into this room long ago. Outside, Dr. Kiwi, like an idiot, had to desperately rescue Li Kong. To be honest, it really touched him a little, but how to drag it off? Sooner or later this trick would reveal stuff, and Li Kong found out that there was no way. He put the flying cloak in the cupboard and rescued Doctor Strange. Crazy believers are chasing only phantoms. It won't take long for the phantoms to disappear and Caecilius will chase them again. I just want to save you, why do you always sneer at me? Dr. Kiwi was not very happy, and felt his kindness was not understood. If you really have that ability, you are going to save me, of course I am happy, but every time you shout to save someone, the last is my hand, you are just a burden, this is the last time, if you make your own claims next time. If you dare to save me, if you dare to pull me into the water without anyone else's hands, I will personally find a steel tube tucked into your chrysanthemum and give you a big puncture, do you understand? Li Kong issued very seriously caveat. Chug. Dr. Kiwi chrysanthemum tightened, swallowed a spit, nodded and said, "Ming. I see." At this time, the hysterical roar of Cassilis came from outside. "What? You said it was illusion? Go and see in the room. They can't run far. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you." Chapter 29, Trapped in the Dimension of the Mirror. It was found, hurry up. Li Kong waved his backhand at the wall, the bricks of the wall moved down piece by piece, forming a ladder to the street below. He took the lead no matter what Dr. Kiwi thought. The first rushed down, casually found a direction to flee. The two had just landed, and the sanctuary behind them suddenly split from the middle, Cassilis burning with black embers, just like the youngest one, with a black magic fire burning on his body. Dare not imagine this, how painful it would be to burn this kind of magic fire, but this is all he asked for. This is not considered to be dead, and it is still considered to give the earth to Dormammu. Li Kong, don't you want to run away this time? Cassilis punched the ground, the concrete floor was lifted like a tsunami, and the overwhelming rush. Cassilis's power has been greatly enhanced, and he has the power to knock down mountains and rivers at random, but no matter how strong the power is, it only works in this dimension, and will not affect the real world, so this scene becomes very weird. Although it was turned around on the ground that was lifted, there were still pedestrians on it, walking head down, completely unimpressed, but people in the dimension of the mirror would be greatly impacted if the impact was sufficient. It is powerful and can cause fatal damage. Li Kong pulled a violent turn of Dr. Bizarre. The powerful shock was like a galloping locomotive, and rushed past, almost swept the two in. This kind of impact hit him and was hit by a car in the real world. There is no difference, but the bones are broken and the bones are broken, and the weight is directly killed. Li Kong found that the impact of Dormammu on the dimension of the mirror is much greater than in the real world. In the dimension of the mirror, Cassilis's power is stronger. It is very unfavorable for Li Kong to play here. The dimension of the mirror may have a little life. I'll hold him for a while, and you open the portal. Li Kong turned back, grasped the open with both hands, and pressed together, with the sound of skyscrapers on both sides, merging together. With a twist of his hands, the landscape in front of him twirled violently and turned into a tornado, blocking him in front of Cassilis and others. Doctor Strange rotates his finger and wants to open a portal to the outside world, no matter where it leads, as long as he can avoid Cassilis. Suddenly, the dimensions of the whole mirror poured out, and the sky turned around. Li Kong and Dr. Kiwi flew out of the ground and smashed into the car next to him. The young man in the car was in close contact with his girlfriend, but he didn't see it in the door. 2 people are posted on it. The whole world seems to have become a broken mirror. Looking from Li Kang's direction, there are images of Cassilis in all directions. It is impossible to tell whether he is chasing from that direction. In fact, at this time, the direction is not important. 2. This is caused by the disparity in power contrast. At this time, the dimension of the mirror is like a huge sandbox. Li Kong and Dr. Kiwi are 2 little bugs in the sandbox. Cassilis controls the entire sandbox, regardless of Li Kong. Escape from that direction. As long as Cassilis reverses the entire sandbox, then Li Kong will come to him in the end. As a magician, Li Kong understood this in a blink of an eye. Doctor Strange was just wondering why Li Kong did not escape. In a blink of an eye, he also wanted to understand that it doesn't make sense to escape in any direction unless it can be opened. A portal to escape the dimension of the mirror, otherwise it is in vain. It feels awful to be played with clapping. I didn't expect him to be so powerful, but it can affect the dimension of the mirror in such a large range. Li Kong stood on the roof of the car, waiting for it. We have no way out, and all we can do now is to try to kill one. Blood Road. Drive. Nodded, he stood bravely beside Li Kong and said loudly, although we haven't met for a long time, it is my honor to fight you to the end. Oh, idiot, shut up. If it weren't for you, how could I fall into this situation and die with you? It's the worst thing I have encountered in my life. Modu is not as annoying as you are. Remember, if you die, your soul will go north and my soul will go south. We better never meet again. Li Kong hated Doctor Strange. Don't think you can blame you if you die. If anything, if you can die, what will do? Cassilis took his fanatics and chased them over and over. After Dormammu gave him strength, no matter the speed or strength, there was a qualitative leap. If it was before, give him such a long time, he also can't catch up with Li Kong. Why? Give it up? I thought you would be struggling for a while. I used to envy you for being powerful, but now it seems to me that you are too small, like a little ants. People, I'm not interested, Cassilis said coldly. After being boosted by Dormammu's power again, his hatred for Li Kong became a lot calmer. Now he destroys the sanctuary and brings the earth into the dark dimension. This is the most important thing. Domam deprived Cassilis of being immortal, allowing him to serve himself more efficiently, so Cassilis naively believed that he would be free as long as he reached the dark dimension. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. What a ridiculous thing it is now that his ego is forcibly distorted by Domam's will and becomes a puppet that regards Domam's command as the highest goal. He has no ego and talks about freedom. He is now just a slave of Dormammu. In fact, he is not even a slave. Although the slave has no freedom, he has free will. Cassilis is now at most a tool. Hehe, don't think you can win the game steadily. I'm not so good at dealing with it. Li Kong is not bragging. He really has a killer in his hand. The contract with Mephisto is still there. It is urgent. Used, all are dead, before death, in any case, have to addicted. Although using this power against Cassilis, it is equivalent to the missile hitting mosquitoes, which is too big a problem. But it is better than such a sacrifice in vain. Even if you die, you have to put a few backs. Li Kong quietly draws a summoning circle in your palm. As long as it is activated, the power of the devil Mephisto will bless him. On him, Cassilis, you little bichi, see who the ants are. Just when both sides had made up their minds and did not give each other a chance, suddenly everyone's feet swayed violently, the ground was lifted into the air by a huge force, about half of the cities rose with it, and the ground under everyone's feet slowly the deformation slowly becomes a gossip-shaped platform, and the surrounding tall buildings become regular geometric shapes, slowly rotating around the platform. Open the background and found that I have collected more than 300. I am really happy. There are no advertisements or recommendations. This is the result of everyone's support. Thank you. I hope everyone can vote more and collect more. It will be better for me to make peace for me. Chapter 30, Ancient One, Master Falls. Suddenly a portal appeared out of thin air. Master Guyi was wearing a hood and robes and was killed from the portal. She was dancing with a bright red fan-shaped weapon in her hand. It was gorgeous like a dancing butterfly. Cassilis, who killed a fanatic, seriously wounded 2 others. In the eyebrow of Master Guyi, there is also a mark of Dormammu similar to Cassilis, which is a sign that appears when the power is too great from the dark dimension. It turns out that the rumors are all true. Our supreme mage, the secret of immortality, is really your strength from the dark dimension. Doctor Strange was greatly hit. Master Guyi had a position similar to God in his mind. I didn't expect that in the end. It turned out to be a person who used the power of the dark dimension like Cassilis. The expression of Master Guyi was shaken by Dr. Kiwi's misunderstanding. She seemed to want to explain it, but in the end she just waved a fan-shaped secret weapon in her hand, pushing Li Kong and Dr. Kiwi away from the battlefield. Power is power, whether it is the power of the dark dimension, the power of the Crimson Universe, or even the power of hell, it is just a tool. The talents used are important. If you don't understand this, you are an idiot. Now Cassilis is equivalent to a doppelganger of Domam. This is a powerful enemy. Now when do you still say that these are not? If you dare to distract Master Guyi again, I will personally result you. Li Kong was very angry that Dr. Strange had only shaken the mind of Master Guyi. "I'm sorry, I'm just too surprised, didn't think so much, but since Master Guyi is also using the power of the dark dimension, then she can definitely defeat Cassilis. If you can defeat him, then she can stop Domamu Kame," Dr. Strange said naively. "You let me say what you want. The total number of fanatics is close to 30. You don't think about it. Where are the remaining 20 people? I guess Hong Kong is under siege now. Do you feel? Cassila, their strength is getting stronger and stronger." Li Kong was worried. Master Guyi asked to protect him, and they were intentionally arranged outside the battlefield, which shows that Master Guyi also knows this, so she needs to protect Li Kong. Stand up. On the battlefield, on the side of Master Guyi, the portals opened one by one. The fanatics attacked Master Guyi from any imaginable angle, and the battle between Cassilis and Master Gu was in the even position. In the hands of Master Guyi, two fan-shaped weapons are sometimes used as daggers and shields. Suddenly, in midair, the eyes of Dormam stared at the battle again. "Dormam, Master Guyi, or I should call you a thief, this time you can't win." Master Guyi's response was to suddenly break a fanatic's neck, and with a flash of lightning in his hand, he flew another fanatic and flew a tornado from his body, cascading Cassilis into the sky. "Domam, enough! This time you have to die." From the midair, there were several black beams of light covering the fanatics. In a blink of an eye, the fanatics who were supposed to be dead also rose slowly. Their skin was slightly cracked, and the black magic fire was under the skin. Spreading out, fanatics are undergoing transformation. In the beam of light next to Cassilis, a magic sword burning with black fire slowly rose, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose a few degrees. He grabbed the magic sword carelessly and rushed to Master Guyi in front of him, slammed into Master Guyi. "Let's go!" In the eyes of Master Guyi, the panic appeared for the first time. This magic sword is Dormam's royal magic sword, all world shatterers. Although they are not entities, they are only projections, but they are still powerful. Huge. Master Guyi wants to solve Cassilis quickly and quickly. It is already impossible for other fanatics to be transformed, and the battle will be reversed immediately. There is no doubt. Take care of yourself, try to come back alive. Li Kong knew that Master Guyi was delaying time. The conversion of the fanatic believers had been completed, and it would be too late to leave. "Aren't we going to help Master Guyi?" Dr. Kiwi is still asking this naive question, and it's no wonder that although he used to be a doctor, he was an arrogant and very greedy neurologist, but that won the heart of healing and saving lives is still there, but at this moment of life and death, it is so naive, it is stupid. To save someone, go ahead and dare to pull me back, remember what I said. Li Kong warned coldly, and made a piercing action. Dr. Strange did not dare to speak again, and followed Li Kong straight to the portal. When the two stepped into the portal, when they wanted it, there was a short scream from Master Guyi. The hornet besieged Master Guyi. Master Gu grabbed the neck of a fanatic and was about to break his neck. Cassilis ruthlessly penetrated the crushers through the fanatics and pierced all the way. Master Guyi's body. This method of sacrificing his own people is exactly the cold style of the dark dimension. The screaming of the fanatics turned into a black shadow scattered in the air. Cassilis found that Li Kong and Dr. Strange had stepped into the portal. He flew a kick on Master Guyi's stomach and used Master Guyi as a shell to shoot at Li Kong, trying to block Li Kang's way. Li Kong has a lot of dissatisfaction with Master Guyi, but in general, the two still have the relationship of being a teacher and a friend. At that time, there was no Master Guyi to accept. Now Li Kong is not a magician. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has long become a frozen corpse in the Himalayas. So, although he knew that Cassilis had deliberately shot Master Guyi, he still caught her with open arms. Bang! There was a huge force from Master Guyi, and he took shape. After shaking it, he was not seriously injured as Cassilis had imagined. It turns out that you are still hiding your strength at this time, and you can bear it. Cassilis sneered sneeringly, and the smashers in his hands flew out of his hand and went straight to Li Kang's chest. Li Kang hugged Master Guyi, but he didn't see it, but Drive Strange saw it. He hurriedly pulled Li Kang, and the sword tips of the world crushers almost stabbed Li Kang's chest. Before Li Kang reacted, the crushers of all circles suddenly transformed into Cassilis. Cassilis supported the shrinking portal with both hands, attempting to pass through the portal and continue to kill everyone. You really do, it's harder than the Terminator. Li Kang kicked on Cassilis' temple, a bright red flame burst out, Cassilis howled, flew out far away, the portal it closes immediately. Li Kang's shoes were scorched by the magic fire on Cassilis' head, emitting a burning smell. At this time, the position of the three people was in the Hell's Kitchen, Li Kang's private detective office. Angela was sitting on Li Kang's position while playing with her mobile phone. When she saw Li Kang's three people appearing out of nowhere, she was taken aback, and the phone in her hand snapped to the floor. Is she still saved? Dr. Kiwi held down the wound on Master Guyi. It's useless, the injury is too heavy, she will soon be out of breath. Li Kang shook his head, feeling very heavy. Suddenly, the soul of Master Guyi got up and left the body, standing in front of Li Kang. Chapter 31, One Good Lesson About Promises. I'm sorry, I let you down. The next thing is up to you. Master Guyi looked at Dr. Kiwi. For so many years, I have always hated drawing power from the dark dimension, but it also makes I can see through life and death. I have lived a long time, longer than most lives on Earth, so don't be sad. Long ago, I already knew that this crisis is going to happen, and I will be here. It's a pity that I can't fight alongside you in the glorious battle of the crisis. The next task of saving the world will be given to you. Master Guyi, I'm really sorry. Actually, I don't have any opinions about your absorbing power from the dark dimension. I was just too surprised at the time. Dr. Kiwi said sorry. It's okay, I know you didn't blame me. I just don't want you to become like Modu. He is too stubborn and too narrow to look at the universe with an open eye, but I also don't want you to become Cassili. Yas, for his own imagination, pushed the world to the palm of Dormammu and became an accomplice of the dark forces. I don't want you to be the next Li Kang. You can't copy his way. If you follow his footprints going on, sooner or later will be swallowed up by your dark side. He is unique, so I also hope that you can be unique. This is my expectation for you. Master Guyi still carefully teaches singularity before leaving. Doctor, the power of a magician does not come from mutation, technology, or simple betrayal of the soul. His source of strength is his own soul. The magician is a giant sword from the soul furnace. Only after struggling to survive in the flames of torture and suffering, can he be born again and become a sword that can cut off everything. My good master, before you die, you have not forgotten to say a few words about Shanghai. Yes, I am as simple as this person. The people in this world are either loyal to justice, or loyal to darkness, or just I am loyal to myself, but I can betray myself, and I have done that. I sold my soul to Mephisto. I think darkness is the same as light, but it is a tool, but I also have my pride. My all choices are the result of free will. No god, demon, or man can control me. Power and tenderness are the same. Don't want me to bow my head, so put away your preaching and just say anything. Li Kang is not the kind of person who is easily affected by Dr. Kiwi. Although Master Guyi is already in the final stage of his life, his tone is still not polite. For you, I am only cautious and respectful, and I don't mean to be critical, but I do have something to beg you. When Cassilis found me, I promised him to give him strength and calm the pain in his heart for so many years. Come, he has done countless dirty work for me. For him, I always have a guilt. I hope if you can let him a horse, so that he can rest in peace. Master Guyi's eyes, with a little sad Li Kong lit a cigarette and vomited a smoke ring on Master Gai Ai's face. The smoke ring penetrated her face and flew over directly. Cassilis is your failure, not mine. At that time, you drove me out of the most holy place because of his sentence. Now you make this kind of request. Originally, I intended to let you use the replacement scepter to put Doma Mu Law entered the earth, but you died. What qualifications do you have to ask me? Your face? Is it a bit too big? I am still considering whether to save the earth, but you talked to me about saving Cassilis? Why should I help you? Li Kangqi's hand shook. If Master Guyi was not dead, she must spit on her face. I am in the Amazon jungle, hiding a very precious amulet of the holy snake. Wearing it, even in hell, can avoid Mephisto's eyes. I think after you sign a contract with Mephisto you should be in great need of such a powerful talisman. Guyi understands that if there are not enough chips, it is impossible to let Li Kong do things for himself. Li Kong thought about it, then smiled and said, "You and me, don't be so polite, since you insist on giving Cassilis a chance anyway, then I promised." "You are so good, the position of the amulet is..." Master Guyi whispered into Li Kang's ear, then she disappeared into the void with a satisfied expression. A generation of legendary Supreme Master, who used magic to protect the earth from the era of magic, the most powerful and greatest magician, Master Guyi, finally ended her long voice, and the soul was put into the arms of the goddess of death. "I didn't expect that you would really agree with Master Guyi. You are also a tender person sometimes. You will keep your promise." Dr. Kiwi saw the calm look of Master Guyi, and his heart was purified. "Promise? Have I promised anything?" Li Kong asked. "You've said that you want to give Cassilis a chance." Dr. Kiwi said a little dumbfounded. "You mean this? Of course, I will give him a chance, and I will ask him the next time I see him, if he wants to change himself. If he refuses, then he can't blame me." Li Kang's heart did not hesitate. This should be done in this way, which makes sense. "This is fine," Dr. Kiwi said aloud. "But haven't you promised Master Guyi to save Cassilis? You must keep your promise. I also promised that Cassilis would destroy the earth together. Should I cut your head now and cast it into Dodom?" Li Kong mocked. "I'm here for you, don't know what's the good class about promises. I'll pay for the average person. If you carry the body of the ancient Yi, let's go back to the most holy place first." Previously, the powerful magic of her body did not dissipate. At this time, the soul had left the body, and the magic dissipated. The wounds on her body began to penetrate the blood, and quickly penetrated the floor. "Boss, you have to leave as soon as you come back." "What is this going to do?" Angela came and asked. Dr. Kiwi had just placed Master Gai Ai's body on his back, and suddenly saw Angela, brushing two bright lights in front of her eyes. "This beauty seems to be very familiar, hasn't she said that www.ltnovel.com your appearance, is it more beautiful than the hot socialite Angela Alba?" He didn't know that the girl in plain dress with a casual ponytail on his head was the socialite himself in his mouth. "Neuropathy." Angela gave Dr. Kiwi a blank look. "You just treat him as a neuropathy." Li Kongheng glanced at Dr. Strange, carrying a corpse on his body, without blocking your color heart, and actually hit the idea on the head of my assistant. "Drive." Was squinted, and his face could not be hung, and Nene turned back, facing Angela without taking a straight face. "Angela, I'm going to save the earth. You have to take care of the house. If I haven't come back at night, you don't have to wait for me. Because the end of the world is here, it doesn't matter what you like to do. Oh right, you don't need to worry about Marshall, he and that small family have been shoveled by me. You go shopping now and buy yourself some gifts." Li Kong opened the portal and dragged Dr. Kiwi and disappeared into the portal together. "Boss, if you have time to save the planet, it's better to make more money. The utility bill still owes hundreds of dollars. People want to cut off our water and electricity." Angela sighed and returned to the desk, continuing to play the zombie war on Mars. People. In the most holy place, Wang Wang saw the body of Master Guyi, and the whole person almost collapsed. Li Kong picked up a training stick from the side and came to Wang Wang's side. Aiming at him as a stick with his head covering his face, "Idiot waste, I really look down on you. I didn't expect you to be an idiot. Come to pit me. If it weren't for you and Dr. Kiwi to be troublesome, would Master Guyi die to save us? She died in the hands of you two waste. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you." Chapter 32, Can Only Sacrifice Himself. What are you talking about? Master Guyi is dead. Mo Du suddenly woke up and heard this shattering news. Yes, Master Guyi has been killed by Casillas, and all 3 sanctuaries have been breached. The fanatics should begin to summon Dormammu. We are defeated, and we all blame Dr. Strange and Wang Wang, they have unshirkable responsibilities. Li Kong told Modul with sad expressions. Master Guyi died to save you, what the is going on? You tell me clearly, otherwise I will kill you. Modul shook and stood up, his body has not fully recovered. I am also a victim of this matter. Let Dr. Kiwi tell you what happened. Li Kong said indifferently. Dr. Kiwi and Wang Wang glanced at each other. He told Modul the story and told Li Kong that he had a way to save the world. It turned out to be this way, but I don't believe you, you have to come up with evidence, otherwise I don't believe you can save the world. Mo Du is deeply ingrained in Li Kang's prejudice, and it's not something or two that can be reversed. Li Kong sighed. He took out the Universe Rubik's Cube and the Replacement Scepter, and placed the Replacement Scepter on top of the Universe Rubik's Cube. The energy in the Universe Rubik's Cube overflowed to recharge the Replacement Scepter. I have been charging the Replacement Scepter since I got the Rubik's Cube. It will take at least 2 hours to complete. Originally, I planned to let Master Guyi help me to drag through these 2 hours, and then let Master Guyi manipulate the Replacement Scepter and drag Dormammu over. Li Kong explained his original plans with some fatigue. Wait, what do you mean by letting Master Guyi control the Replacement Scepter? What's going on here? You don't want to be so light, just explain this part to me in detail. Modu's understanding of magic very deep, and immediately heard that there is something wrong. Dr. Strange also immediately responded to why Master Guyi controlled the Replacement Scepter instead of Li Kong. It was indeed strange. Because no matter who controls the Replacement Scepter, he must sacrifice himself at his own expense in order to pull out Dormammu from the dark dimension. Do you understand? I am not willing to make this sacrifice, so Master Guyi is very happy who assumed her responsibility as a hero, but what I didn't expect was that the plan went bankrupt because of 2 nosy fools. Is he really ironic enough? Ha ha ha. Li Kong smiled helplessly. Fate would really joke, the god-level master met the pig teammates, this time it was extremely foolproof. Can I control the Replacement Scepter? Mo Du asked without hesitation. Ha ha ha, do you think I haven't thought about it? But there is no way to control it by your ability. When launching, I will pour Mephisto's power on the Replacement Scepter. Strength can form a bargaining chip with Dormammu. The question is, can you afford the power of Mephisto? You don't even have the guts to meet Mephisto. I'm afraid you will be caught in a flash engulfed. The dark side of your heart is bigger than me, you know it yourself, no matter how you pretend. Now Master Guyi is dead, then only I can bear the burden. You must not lose, just match my plan and fight for 2 hours for me, understand? Li Kong said helplessly, there is no way out. As the King of Hell, Mephisto's power gave him some hidden test, which could not be more normal, not that Mephisto didn't want Li Kong to win, but he was chaotic, the spokesperson, the master of hell, he has to do this kind of thing, and every time a piece of cake is given, he must hide a poison. This is the inevitable result of his attributes, not Mephisto's fault. He is also involuntarily, even if 10,000 are unwilling, the subconscious will do similar things for him. On the surface, Mo seems to be a person full of justice, but the more such a person, the more easily he is tempted by Mephisto, because he must use this sense of justice to suppress the dark side of his heart. Surface the more justice, the greater the dark side of the heart. If Moduo completes this task, I am afraid that he will become a slave to Mephisto in a moment, and then everything will be finished. But 2 hours, how can we drag it over? What can we do with something that Master Guyi can't do? Modu silently shifted the subject. He sighed anxiously, if he could even do it. If not, what else to talk about defeating Dormammu, but just talking on paper has no meaning. I have a way. I can use the power of Agamotto I to manipulate time to deal with Dormammu. Even if I sacrifice myself, I can certainly do it. Dr. Kiwi's method is also very risky, but it is also the only one. Solution. But Modu was still hesitant. He was unwilling to use this power that violated the laws of the universe, which was too harmful to the universe itself. I don't agree with this approach, there must be other ways. Modu said firmly. Li Kong compares his fingers behind him, it is the body of Master Guyi. Your way is there. If you can resurrect her, then we still have a chance. If you can't do it, just shut up. If you don't want to participate, hurry up, otherwise don't hold back, we don't have that. If you have time, you must go to Xiangzhong now. Cassilis should summon Domam in Xiangzhong. We must stop them and delay the arrival of Domam as much as possible. Li Kong strode over and opened the road to Xiangzhong portal to the sanctuary. At the other end of the portal is a broken wall. A Chinese master is lying on the ground. There are several wounds behind him. The fatal wound is on the upper left. It was originally the location of the heart. There is only one big hole. It is Master Lu Feng. He is a brave magician fighter, it seems that he fought to the last moment. Modu said sadly, the masters of the 3 sanctuaries were Modu's friends, as long as there is a chance, Modu I would visit them and drink tea and chat together. In less than a day, 3 friends were killed and the sanctuary was destroyed. His most respected Master Guyi was also killed, and what made him feel unacceptable is that Master Guyi was using the power of the dark dimension, but he had to help the decaying and decaying. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Despicable and shameless Li Kong, and his friend and disciple Dr. Kiwi, even supported Li Kong, and Modu felt a kind of loneliness never felt before. Li Kong followed Modu, and he saw 7 or 8 fanatics lying beside Master Lu Feng. In the corner, the time of a clock stayed at 7 o'clock in the evening, and the time of the 3 sanctuaries was the same, which shows Master Lu Feng insisted that Cassilis did not fall until he arrived. It was a great warrior. At this time, outside the sanctuary, there was a bewildering prayer sound. As the prayer progressed, the star in the sky disappeared, replaced by a space that no one had ever seen. Everything in the space it emits a weird black light. Although the light is black, it can make people see clearly. There is the dark dimension. If you must give a definition to the dark dimension, it is emptiness. There are only dry planets similar to the withered cells. They are all absorbed and clean, leaving only the apple nucleus. Residue. The door between the dimensions is slowly pushed away as the prayer sound grows louder, and across one dimension, Domam can hear the impatient swallowing sound. He is too hungry and desperately needs a fresh live planet, to fill his emptiness. Suddenly, from the dark dimension, a fuchsia ray was emitted. Wherever the ray reached, everything was burnt, and half of the Xiangzhong River was caught in a sea of fire. You must act right away, otherwise Dorma will come. Dr. Strange, it's up to you. Li Kong said to Dr. Strange beside him. Dr. Strange nodded. He picked up Agamotto's eyes and posed complex gestures in his hands. The green runes above Agamotto's eyes slowly turned. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 33, Seraph's Embrace. Before we go out, I want to ask, Dr. Kiwi, what kind of girlfriend do you have? Li Kong suddenly asked. I do have someone I care about. It was my colleague who was in the hospital. She was very kind to me, but unfortunately very jerk. Now think about that time I was not worthy of her love. If there is this time the opportunity to go back, I must propose to her. Yes, why did you suddenly ask this? Dr. Kiwi does not understand what Li Kong is thinking that Li Kong is not like someone who cares about others. It's nothing, but I feel a little flustered in your heart. Let you stand up for me. Don't care. Li Kong took a deep breath and nodded to Dr. Kiwi. Now, you can start. Dr. Kiwi didn't know what it was, but he was relieved to see Li Kang's complexion, and he was relieved a lot. Among these people, only Dr. Kiwi had the experience of manipulating the eye of Agamamato. The use of this artifact requires precise and extreme control. Force consumes a great deal of mental power. If one is not careful, he will be lost in the torrent of time and will never find a way out. Along with Doctor Strange's spell, the green light on the eyes of Elder Moto became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, it shot a green on that enveloped the entire Xiangjiang River. Everything that was destroyed around it began to recover quickly. The surrounding was destroyed. The building also changed back to its original state, as if nothing had happened. The spells of Cassilis and others also came to an abrupt end. With the restoration of the sanctuary, they were also traced back to their previous appearances. A dozen portals appeared in the center of the sanctuary, and Cassilis was sucked in front of the portal. Suddenly, Cassilis roared, and he broke free from the power of Agamotto. Because the dimension of darkness is beyond the dimension of time, as Dom's messenger, Cassilis is very resistant to time. He waved the smashers of the world and cut off and pulled him, forcing him to go back to the previous time. The timeline of the action suddenly accelerated, and the magic sword in his hand pierced Doctor Strange's chest. Li Kong crafted 2 magic shields with both hands and blocked it in front of Doctor Strange. The magic sword stabbed the magic shield. Click! A crack appeared on the shield. He quickly put up the other magic shield and the 2 shields. Together, it barely blocked the magic sword. Other fanatics did not have the power of Cassilis. They were pulled into the portal one by one and disappeared. However, they could not stop them for too long. It would not take long for them to open the portal again and cross over again to launch attacks. Wang Wang took a long-handled mace and lifted it up to Cassilis. On the other side, Motu's mysterious silver sword ghostly stabbed Cassilis back, and the 3 shot together. But now Cassilis is not so easy to deal with. His body hit a spin in the air, kicked a kick on Wang Wang's face. Wang Wang flew out with a snorting noise, and hit a punch at the same time on Motu's sword. The flames of magic collision exploded between the two. Motu took 2 steps back. Cassilis condensed the magic and pierced 2 shields with his sword. If it wasn't for Li Kong to hide quickly, the sword pierced him. Li Kong, the wound you stabbed in me is still in severe pain. This shame, I want you to repay it 10,000 times. Cassilis and Li Kong faced each other. His strong hatred in his heart temporarily suppressed Domar's control. This is a good thing for the entire team. I think Cassilis has only Li Kong in his eyes, and Doctor Strange can safely cast spells and protect an immovable magician. It is a very difficult thing. But for Li Kong, this situation can't be worse. Cassilis is a legendary magician of the same level as Master Gu, who is holding the magic sword. Although he is not weak, he has not reached the level of being able to face the hard. If you don't lose in a short time, you can't last long. This kind of half-human half-devil is not only terrible magic power, but his fighting ability is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Even if Captain America comes, it won't take any advantage. Li Kang's heart is caught by this monster. Bitter, 2 hours is too long. Hey, my old friend, I am really sorry for stabbing you with a sword. In fact, it was the case at the time. I hid it and wanted to surprise you, but I don't know why. When I slipped, the sword in my hand accidentally pierced you. That was an accident. Haven't you done a lot of bad things to me? Let us forget those unpleasant things. Why not have a drink, and how about my treat? How about wishing you a long friendship with me? Li Kong slowly backed away, pulling away from Cassilis, and slowly stretched one hand towards his waist. This is your plan? Do you want to beat me by bullshit? I must kill you, cut off your head, drink a glass of wine with your skull, what do you think? Cassilis' eyes, burning, there was a black magic fire. Although the will of Dormammu kept echoing in his mind, he chose to ignore the master's voice. He made up his mind that he must do one thing for himself, that is, kill Li Kong. Come to death. Cassilis jumped up suddenly. In fact, this was not the action he wanted to do. In the game, unless it is necessary, it is a very stupid thing to use jumping as a starting hand. Only those novices who don't understand anything will feel this way, especially imposing. When leaping, it is equivalent to telling the opponent that I have such an offensive line. You can deal with me as long as you block it. Only when Cassilis is ready to launch an attack, Dormammu growls in his brain. The middle explosion caused him to lose control of his body in an instant, and his body jumped reflexively. Li Kong took out a round iron ball from his hand and threw it out. When the iron ball touched Cassilis' body, it suddenly unfolded quickly. It instantly turned into a torture that bound the whole body and bound Cassilis. Strong! No! Cassilis gave a desperate roar. He knew this thing was a tool used specifically to capture witches in the Middle Ages. It was called the Embrace of the Seraph, and it had the blessing of the Archangel. For Cassilis, this half-man and half-demon have a strong bondage. The two artifacts, the shackles of the heretic referee and the hug of the fiery angel, are the most famous locks in the most holy place. They can only be used by those who have committed serious crimes. On the same day, Cassilis trapped Li Kong with the shackles of the heretical referee. Now Li Kong reported one newspaper, with the Embrace of Seraph, restraining Cassilis. But relying on this artifact alone is not enough to defeat Cassilis. Modu! Don't take a break, kill him before he breaks away from the hug of Wise Angel, otherwise we will all be over. Li Kong rushed over first, stabbed at Cassilis' face. Modu nodded, holding a mysterious silver sword, and Li Kong one after the other, like a walking lantern, fighting with Cassilis. In any case, Cassilis could not be given the opportunity to release the embrace of Wise Angel. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Cassilis was struggling against the two. The three on the battlefield seemed to return to the days of studying together at this moment. Cassilis was always due to his age and personal charm. In the sanctuary, the core of the most outstanding small group of 3 people, in the initial days, it was often the case that Cassilis, who had the longest learning time, dealt with both Modu and Li Kong at the same time. Memories at that time, in fact, only a few years later, but it seems to be the thing of the last life. The friends of those years have become the enemies of today. Why don't you understand? I actually do this world for the sake of getting rid of the shackles of time. I did so many things. In fact, I am a hero. You two fools! Can't you see me? Is it because you love you that you are merciful everywhere? Cassilis roared. Even the hypocrite Guyi draws his strength from the dark dimension. Why do you want to block me? You pierced me with a sword, which is also called mercy. Put away your set. Modu's hand was a little heavier, and a sword cut Cassilis's face. I still draw power from hell. That doesn't mean I like to go to hell. The dark dimension is in front of you, your eyes are blind. Blind? What kind of place is the dark dimension, can't you see it? Li Kang'ai, the sword flicked on Cassilis' calf, and there was a piercing smoky smoke. Of course I see it. Can't you see it? How beautiful is there? You are blind. Cassilis's will is already under the control of Dormammu, and all he can see is Dorma. According to his psychology, Mu compiled the illusion, but unfortunately he was convinced. If you like this book, please recommend it. Your support is my biggest motivation, thank you. Chapter 34, Due Punishment. Li Kong looked at Cassilis, who is still obsessed with the dark dimension, wondering what to do in order to give this guy the punishment he deserved. He suddenly remembered something. Oh yes, he still has a promise has not been fulfilled yet. Cassilis, this was entrusted to me by Master Guyi before he died, so I will give you another chance. So I would like to ask you, do you want to change now and be a new person to help us deal with Dormam? Li Kong asked in a playful way, but the answer is obvious. But as a childless and honest person, is it always necessary to honor the promise? You have a problem with your head. At this time, you suddenly asked this question. My answer is still the same. I will never betray King Domam. Cassilis was stunned and did not understand why Li Kong suddenly asked such a sentence. Haha. Sure enough, I'm waiting for you to refuse. Li Kong kicked Cassilis to the ground, jumped a sword and pierced his chest, nailing him alive. On the ground. What are you doing? Mo Du exclaimed, he has lost his ability to resist. Why do you want to do it? What's the point of doing it? Because I am cool, this is the biggest meaning. Li Kong said disdainfully. Suddenly Li Kang's hand lifted up involuntarily, and the blade left Cassilis' body, and the wound that healed also healed, as if he had never shot. This has happened before. He has this impression is that Doctor Strange is using the Eye of Agamotto. He has been subdued, there is no need to kill him. Dr. Kiwi's body is wrapped in a layer of green on, and the Eye of Agamotto gives him the power to control time. Are you feeling too much power and useless? Just take care of my business? Now the fate of the whole earth is counting on me. If I am in a bad mood, my hands are shaking at a critical moment, and finally can you bear this responsibility leading to the end of the world? This person is no longer Cassilis, he is completely dominated by Dormam, he should pay for his crimes. Which side is a sinner in a world? Most importantly, I will give you 5 seconds to consider. If you still act as the virgin, then I will turn around and go, understand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Li Kongfei quickly counted out 5 seconds, and when no one disagreed, he turned to face Cassilis. Go ahead, I am not afraid of death, and it is my supreme glory to be able to sacrifice for King Dormam. Cassilis snarled fanatically, he did not lie, he was really not afraid of death, but could not want to use his own death to prove his loyalty to Dormam. Actually, I am happy to kill you again, but I changed my mind. I remember when you and I reunited, did you say you would put my soul in a small bottle? Is the sentence forever? I think this attention is simply too good. Well, please forgive me for not thinking about it before, but I will make up for this error immediately. Li Kong took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and shook it in his hand. Cassilis's face finally showed a look of fear. He already knew what Li Kong was doing. No. Li Kong, you can't do this to me, even you can't be so vicious, kill me, please kill me. Cassilis growled in horror, Modu. Doctor Strange, you guys kill me quickly, I beg you to get started. Don't you just be so angry? Why did you beg for mercy so quickly? It seems that there are tears still flashing in your eyes, but it is pitiful, but unfortunately, I am now a savior, and they always have to accommodate me. Well, don't be afraid, you just have to be kept in this bottle forever, just forever, it will pass in a blink of an eye, but wait, the soul can't blink, haha. Li Kong grabbing Cassilis' head and pulling hard with one hand, Cassilis struggled to resist. Cassilis's soul was just pulled out, and then pulled back by his body. Although he was seriously injured, the power of Domam himself was still amazing, but half man and half demon, half still man, Li Kong raised his feet, aimed at Cassilis's lifeblood, and died a dead son's foot. With a click, Cassilis was overwhelmed by the severe pain transmitted from below. Taking advantage of Cassilis' momentary loss, Li Kong slammed his soul out of the body, and the soul without the body, that is, the fish without water, suddenly became very weak. No! Caecilius issued a final wailing. Li Kong tucked Caecilius' soul into the porcelain bottle, painted a magic circle on the bottle, and then plugged the mouth of the porcelain bottle with an inscription "Stopper Live." "How are you going to deal with him?" Dr. Kiwi asked. "I want to make it an ornament in a toilet, inlaid in the toilet, so that every time I am peeing, I can see the soul of my best friend. I think this way, even peeing it's even happier," Li Kong said casually. He put the porcelain bottle in his arms, and there was a protective circle blessing on the porcelain bottle. Even with a sledgehammer, it could not be broken. "Just be happy." Dr. Kiwi sighed and didn't know what to say. He didn't know whether Li Kong said it was true or false. He could only hope that Li Kong was just talking about it. Even if Caecilius sinned badly, this punishment would be too cruel. Suddenly there were more than a dozen portals around, and the followers of Caecilius finally got rid of the power of Agamotto I and teleported again. Crazy believers have just appeared. Doctor Strange waved his hand and a green light flashed, and the fanatics were bound by time again. www.novel.com got into the portal again. "This time I used a stronger force, they can't come back in a short time," Dr. Kiwi explained. "But I'm not ready here, how can you deal with the big guy above?" Li Kong pointed to the sky, and now most of the Xiangjiang sky is enveloped by the dark dimension, and Dormammu will always pull the earth in. "How long do you need?" Dr. Kiwi asked. 45 minutes is enough, what are you going to do? Your strength, let alone 45 minutes, is good enough to hold on for 3 seconds. Li Kong did not look down on Dr. Kiwi. Changed who faced Dormammu, but could not hold it for 3 seconds. Dr. Strange didn't speak. He wove a very complicated magic loop on the eyes of Agamo. "Are you crazy?" Li Kang's eyes widened in an instant. "Are you going to use yourself as the origin of the magic circuit and sacrifice yourself to fight for time?" "Yes, now the stream of time has rushed into the dark dimension. As soon as Dorma appeared, I would trap him with Agamotto's eyes and lock him with me in the cycle of time. If he killed me, then time will automatically return to before he killed me, so that I will be able to fight for you unlimited time. I can't imagine how many times you will die. Dormammu will try his best to defeat your will. Can you hold it?" Li Kong knows that this is indeed a way, but it is not so easy for the evil like Dormammu. Frightened, he will go all out to torture Dr. Kiwi, try to defeat Dr. Kiwi, break this cycle, and change to himself. I don't know how long it can last. Can Dr. Kiwi do it? I just arrived home, the update is finished, sorry everyone. The next time is at 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 35, The Test of Mephisto, Part 1. Relax, I am a hero, this little sacrifice is nothing. Dr. Kiwi smiled and flew straight into the void. Then I wish you good luck. For the first time in his life, Li Kong felt that he didn't hate these so-called heroes much. Drive. Flew into the dark dimension, and immediately felt the bone chill. This is an empty dimension. Everything is twisted and deformed. At a glance, a urge to turn around and escape is made in the heart. But Dr. Strange quickly overcame the fear in his heart. He checked the eye of Agamotto and was sure that everything was well prepared. He fell on the core of a dead planet. Dormammu! Come out! Let's talk! Dr. Kiwi shouted, hoping to elicit Dormammu's idea. Suddenly, in the sky, a purple sun moved a bit, and when you looked closely, another purple sun also moved along with it. In the heart of Dr. Strange, there was a sudden giggling, and he took a few steps back, then carefully when I watched it, my heartbeat stopped for a while, so where was the sun? Clearly a pair of eyes. Suddenly, those eyes receded a bit, and there was a face in the air that was bigger than the planet and enveloped by the magic fire. Even if the magic fire was raging, it could be seen that it was a human face, in the eyes of the purple sun, shooting unlimited maliciousness. Humble petite magician. Even calling my name, for this crime, I will put your skin, put your soul in the magic fire furnace, burning. Dormammu no longer using telepathy to convey his will, he directly sprayed flaming fire, powerful coercion, and almost pressed Dr. Kiwi to the ground. However, Dr. Strange was no longer panic. As he calculated, Dorma did not kill him in the first time, which gave him time to lock Dorma with the eyes of Agamo. This process it was extremely secretive, and as powerful as Dormammu did not notice any abnormalities. I'm here to talk to you, I hope you can let go of the earth, and we get along peacefully, what do you think? Dr. Kiwi shouted loudly, all he had to do was delay time, but his negotiation skills were only it can be described in one word, that is bad. As a medical authority who could decide the life or death of a patient before, Dr. Kiwi has long been accustomed to speaking with a high arrogant attitude, which is one of the reasons why Li Kong and his relationship have always been bad. Now he is facing Dormammu, this old problem has been committed again. Do you want me to let go of the earth? Why are you? You are already a dead person, and your world will be burning. Dormammu raised his fist like a star and punched him at Dr. Strange. Dr. Kiwi has given up on evasive action, because all the tricks in the face of this devastating attack are futile. The only thing that can be considered a little comfort is this powerful attack to deal with it. It's an honor to be such a small person. Boom! With this punch, the core of the dead planet becomes a cosmic dust. A green light shone, and Dr. Strange discovered that he had returned to the state he had just entered into the dark dimension. So, the Eye of Agamotto had taken effect. On the Eye of Agamotto, a magic circuit disappeared, and Dr. Kiwi instantly it was engulfed by an illusion. It was the illusion that he was beaten to death by a fist. This is a reality that has happened, but it has not happened. It is impacting Dr. Strange. Fortunately, under the anger of Dormammu, the force used was too strong. When Dr. Kiwi died last time, he didn't feel any pain. It was a real luck in misfortune. Drive. Took a breath, looked back at his world, and he jumped back to the core of the planet again. Doom, come out. We are good and have a calm talk. Dr. Kiwi shouted again, this time in his voice, as much politeness as possible. Dormammu reappeared like an appointment, but after the last shocking appearance, Dr. Strange no longer felt his calves softened, but was looking at everything in front of him with an appreciation. Oh! It turns out that this is how the universe-level evil spirits appear, and it is much better than those third-rate special effects blockbuster. You humble little magician appeared in front of the great Dormammu, you Mashin will die, your world, wait, Dormammu suddenly shook his head, no, what's inside not right, what did you do? I used the time transmitted from the earth to trap you with me. Now you are trapped in the cycle of time. You are my captive. If you are willing to let the earth go, I will let you go. How about Dr. Kiwi carefully proposed, this time he learned well, delaying time, try not to stimulate Dorma. It's ridiculous. If you are a divine opponent, I might think about it, but you are just a magician with a mortal body, torturing your spirit and destroying your will. How much can I do? You are driving crazy, this cage will not be attacked by yourself. I want to use this little means to threaten me. I don't know how many strong people in the world can do much better than you. Dormammu grinned and spit out. Zigwang, smashing Dr. Strange into a mass of molecules. In this way, Dr. Kiwi is entangled with Dormammu, but the power of Dormammu is too powerful. Even if he wants to torture Dr. Kiwi, he still can't master the power, every time it is a spike, so Dr. Kiwi damaged, but it can last longer than expected. Li Kong watched that Dr. Kiwi was killed over and over again. He didn't know how long Dr. Kiwi could last. He took out the replacement scepter. The charging of the scepter was about to be completed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com as long as there is just a little time. After a while, Modu walked over, it seems that the charging has been completed, are you ready? How could it be ready? But you can send a signal to Dr. Kiwi, let him let go of Dormammu. The victory or defeat is here in one fell swoop. Li Kong called Mephisto's name and asked him to abide by the contract. Give yourself strength. Boom! From the ground, a flame spewed out, drowning Li Kong in it, and Li Kong was swallowed by this force instantly. His mind was empty, and suddenly he came to a strange place. Everything around is transparent, but with Li Kong as the center, one side is all white and one side is all black. The whole world regards him as a watershed and becomes black and white. Suddenly, from the darkness, a person came, and the whole body was covered with magic fire, and his body exuded a terrifying force that made his pores stand up. Dormammu? Li Kong asked in a hurry. No. I am certainly not Dormammu, I am Li Kong, I am you, have you forgotten? After you pull Dormammu into the earth, you occupy the power of Dormammu and become the dimension of darkness, the ruler of the present. You are already a frightening destructor of the worlds, the powerful evil in the universe. Mephisto will tremble when he sees you, and Odin, the Nordic god, will also fall under your feet. Your breath is enough to destroy the stars, and your power is endless. Dark Li Kong roared and described his power. As long as Li Kong thought, this power would be his, there is no doubt about it. Since Dormammu was able to conquer the dark dimension at that time, Li Kong was confident. This little thing is even more self-evident for himself. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 36, The Test of Mephisto, Part 2. At this moment, from the other side, a handsome, well-dressed man, holding a cigarette, accompanied by a few gorgeous and full-haired blondes, accompanied by very sultry rock music, walked out in 3 steps. Beauty, wait for me. I will talk to the 2 poor hanging versions of me and come back immediately. This person is also Li Kong, but another version of Li Kong. This Li Kong comes from heaven, the self-proclaimed heaven Li Kong is opposite to the dark Li Kong. Hi, the mediocre me who used to be, how are you? I am you in heaven, don't listen to the idiot on the other side, he was burnt by the magic fire of the dark dimension. What is the benefit of falling into the darkness? What about the tattered planet? Does it feel good to embrace the beauty? But it's just that there is no useless power in the body. Hello, dark dimension, you use your power to make a few bottles of beer to help, or make out of a box of cigarettes. I was addicted to smoking. Heaven Li Kong provocatively shouted to dark Li Kong. When you say that, I also feel uncomfortable with my throat, and continue to have something that can throat. Li Kong was too hard this day, his throat was smoking, he had been wandering with Cassilis before, and now I feel that I continue to add some moisture. You know it's an illusion. Li Kong, a paradise in heaven. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and drink a cigarette, otherwise I will blacken it for you now. My motto in life is to be happy in time and to be able to have a good moment. If it is really me, I should understand my temper. Li Kong impatiently, he took off his trench coat and sat on the ground. He turned to ask dark Li Kong, now it's your turn. What other advantages can you seduce me? Dark Li Kong was silent for a while, and suddenly sighed heavily, and a magic fire spewed out of his mouth, burning the ground out of a deep pit. I can cheat without blinking people, only can't lie to you. To be honest, my life is suffering, the dark dimension is a big pit. Wrong, not even the pit, the dark dimension represents fear, because the power of the dark dimension can only be destroyed, not creation. Even if I pull more worlds into the dark dimension, it will eventually be assimilated by the dark dimension. The biggest feeling is loneliness. I can't remember how long no one has had normal communication. Brother, don't say anything. Now, get me a drink, I will complain. 3 Li Kong sat together. Heaven Li Kong summoned a beautiful bunny girl, serving the wine. Dark Li Kong drank 1 cup after another, constantly telling how bad the day of the dark dimension is. Even if there is a ruin in the body, the power of destroying the ground, but can't even make a bottle of beer. can only peep through the walls of the dimension every day to spy on the people in the real world, live in the days of bright lights and beautiful women, the dark Li Kong is full of envy and jealousy. No matter how long they look, these good times will never come back. He is a prisoner in the dark dimension. The sentence is forever. For such a long period of time, even normal people must be abnormal. It's heaven's turn. Li Kong said that his life is basically, can only be summarized in 8 words: eat and drink, have fun. Okay, I don't need to say anything later. If you are all me, then you should understand that I should choose that way. My way can only lead to one place, which is heaven. Li Kong interrupting Tian Kong. Li Kong, he smiled wickedly and raised his glass. The other 2 Li Kong stood up and collided with his wine glass. The 3 Li Kong said in unison, Ning to be a passerby in heaven, not king in hell. The 3 men drank the wine from the glass. Li Kong sighed heavily. But this old dog, Dormam, is not easy to deal with. I can't figure out how to deal with the scene in front of me. There are too many things happening today, and my brain is a bit messy. You can give me an idea. Li Kong fell a glass of wine, no matter whether it is an illusion or not, is the first to drink refreshing. Heaven. Li Kong snapped his fingers, several glamorous bunny girls dressed, smiling, serving the 3 uncles. One of the bunny girls put a cigarette on Dark Li Kong. Dark Li Kong took a deep breath, squinting his eyes looking at Li Kong. I know your concerns, but we have to think long, otherwise, as I did in a hurry, the result will now come to an end. I think we should force Dorma into a dead corner and force him to negotiate with you. Dark Li Kong is obviously not very easy to use. It's no wonder that when you are infinitely close to Almighty, you will use less of it. This is actually not difficult. Dormam is different from us. He is a flamboyant and cheap commodity that is more important than his father and his mother. For the strength, he even devoured his own father. The power of the dark dimension is what he cares most about, no matter how strong and ruthless he is, as long as there is something that cares, then he has weaknesses. Heaven. Li Kong immediately pointed out this. Li Kong glanced at Paradise Li Kong approvingly, and he was still very satisfied with his IQ. It seems that the year-round hedonic career did not wipe out his wisdom, but in this kind of thing, the details are the most important. Paradise Li Kong. Although the key points were pointed out, there was no specific plan, which was a bit too frivolous, so 3 people sat together to discuss the details. And at this moment, there was a man, who was peeping at all in the deepest part of hell. Mephisto's power comes from chaos. Its trial is very simple. It is to show Li Kong on 2 timelines in front of Li Kong in a phantom way. Usually, this one black and one white, the appearance of demons and angels, represents the eternal conflict between human beings, good and evil, which is one of the essences of chaos. Usually, when a person falls into this kind of trial, they will often fall into inner conflict. Only the person with the most willpower can barely get out of this trap, and most of the rest will fall forever. Chaos can never extricate itself. But even those who can get away with chance are often damaged by the eternal quarrel between the dark side and the light side, and the wits are destroyed, becoming a waste person. But there are some people who can overcome this kind of injury. www.novel.com and then get out of the chaos in their hearts and successfully enter a brighter future. Such people are often called superheroes. Of course, there are both positive and negative aspects of everything, and there are some inner darkness that can't be increased, and it can also walk out of the confusion in the heart unscathed. On the dark road, the people who carelessly walk farther and farther away, such people are often called it's a supervillain. But whether it is a superhero or a supervillain, it is necessary to go through a fierce inner struggle to get rid of this mental trap. This is undoubtedly the most classic trap set by Mephisto, although older, but this classic design is washed away by time, like a brilliant diamond. No matter how much time passes, it can exude eternal brilliance. It was Mephisto who was holding the glass and staring at the prism in front of him. When he wanted to appreciate Li Kang's inner struggle, he was shocked by the harmonious scene in front of him, and even the glass in his hand fell to the ground. He hasn't known how many years he has become a demon. His age is long before the formation of the earth, but no matter how well informed he is, he has never seen it before, so he can't understand it at all. How is this possible? How did Li Kong do it? How could a person be completely puzzled, and only want to have fun and live together? Does he have no great ambition in his heart? Is there no ambition? Do you rule a kingdom? Why did he gather such a powerful force for what? Unable to understand how such a person has such a strong will. Mephisto held his head and felt a headache in his head, although as the king of hell has seen all kinds of fallen people, but today, he still has an eye-opening feeling. If you like this book, please recommend it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 37, Lock Dorma. Li Kong finally found some inspiration. Although Dormam is extremely powerful, this strength is also his weakness. Once people are too strong, they often become arrogant. Arrogance leads to carelessness. For some conventional means, for example, fraud and negotiation will become very rusty, not paying attention to details, etc. From the point of his violent manipulation of Cassilis before, it can be seen how rough Thomas is. These shortcomings, even if they are taken out, can lead to collapse failures, so there is a saying in the ancient mysterious Eastern wisdom that the thousands of miles of the embankment was destroyed in the ant cave, which is simply a famous saying. Li Kong, who was not at all confused, easily walked out of the soul trap and completed the trial of Mephisto. This speed has broken the record. In hell, Mephisto used this incident to open in the big market. He is the biggest bookmaker and the devil who knows his prey best. This time he blindly bet that Li Kong couldn't get out of the soul trap. As a result, he lost all his underwear. Unknown to himself, Li Kong pitted Mephisto fiercely. When he opened his eyes again, Li Kong found that he had been bathed in the flames of hell. Everything around him became very small. 2 black spots under his feet looked at him in awe. Look carefully. It turned out that it was Modu. With Wang Wang, Li Kong immediately understood that because he successfully borrowed the power of Mephisto, the body also became a giant. Bah, I thought that Mephisto would make a complicated trial. I didn't expect this kind of old-fashioned thing, but helped me. Li Kong snorted and mocked Mephisto. In the dark dimension, Doctor Strange, who has died almost 251 times, is already on the verge of collapse. Every time he circulates again, he will have to revisit the last death. Angry, violent, always unable to grasp the strength very well, so many deaths are basically instant spikes. As Li Kong had expected, the overpowering force became Dormam's weakness. He knew in his heart that the best way to deal with Dr. Kiwi was to kill him very cruelly and slowly, so that Dr. Kiwi torment is the only way to defeat the other party as soon as possible, but it is impossible to do it. The random shot is the power to destroy the stars. The more hurried, the more anxious, the worse the control of the more urgent power, the entire vicious circle. Dr. Kiwi was born again. He was just going to talk to Dormam again. Suddenly, a spark burst in the eyes of Agamotto. This was the signal that Li Kong was ready. He was relieved. Finally, he didn't need to die anymore. Doctor Strange turned away from the dark dimension. When he saw Li Kong exuding chaotic power, he couldn't help but frown. I can't go like this. In case Li Kong betrayed everyone, then all our efforts will be in vain. Dr. Kiwi's heart burst into anxiety. He turned back to the dark dimension, hiding in the gap between the dimensions got up. Dormam suddenly felt that the time shackles that had trapped him were released, and there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Ah ha ha ha, the little magician can't finally endure the endless cycle of death. It doesn't matter where you hide, I want to tear your poor world in half. Dormammu couldn't wait to reach out the dark claws to the dark dimension, reaching out to the earth he had been coveting for many years. The whole sky above the Xiangjiang River was covered with a black shadow, just a magic palm, which had covered most of the sky. The flames of Dormam burned this raging fire, whistling and grabbed the ground, and Li Kong under the magic palm, shaking his hands, he made a simple warm-up, then reached out his left hand and greeted Dormam's clutch. Two equally huge palms collided together in mid-air, boom, a powerful force shocked the whole world. All magicians in the magic world felt a strong impact, wild power at the same time ripping the reality. All supernatural creatures felt the trouble, and at the same time, wept in horror. Dormam felt an extremely familiar, equally powerful force, blocking his way. Mephisto! You mean man, you will stand in front of me? It's so bold! Dormam was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that one who always likes to stand behind the scenes and conspire. Mephisto, even if he will play in person, is this world really so special? In addition to his anger, Dormam was a little puzzled again. Of course I'm not Mephisto, I'm just his agent. My boss Mephisto asked me to bring you a sentence, go to death. Idiot! The earth is mine. The gangster Dormam is still go back to the dark dimension and play with mud. This is already my improved version. My boss's original words are more wild, and they are also for fun, but there is still a lot of content about your chrysanthemum, but too vulgar, I can't say it. Li Kong mimicked Mephisto's expression and tone. Anyway, he provokes the separation and spends no money. Whenever there is a chance, he provokes a bit and pits the hell. Poor little ink. It's up to you to try to stop me from Dormam. It's just too much. After I've packed you up, I'll go to hell to find Mephisto. Oh, idiot, please, think about it with your pine kernel-sized brain. How can I deal with you with incomplete Mephisto power? Even Mephisto himself may not be able to fight to win you. Of course, I still have the killer. Li Kong took out the replacement scepter. The replacement scepter full of cosmic cube power exudes a burst of blue light, bursts of gamma rays shining on the entire space, a beam of light centered on the replacement scepter, linking Li Kong and Dormam. What the is this? What do you want to do? Dormam was shocked by the power of the replacement scepter. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. With his power, he easily understood the replacement scepter. In principle, this thing can forcefully change the position of the guy who is linked to the opposite side. What do I want to do? I want to do what I don't want to do, but I have to do something. I want to save the earth from your clutches. You and I are now at the same level of power, and can completely meet the requirements of replacement. Help, I can sit here now. I will pull you out of the dark dimension and cut off the connection between you and the dark dimension. In this way, you will lose the source of strength. I will sacrifice myself to stop you. Big devil! Li Kong roared fervently. I hope that as a conqueror of all circles, Dormam can still be online, and can listen to his emphasis on sending out some information. In the words just now, although the tone is very fierce and the words are very awe-inspiring, but some of them seem to be casual. There are some reluctances that have emerged, and this reluctance is reflected in, I want to do what I don't want to do, but must do, and, I want to sacrifice myself to stop you, the big devil. These two sentences. Ah, no one wants to take my power. Dormam really dropped his IQ. He was caught in a crisis that might lose his strength this time. He couldn't help but panic, and he never dreamed that he would come across such things as the Rubik's Cube and the replacement scepter, did not expect Mephisto to add a foot in this matter. This thing is not simple, it must be a conspiracy of Mephisto, he has long wanted to hurt me. Dormam's ideas ran along this line, and he did not understand the real of Li Kang's words just now. Meaning? As long as you idiot returns to him as a conqueror of all circles, I don't think you are clever enough to give me shoes. Li Kang screamed in his heart. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 38, Bargain. Dormam, in order to prevent you from destroying our beautiful planet, I can only say goodbye to my homeland, and pity that I have an 80-year-old mother who is unsupported, and a 3-year-old child. He will only just walk and call my father, gentle and beautiful wife. I also hope that I can go home, but because of you, the evil god, I have to make a huge sacrifice, and bring your brutal beast into my world, but I can only be alone. The drift in the dark dimension, the sacrifice I made, can you understand? Li Kong rubbed his dry eyes with emotion. The performance was slightly exaggerated, but he should be able to express that reluctance clearly. Sure enough, after this explicit performance, Dormammu's flame head was finally awakened, and he only understood it now. Oh! It turned out that the hero in front of him did not like the dark dimension. He had his own family, and he seemed to be very happy. Since he was so reluctant, there was room for maneuver. Dear Mr. Li Kong, Dorma understands your situation. Now we are all facing similar difficulties. I am not willing to give up my dominance of the dark dimension for a small planet. To be honest, I didn't expect that in this ordinary world, I would continuously encounter the Eye of Agamotto's Eye, an artifact such as the Rubik's Cube, and even unexpected people like you. If we continue to follow this path going on, I will lose the dark dimension, you will lose your family, the world will be torn to pieces by me. This is the situation where all three lose. Dorma said patiently. Don't look at him being so impatient with Dr. Kiwi, and killing Dr. Kiwi in less than one sentence, because Dr. Kiwi is not qualified. But now he has a very gentle conversation with Li Kong face to face, which has admitted that Li Kong has overwhelmed himself, which is unique in the long life of Dormammu. What you said makes sense, but what do you want to do? Li Kong said stupidly. At this time, which side appears more active is equivalent to showing weakness, and the more calm you are, you can get the most. The benefits of my proposal is that I retreat to the dark dimension. Within a year of Earth time, I will not fight the idea of this world again. You let me go. We broke up very peacefully with each other, and I am in the name of the Master of the Dark Dimension, swear to the Supreme Court of Cosmic Life, I will keep my promise. How do you think? Dormammu could be a very attractive evil if he wanted to. In this case, what good do I have? I have collected the Universe Cube, and this replacement scepter is also to be abolished, not to mention my trade with Mephisto. I have sacrificed so much. You pat on the even if you are a person, are you playing me? Li Kong felt that the timing was almost the same, and immediately moved to the second stage, which is the bargaining stage. Now that the bottom line has been drawn, Dormammu will definitely get out, which shows that deterrence tactics it has worked, so the next stage is to take advantage of as much as possible. Then you say, what do you want? As long as it is not excessive, I will satisfy you as much as possible. Dormammu knew that this knife might not be able to escape. It's very simple. In addition to the fact that you have to roll back to the dark dimension and you are not allowed to use the idea of hitting the earth again within a year, you also have to bring back all the fanatics remaining in this world into the dark dimension and destroy the destroyed ones. The 3 sanctuaries, as well as the destroyed Xiangzhong, are all restored to their originals. Also, I want Master Gai's ability to live forever, and you have to provide me with similar power according to the same formula, so that I can be like Master Guyi draws strength from the dark dimension. Li Kong understands his limits very well. If the power he asks for exceeds his ability to control, then he may not be able to resist the temptation to become a fanatical believer of Thomas. Master Guyi is a benchmark, forcibly asking for power from Dormammu. This is a bit too demanding. Dormammu was a little embarrassed. Master Gai's drawing power from the dark dimension has always been regarded as a shame by Dormammu. Now Master Gai is dead, he has not yet having time to celebrate. He met a man who was even more ruthless than Master Guyi. I have signed the soul contract with Mephisto. After I die, the soul will go to and be tortured by eternal life. This is all because of you, so I ask you for strength to immortalize you. You can avoid this. Is there anything wrong with this contract? I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, we'll take 2 shots. Li Kong is still hesitant to see Dormam. This is not enough strength. He must work harder and give him more pressure. Wait, don't you say you have an 80-year-old mother and a son who will just call your dad? And a gentle and virtuous wife. For them, I hope you are patient. Dormam needs more time to bargain, so he used Li Kang's family as a bargaining chip. www.lknovel.com tried to continue to delay the time. My mother died when I was 15, your father, I don't have a son like you who would just call my father, my wife didn't come out of her mother's womb, it's all lying to you, this kind of lies, you believe it, what about the evil god, you are a stupid X, I will reply now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Li Kong with a sneer, taunting Dormam, his family counted loudly. Dorma has no time to think again, no matter whether Li Kong is cheating himself, but he cannot lose the dark dimension anyway. In order to conquer the dark dimension, he sacrificed too much in the past. In order to obtain more powerful power, he devoured his father, killed his mother, the most beloved sister will never forgive herself, only the dark dimension is the proof of his greatness and victory, is the meaning of his life, it is more than his life. Important 10,000 times. I promise you. I promise you these conditions. Dormam's heart was bleeding. His dignity was thrown to the ground by a mortal, and he stepped on it a few feet, but he could only bear the weight of the burden, even if he wanted to retaliate, it would have to be a year later, and sometimes there was a time when this humiliation had to be tens of thousands of times. Revenge went back, but now, he can only endure. Critical moments must be patient and able to maintain sufficient patience. This is the basic quality that a conqueror who has been living in a multiverse universe for many years. Dormam resisted his anger. In Dormam's eyes, purple flames shone. And the fanatics scattered around the world were deprived of the appearance of human beings, and were dragged into the dark dimension, and at the same time, destroyed New York, London, and Xiangjiang. All the sanctuaries have been restored. For collection recommendation, thank you. Chapter 39, The Taste of Victory. At that time, Dormam destroyed most of the Xiangjiang River in order to show his power, and he was recovered. In the end, he reluctantly branded a Dormam mark on Li Kang's arm, bringing the dark dimension. The power of power is injected into it. The dark dimension is beyond time. The power in it can save people from the erosion of time. Li Kang immediately felt that his body became relaxed all at once, and the heavy shackles of time had quietly slipped from him. This time, the bamboo stick was knocked very successfully, which could not be more successful, but as a rescue the strong in the world must do something amazing and unique in order to become a topic of discussion in the streets, so as to create a reputation that is loud enough, and reputation is very important. Li Kang let go of Dormam's hand, suddenly on Dormam's face, exhausted all his strength, and slapped hard, slapped loudly, the sound of the slap spread throughout the multiverse. Li Kang. Remember to me. Between us, it's not over yet. Dormam was stunned. He hadn't received such treatment for a long time, but he was stunned for a long time before he reacted. The toothless tiger, brother, I'm scared. Li Kang raised it to Dorma. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to peel your skin. When I catch you, I will dye you every minute, and then I will resurrect you and repeat this action every day forever. Dormam's body, the magic fire above, was boiling. He struggled to pounce on Li Kang, but the 3 sanctuaries had been repaired, and he could no longer reach his tentacles into the real world. Good boy, roll back into the dark dimension and cry, ha ha ha. Li Kang laughed proudly, his mouth full of metallic taste, sin, hatred, tyranny, cruelty. It would be Doma brutal beasts like Mew, rubbing on the ground violently, to the right taste, this is the taste of victory. After such a day, his words are far from enough to describe his mood at this time. What is needed now is to light a cigarette, find 2 brothers and drink 3 or 5 bottles, and then find a few sweet girls. Carnival for a few days together, this is the day of the curse, busy a whole day, starting from the midnight attack on the vampire lair with Cassilis, experienced several life and death battles, made a deal with the devil Mephisto, and face to face he slaps Dormammu and saves the world by the way. The most terrible thing is that he did so much that he didn't even earn a penny. As for why do you want to slap Dormammu instead of punching you more affordably or even punching it harder to vent your anger? Because those are useless, as long as Dormammu is still in the dark dimension, with Li Kang's current power, in such a broken time, it is not enough to hurt Dormammu, on the contrary, there is a suspicion of tearing the agreement. In this world, as long as it is hand-to-hand, whether it is punching, kicking, or even using iron bars and other weapons, all this is about violence, with the exception of slaps, which are about insults. An arrogant evil like Dama deserves to be insulted. A flying spell on his body came into play, and a wind wing carried him, slowly falling towards the ground. Li Kang, wait for me. Dr. Kiwi heard and saw just now that he admired Li Kang's boldness. Although I really want to be humble, but I think that the thing just now was enough for me to blow it all my life. You have seen everything. Li Kang lit a cigarette, but the air pressure in the air was too low, and it was impossible to turn on the lighter. Drive. Strange raised an index finger, and a small flame appeared on his finger. You were so handsome just now, especially when Dormammu was slapped hard. This is something I didn't dare to dream about. You did it without hesitation. It was worth it by me. Light a cigarette for you personally. Dr. Kiwi shook his finger, and the flame on his finger shook a few times. Fart, but I warn you, there are some things you can say, for example, I slapped Dormammu, but the details of the transaction between me and him, especially the second half, I think if you really listen to all when you arrive, you should understand the specific content. This part of the content must be kept confidential. This matter is related to my transaction with Mephisto. I don't want Mephisto to trouble me, do you understand? Li Kang. It is unclear how much Dr. Kiwi heard, but he assumed that Dr. Kiwi heard it, so he was tentative and issued a warning. Of course, I understand this matter, but will Dormammu tell you Mephisto to retaliate against you and draw you from the dark dimension? Dr. Kiwi's concerns are not unreasonable, given that Dormammu in Li Kang's hands, he suffered such a big loss, so telling Mephisto will be a good way to retaliate. No way. First of all, in order to prevent Dormammu from going to whistleblowers, at the beginning, I intentionally implied that I was sent by Mephisto to stop Dormammu. It was not too good to provoke these two. The relationship between the harmonious demon head, and then I slapped Dormammu again. Dormammu is an evil who attaches great importance to his face. This thing will definitely be regarded as a shame by him. In a short time, Dormammu I won't meet the devil of this level of Mephisto, in order to prevent Mephisto from mocking himself with this matter. Li Kang confirmed that Dr. Strange knew everything, so he did not hide it. What? Explain the connotation of each action you made before and after this matter. My God, it turns out that you have calculated every step from the very beginning. It is a terrible person. Dr. Strange shouted in awe. Of course, so if this matter spreads, then you don't need to ask, it's you who did it. You'd better keep your mouth tight. Otherwise, if there are more enemies like me, you have to open it even when you sleep. One eye, do you understand? Li Kang seized the opportunity and scared Dr. Strange. Relax, I will seal this memory with a spell. If it still spreads out, that's not my problem. Dr. Kiwi knows that this matter is related to Li Kang's soul contract, which is not ordinary small things. If something goes wrong, Li Kang is desperate. Seeing that Dr. Kiwi is so good, Li Kang deeply feels that this person has an infinite future. Unfortunately, the memory of the last life is too vague, and Dr. Kiwi is not the person he is concerned about, so he does not know much about this person's information. Yu reading books www.yuyuganshu.com. Flew to Modu and Wang Wang. Wang Wang was very happy to welcome him. You are finally back. It seems that this blockade is very successful. Dormammu is back in the dark dimension. Our world is saved. This is all your credit. Wang Wang is very excited, he doesn't care to hate Li Kong, come and hug the two together. Li Kong was almost suffocated by Wang Wang's muscles. This guy should go to be a martial artist, mix in the magic circle, too flexed, and I'm sorry for this sturdy muscle. Modu's complexion walked over at this time. I'm leaving, to be honest, I'm very disappointed with you and Master Guyi. Although we won this battle, what's the cost? As soon as we used the power of hell, we also used the eye of Agamotto the power, all taboos, we have violated. The magician should have protected the universe, not using the power of the universe to distort it. I can't accept such a thing. Celebrate it yourself. Modu took 2 steps back, he stomped his feet and swooped into the air, disappearing into the night. I'm going to say goodbye too. It's really hard today. What's even more terrible is that, after such hard work, there is no decent income. Such a thankless job of saving the world. Whoever loves to do it in the future will do it. Li Kong was fed up too. He didn't want to look at other people's faces and didn't care. Now he just wanted to go home and lay on his own bed, and then creaked on the bed and slept beautifully. Sleep. Master Guyi once said that the place where Li Kong lived was a mouse den, but that was his own mouse den. Home is one of the few things in this world that truly belongs to you. Chapter 40, Savior and Lunatic. Home, sweet home, I really want to return to your arms now. Li Kong took out the secret ring with his finger and drew a circle in the air, trying to open a portal, but there was nothing. The secret ring sensed the portal cannot be opened without reaching the dimension wall. Damn! The advent of Dormammu has caused the real world to be distorted. Almost all mystic rings can't be used. I'm afraid I can't teleport until the world repairs itself. I don't have any money on me. Also, I hate to fly. Li Kong threw the cigarette in his hand angrily to the ground. At this time, a street coordinator with an armband came up, picked up the cigarette butts on the ground, and said to Li Kong, "This tourist, because you throw garbage, so punish you, please pay 5 yuan. I just saved the world, without me, your group of people is still a pool of scorched mud by Dormammu, but now you have to punish me for a cigarette butt? Forgetfulness, despicable. You all damn!" Li Kong roared angrily, attracting people around to watch. Li Kong was more and more angry, raised his fist and shook it to the street coordinator in front of him, and raised his hand to start, and Dr. Kiwi quickly hugged Li Kong from behind. "There is no need to do it, there is not much money, Wang Wang. Pay quickly!" Dr. Kiwi shouted to Wang Wang. "This gentleman is really sorry, please take the money and go away quickly." Wang Wang kindly persuaded. "Your attitude is not bad, but since this person has mental problems, you should not let him go out as a family member. I have also seen many such cases. This kind of person belongs to violent schizophrenia and is very dangerous. Hurry up and send him home, otherwise I will report to the mental hospital." The street coordinator walked and shook his head while sighing, "Man is very handsome, but unfortunately, he thought he had saved the world. It was a lunatic." It turned out that in the process of repairing Xiangzhong, Domum resurrected the people killed by him, but the same memory was erased, so these people did not remember at all, they were burned by an evil spirit of an external dimension, the matter of ashes. Therefore, the people watching nearby regarded Li Kong as a lunatic. "You are a lunatic, your family is mad, don't go if you are kind, see me not killing you." Li Kong struggled hard, trying to get rid of Dr. Strange. Passers-by sighed sighingly. Some people persuaded Dr. Kiwi to take Li Kong home to avoid hurting innocent people. Some people called the police and said that there were lunatics here. The scene was very embarrassing. Dr. Strange saw that there was a tendency to get out of control, and quickly hurriedly joined Wang Wang to return to the sanctuary of Xiangzhong with Li Kong. Although the sanctuary was restored, Master Lu Fang died in the hands of the fanatics, not the hands of Thomas, so it was not resurrected. This is a huge loss for the magic world. But to mourn Master Lu Fang is not the reason why they came here. In fact, there are other portals in the sanctuary. Although the portal between the sanctuary and the holy place is unidirectional, the portal between the three sanctuaries is bidirectional, and the temporary portal opened by this portal and the mysterious ring the portal is different. It is a very stable space channel, so even if most portals in the real world cannot take effect, but the portal between these three sanctuaries is not affected. The original design of the three sanctuaries was that in the event of a sanctuary being attacked, the rest of the sanctuary could provide timely support. On weekdays, the three masters often visited each other and strengthened the friendship between them, but I did not expect this time. Cassilis attacked all three parties at the same time, successfully restraining all the masters. Cassilis then used himself as a scalpel to carry out a very successful targeted removal. Cassilis, as the number 2 figure in the most holy place, knew the weakness of the sanctuary well, and the plan he made was one hit. After this incident, the most holy place was severely damaged, the former Supreme Master Guyi died, the second character Cassilis betrayed, and killed 3 masters, the third character Modo left. This time the catastrophe is the most holy place never experienced. Nowadays, among the most holy places, the most potential is the strangest doctor with the least seniority. The position of the Supreme Master is vacant. It won't take long. The 3 moon gods symbolizing magic will convene a grand event in the magic world to select the next Supreme Master. At that time, it will inevitably be a battle for another dragon. Li Kong declined the invitation of Doctor Strange. He passed the sanctuary portal directly to New York and walked out of the sanctuary, but he was caught in a huge dilemma. When he went to the sanctuary before, he was ready for everything. There is only one thing that is not brought, that is money. Yes, he has no penny. This is not to say how poor he is, but this time he came out to cope with the big crisis of the end of the world. In the face of this crisis, what is the use of carrying money? Bringing a wallet is cumbersome, and the world is going to be destroyed. Who brings those broken pieces of paper? This is also the reason why he was so fierce when he was fined in Xiangzhong. A penny held down the hero, and he really had no money on him. Moreover, if Master Gai is still there, she will definitely be paid. In this respect, she has always been very generous. She had thought that this time she would rely on herself to turn the tide. This single transaction can't get away with it for 3 or 5 years. It's beautiful, the reality is cruel, but the big gold master himself died first. How can he still ask for money? So even when he returned to New York, Li Kong found that in the whole world, there was no money and it was impossible to move. If this is not possible, you have to walk back to Hell's Kitchen. New York is such a ruthless city, but it is not without delay. Li Kong took out his mobile phone and dialed Angela's mobile number, but it showed the other party's mobile phone busy. After dialing several times in a row, he had to give up, and at a critical moment, no one could be trusted. Finally, Li Kong saw Peter Parker's mobile number, hesitated. He called Parker in the past. "Hello, this is Parker, may I ask who you are?" After a long time, Parker's weak voice came from the other end of the phone, which seemed to be still crying. "What's wrong? Why did so many things happen recently?" Li Kong frowned. "You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I am Li Kong, what's the matter with you? I can feel the decadent breath on you across the phone and was dumped by Gwen." Li Kong tried to ease the atmosphere and tease Parker. Parker has been bitten by a spider, and has already passed the mutation period before. Supposedly it should be the time of excitement, but listening to the sound, it seems that he is still very sad. "Oh, it turned out to be Mr. Li Kong." Nothing, are you looking for me?" Parker's voice hesitated. He wanted to tell Li Kong what was in his heart, but he still refrained. I want to borrow some money from you. I don't have money to take the subway. I can't go home now. Li Kong said with a thick skin. Aren't you a magician? Wouldn't it be possible to go back with magic? I'm really in no mood now. My uncle is dead. I killed him. I'm a bastard, a sinner. Parker said halfway through, suddenly whine crying. It turned out that it was no wonder that Parker's mood was so low. It turned out that his loved ones died, but the Uncle Ben he said was killed by him. What does that mean? Don't blame yourself. Although you have superpowers now, you are just a child. If your uncle died unexpectedly, believe me, it's just his fate. You can't save everyone. When you let go, you have to let go. Li Kongting liked Parker, who was a little bit cute, so he persuaded him to say a few words. But Uncle Ben was indeed killed by me. I was supposed to stop the robber, but I didn't shoot because I had a quarrel with the supermarket owner. As a result, the robber went out and killed Uncle Ben. Parker finally seemed to find an emotional vent, and told Li Kong about the heavy secret that was at the bottom of his heart. If you like this book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Chapter 41, Mocking Parker. Is it your uncle's busy business? In this city of New York, someone like your uncle who likes busy business can live to his age. It is already a miracle, you don't have to be sad. Li Kong is not very persuasive, and can only comfort Parker from his own perspective. You are not allowed to say this, Uncle Ben, he is a good person. Parker suddenly got angry, and he could feel Parker's anger across the phone. Peter Parker, you listen to me now, your uncle Li Kong is willing to listen to you BB for a long time, is to give you face, don't give your face shame, understand? Li Kang's heart also burst into flames. How can you take me? Beat me up? Now I wish someone could beat me up, you come. Are you not a magician? Let me see your ability. Parker shouted provocatively. Okay, Mr. Parker, you are really kind, but I have seen more of you like you. I only need one sentence, you have to apologize for my obedient punishment, understand? Li Kong gritted his teeth and said. Ha ha ha, I'm curious, I want to hear what you want to say. It's so powerful, you say it. Parker's tone was full of disdain. Li Kong sighed, he cleared his throat. You gave me a good deal. I will give you 20 minutes. You brought $50 to a private museum here on 5th Avenue and apologized until I was satisfied, otherwise I would use magic to curse you. Uncle went to hell, do you understand? Li Kong said very coldly, he decided to tease little Parker. No matter how capable he is, he has no ability to take the soul from God, but Parker certainly doesn't know it, and he doesn't dare to try it. Wait, you can't do this, you. Parker said panically. Now you still have 19 minutes and 50 seconds. If I were you, I would take the maximum speed and rush here. You know, compared with going to hell, losing a life is nothing. Li Kong relentlessly counted the time. It is indeed a sad thing to die a loved one, especially if there is some responsibility for this matter, but this cannot be an excuse for Parker's depression. In retrospect, what I did when I encountered this tragedy. Li Kong was a few years younger than Parker at that time. Not only did he smuggle abroad, but he also found the Himalayas alone. At that time, Li Kong was just a teenager. On the other hand, Parker, as a Spider-Man, has a superpower, but he only knows how to cry and wipe tears, making Li Kong look down on him. There are always all kinds of broken things in life, unfortunate things can happen at any time. The beloved one was killed, not thinking of revenge, what a man. After about 10 minutes or so, Li Kong suddenly heard a burst of wind above his head. He quickly looked up. It turned out that Parker was flying across the sky with spider silk. Parker also found Li Kong. He swirled in the air and fell to Li Kong. Around. What is on your head? Is stockings. Lee Kong frowned and looked at Parker. It's not that Lee Kong wants to vomit Parker. It's just that this future Spider-Man is too avant-garde. He wears a pair of big shorts on his lower body and no hair on his two big white legs. This is very rare among white people in Europe and America. Yes, wearing a red t-shirt on his upper body, a red mask on his head, with a weird pattern on it, two of which were originally eye positions, covered with two black goggles. This body reminds Lee Kong of an island country movie that he has seen a few days ago, what is called Metamorphic Masked Superman. The difference between Parker's dress and the metamorphic masked Superman, it's not what he puts on his head. True love is original. The rest, there is no difference. Lee Kong couldn't help laughing. This Parker, it was so invincible. This can't blame me. When you called me, I was sitting on the roof. The time you gave was too short. I didn't have time to wear clothes at all. Parker said, very distressed. Ha ha ha, you only came here in half the time, and then you told me that you don't have time to wear clothes. I think you just enjoy this dress. Did not expect you to be this. It's no wonder that Gwen can't be reached. Lee Kong smiled and supported the wall with one hand, otherwise he would have to lie on the ground with a smile. The $50 you want, if there is no problem, I want to go back first. Parker spit out the money Lee Kong gave him, and he vowed that he never wanted to deal with Lee Kong again in his life. Lee Kong took the money in his hand. He probed Parker and pulled Parker into the alley. He took off Parker's hood over his head. Underneath the hood was Parker's haggard face and crying red eyes. I haven't eaten in a few days. Don't cry, go with me. I will also talk to someone. Today I just saved the world, and then I was treated as a madman. After returning to New York, I found a point there is no money, so let me go and eat a hot dog with me. Lee Kong pulled the reluctant Parker and found a hot dog stand and bought 2 hot dogs and 2 milkshakes. The two found a small park and sat on a bench, enjoying simple food. Not far away, an old man played a complete frisbee game with a beautiful golden retriever. Every time the old man threw out the frisbee, he was hit by huge gold. The hound squeaked accurately, and the golden retriever always shook his tail and returned the frisbee to the old man's hands, and he went back and forth. You said you saved the world, what the is going on? Parker didn't go out for a few days. This time he was in a much better mood. His curiosity was hooked. It's a wicked named Dormammu who wants to destroy the world. If today is not the handsome man in front of you to turn the tide, the world in front of you is already destroyed, but there is no need to worship me. I am a low-key person and don't like it someone admires me. Lee Kong leaned back and was able to work normally, without talking to people at all times. It was a very relaxing thing. His originally tense mood relaxed a lot. www.mtlnovel.com. Wow, evil God, the world is ruined. It seems that you have had a hard time this day, but this is your responsibility. Who made your abilities so powerful? Uncle Ben said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Parker cheered up suddenly. He took a bite of the hot dog, and there was a blazing fire in his eyes. Don't listen to your uncle's bullshit, you're only in high school, what do you do with so much responsibility? A happy life, it's serious to get Gwen in your hands, do you understand? Remember my words, all abilities have a price. The greater the ability and the greater the cost, I don't want you to ruin your life. Lee Kong treated Parker as a younger brother when he first met. He didn't want Parker to be a pure teenager because of his uncle. Then, he was involved in this messy, superhero career. No superhero can lead a normal life. Sometimes, being an ordinary person who knows nothing is a kind of happiness, but Lee Kong knows that he is hard to persuade Parker, but as a friend, he always give your own opinion. Sure enough, the fire in Parker's eyes did not weaken at all. He was determined to be a superhero. Right, do you have any clues about your uncle's being killed? Lee Kong didn't want to talk about such things as abilities and responsibilities, or let's talk about appetite, such as revenge. This, specifically, I don't know very well, but I know that there is a star tattoo on the murderer's wrist. Parker's memory of this matter is most clear, and he turned his attention to it. Find the murderer who killed Uncle Ben. Do you know how many people in New York City have tattoos of stars on their wrists? What clue is this? For collection and recommendation. Chapter 42, Revenge. Let me think about it. How do I feel like my uncle is dead? I have an outsider who loves you, a nephew, and give me a good thought. Lee Kong patted Patience on the back of Parker's head. A bit. Wait, Parker was about to argue, and suddenly he remembered a clue. I remembered that there was an explosive pattern in the 5-pointed star on the man's wrist, which is of the boom type. Among them there is also a letter B, which is red. Parker ate some food, and finally got his brain alive. The man is iron and the rice is steel. This sentence is true. This is the hallmark of the Irish speeding party. They are a group of violent speeding parties. But from drug trafficking, human trafficking, theft and robbery, they do everything except law-abiding and law-abiding things. They are a real scum. These people's the base was originally a kitchen, but it offended the Russians and was cleared by the fighting people with AK-47. Now it should be gathered in a broken warehouse near the Hudson River. You see, if you want to do it, can you find clues? Then you do what you should do. Lee Kong patted his and got up. From the remaining money, he took 2 out of the money for the subway, and stuffed the rest to Parker. Why did you give me the money again? Parker's face looked puzzled. Stupid, this is for you to make a good deal. You can't wear this body to take revenge. Remember, revenge is neat and clean, don't leave traces, be careful. Lee Kong hit 1. Yawn, get up from the bench. Why? Don't you go with me? Parker asked with some disappointment. He doesn't understand anything now. He only knows a reliable clue, but he is a high school student. Although he has superpowers, he has a mental capacity. Did not mature. It's your own business, I won't blend in with it. Remember, stare at the target and find a chance to catch him. After that, you will naturally come, no matter what decision you made in the end, no regret is all right. I am tired and need a good rest. Lee Kong stretched his waist tiredly. The wound on his body was still sore, but it gave him a feeling of being alive. It feels good to be alive, besides, he still has an enemy to deal with. Lee Kong touched the soul vial hidden in his chest, in which Casila's soul was writhing in pain. Lee Kong left Parker alone. He found a subway station nearby and took the journey home. On the subway, Lee Kang's thoughts came to Uncle Ben. Presumably it was also an enthusiastic old man. Like his father, even if he suffered a loss, he laughed all day long, still persuading others to ask look at it. I always like to say that the more similar abilities, the greater the responsibility of soul chicken soup. These old good people, don't you know? Good people don't live long. Suddenly, a black shadow flew from a distance, hit Lee Kang's head. He looked down. It turned out to be a football. On the subway, a group of gang elements, regardless of the feelings of other passengers, regarded the subway as driving range. Hey, yellowskin monkey, pass the ball. A Mexican man insulted Lee Kong with a pronounced Spanish accent. You all know that he is a monkey. How can a monkey play rugby? A companion of his self-righteously said a playful word. Ha ha ha, makes sense, you are really smart. The 2 Mexicans, as if doing something glorious, touched each other's fists. These idiots didn't even know that the world was almost destroyed. They treated the savior who saved the world like this. Lee Kong picked up the football and threw it. When the Mexican opened his arms to catch the ball, Lee Kong flicked a small fireballs, meteors rushing to the moon, burned rugby ball in the air. Sorry, call me a yellowskin monkey again, it's not the ball that burned. Lee Kong used his finger to compare under 2 Mexicans. You are a mutant, what other mutants are in the car? The Mexican stepped back in awe. Not only them, the rest of the passengers also stood up in fright and left the car. If there are really mutants in the vicinity, there must be a feeling that the dog is gone, and any bad things can be blamed on his head. In fact, this cannot be blamed on ordinary people. Speaking of this, both sides have responsibilities. If you really want to find a culprit, then blame Magneto. This guy seems to have a certain desire to perform. During the terrorist attack, there was a lot of movement. For example, during the apocalypse, the Auschwitz concentration camp was directly demolished and transformed into a steel building that is still very avant-garde even after 30 years. It is said that President Kennedy was also assassinated by Magneto. With such a high-profile type of terrorist attack, the mutants are unlucky. The subway is at the previous stop of Hell's Kitchen, and all the people on the bus get off. No one will continue to sit down, as if it was really leading to hell in front. Li Kong doesn't care. He has already seen hell. If this continues, it may become a permanent resident there. After coming out of the subway, Li Kong greeted Susan. Susan told Li Kong to be careful, because there are rumors that Russia is looking for Li Kong everywhere, and everyone in the kitchen knows that the Russians are cruel, offended them and lost half of their lives. Li Kong is actually not afraid of any Russians. He is afraid that these people go to the detective agency to find trouble. That detective agency has a special meaning to Li Kong. Even if it destroys the world, he does not want to see the detective agency suffer a little damage. So Li Kong did not go to the detective agency, but went directly to his home and simply took a warm bath in the bathroom, which could not be seen through the trench coat. In fact, his body was covered with bruises and was burned by the energy of magic. The skin exudes a blue glow. These injuries must be dealt with immediately. The energy of these dark dimensions is very terrible. If not treated in time, it will corrode one bone. By the end of all these tossing, it was already dark. Looked at the bedroom through the glass, the big bed seemed to be waving, calling Li Kong to lie down quickly, but there was one more thing left, and he took out the soul vial containing Cassila's soul from his arms. My old friend, we will be neighbors in the future, are we very happy? Li Kong said softly to the vial. Suddenly, the image of Master Guyi appeared in the mirror in front of him. Master Guyi confronted Li Kong, shook his head slowly. No, you don't want to pretend to be a good guy this time. I won't eat that one again. www.ltnovel.com. This is what he deserves. I know you are guilty of Cassilis, but you are right, my debt is bigger. Think about it, who do you care more about in your heart? Li Kong knew that Master Guyi cares about Cassilis, but there are some things that he must understand today. Master Guyi smiled silently, then waved his hand and turned and walked into the depths of the mirror. This was her farewell and her answer. It seems that you are eventually abandoned, but it does not matter. Your good friend Li Kong is still here. Come, let me put you in the new home. This will be your warm and safe home in the future. I will definitely treat you never leave. Li Kong took care of the vial containing Cassila's soul into the toilet, and created a small groove with magic. He intimately put the soul vial in the groove. To give you a shower for the first time today, brother, I am actually a little nervous, but I will get used to it later. Li Kong unbuttoned his belt, and it was convenient for him. No. Although it was impossible, Li Kong seemed to hear Cassila's screams, and the revenge was very cheerful. Framed me Li Kong, killed my friend, tried to kill me several times, and tried to hand over the world to the evil doorman. Any one of these crimes is enough for you to never be born. Now, it is already cheaper for you. Li Kong spit on the soul vial, returned to the bedroom, and fell asleep on the bed. P.S. Zhakang's story has just begun. His character will gradually enrich with the development of the story. Zhakang's abilities are almost all black magic. He is a master of black magic, and there will be more big events happen. Jin Tao is here to ask you to collect more, recommend more, and comment more. Now I feel that not many people watch it. Chapter 43, Aegis Secret Service. On the outskirts of a small town in North America, Aegis Secret Service was burnt by a very special hammer. This is not an ordinary hammer. With the technology of Aegis Secret Service, even the basic data of what kind of metal it is, cannot be analyzed. Fitz, a scientist inside SHIELD, guessed that this hammer should be an alien high-tech weapon, so the detection instruments on the Earth could not effectively analyze it, but in any case, SHIELD is now in a state of incompetence. Status: Agent Cowlson had just returned from his mission. In his car, he carried a computer confiscated from a scientific team. The computer had the most reliable data about the storm brought by this hammer. If possible, Cowlson also wanted to bring the science team back together. But suddenly he received a call from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, and Fury asked him to perform a more important task than himself with this hammer. Originally, Cowlson did not like to perform tasks with Fury, because Fury was too fortunate, and the result of the task with him was often the death of the team. Only Fury could survive alone, and always unscathed. People always flattered SHIELD up and down, gave Fry a nickname, Lucky Fry, and called those who followed Fry on the mission, cursed cannon fodder, but this time Cowlson there is no reason for refusal, because this time the mission is carried out together with the legendary supernatural agent team. This team is the most mysterious even in S.H.I.E.L.D. They have been Fury's comrades since World War II. Until now, they are Jack Werewolf, he is the captain, Vampire Midnight, Zombie Sean, Uran Anu, humanoid aliens, maybe because they are all supernatural beings, so they have been able to deal with Fury for so long, and have not been killed. When Cowlson was young, he accompanied him through the same year of loneliness. There were two very long-lived cartoons, one of which was Captain America and the other was Supernatural Agents. During his childhood every Halloween, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, always dress up as a character in a supernatural agent team. With a thrilled mood, Cowlson jumped out of the car without waiting for the car to stop, and walked directly into the huge tent built by S.H.I.E.L.D. This was specifically designed to protect the hammer. Helson stood straight and knocked gently on the door. Brush. The door opens automatically. Appearing in front of Cowlson is a beautiful woman with short hair. The lines of the beauty are soft, especially in the special service clothes. It looks more exquisite and delicate, and looks cute. But Cowlson knew that this woman was the number 2 character of S.H.I.E.L.D., the hot-tempered Hill, and Fury's left and right hands, an extremely strong woman. There was never a shortage of strong women in S.H.I.E.L.D., such as Agent May Waite. This is the representative of the strong woman, but Hill is stronger. Coulson, I thought you would fly in, did you know? Supernatural agents and the director are waiting for you. Hill's face suddenly showed a mischievous look. It turned out that she used to have after crouching in front of the TV series, waiting for the experience of the supernatural agent team, she is also a fan. But as a child, Hill showed distinctive traits. Other children were Captain Pink werewolves or glamorous vampires at midnight. Some tastes were more special. They were powdered zombies, Sean, or even fish. People or humanoids are alien. Hill alone is the villain, Dracula, the vampire king. In the cartoon, Dracula is handsome and powerful. As a classic villain, he devotes himself to plotting conspiracies and tricks that will never be successful. These conspiracies and tricks were always carried out very smoothly in the early stage. The supernatural agent team did not fight back. The ability to fully demonstrate the strong strength a qualified villain should have. But unfortunately, Dracula has a fatal personality defect. Once the wind is down, you don't want to wave it. Whenever you plan to succeed immediately, Dracula has turned on the forced mode, just like this for a lifetime. It's like pursuing, it's like being over-addicted, saying that it's endless, from the idea of building a vampire empire, to the cat he had born a baby. In short, it's not waved to the extreme counterattack by supernatural agents. Don't shut up. Hill likes this dumb Dracula. Until he grew up, he joined the Aegis Secret Service and realized that Dracula really exists and is a huge threat to the world. Hill still remembers her at that time. It seemed as if she heard her young girl's heart, the cracked voice, and then the girl Hill disappeared, and she became the capable female agent in front of Coulson. "Are they handsome?" Coulson asked a little excitedly. "More handsome than the legend. Captain Werewolf also gave me a signed photo, but unfortunately I will soon perform other tasks. Coulson, would you like to exchange tasks with me? My task is special, it's simple, just go and see a person." Hill is rare, revealing the charming side, but unfortunately she is facing an elite agent of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Service. "I'm sorry, I can't switch tasks with you. Haven't you already had a signed photo of Captain Werewolf? I'm going to get a few signed photos too. If I can kiss at midnight, it would be great." Coulson also expressed is like a child, and can see childhood idols. His heart is also very excited. Yu reading books www.yuyugonshu.com. "You're so iron-hearted, I hate you." Cole pushed Coulson a little sadly and walked outside the room. "Don't be sad, maybe your task will be fun. Who are you going to see?" Coulson asked, gloating. "You will not be interested, I'm going to see Captain Steve Rogers." Cole said lightly. She turned and looked at Coulson's reaction with a smirk. "Hang!" Coulson hit his head against the door frame, his nose was almost knocked. "Rogers? Captain America? Ha ha ha! That's right, just to see Captain America. I've given you a chance. You gave up on your own." Cole smirked twice and turned away. "Wait! Hill! Wait for me!" Coulson wailed, and everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that Coulson was an avid Captain America fan who was so enthusiastic to use S.H.I.E.L.D. The resources are simply a collection of Captain America costumes. It is important to know that Captain America was a character from World War II and participated in the war against the Nazis. It was not only a long time ago, but also it was a period of war, and it was very difficult to preserve supplies. Therefore, we can imagine how much manpower and material resources Coulson spent to accumulate this set of clothing. Even if Director Frey wants to take a look, he must go through a strict disinfection process. It is said that when Coulson is empty, she would also put on those clothes in person, and Hill wouldn't believe it until she saw Coulson at the show again, bought a Captain America shield, and happily played it. So Hill deliberately played a little trick this time, fiercely molested Coulson once. "Thanks to Softpa for the reward. Thank you for your collection and recommendation, thank you for your support." Chapter 44, Nick Fury's Troubles. Agent Coulson, what are you doing? We are in a meeting. You must come in quickly, or just go out. Fury's low and magnetic voice sounded. As a super agent who was active during World War II, Fury it looks like a 43 or 4-year-old. Under the shiny black brain, there is an eye sharper than the eagle eye. This eye is now staring at Coulson. Coulson seemed to be shocked by electricity. He stood up quickly, sorted his clothes in half a second, and walked into the temporary conference hall. On both sides of Fury, sitting is the supernatural agent team, the wild werewolf Captain Jack, the glamorous vampire wearing a UV reflective suit at midnight, a zombie Sean who will drop his eyes and drop his eyes, listening intently. Yanu, the Murloc who spoke with Fury, and looking at the back only make people mistaken for the humanoid alien of the Hulk. This is almost like coming out of a childhood cartoon. Coulson's eyes are wet. This joy is not inferior to seeing Captain America, but when I think about it, I still want to be inferior, but it is a little bit. That's it. Coulson, did you get the storm data? Fury worked like a robot with precision. Everyone got it, but there was someone in the squad that aroused my interest. She said that the hammer was like flying out of the Nordic mythology. Coulson immediately after a short jump entered the working state. As a professional agent, Coulson must evaluate every possibility, even if it sounds ridiculous, it must be collected. Are you saying that this hammer is the Thor's hammer in the Nordic mythology? Thor? Yin Chu citing, our scientists tried various ways to test this hammer, but found nothing. Maybe it's from a myth, but what we're going to discuss now is not a hammer, but a more realistic problem. Fury pressed a remote control and the TV wall opposite opened, showing a horrifying picture. A giant, wrapped in the flames of hell, made a terrifying contact with a huge evil made of black fire in mid-air. The streets that were subsequently destroyed and the people who were killed returned to normal. This influence was taken from Xiangzhang. The evil spirit in the picture is the legendary, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, the Tyrant Dorma. Our world has just experienced a crisis of destruction, but what are we doing? We are chasing the Hulk, or to track down Magneto and his mutant brotherhood, or even the Doctor of Destruction that appeared only in recent years. We claim that we are saving the world, but when there is a real crisis of destroying the world, we are helpless. Such a situation it must be changed. The salvage work of Captain America gives us an opportunity to make weapons. That is the cube of the universe, an energy source that is enough to change the balance of power. Fury slaps the table, and he rarely has such uncomfortable moves. But it doesn't mean that he has no temper. Fury has a lot of praise, but good temper is not here. But director, Xiangzhang, what should we explain to the public? Coulson stared at the screen, and his scalp tingled for a while. The world was already messy enough. Superheroes and supervillains regarded the world as a battlefield. It's already bad enough, now it's okay, and there is an external dimension of the devil to join in the excitement. It is really a misfortune to live in such a turbulent world. Explain to the masses? Coulson, did you come to S.H.I.E.L.D. on the first day? The mass aliens in your mouth can't accept it, and you have to tell them now that there are more terrifying evil gods in the universe? Spreading rumors that this is actually a grand sci-fi visual show organized by Tony Stark. Fury sighed. One thing after another, he has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, if not supported by the serum, he is now living in the hospital with a nutrient solution. But, is this useful? Coulson couldn't help but wonder, would such a crude emergency public relations really work? Fury and the supernatural agents looked at each other and suddenly laughed together. Cute Coulson, we are agents. Let me explain to the politicians, and, obviously, you underestimate Mr. Stark's reputation. Don't talk about a science fiction visual show. Mr. Tucker made Gundam, he was flying in the sky, and there were people who believed terrorists everywhere. This matter has been resolved. Stark had a video conference with me before. He was very dissatisfied with my approach and threatened to sue us. It seems that we need to give the Stark Group more arms quota. Fury smiled impolitely. This is not the first time that Tony Stark's reputation has been used to cover up events that do not want to be known to the public. In the recent past, Stark's day is like this in the eyes of the public. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I watched a science fiction visual show with the British captain in London www.novel.com at 6 o'clock, in Rio de Janeiro, watched a science fiction visual show with the Brazilian president, 7 o'clock. East side of New York, science fiction visual show. 10 o'clock. Tokyo. Science fiction visual show, people are lamenting that Stark is really a visual maniac, let alone, this schedule is not affordable for the average person. So, what task are we going to perform now? Coulson asked inexplicably, and had a relationship with the supernatural agent team. It had already explained the nature of this task, which was related to magic, and what's new in Mafagula. Conspiracy, or some dark magician, summoned monsters of outer dimensions? We are going to collect debts this time. In order to deal with the crisis of the evil Dormammu, I lent the cube of the universe to Master Guyi, a trusted guardian of magic. I think you all have contact with Master Guyi. She is a god. The honorable agent of the Shield Bureau is also the supreme mage of the magic world. Without her, our world would have been torn to pieces by various demons and ghosts, but I learned a terrible news from the most holy place 3 days ago. Master Guy was killed, we lost a friend, but now is not the time for sorrow, because the universe cube falls into the hands of an extremely troublesome person, which is why I called the supernatural agent team. Fury said with a headache. But this intrigues Collison's curiosity, knowing that in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury is an omnipotent god, no matter what dangerous situation. He can resolve it one by one. At least Cole Morey had been at S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years and had never seen Fury so bad. That person is... Free just wanted to say the name of the person, and suddenly a harsh alarm came to mind. It was an alarm that someone was approaching the hammer. For recommendation, for collection. Chapter 45, Coulson's Grade. Monitoring Group, turn on monitoring and let me see what happened. Fury shouted at the communicator on his wrist. The picture of the TV wall turned, showing the picture of the hammer, but here, there was no one at all, but beside the hammer, there was clearly a pair of footprints, which fell deeply into the concrete floor. No matter who the intruder was, this human power is superhuman, and the intruder may want to take the hammer, but he tried his best, even at the risk of being found. He let his legs sink deep into the ground, but he failed to lift. Stand up. Enough is enough, no matter who this person is, he has left. Let the tactical team disband. Let the engineering team come back and restore the ground as it is, without leaving any traces. Fury was very calm, not a little angry, because it is useless to be angry. The ability of this intruder has exceeded the capabilities of the current Aegis agents. Secretary, you haven't said, whose hand is the Rubik's Cube in? The atmosphere at the scene was very embarrassing. Coulson and Fury were old friends, and he digressed in time. He's just... Fury was about to be interrupted just now. Suddenly he felt something was wrong with him. Brush. 2 guns appeared in Fury's hands like lightning. He glared, the one-eyed stared behind him, but there was nothing but air. Wow, boss, are you too sensitive? Captain Werewolf joked. This sensitive countless times saved my life. Sometimes, even if you are careful, you can easily lose your life. Fury put away the gun, and he exhaled with a light face. As far as I know, the universe cube is there. In Li Kang's hands, this person is in the Hell's Kitchen, known as Hell Detective, nicknamed Scum, and also called him Scum, a shameless bastard. Oh! The supernatural agents screamed collectively. Coulson looked at his childhood idols weirdly, and uttered such a terrible wailing, which shows that this scumbag must not be simple. Excuse me, is this Li Kang really so difficult to deal with? Coulson couldn't help but asked curiously. Your name is Coulson, right? I don't know how many years you have joined S.H.I.E.L.D., what level of agents are you? Captain Werewolf asked. Captain, I'm now at level 7, but I'm already one of the candidates for the 8th level agent. Collison stood upright and proudly stated his level. The staff of Aegis Secret Service is divided into 10 levels. From level 1 to level 3, these people are temporary government employees or interns who have just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and they do not have any power in themselves. They can only access non-confidential information and only have a general understanding of the system of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the titles of chiefs of all levels, when performing a task, even the content and code of the task are not qualified to know. The only thing they can do is brainless obedience. The 4th level agent is a public secret level and can only access the lowest level of confidential information. Generally, it is only an intern who has joined S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few months, has performed many tasks, and has received background checks within 10 years. To apply for qualification to become a level 4 agent, the applicant must fill out and sign a series of non-disclosure agreements. Once it becomes a level 4 agent, it is considered to be a real member of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, it can obtain basic permissions and have the right to consult them as necessary. Confirmed information, but the details of specific agents and task content will be blocked. General R&D personnel, medical staff, and a small number of administrative personnel are all eligible to become Level 4 agents. The 5-level agent, the general confidential level, is just the application process. It takes several months or even a year, depending on personal background and personal performance during the application. Some people with special backgrounds, even to investigate for 2 or 3 years every 10 years, you will have to review your personal background information, as well as a special review process by SHIELD, including the truth test, polygraph test, retinal information collection, fingerprint review and DNA test, and a brainwave recheck to confirm that the person under investigation has not been replaced, controlled, or even abducted. Personnel of the Aegis Secret Service at this level are eligible to report directly to Hill or Fury. Level 6 and Level 7, Top Secret Level. This level requires a minimum of 3 months and a maximum of 3 years of application process. A review is conducted every 5 years. Agents at this level are qualified to obtain intelligence that affects national security and is more sensitive. High-level scientific researchers and medical staff are also included. Agents of the 8th and 9th levels, the top secret stealth level, can only understand what they are responsible for. They are never allowed to know the secrets of other agents of the same level. The general staff of SHIELD only know that there are agents of this level, but they do not knowing who they are all invisible and transparent people. Agents at this level can access top secret technologies, such as stealth, nuclear strike targets, etc., have the power to use drones or satellites for reconnaissance, and must serve 10 for SHIELD more than years, but this level can have a temporary system during special periods. The 10th level agent has no level and no relevant information. The only person who can be identified as the 10th level agent is Nick Fury. He is the director of the SHIELD Secret Service Bureau. Except for him, the remaining 10 level agents are non-existent. www.novel.com Carlson is going to be a glorious 8th level agent after a rigorous inspection in another month. It's amazing. The people of our supernatural agent team are all 8th level agents, but you don't have to be sad. We have served for SHIELD for decades. We have fought against the Nazis in our long career. However, in the mutant crisis, we also contributed a lot of power. We are qualified to say that we are well informed, but Li Kong is definitely a wonderful flower. The picture of Xiangzhong you saw just now is all hell. Blaze, the giant who repels Dormammu, is Li Kang's transfiguration. He saved our world. You must remember this face. The werewolf captain opened the TV wall, brought up Li Kang's picture, and passed the technical staffs. After a while, the effect of flames was removed, revealing a handsome, Asian face. So, he is a hero myself. Carlson said naively. Everyone present was stunned, and then he laughed, ah ha 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 ha. Oh my god, this is such a cute kid. I haven't laughed like this for a long time. The vampire suddenly turned into a mist at midnight, and then appeared next to Carlson, holding Carlson's face, gently, and Carlson kissed it on the lips. Did I say something wrong? Carlson asked dumbfoundedly. Of course you are wrong, and ridiculously wrong. Li Kong is definitely not a hero. He is not willing to be a hero, he is just a dregs. If you treat him as a hero, you absolutely have no chance to live as an 8th level agent. One day, the vampire said solemnly at midnight. P.S. Thank you very much Fenrir for the reward, thank you for your recommendation tickets and collections, thank you for your support. Chapter 46, The Black History of the Supernatural Agents. It seems that I decided to let you touch on magic-related tasks. It is very necessary. In the future, you will become an 8th level agent. There will be many such tasks. To deal with Li Kang's magician, we want to try our best. It's a lot of chips, and you even have to choose what you want. Do you understand? Fury wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. The tears of laughter just came out, but his eyes gave a meaningful glance at Midnight. Why do you look at me like this? Lord Secretary, I personally don't mind taking some tasks to sacrifice Hugh, but I have ever given a poison vow, and I will never accompany Li Kang's bastard. He prevents me from sucking blood every day. Drinking beer with holy water, not only that, he took advantage of me for several days, but when the Dracula elite guard attacked, he opened the portal and escaped. Can you imagine? He did not hesitate abandoning a big beauty like me. He is either a human being or a ruthless beast. As a vampire who has lived for more than half a century, and an 8th level agent, he has exceeded the moral restrictions at midnight. But Li Kang is still like a stinky cheese, making it unbearable at midnight. As the only team inside the shield, the supernatural agent team has the honor to work with Li Kang 3 times in the past few years. 2 of them were abandoned by Li Kang at a critical moment, and 1 was attracted by Li Kang. Although the cannon fodder of firepower was at the last moment, Li Kang appeared to turn the tide in time, but everyone's mood was still extremely uncomfortable. Especially at midnight, as the supernatural agent team's master Huaiden, not only has a perfect body of 85:59:85, coupled with angelic appearance, and the peculiar charm of the blood, it makes midnight almost unfavorable when facing men. But in 3 contacts with Li Kang, it was a nightmare at midnight. Not only was he cheated of money and swindled, he was also used as cannon fodder, and the most ruthless one, Li Kang used magic to turn holy water into beer, tricked to drink at midnight, and immediately betrayed midnight to Dracula, tempting Dracula to blood at midnight. Dracula was fooled if he didn't want to think about it. Li Kang unleashed the curse when Dracula drank the traitor midnight, and Dracula's blood was instantly filled with holy water. But holy water alone is not enough to kill Dracula, but Dracula can't get rid of the holy water. The torture of holy water made Dracula wailing all night, and his voice was more terrible than the boar that was fanned. It can tear a person's eardrum apart. Li Kang dragged Dracula under the sun, and turned Dracula into a big match. So I swear at midnight that I will never have any intimate contact with Li Kang in any situation. Fury showed an obvious disappointment. Midnight is a powerful weapon against men, but unfortunately it is not useful. Originally, I didn't promote money trading with people like Li Kang, but I still approved $1 million in funds, which is not good. We will spend money to buy the universe cube, but I can't come forward to do these things, so Collison, you are going to trade with Li Kang on your behalf. Remember, he will give you nothing to touch. Once you get the universe Rubik's Cube, put it in a sealed box immediately. Do you understand? Fury as the adversary said to Coulson. Director, so, this is just a simple task. Can I go alone? As for the use of a supernatural agent team, such a big battle. Coulson once again showed the naive side. Ha 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 ha. Coulson caused a second laugh. If there is no supernatural agent team to follow, do you think Li Kang will trade with you? Don't joke, he will peel and cramp you. Use a steel fork to get a big piercing from your chrysanthemum, put you on the grill, roast it into a suckling pig. In the face of people like Li Kang, you have to be soft and hard and shameless. Whatever you come, you can succeed by any means. Fury said that the principle of life is already won. Uncle Coulson said in a daze, as if opening the door to a new world. This is even if I formally enter the examination of the 8th level agent. If I can succeed, please ask the director to approve me to be a glorious 8th level agent. Coulson was able to reach the 7th level agent of the SHIELD Secret Service Bureau. A fuel-efficient lamp. Coulson was suspected of taking advantage of the fire this time, but other people, especially Fury, glanced at him admirably. If you want to be a qualified SHIELD agent, you need to have this quality. Look at your performance this time. The Kun-type fighter is ready, we will start. Fury took the crowd to the open space outside the tent, and indeed a Kun-type fighter was ready to go. In front of the fighter, a young man who looked a little nervous. The young man greeted him as soon as he saw Fury. Secretary, do you really want me to give up the task here and go with you? I don't understand, my task here seems to be gaining soon, you can't just transfer me away. Young someone nervously stopped Fury. I can't. Fury's look in one eye scared the young man back 2 steps. Mr. Fitz, you have already surmised. I will give you a mission. You must obey it unconditionally. Our mission this time it's more urgent than your current mission, and I'm fed up with the seeming, possible, immediately, and needing gains, so hurry up and get on the plane. Fitz touched his nose embarrassingly and got on the plane. Gray. Fury was the last to get on the plane, and he looked back suddenly, not knowing why. He always had a feeling of being monitored. After the alarm came from the hammer, he could not get around. Flew vertically and flew straight to New York. On the side of the woods, a man wearing a green cloak and a golden horned helmet suddenly appeared. The man had a typical European face, and the marble-like lines on his face outlined an evil spirit. Fascinating face. I had wanted to see Thor's idiot Thor's hammer, but I never heard of such an interesting thing. Recently, the news that the Doom, the Scatterer, was dying on the earth, spreading throughout the universe. I have long wanted to see this. Li Kong, who claims to be more deceitful than the prince who lied to me, took advantage of this opportunity, and I want to see this person's ability. It turns out that this person is in Nordic mythology. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com's brother Loki, the man who claims to be a prince of lies, of mischief. Loki came to the earth this time, mainly to see his brother Thor, who because of a flagrant violation of the armistice agreement between Odin and the Frost Giant, almost caused the Immortal Palace and the Frost Giant to start a war again, and he was unwilling to acknowledging his mistakes, openly disobeying Odin. He was fined by Odin, fell into the earth, and temporarily became an ordinary person. Before Loki tried to raise Thor's hammer, he did not hesitate to expose his tracks, but he did not use his full strength to shake Thor's hammer, and then he sneaked into Fury's office, but was almost discovered by Keen Fury. But the adventure was bringing a lot of gains. He learned that Fury and others were going to find the famous Li Kong, and Loki's interest was ignited at once. Maybe this person can be my ally in the future. Rocky flew up and followed the Kun-style fighter in the distance. In Hell's Kitchen, Li Kong was sitting decadently in front of the TV. It has been many days since the Dormammu incident passed. Not to mention that there was no business, even the intern assistant was lost, and there was no business. After being treated like a hero, he didn't even get a thank you. He couldn't help wondering if he had saved a fake world. Li Kong was holding a cigarette, drinking beer, watching Teacher King vs. Muto on the TV. Considering whether I am going to luck with Xiaozuo or Xiaohu today, or when I have a strength flight, the defensive circle suddenly fluctuates, but there is no alarm, and Li Kong ignores it. Maybe he came to check the water meter. After 30 seconds, the doorbell jingled. P.S. Thank you very much, Amp, Xian for the reward. Thank you for your collection and recommendation. Thank you very much, Songkya Waryuamaki. Chapter 47, Carlson vs Li Kong. Li Kong suddenly felt that the entire circle had suddenly collapsed. Although it was only a moment, it was enough to show that a very powerful existence suddenly appeared. Who would it be? The mercenary sent by Mephisto? It should not be. The garlic of Mephisto's men can't be more clear. No one can project such a powerful force in the world. Then the question comes. Who is this person? He hesitated for a moment, but he stood up and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man with a very high hairline. He wore a stiff black suit and black sunglasses, and looked cool. This friend, I think you are dressed like a black suit, black tie, black leather shoes, black sunglasses. You are not a triad, you should be S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, forgive me. The original S.H.I.E.L.D. super famous is supernatural. Agents, what about Midnight? Why didn't she come? I was thinking about her. Li Kong deliberately saw Captain Werewolf and others, and he extended his hand casually. Coulson stunned, and then formally shook hands with Li Kong. This time because I came to the civilian life area, so the ugly and humanoid aliens and other ugly ones did not follow. At midnight, they said that as soon as they saw Li Kong, their hearts were stinging and there was a feeling of suffocation. In fact, the vampire has no heartbeat and does not need to breathe, but no one wants to pierce her. When the mood is bad at midnight, touch the of the tiger, no one is so stupid. I am Agent Coulson of SHIELD, in fact, this time, on behalf of Director Fry, I asked you for something belonging to our SHIELD. Collison said very politely. After the sunglasses his eyes could not help but glance at the TV. Teacher King on the TV was wearing a suit made of 2 wires and was making a teasing gesture towards the camera. The decaying image of Li Kong in front of him, and watching the video that is easy to cause bad effects alone, Coulson suddenly felt wrong. What was Li Kong doing before he arrived? While shaking hands, Coulson suddenly felt sick, and quickly took out a white handkerchief and wiped the right hand he just shook. Li Kong seems to be about 20 years old, and his chaotic eyes can't see anything special. This kind of person is full of streets in the kitchen. Why is Fury so worried about him? Just like this decadent, unknowingly fallen young man, Coulson could hit 10 with just one hand. Are you new here? Didn't Fury have the courage to come and see me on his own? When Domum almost destroyed the world, he asked Master Guyi to solve the death of Hulk. Master Guyi, he also has a share. Li Kong knew that SHIELD was not easy to deal with, and the supernatural agents had a few tricks. No matter what identity this Coulson is, he can be trusted by Fury, and it is certainly not a good kind, so he takes guild tactics and puts the death of Master Guyi on the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., regardless of the effect. First look at the response and say. Moreover, at that time, Fury did take advantage of the fire and threatened Master Guyi. This is Master Guyi. If you changed yourself, let's see who extorts who? Sure enough, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. showed a slightly unnatural look. We are also very sad about Master Guyi's death. She is a real hero. The werewolf captain said painfully. He had many contacts with Master Guyi. During the low point of life, Master Guyi once he has been given guidance on maze. Although the captain werewolf said nothing about Fury, he disagreed. The rest of the people thought about the same thing, because Master Guyi was going to solve the big event that destroyed the world. Although the Hulk was terrible, it was not comparable to Dormammu. Fry was there at this time. Master Guyi was distracted, and he also regretted it in his heart, but at that time, Fury did not expect Master Guyi to really die, otherwise he would not blackmail Master Guyi. Forget it, Li Kong said suddenly. Let the past pass it. Although Master Guyi passed away, but those of us are still alive. If we live, we must look forward. Going back, this is a natural thing, but unfortunately, I still want to use it. He turned and came under the bed, lying on the ground, took out a small bag from under the bed, and blew the dust on it, and handed it to Coulson waiting at the door. Coulson took the paper bag and felt the weight was not right. It was too light. He opened the paper bag and looked at it. It was not a cosmic cube at all, but a red stapler. What is this? Coulson's face was agitated. Asked. It's midnight, good stuff. It took me a lot of effort to save it. You, an organization as large as S.H.I.E.L.D., are even asking for this kind of thing. You are wasting taxpayers' money. Do you know the crime? I sincerely despise you idiots. Li Kong spit out contemptuously. Get out of my house and remember to close the door when you leave. This is my dream lover's midnight crotch pants. Coulson clutched the paper bag, and the mood fell into a contradiction for a while, but years of training have allowed reason to overcome emotions. Mr. Li Kong, I came this time not for these things. I am looking for the universe cube. It is said that it is in your hands. This is the assets of S.H.I.E.L.D., you must return it to us. Coulson made a strong statement, one-handed has been threateningly placed on the waist. Do you have any evidence? Li Kong suddenly asked. This question stunned Coulson. Evidence. Coulson frowned and asked, what evidence? What are you talking about? Are you an idiot? Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. really talented? The hill that came last time is not only beautiful, but also more than you. You said that the universe cube is in my hands. What is your evidence? Hugh? I slandered me out of thin air. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The cosmic cube is not in my hands at all, and what is your attitude? Interrogation of prisoners? But the hero who saves the world is in front of you. It's wrong. Hero. It seems wrong. What is it called? Li Kongning thought hard. In fact, everything is a routine. He just wants to delay the time. The universe cube is a good thing. How can it be handed out so easily, without peeling the skin of the Aegis? How can it be worthy of his reputation as a scumbag? It's a superhero. Coulson said dumbfoundedly. The werewolf captain. Several people wished to cover Coulson's mouth with their hands on the spot. Coulson was completely led by Li Kong. Li Kong. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and hand over the Rubik's Cube. The werewolf captain roared impatiently, and his eyes turned red. Who should I be arrogant here? It turned out to be our captain of the wolf dog, and he said so to the benefactors who rescued you from Dracula several times. Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. a bit of ungrateful shit? Li Kanggai said rightly said. In those few times we will fall into Dracula's hands, it is you who betrayed us. I warn you not to play tricks. Captain Werewolf's anger erupted instantaneously, and his claws appeared, and the shiny claw tips flashed cold under the light. Li Kong shook his hands with a purple light and hit the werewolf captain. When the light touched the werewolf captain, the light suddenly became dazzling. Although Coulson wearing sunglasses was not afraid of the strong light, the wind blowing from the werewolf captain still let people have not to overdo it. After everything was calm, everyone suddenly discovered that the werewolf captain disappeared. I hope you will collect a lot of recommendations and help me to promote it. The data is quite bleak now. I am a bit busy this week. It will be fine after this week. Chapter 48, Dr. Doom Rage the Aegis Bureau. You killed him. Coulson quickly recovered from the shock. He quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist and aimed at Li Kang's head. Actually, I had that idea in my mind, but I didn't do that. I just sent him away, rest assured. Li Kang turned back and sat on the sofa, as if he hadn't done anything, completely ignoring Coulson's pistol. It was just teleported away. Where did you teleport him? Although it shouldn't be, Coulson still sighed his pistol away. He now finally knows why Fury was willing to face Li Kang when he was killed. By the way, this is simply a shameless and enhanced version of Fury, who has no bottom line than Fury himself. I sent him to Latvinia. I heard that this is the day that Latvinia has seen for 3 years. I think Captain Werewolf should really want to check it out. The air tickets are saved and I don't have to suffer. Don't thank me for the hardship of the journey, this is what I should do. In order to show that what he said is true, Li Kang changed the TV channel. Latvinia. Dr. Doom. You threw the werewolf captain to Dr. Doom. Coulson was shocked. He couldn't help but be surprised because he knew too much about this Latvinia and understood Dr. Destruction as a wanted criminal in the secret blacklist of Aegis Secret Service. How difficult is it to deal with? Everything must begin with the reborn Latvinia. The United States is very concerned about this rapidly emerging small Eastern European country. After a few brief contacts, the Americans discovered that the new king's Dr. Destruction is not like the previous one. The old king was so easy to control, so he quickly designated Dr. Destruction, whose name was Victor von Doom U, as a dictator, and imposed blockade sanctions. In other words, Americans are not doing hooliganism. The old king who ruled Latvinia before was the real dictator. Not only did he implement the policy of ethnic cleansing in the country, and to forcefully clean up his own gypsies, but because this old king was very obedient, he was a faithful American stray dog, so these things are forcibly forgiven. except that Dr. Destruction is a gypsy, and his mother is the most famous black witch, Cynthia von Doom. In order to protect his people, especially her husband and son, Cynthia did not hesitate to sell her soul to the devil, but because of the loss of magic, a soul was harvested, killing thousands of people, and was forcibly dragged into by Mephisto. In order to protect his son, the father of Dr. Doom protected him at the time from the ice and snow, but he was frozen to death alive. With his love for the motherland and his decayed ruler, boneless hatred, Dr. Doom came to the United States and found despair that Americans only wanted to use his genius intelligence. In desperation, Dr. Doom fled to death, and came to the Himalayas, a cursed temple. The monks in the temple were cursed by eternal life, all waiting for the legendary destroyer, and Dr. Destruction is this prophecy son. The monks used Genjin to build a set of armor for Dr. Destruction and taught Dr. Doom about the mysteries of magic. After his PhD destruction program, according to his promise, he kindly ended the eternal life of the monks and gave them a rest in eternal sleep. Then Dr. Destruction returned to Latvinia, quickly obtained, and was already dissatisfied with the brutal rule of the old king. The support of the people, almost like a magic, formed a powerful rebel army. In order to protect their allies at that time, the United States sent organizations such as SHIELD and CIA to secretly support the arms and the old king, but the old king was too unpopular. His army also secretly betrayed and turned to Dr. Destruction. In front of the army, Dr. Doom was supported by the people and entered the cathedral, symbolizing the power of Latvinia alone. In the presence of the archbishop, the old king was strangled alive. So it can be seen that Dr. Destruction is definitely a nail in the eye, and it hurts the old and beautiful brains, but Dr. Destruction is not only a legal new king, it has both magic and technological capabilities, its own intelligence, and the ability to govern the world are unparalleled. It has won the support of its own people. In the face of such iron plates, even if there are many conspiracies, it will not be displayed. Especially the relatively neutral Aegis Secret Service Bureau, when it is absolutely necessary, absolutely do not want to provoke this shaxing. This can't blame me, I just sent the werewolf captain to where he wants to go most now. Why did he want to go to Latvinia? Li Kong asked unclearly. I think it may be because this is a special day. Jack the werewolf captain, formerly a member of the royal family of Latvinia, is the brother of the old king strangled by the destroying doctor, because he was cursed by the local gypsy, before he becomes a werewolf. His brother died today 3 years ago. No, he must get the werewolf captain back before the incident. Carlson's head was full of lawsuits. In case the werewolf the captain went to the trouble of destroying doctor, this will become a very bad international event. It seems a little late, I may have found the werewolf captain. Li Kong pointed at the TV with the remote control. On the TV, Dr. Destruction, wearing a green cloak and a horrible steel mask, was speaking to the people. www.mtlnovel.com. Suddenly, the werewolf captain appeared from midair. At that time, the situation was actually like this. The werewolf captain was stunned, and then the claws fell off, and Dr. Destruction was also ignorant. Today I will talk, so the defense system is temporarily closed. At this moment, the werewolf captain fell. It happened to be on Dr. Destruction. Although the werewolf captain was also a strong man, the word strong really wanted to be compared with whom? Since Dr. Destruction ruled Latvinia, Dracula, the vampire lord who was regarded as a rival by the supernatural agents, did not dare to look at Latvinia. The power of Dracula was less than 3 months. Dr. Destruction was uprooted, and Dracula had no way to deal with it. This is the gap. Dr. Destruction responded quickly, and immediately a defensive matrix was put up to fly the werewolf captain. Then a dazzling beam of light was shot from the glove. The werewolf captain was hit by the beam and flew out more than 30 meters away. He fell to the ground with smoke. Just 2 tricks solved the werewolf captain. This is a member of the SHIELD Secret Service. I have long said that the so-called protection of the world is itself the biggest lie of SHIELD. Their essence is to sell their lives for the hegemonic United States. They are actually a scorpion. Today, in the media of the world in front of him, SHIELD sent one of their monster assassins in an attempt to assassinate me. This is terrorism. It is unacceptable. Dr. Destruction immediately accused SHIED in front of the media. The media is not afraid of the big news. Now the destruction of Dr. Enger tears the Aegis Bureau. This news is all over the sky. The flash of the media on the scene is flashing and flashing. The pitted, unskinned Carlson stared at the TV screen with a stunned look, and the rest of the people reacted exactly the same as Carlson. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 49, Reluctant Transaction. Oh my god, things are big. Carlson quickly took out the communicator and linked to Fury. Carlson, did things get done so quickly? Li Kong didn't bother you anymore? Then I want to congratulate you. After you have passed this test, you can be promoted to an 8th level agent. Fury's voice: there are some surprises in it, but more are surprises. Carlson now has a mess in his head, and the cold sweat of the size of beans flows down his cheeks. Now who can care about what kind of 8-level agents? Director, you quickly watched the international news, something serious happened, and the werewolf captain was caught by Dr. Destruction. Carlson didn't know where to start, and he could only let Fury see the result. There was a silence in the intercom, and after a few minutes, Fury's voice came again: damn, Li Kong, bastard, I knew he would be sick of me. Things I see, it's up to you to handle this matter. We'll handle it. The werewolf captain has no intention of attacking Dr. Destruction. This matter can be resolved peacefully. You only need to concentrate on your task. Fury's experience is too rich. Although Dr. Destruction's accusation is very severe, this kind of thing can't just look at the mouth, but also depends on the other party's actions. Dr. Destruction neither returned to the palace on the spot nor entered combat readiness. The failure to disperse the reporters on the spot, and even the excessive display of the appearance of the werewolf captain to the media, fully demonstrates that Dr. Destruction did not intend to tear his face with shield. There is still talk about this matter. He immediately contacted Hill and asked his own right-hand man to immediately hold a press conference for crisis public relations. As for the captain of the werewolf suddenly appeared and attacked Dr. Destruction, he said it was certain there was a problem with the space science experiment. The reason is to just find one. Anyway, no matter whether others believe it or not, they have to believe it. At least convey the signal everything is an accident, we have no intention to be against you to Dr. Destruction. In any case, Latvia is also a sovereign country. Although the sovereignty of general countries is a layer of window paper for shield, it is aimed at a series of weak countries. The influence of Latvia is increasing. The sovereignty of a powerful country must still be respected. Although the things here are very dynamic, but in fact there are no dangers, both sides come and go, try each other, inside the Foundation, in fact, no one can do nothing, so it is not a big deal. The cosmic cube is different. It contains endless cosmic energy. This is a cosmic nuclear weapon. It must be recovered. The things here are the real big things. So Frey specially selected experienced and good-looking. The most important thing is that at the same level, Carlson, who had no contact with Li Kong at all, dealt with this matter, and even adopted a means of buying. It can already be seen that Fury is bound to get the Rubik's Cube. There is another reason why Fury gave Li Kong a face. Master Guyi is dead, no matter what the reason is. This is already a fact. Her death brought a huge vacuum, shield in the past. When dealing with magical events, you can rely on the strong backing of Master Guyi, but now this backing is gone. Well, a magician like Li Kong must adopt a policy of drawing up Huiro, leaving a space for future cooperation. This is what Fury has to consider as a director of the Aegis Secret Service, a 10th level agent. He and Li Kong hate each other's personal feelings and can be put aside. But the people around Fury couldn't understand his decision. For example, vampires couldn't understand at midnight. She was an agent and a warrior. Although she lived for a long time, she was still a layman in politics. Secretary, our captain was obviously killed by Li Kong. Why didn't you let us solve Li Kong? A fang in the middle of the night protruded from the corner of her mouth. She already hated Li Kong. Add another new hatred, her mood Fury can understand. You don't understand, before finding a strong mage who is willing to cooperate with us, Li Kong is one of our few choices. Although I hate him, I have to use him. Fury and Midnight are old acquaintance, I have known since World War II, when facing Midnight, he can say a lot of things that he will not say to others. You're trying to find a skin with a tiger, but as long as you can successfully retrieve the universe cube, the rest are secondary. At midnight, I understood the meaning of Fury. Although I disagreed, I also admitted that the main task now is to retrieve the universe cube. At this time, in Li Kang's home, Coulson regrouped and asked Li Kong for the universe cube again. Mr. Li Kong, we just treated it as an accident. Now I sincerely hope that you can give us the Rubik's Cube. Coulson unconsciously sorted his tie and let out a cloudy breath. Cosmic Rubik's Cube? What? I have one Rubik's Cube. Do you want to make this happen? Li Kong took out a plastic Rubik's Cube and shook it in the air. Mr. Li Kong, please stop playing us. We have sufficient evidence, the universe Rubik's Cube is here with you, if you don't rush back to the universe Rubik's Cube. The blue bars on Coulson's head bulge. He is usually very kind. www.novel.com almost never angry, but as long as he is angry even if the volcano erupts. How can you do? Search my house? I promise you can't find anything, arrest me? Don't say if you have any reason, just a few of you, want to catch me? Haha, sorry I laughed, there is no need to doubt, I am the one who laughed at me. Let me give you a hint. Didn't your director give you anything to deal with me? Li Kong mocked Coulson with impunity. Coulson was stunned. Indeed, before Fry came, he gave him a box full of green tickets. The money was recorded in the bank. No matter how it was accessed, it would not be regarded as black income, but Coulson himself did not. I don't like this kind of trading. Agents of SHIELD always have the upper hand when performing tasks. I like to use fists to trade. Oh, by the way, there is indeed $1 million here, all new and clean dollars, don't know if you are satisfied. Coulson said with a twist. I said it long ago, you are too bad, if you take out the money earlier, there will not be so many misunderstandings between us, the money is for me, the universe cube takes it, one hand goods, don't try to play tricks with me, I can see from your finger movements that you are playing a bad idea, but don't say I haven't warned you. Li Kong and these self-righteous SHIELD agents have played too. After many interactions, I know that after a few years of special training, this group of people feel that they are omnipotent. If they do not engage in any tricks in trading, it is as if they are not SHIELD people. Could you please? As if no one had been trained, SHIELD is a powerful organization, but it is an organization, nothing more. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. The second is at 2100 hours. Chapter 50, Live Prince Tears. Since you are satisfied with this transaction, please give me the Rubik's Cube. Coulson finally got the good news today. Has been performing tasks for many years. From beginning to end like today, all situations are not under control. This is unique. This kind of uncertainty makes him feel like sitting on a needle and felt that he would like to end this extremely painful task immediately. However, Coulson was too happy. Wait, I haven't finished it yet, I have accepted the 1 million, but we have to make the final test, it is better to play a game, just like the story of the gold axe and the silver axe, I have two here, a Rubik's Cube, which one do you want? Li Kang's hand turned, a blue cube, the inside of which seemed to contain the entire universe, and appeared in his other hand out of thin air. "Of course I want the Rubik's Cube," Carlson said displeasedly. "So, which one do you think is the universe Rubik's Cube? Why not choose one yourself?" Li Kong held the plastic Rubik's Cube in his left hand and the universe Rubik's Cube in his other hand. Coulson suddenly felt very tired. Facing this opponent who didn't play cards according to common sense, but you took him helplessly, this feeling was like being forced by Li Kong on the ground and rubbing his life, but as a mature 7th level agent, Coulson quickly adjusted his mindset. Since he could not resist, he had to follow Li Kong. "Fitz, you go check to see which is the real cosmic cube." Thinking of this, Coulson couldn't help but admire his leader Fry. The old leader is different, and Li Kong has been playing tricks for a long time. So he brought Fitz over. Fitz is a newly recruited scientist from S.H.I.E.L.D. He has deep research on physics and engineering. In addition to his nerd character, he is a very trustworthy partner. Coulson and Fitz have performed too. It is very pleasant to cooperate with each other in the second task. "Okay." Fitz hesitated for a moment, and he gave Coulson a strange look, because in his view, it was no longer clear which one was the cube of the universe. But when he came out this time, Frit asked Fitz to let him listen to Coulson everything, even if it sounded ridiculous task, it must be carried out without hesitation. Above the Rubik's Cube, there is very slight gamma-ray radiation, which can only be tested by the most sophisticated instruments. Fitz took a portable gamma-ray testing instrument and tested it on 2 Rubik's Cubes. Finally he pointed at Li Kong the right-handed cube. "This is the real cosmic cube," Fitz said very positively. "It's really boring. I treat you as friends and want to play with you, but you use scientific instruments. This is cheating." Li Kong annoyed and threw the universe cube to Coulson. Coulson took the Rubik's Cube with one hand and placed it in a sealed box that had already been prepared. "Happy cooperation, but I sincerely hope that this is the last time we meet." Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and was finally able to leave this ghost place. He pointed at the TV. "Then we will not disturb you to appreciate art. Goodbye." Relentless enough. "Wait," Li Kong stopped Coulson. "Your name is Coulson, don't know why, I have a hunch, we won't see you again in a while, would you like to bet?" $100 is good. "Okay, I'll gamble with you," Coulson said perfunctorily, beckoning Fitz to keep up with himself, and the group turned away. "I don't know to walk and close the door, a group of rude dogs with tail clips," Li Kong waved, the door closed, and he suddenly turned and said to the air behind him, "This friend, are you satisfied with my performance just now?" "Papa." There was no one looking at it. Suddenly there was a sound of clapping hands, a burst of green smoke burst, and Loki with his wand suddenly appeared. "This handsome Lai the prince praised," Li Kong applauded. "Your performance is beyond my imagination. As a of mischief, I appreciate your ability to play people, but the priceless artifact of the universe cube, which only sells a little money, makes me a little disappointed." Loki said evilly. He didn't invite Li Kong. He went to the refrigerator and took out a can of beer, took a sip gently, and then frowned and spit out, You mortals drink this kind of every day. Is it more difficult to drink than horse urine?" "It sounds like you drank horse urine." Li Kong shook his left hand, and the plastic cube in his hand suddenly became a universe cube. Loki stunned, then laughed very cheerfully. "I said, why did you hand over the Rubik's Cube so easily, but what kind of magic do you use, why didn't I see it?" Loki asked curiously. "It's just some small illusions, plus a little magic tricks, they have science, but they still can't fight my tricks. Furina is bald, how can I give them a real cube? But I'm also curious. Why did Prince Rocky of Xiangong come to me so leisurely? Is it a special trip to taste horse urine and watch me tricks? I am really a little flattered. It is better to have a bottle of old good wine. I just entered my belly last night. After a night of incubation, both the concentration and the temperature are just right. Don't you want to taste it? Although Li Kong doesn't know Loki, he is very familiar with Nordic mythology. In addition, Loki is also a very famous evil spirit in the magic world, so he recognized Loki's identity at a glance. Mortal! I warn you, if you dare to speak to me badly, you will have to bear the consequences that you will never be able to bear. As the of pranks and stories, Rocky immediately understood that Li Kong actually satirized Rocky only to drink his urine. Rocky was furious. Go frighten the kids, I used to slap dumb 'em. You can also try reading www.ukansha.com. Li Kong pushed back domineeringly, and Loki was speechless for a while. Rocky was speechless not because Li Kong was too arrogant, but because of the fact that Li Kong said that the man in front of him had indeed drawn the face of the prodigal Dormammu. Since he was even afraid of Dormammu, he would naturally not be afraid of himself. My friend, we are just meeting for the first time, there is no need to be so aggressive. Loki's tone calmed down. He was a very attractive god, especially eloquence and wit. No one in the fairy palace. And my dearest friend, my dear Rocky, if you take this attitude earlier, we will already be brothers. Did you come this time because of Thor? Li Kong seemed to inadvertently probe. Based on his knowledge of the brothers who fell in love with each other, as long as Loki appeared, Bachan could not be separated from Thor. Rumor has it that in a small town in Nevada, a storm brought a hammer, and even the strongest people could not lift it. Li Kong had suspected it before, that is the legendary Thor hammer. Now seeing Loki appear, he is more sure of his guess, but I don't know what abacus is in Loki's heart. Oh, you said that my brother who was more stubborn than a donkey. He had rebelled against his father, was deprived of his personality by his father, and exiled the earth. The father fell into the most weird deep sleep. The mother said that only the soil of Mephisto hell, only by adding the juice of the world tree can my father be awakened. I asked my brother to discuss it, but he fell into peril and refused to take the responsibility of a prince. I was willing to be a mortal child in the world, and I felt extremely sad. Loki said. Tears of grievances shed in 2 lines. How much is the Tears of the Lie Prince true? If you like this book, please recommend collection, thank you. Chapter 51, Sesto Ruby. Loki's feelings are sincere, speechless, and grieved, and can touch the heart of the person. The softest part makes people have the urge to put him in his arms and comfort them as if this person doesn't care. How big a mistake is made, as long as these 2 lines of tears are enough, all his sins will be gently washed by these 2 clear tears, as if even the soul has been purified and sublimated. There was a wave in Li Kang's heart. He thought for a moment, then got up and came to the head of the bed, silently pulled out a tattered book at the foot of the bed. The name of the book was The Self-Cultivation of Actors, the author Yi Tianqiu. Li Kang gently put the book on Rocky's hand. The young man still has potential, but the explosive power is still slightly insufficient. The small expression has not shown that kind. The young wife is wronged, but there is nowhere to cry helpless emotions. Overall it is slightly exaggerated, the rest is still good, yes, but there is still a lack of heat. Presumably your conspiracy and tricks will fail every time at the last moment. Then go back and practice well. Billy Hellington and I are acquaintances. Wait for him to make a wrestling blockbuster. At that time, I begged a role for you to pick up soap, to ensure that you were a hit. Li Kangqiang resisted the urge to vomit and fed Rocky a bowl of poisoned chicken soup filled with arsenic. You're enough, I'm the legendary of mischief, the prince of lies and the of stories. A humble mortal in your area dares to question my acting skills. You tell me a lie and let me see yours. How about acting? Loki struck the ground with his wand angrily, and the entire defensive circle shivered fiercely. If there was no defensive circle, the floor would collapse just now. Li Kang collapsed on the sofa, lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes out a smoke ring. His eyes suddenly became serious. I'm sorry, I can't do it, because I never lie. Li Kang said very seriously, with a bit of pride and uninhibition in his tone. Although he looked ruthless, it was surprisingly convincing. People are inexplicably convinced. Rocky stared at Li Kong for a long while, then silently put the actor's self-cultivation into his arms. Damn, the phrase never lie is definitely the most disgusting lie I have ever heard. There is no one. Well, I admit that your acting is above me, friend. I really and you I'm very angry. I happen to have amazing news. I want to share with like-minded people. I don't know if you are interested. Rocky rolled his eyes. He came down this time, except to see Thor. There is another very important thing to do, which is related to a powerful artifact. It is said that with this artifact, you will gain unstoppable power. Now, there are many forces participating in the battle for this artifact. Loki does not have the confidence to win, so he has been thinking about team formation. Of course I am interested. Since there are good things, why not share them? Li Kong these days, boredom is going crazy, and now he has a lot of foreign money. For a period of time, he does not have to worry about livelihood issues. When he heard an adventure, his mind suddenly became alive. Moreover, things that even Rocky can't handle, it will definitely be very exciting. Although he has been in contact with Rocky for a short time, he already likes the Nordic evil god a little. This kind of mutual use and mutual protection are not life. Is it the best transfer? It is the most exciting to seek the skin with the tiger. I knew that you would be interested. I want to find this thing. I believe it can make me more powerful than Thor. Rest assured, as long as I become the real master of the immortal palace, how much do you benefit, then how much? Loki is worthy of being a prince of lies. This trading condition is particularly high, but the subtext is, if I succeed, how much do you have for your benefits? If he fails, I'm sorry, there is no benefit. This must also be based on the premise that after gaining power, the prince will abide by the promise. This kind of transaction will only be rashly promised by those stubborn hairy boys. Will an old driver like Li Kong easily agree? Ha ha ha, for a long time, you haven't said, what exactly is that artifact? You better tell me immediately, otherwise Shield will return at any time. Li Kong did not rush to answer, he wanted seeing what the bottom is, can make Rocky so emotional. Asgard, where the fairy palace is located, is itself a continent that advocates fighting. The Asa clan headed by the main Odin is a proto-spirit clan. The fairy palace is both a city and a military fortress. When Odin falls during the deep sleep on the 9th, the fairy palace will be besieged by various monsters. In order to prevent the dusk of the gods, the military capabilities of the fairy palace are extremely powerful. According to legend, there are countless powerful weapons in the fairy palace. Loki is the adopted son of Odin, a prince in the fairy palace, and even he has to covet the artifact. How powerful will it be? Li Kang's curiosity was hooked, but Rocky also knew that Li Kang was interested. He deliberately sold Guanzi, just refused to unravel the mystery, making Li Kang very tired. It's really anxious. Okay, I'll tell you. Well, this artifact is Sesto Ruby, have you ever heard of it? Rocky's sneered smile. www.novel.com. Maybe you are not afraid of Dormammu, but what do you think of the evil Sasuke, the master of the Crimson Universe? The smoke in Li Kang's hand almost fell to the ground, but on the surface, he still had a careless expression, but in his heart, it was already raging like a storm. The evil Seth is one of the oldest existences in the entire universe, than the legendary 5 gods. Eternity, Death, Order, Chaos, and Planet Devourer are even more ancient. It is said that if the evil stick is angry, no one can stop his anger unless the life cord intervenes personally. But this powerful evil has no interest in rule and conquer, his only interest is missionary. Crimson sects are spreading throughout the universe, but if you want to use Sestoke's powerful power as a god's envoy, you must have the artifact Sestoke Ruby. It is said that as long as you have this artifact, the whole body will be surrounded by rubies, and its own power will be strengthened tens of thousands of times. The strengthened body is almost immune to all injuries. The only weakness is that this power will give users a urge to have to charge forever. But this little curse is only useful for the weak. The true strong can rely on willpower to suppress the evil impulse. No doubt whoever gets this gem will have the power comparable to the gods. If it is such a powerful character as Rocky, the living Sestoke ruby will definitely make waves and do anything. As for why the Sestoke ruby will fall on the earth, it can only be said that it should be your luck. P.S. I don't know who Billy Hellington is. Please go to beta to search for yourself. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 51, Rocky's Team Invitation. Loki's feelings are sincere, so sloppy, unspeakable grievances, can touch people's hearts, the softest part, let people have an urge to put him in his arms, and comfort him. It seems like no matter how big a mistake Loki made, as long as these 2 lines of tears are enough, all his sins will be gently washed away by these 2 clear tears, watching him shed tears as if even the soul is purified and sublimated. There was a wave in Li Kang's heart, he thought for a moment, then got up and came to the head of the bed, silently pulled out a tattered book at the foot of the bed. The name of the book was Actor's Self-Cultivation, the author Yi Tiankaiu. He gently put the book on Loki's hand. The guy still has potential, but the explosiveness is still slightly insufficient, the small expression has not shown that kind. The young wife is wronged, but there is nowhere to cry in helplessness. The overall performance is slightly exaggerated, and the rest it's not bad, but it still lacks some heat. Presumably your conspiracy and tricks will fail every time at the last moment. Then go back and practice well. Billy Hellington and I are acquaintances. Wait for him to shoot wrestling. In the blockbuster movie, I beg for you to pick up a role for soap picking up, and make sure you get a hit. Li Kongqiang resisted the urge to vomit and fed Rocky a bowl of poisonous chicken soup filled with arsenic. It may be useful. The question is how Li Kong is a performing artist himself, how could he be choked by 2 tears with his tears? You're enough, I'm the legendary of mischief, the prince of lies and the of stories. A humble mortal in your area dares to question my acting skills. You tell me a lie and let me see yours. How about acting? Loki struck the ground with his wand angrily, and the entire defensive circle shivered fiercely. If there was no defensive circle, the floor would collapse just now. The tears on this guy's face hadn't dried up, and he had put on the face of a tyrant, turning his face faster than turning a book. Li Kong collapsed on the sofa indifferently, lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes out a smoke ring, and his eyes suddenly became serious. I'm sorry, I can't do it, because I never lie. Li Kong said very seriously, with a bit of pride and uninhibition in his tone. Although he looked ruthless, it was surprisingly convincing. People are inexplicably convinced. Rocky stared at Li Kong for a long while, and then silently put the actor's self-cultivation into his arms. Today, he finally understood the gap between the actor and the performing artist. Damn, the phrase never lie is definitely the most disgusting lie I've ever heard. There is no one. Well, I admit that your acting is above me, my friend, I'm really against you temper, we are all the way, just right. I have a very amazing news here, want to share with like-minded people, do not know if you are interested. Loki turned his eyes. He passed the Rainbow Bridge, this time coming to the Earth. In addition to insidiously preventing Thor from returning to the Immortal Palace, there is also a more important thing. He wants to grab a powerful artifact, stop the gods from dusk, and become the hero of the Immortal Palace. It is said that with this artifact, you will gain unstoppable power. Now, there are many forces participating in the battle for this artifact. Loki does not have the confidence to win, so he has been thinking about team formation. Of course I am interested. Since there are good things, why not share them? Li Kong these days, boredom is going crazy, and now he has a lot of foreign money. For a period of time, he does not have to worry about livelihood issues. When he heard an adventure, his mind suddenly became restless. Moreover, things that even Rocky can't handle. It will definitely be very exciting. Although he has been in contact with Rocky for a short time, he already likes the Nordic evil god a little. This kind of mutual use and mutual protection are not life. Is it the best transfer? It is the most exciting to seek the skin with the tiger. I knew you would be interested. I want to find this thing. I believe it can give me more powerful than Thor. Rest assured, as long as I become the real master of the immortal palace, how much do you benefit from it? How much? Loki is worthy of being a prince of lies. This trading condition is particularly high, but the subtext is, if I succeed, how much do you have for your benefits? If he fails, I'm sorry, there is no benefit. This proposal fully reflects how shameless Rocky is. The basis of this transaction is also based on the premise that the prince will abide by his promises after gaining power. This kind of transaction is obviously a pitfall. Only those stinking hairy boys will rashly agree. Li Kong. Will the old driver agree easily? Ha ha ha, for a long time, you haven't said, what exactly is that artifact? You better tell me immediately, otherwise Shield will return at any time. Li Kong did not rush to answer, he wanted seeing what the bottom is, can make Rocky so emotional. Asgard, where the fairy palace is located, is itself a continent that advocates fighting. The Asa clan headed by the main Odin is a proto-spirit clan. The fairy palace is both a city and a military fortress. When Odin falls during the deep sleep on the 9th, the fairy palace will be besieged by various monsters. In order to prevent the dusk of the gods, the military capabilities of the fairy palace are extremely powerful. According to legend, there are countless powerful weapons in the fairy palace. Rocky, as the adopted son of Odin, a prince in the fairy palace, even he must covet the artifact. How powerful the force will be, Li Kang's curiosity was hooked, but Rocky also knew that Li Kang was interested. He deliberately sold Guanzi, just refused to unravel the mystery. It's really anxious. Okay, I'll tell you. Well, this artifact is Sesto Ruby, have you heard of it? Rocky's sneered smile. www.novel.com. Maybe you are not afraid of Dormammu, but what do you think of Sesto, the Lord of the Crimson Universe? The smoke in Li Kang's hand almost fell to the ground, but on the surface, he still had a careless expression, but in his heart, it was already raging like a storm. The evil Seth is one of the oldest existences in the entire universe, then the legendary 5 gods, Eternity, Death, Order, Chaos, and Planet Devourer are even more ancient. It is said that if the evil stick is angry, no one can stop his anger unless the life cord intervenes personally. But this powerful evil has no interest in rule and conquer, his only interest is missionary. Crimson sects are spreading throughout the universe, but if you want to use Sestok's powerful power as a god's envoy, you must have the artifact Sestok Ruby. It is said that as long as you have this artifact, the whole body will be surrounded by rubies, and its own power will be strengthened tens of thousands of times. The strengthened body is almost immune to all injuries. The only weakness is that this power will give users a urge to have to charge forever. But this little curse is only useful for the weak. The true strong can rely on willpower to suppress the evil impulse. No doubt whoever gets this gem will have the power comparable to the gods. If it is such a powerful character as Rocky, and gets Sestok Ruby, he will definitely be able to do anything. As for why the Sestok Ruby will fall on the earth, it can only be said that it should be your luck. P.S. I don't know who Billy Hellington is. Please go to beta to search for yourself. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 52, Supervillain's Dream Team. How did you get this news? It is not a trivial matter that Sestok Ruby was born. It is very necessary for Li Kang to ask the source. Ha ha ha. You are really cautious, but I like it, Loki smiled. Actually, I knew it from Hydra. Inside Hydra, there was a very powerful witch. When I came to Earth, I felt her powerful magic. I thought she might be an ally, so guess what? As a result, the woman was called the Scarlet Witch, and she was gorgeous and beautiful. Unfortunately, he turned out to be the spokesperson of chaos magic, so you were scared and didn't dare to talk to me, right? Tell you, I met her earlier than you. Yes, like you, I didn't dare to provoke him. Li Kong finally met a man who was sympathetic. That day at the bar without bar, he was struck by the beauty of the Scarlet Witch, but he heard that the Scarlet Witch had something to do with chaotic magic, and he decided to admit it decisively. Now that I only heard Loki say a beginning, I have guessed the end. My only difference with the Prince of Lies is that Loki is interested in the power of the Scarlet Witch, and I want to develop a little bit with the Scarlet Witch. Romantic relationship, compare bed skills. So, you have met her too. You said something good. I really don't want to have anything to do with chaotic magic, but this is not the point. At that time, the Crimson Witch was casting magic on an indigenous person, who showed an illusion. In the illusion, there is an image of Sestoke Ruby, and there is a man named Zyron, who has the key to find Sestoke Ruby. It is said that he has been suppressed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and he is imprisoned somewhere in S.H.I.E.L.D. This place must be very secret, and it is not so easy to find. Since Rocky has teamed up with Li Kong, he must at least reveal some information. Li Kong listened to this information carefully. After careful analysis, he was convinced that Loki did tell the truth this time. In this way, he might have to fight against S.H.I.E.L.D. this time. S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone a blushing witch, is not something that both you and Loki can handle. The team also needs a strong helper. This is really tricky, it's not easy, we are going to face Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. at the same time. Frankly, we alone are not enough to face these two forces. We must find another person to join the team. Just right, I have a selection here, but I'll have to bother you to take a trip, show off your 3-inch tongue, and lobby him. Li Kong turned on the video recording function of the TV, and after a short operation, destroyed the doctors. The avatar appears on the TV screen. There were originally candidates who had flashed in Li Kang's mind, but there were also Dr. Kiwi, but Dr. Kiwi's 3 views were obviously incompatible with his team. Dr. Kiwi's kindness to women, at critical moments, would not only become a helper, but instead would become an obstacle. As for Dr. Destruction, there must be no such problems. As a strong iron-fisted ruler, Dr. Doom has both kindness and coldness, and has a very good grasp of this balance. This is a man with strong command and willpower. Mainly, he has an unabashed desire for power. If he joins the team, his team's power will be unprecedentedly strong. Undoubtedly, this will be a supervillain's dream team. The team will be invincible. I'm not very familiar with this Iron Mask guy. Is there anything special about him? Is there any weakness in his personality? Can we trust him? Where can I find him? You can't just give an image and let me take it, he pulls in. Rocky valued Dr. Li Kong so much about Dr. Destruction, a trace of jealousy in his heart, and there was a little more joking between words. This is the monarch of Latvinia. He is called Dr. Doom. Perhaps you may be more familiar with another name. He is the son of Cynthia von Doom. The man's name is Victor von Doom. With the powerful fighter of technology, he has few personality defects. According to my observation, it may be that he is very proud. In addition, there are no obvious weaknesses. If there must be any other weaknesses, it is that he has strength. Very persistent desire. You look at his eyes, that is the eyes that only the conqueror has. All conquerors have weaknesses. In addition, you mentioned the issue of trust. Are you sure that there is such a thing as trust in our team? Li Kong asked. He analyzed Dr. Doom for Loki, just to get Dr. Doom into the team. Why there must be 3 people, and there is a deeper reason. 3 is a stable number. Whether it is a comparison of strength or psychologically, 3 will bring a long-term stable state to this dream group. What about you? What are you going to do? Loki asked, feeling that he had done all the hard work. Me? The things I want to do are also very important. I have to find where the Purple Man is being held. I have heard of this guy, the Purple Man. It is a very troublesome character. Shield will definitely hold him in the safest place. It is said that SHIELD has a very tall air base and a very huge flying aircraft carrier. This is a constantly moving aerial fortress. If there is any place in the world that can safely detain the Purple Man with superpowers, criminals can only be in the air carrier. My task is to find the location of this air carrier. Li Kong explained patiently that Loki's mission is indeed more difficult, but as a lobbyist, Loki's ability is unmatched, and even oneself must be inferior. Since the whereabouts of this air carrier are so hidden, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. How do you plan to find it? I am not doubting your ability, but just a little curious. Rocky looked at Li Kong with interest. Now is the time to watch Li Kong show his ability. In the mysterious ancient East, there is a proverb that the child can't bear the jackal, the daughter-in-law, the rogue can't be caught, and Fury is definitely not an easy person to deal with. This cosmic cube was originally the property of SHIELD. As a kind-hearted citizen, I must be obliged to return it to Fury only. Li Kang's last words did not go down. It's just that we can put some tracking spells on it. Such an important thing, Fury will definitely be placed in the safest place, ha ha ha. The air carrier is the safest place, but it is a pity that such a powerful artifact, inside the Rubik's Cube, it seems to have the power of the entire universe, which is so beautiful. Loki's eyes lit up and immediately guessed Li Kang's plan. Cosmic Rubik's Cube is indeed a very powerful artifact, but its role is limited to providing some cosmic energy and opening the door to space. These cosmic energy are very difficult to store, and they must be used with very sophisticated scientific instruments. For magicians like Li Kong and Rocky, it is not very useful. For example, Li Kong used the Universe Cube to charge the replacement scepter. Although the ability to replace the scepter has been incredibly improved, the consequence is that the replacement scepter has become a scrap iron, so it is not necessary to keep such a use with him. It is better to let it play a greater role, such as pitting Nick Fury and Aegis Bureau. Is it better? If you like this book, please recommend it. Everyone's support is too important to me now. Thank you all. Chapter 53, Gangsters Acting Style, 1. Someone has entered the defensive circle. It must be that Fury has discovered the problem. They cannot be found by you. You must hurry up. Li Kong sensed that many people came this time. By the way, with Fury's eyesight, he must have seen Rocky's identity at a glance. Rocky nodded and turned to disappear into the green smoke. At the same time, Li Kang's door was kicked vigorously. Coulson rushed in first, followed by the supernatural agent team and the one-eyed god. SHIELD Secret Service Director Nick Fury. During the time when Li Kong and Rocky formed an alliance, the people of the SHIELD Secret Service experienced a horror experience like a roller coaster from heaven to hell. Coulson took Fitz and others back to the meeting place and joined up with Fury and others. Fury was stunned. Unexpectedly, Coulson came back so quickly. Feeling that things were strange, Fury carefully asked about the incident. Before and after passing, every step of the details have not been overlooked. Coulson then started from seeing Li Kong to letting Fitz check the cosmic cube, and finally put the cosmic cube in a sealed box. This thing happened before and after, and everything was said about it, until now. Recalling the experience just now, Coulson also had a sick feeling of eating a rotten egg. After listening to the narration, Fury felt very satisfied. It seemed that he was right this time, otherwise Li Kong might have troubled himself. The only flaw in the United States and China is that the werewolf captain is now imprisoned in the dungeon inside the Destruction Castle. This matter cannot be rushed, it can only be resolved through diplomatic channels, and it cannot be taken by tough means. This is not to say that Fury is too timid, but that Fury knows that Dr. Destruction is so powerful. If it can be so easy to sneak into the Doom Castle to save people, the CIA and SHIELD have long killed the dictator, Dr. Destruction, so it is hard to come. It won't work. Coulson handed the sealed box to Fury. Fury patted Coulson's shoulder with satisfaction, and was very satisfied with his performance under the powerful man. After complimenting Coulson, he opened the seal out of habit. The box was going to be checked, but when he saw the contents of the box, his one-eyed eye instantly turned red. Fry Detective took a Rubik's Cube out of the box. It was made of very hard and durable plastic. It was a small and exquisite hexahedral toy. That's right. This thing is about $5 in the supermarket. It is cheap and good. It is especially suitable for those preschool children to play. This is not a universe cube at all, but an ordinary toy cube. What's this? What I want is a cosmic cube. You brought me a plastic cube. Damn, you're being played by Li Kang's bastard. Fry slammed the plastic cube on the ground, and the cube hit the cold. On the ground, debris flew everywhere. Coulson and Fitz were dumbfounded. Bureau, Secretary, I have obviously tested it with an instrument. This is the universe Rubik's Cube. It is impossible to make a mistake. Fitz covered his mouth and felt a tumult in his stomach. There was such a big leak in this matter. On him, the tester. This can't be blamed for Fitz. When I held it in my hand, it was still like the universe's Rubik's Cube, but I didn't understand how to get here to become an ordinary Rubik's Cube. Responsible, he quickly defended Fitz. What's wrong with this? You are being turned around by people. The cosmic cube you see is just an illusion performed by Li Kang. It's not my fault. It's all my fault. It seems that my previous method was too gentle. Now, everyone is in a state of combat readiness, and our shield has never made anyone play like this. The universe cube must be taken back. The werewolf captain cannot be planted here. Everyone follow me. Fury pulled out his pistol and left at the forefront, the rest follow behind. The universe cube is too important. A series of weapon development projects of S.H.I.E.L.D. are waiting for him to bring the universe cube back to recharge. If Li Kang interrupts the black and eats black, and swallows the universe cube, then Fury can only choose to attack, because all the chips are in Li Kang's hands, and there is nothing in his own side that can be exchanged. One shortboard is that he is short of money, but now Li Kang has sold an ordinary toy cube for $1 million, and this shortboard has disappeared. Since there is no way to trade, then simply don't trade it. Everyone plays hard. In the end, Li Kang is still in the United States. No matter whether he is playing yin or playing hard, Fury is confident that he can force Li Kang to follow him. But the line of Li Kang will be broken. The Rubik's Cube is the most important. After all, Fury is a pragmatist. He knows when he should give up the so-called principle in order to obtain the greatest benefit. This benefit is the benefit of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury loves S.H.I.E.L.D. so much that he takes God's shield, placed on top of him personally. A group of people came to Li Kang's side aggressively. A couple was arguing in the apartment. The two of them struck naked from the house to the outside. Suddenly, they saw the emergence of Fury and the others, and everyone took with his weapon. He was scared and shrunk back. The couple locked the door tightly. In the kitchen, there could be homicides anytime, anywhere, so the residents here have learned to sweep each door. Snow, regardless of the habit of business, came to the door of Li Kang's apartment. Coulson was suffocated by the stomach in the previous task. Without saying a word, he kicked the door open in the past. I think you are here to take this thing. Li Kang threw the universe cube in his hand. But it is just a joke with you. Don't be so angry. My doors are all cracked. The door is very expensive, you have to pay, you know. Fairy was staring at Li Kang coldly for a while behind Coulson. Mr. Li Kang, this cosmic cube is the property of our SHIELD board, and you also received our money. Please return the cosmic cube to us. Then we are still friends. Otherwise, you are us. Enemy. Fury spoke differently from Coulson. As the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury had extremely huge resources in his hands, and his threat was by no means a play. But such a powerful artifact of the Universe Cube, I will give you $1 million. I'm a little bit lost if I think about it. It's better than that. I'll give it back to you. Even if the S.H.I.E.L.D. owes me a favor, what do you think? Li Kong doesn't want to swallow the Universe Rubik's Cube. Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com. On the contrary, he has already cast a tracking spell on the Universe Rubik's Cube. He is now looking forward to Fry taking it back to the Universe Rubik's Cube. Just before that, he also wanted to get some benefits from S.H.I.E.L.D. Considering that he may have to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, and that he needs a favor, he will also count as buying insurance for himself in the future. Seeing that Li Kong didn't want to rely on the Universe Rubik's Cube to return, Fury secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you repulsed the dark dimensional evil Dormammu before and saved the world. All of us owe you a favor, including our S.H.I.E.L.D., and I have to send you a message in vain. Angela Alba, the internship assistant, is from the Russians. You haven't been out of the house since you came back, so you don't know about it, otherwise you can locate her and find her. Fury said then, spread it with one hand and hooked Li Kong. Li Kong was shocked. Could the Russians know what happened to them? Therefore, Angela was kidnapped. These Russians are fierce beasts. According to the old saying of Mysterious East, they are a group of children who eat raw rice, stunned, and desperate. No matter how many of these talents, once they know they are being played, no matter what your opponent's reputation is, do it while holding AK-47. Thank you, the Universe Rubik's Cube gives you, remember, you owe me a favor. Li Kong shook his hand to throw the Universe Rubik's Cube to Fury. Fury took a look and then Fitz came with the instrument and wanted to check it out. No, he didn't lie to me, let's go. Fury put away his weapon, put the cosmic cube in a sealed box, carried it by himself, turned and walked away. The big guy is the big guy, he acts neatly and cleanly, and will not drag on the mud. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 53, Gangsters Acting Style. Someone has entered the defensive circle. It must be that Fury has discovered the problem. They cannot be found by you. You must hurry up. Li Kong felt that there were many people coming this time. By the way, with Fury's eyesight, he must have seen Rocky's identity at a glance, and he must not let Fury hit Rocky. Rocky nodded and turned to disappear into the green smoke. At the same time, Li Kang's door was kicked vigorously. Coulson rushed in first, followed by the Supernatural Agent team and the One-Eyed God. S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Service Director Nick Fury. During the time when Li Kong and Rocky formed an alliance, the people of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Service experienced a horror experience like a roller coaster from heaven to hell. Coulson took Fitz and others back to the meeting place and joined up with Fury and others. Fury was stunned. Unexpectedly, Coulson came back so quickly. Feeling that things were strange, Fury carefully asked about the incident. Before and after passing, every step of the details have not been overlooked. Coulson then started from seeing Li Kong to letting Fitz check the cosmic cube, and finally put the cosmic cube in a sealed box. This thing happened before and after, and everything was said about it, until now. Recalling the experience just now, Coulson also had a sick feeling of eating a rotten egg. After listening to the narration, Fury felt very satisfied. It seemed that he was right this time, otherwise Li Kong might have troubled himself. The only flaw in the United States and China is that the werewolf captain is now imprisoned in the dungeon inside the Destruction Castle. This matter cannot be rushed, it can only be resolved through diplomatic channels, and it cannot be taken by tough means. This is not to say that Fury is too timid, but that Fury knows that Dr. Destruction is so powerful. If it can be so easy to sneak into the Doom Castle to save people, the CIA and S.H.I.E.L.D. have long killed the dictator, Dr. Destruction, so it is hard to come. It won't work. Coulson handed the sealed box to Fury. Fury patted Coulson's shoulder with satisfaction, and was very satisfied with his performance under the powerful man. After complimenting Coulson, he opened the seal out of habit. The box was going to be checked, but when he saw the contents of the box, his one-eyed eye instantly turned red. Fry Detective took a Rubik's Cube out of the box. It was made of very hard and durable plastic. It was a small and exquisite hexahedral toy. That's right. This thing is about $5 in the supermarket. It is cheap and good. It is especially suitable for those preschool children to play. This is not a universe cube at all, but an ordinary toy cube. What's this? What I want is a cosmic cube. You brought me a plastic cube. Damn, you're being played by Li Kang's bastard. Fry slammed the plastic cube on the ground, and the cube hit the cold. On the ground, debris flew everywhere. Coulson and Fitz were dumbfounded. Bureau, Secretary, I have obviously tested it with an instrument. This is the universe Rubik's Cube. It is impossible to make a mistake. Fitz covered his mouth and felt a tumult in his stomach. There was such a big leak in this matter. On him, the tester. This can't be blamed for Fitz. When I held it in my hand, it was still like the universe's Rubik's Cube, but I didn't understand how to get here to become an ordinary Rubik's Cube. Responsible, he quickly defended Fitz. What's wrong with this? You are being turned around by people. The cosmic cube you see is just an illusion performed by Li Kang. It's not my fault. It's all my fault. It seems that my previous method was too gentle. Now, everyone is in a state of combat readiness, and our shield has never made anyone play like this. The universe cube must be taken back. The werewolf captain cannot be planted here. Everyone follow me. Fury pulled out his pistol and left at the forefront, the rest follow behind. The universe cube is too important. A series of weapon development projects of S.H.I.E.L.D. are waiting for him to bring the universe cube back to recharge. If Li Kang interrupts the black and eats black, and swallows the universe cube, then Fury can only choose to attack, because all the chips are in Li Kang's hands, and there is nothing in his own side that can be exchanged. One shortboard is that he is short of money, but now Li Kang has sold an ordinary toy cube for $1 million, and this shortboard has disappeared. Since there is no way to trade, then simply don't trade it. Everyone plays hard. In the end, Li Kang is still in the United States. No matter whether he is playing yin or playing hard, Fury is confident that he can force Li Kang to follow him. But the line of Li Kang will be broken. The Rubik's Cube is the most important. After all, Fury is a pragmatist. He knows when he should give up the so-called principle in order to obtain the greatest benefit. This benefit is the benefit of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury loves S.H.I.E.L.D. so much that he takes God's shield, placed on top of him personally. A group of people came to Li Kang's side aggressively. A couple was arguing in the apartment. The two of them struck naked from the house to the outside. Suddenly, they saw the emergence of Fury and the others, and everyone took with his weapon. He was scared and shrunk back. The couple locked the door tightly. In the kitchen, there could be homicides anytime, anywhere, so the residents here have learned to sweep each door. Snow, regardless of the habit of business, came to the door of Li Kang's apartment. Coulson was suffocated by the stomach in the previous task. Without saying a word, he kicked the door open in the past. I think you are here to take this thing. Li Kang threw the universe cube in his hand. But it is just a joke with you. Don't be so angry. My doors are all cracked. The door is very expensive, you have to pay, you know. Fairy was staring at Li Kang coldly for a while behind Coulson. Mr. Li Kang, this cosmic cube is the property of our SHIELD board, and you also received our money. Please return the cosmic cube to us. Then we are still friends. Otherwise, you are us. Enemy. Fury spoke differently from Coulson. As the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury had extremely huge resources in his hands, and his threat was by no means a play. But such a powerful artifact of the universe cube, I will give you 1 million. I'm a little bit lost if I think about it. It's better than that. I'll give it back to you. Even if the shield owes me a favor, what do you think? Li Kong doesn't want to swallow the universe cube. www.ltnovel.com. On the contrary, he has already cast a tracking spell on the universe cube, and now he is looking forward to Fury getting the universe cube. Just before that, he also wanted to get some benefits from shield. Considering that he may have to deal with shield in the future, and that he needs a favor, he will also count as buying insurance for himself in the future. Seeing that Li Kong didn't want to rely on the universe Rubik's Cube to return, Fury secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you repulsed the dark dimensional evil Dormammu before and saved the world. All of us owe you a favor, including our shield, and I have to send you a message in vain. Angela Alba, the internship assistant, is from the Russians. You haven't been out of the house since you came back, so you don't know about it, otherwise you can locate her and find her. Fury said then, spread it with one hand and hooked Li Kong. Li Kong was shocked. Could the Russians know what happened to them? Therefore, Angela was kidnapped. These Russians are fierce beasts. According to the old saying of Mysterious East, they are a group of children who eat raw rice, stunned, and desperate. No matter how many of these talents, once they know they are being played, no matter what your opponent's reputation is, do it while holding AK-47. Thank you, the universe Rubik's Cube gives you, remember, you owe me a favor. Li Kong shook his hand to throw the universe Rubik's Cube to Fury. Fury took a look and then Fitz came with the instrument and wanted to check it out. No, he didn't lie to me, let's go. Fury put away his weapon, put the cosmic cube in a sealed box, carried it by himself, turned and walked away. The big guy is the big guy, he acts neatly and cleanly, and will not drag on the mud. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 14, Don't Talk, Kneel Down. It's just that the big brother didn't know that the universe cube he recovered was also a time bomb. Maybe when this bomb will explode suddenly, making Fury pay a painful price. As the creator of this bomb, Li Kong sent it to Fury's hands kindly and friendly. After sending Fury away, Li Kong has no mood to control what Fury will do. What he cares about now is the Russian gangster who has a tough style and is as difficult as dog skin plaster. Now in the Hell's Kitchen, the Russian gangster is the iron-blooded father Cook agent, and his two adopted sons, the cruel and ruthless brothers of Ivan and the big brother. The father Cook agent is the mind of the organization, planning and managing all administration affairs, while Ivan Big and Small are responsible for armed attacks, especially Iwan Little, who has the butcher's nickname, Megatron's entire kitchen. Before the three came from the Russian mainland, the Russian gang was just a small gang with strong military qualities and a relatively solid internal. In the kitchen, they could only do some small things like watching the scene, but after the arrival of Father Cook agent, he first executed the weak and incompetent cotters who did not want to make progress, and transferred a large number of armed forces from the Russian mainland. Father Cook agent first uprooted a black gang that was competing with the Russian gang for the rule of the bloc. It was a brutal massacre, regardless of the age of men, women, children, and young men. At the member meeting, the gangsters of the gangsters were fired with 15 RPGs in succession. Most of the gangsters were killed or injured. The remaining members were either killed or missing, and the rest quit the kitchen. The small forces were swept away, and the rest was the Triad, Hand, and Hway and the Irish gang. Although the Triad and the Hands are very powerful behind the scenes, the Irish gangster has been rooted here since the United States or the British Empire colony. It has a strong influence in both political and police circles. But strong also brings problems. The Irish gang has always been arrogant, not taking other people's eyes into consideration, even if it is not respectful of the underworld King Gold, often does not give gold face. So Father Cook agent personally found the head of the Triad and the Hand and meeting, and with the tacit consent of the overlord of the New York underworld, Jin He, the brutal and siege of the Irish gangster. After that battle, the Irish gangs were marginalized, and the three divided up the Irish gangs, while the Russians took the place and became one of the new kitchen tripods. In the face of this group of desperates, Li Kong itself is not willing to provoke them. The magician is not omnipotent. In addition to consuming mana, they must pay a price for their spells. Like an elephant, no matter how powerful it is, it can't help the sea. The defensive spells are so sophisticated and sometimes exhausted. As a magician, the most feared thing is to be tough with people. The magician's offense should be like a thunderbolt. At the beginning, he will establish an absolute advantage and consume war damage. Awesome! But the most important reason is that the Russian gangster's style is fierce, and he does not leave a back road. Li Kong cannot care about anything else, but his detective agency is a lifeblood. Even if he dies, Li Kong does not want to see the detective agency get a point. A little damage, this matter still needs a breakthrough. So Li Kong opened the closet, and from under the closet, took out a golden shotgun with a cross on the tip. This shotgun was engraved with inscriptions of various denominations, opened by holy water, holy oil, monks, etc. This kind of blessings, no matter what kind of monsters, as long as they dare to come in front of this sacred shotgun, be sure to send one into the soul. Li Kong pronounced a mantra. The sacred shotgun suddenly shrank and became the size of a pistol. Li Kong put the sacred shotgun in his sleeve and turned to go out. After going out, Li Kong walked out of the apartment, got on a taxi, and came to the base of the Russian gang. This is a nightclub called Katyusha Kiss. Unknown people will think that the name of this nightclub must be It's About a Certain Beauty. In fact, the name of the nightclub comes from the horrible Katyusha rocket artillery, which is usually taken care of by Little Ivan. Li Kong is an acquaintance here. He easily passed the gate and went straight to the VIP area on the second floor. The floors in the VIP area are reinforced with one-way perspective glass. The VIPs are on the second floor, and they can easily watch the flow of people on the first floor, giving people a sense of height, as if they are in the cloud, and providing a peep. The stimulating sensation makes people feel that they are superior. In the innermost part of the VIP area, there is a gorgeous partition, several blonde women in perspective costumes, surrounded by a strong man, the man with pale blonde hair, a fierce look, on the left face from the corner of the eye to the corner of the mouth curved scars. This person is Little Ivan. Li Kong strode towards Xiao Yuan, and before he was near, two bodyguards came to stop his way. Li Kong shook his hands, and the two bodyguards suddenly twitched and fell to the ground like an electric shock, spitting foam in their mouths. But the movement here still alarmed Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan looked at the fallen bodyguard and froze for about half a second, then suddenly pulled out his pistol and aimed at Li Kong. Haha! Brother Xiao Yuan, when you see an old friend, would you greet with a pistol? Li Kong hooked his hand, and the pistol in Xiao Yuan's hand suddenly flew out of his own and fell into Li Kang's hands. He dismissed the pistol aside and pulled out the sacred shotgun with his backhand, aiming at Xiao Yuan's lower body. Wait! Li Kong, I know you may have misunderstood, you listen to me, about your assistant, we have a reason. Xiao Yuan knew Li Kang's ability, and was divinely dispersed. The bullet pointed at the terrible place, and he showed a frightened expression, trying to explain something. Li Kong strode in front of Xiao Yuan, struck a small against Xiao Yuan's face, click, Xiao Yuan's nose bone made a broken sound. Shhhhhhh, don't talk, kneel down and hug. Li Kong pointed at Xiao Yuan's mouth with a gun barrel. Little Iwan covered her nose and sprayed enough anger in his eyes. I count to 3, and wait for your brother to clean up your brains without doing so. 1, 2. Li Kong poked Xiao Yuan's mouth again with the barrel. www.ltnovel.com. At this time, Xiao Yuan's men appeared very consciously. This group of little soldiers pointed pistols at Li Kong. Smelly pig! Put your gun down! Yellowskin monkey, put down your gun or kill you. Let go of our boss, or we will peel your skin. Although the little guys shouted very loudly, they certainly didn't dare to actually shoot. Joke, the boss was in the hands of others, who would dare to shoot the first shot, in case they hurt Xiao Yuan, then wait for day I wan lei, peel yourself and cramp. Everyone knows that brothers Ivan and I have the most affection. Shut up for me, you all get out. Without my order, if anyone dares to come in, I will kill his family and clean the second floor. Xiao Yuan shouted to the women behind him, you go out for me too. Have you heard? Little Ivan is the king here. Who dare not listen to his orders? The little guys looked at each other for a few seconds, and slowly retreated to the first floor with their pistols held, and the beautiful women helped each other and went out. Hey, several beauties, leave a mobile phone number, contact me later, communicate your feelings and compare your bed skills. Li Kong said playfully to a few blonde beauties. These hot girls looked at Li Kong with a look that looked at the dead. These beauties had just come from Ukraine. They don't know who Li Kong is. They only know that no matter who treating little Ivan, there is only one dead end. After everyone went out, Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes. He held the barrel of the sacred shotgun and knelt down slowly. The so-called butcher's fierce man yielded so easily. This time it was Li Kang's turn. 2. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you, add more tomorrow. Chapter 55, Abnormal Phenomena of 1. Is the pickle wide enough to put my tongue out? Little Ivan, kneeling on the ground, said vaguely with a gun in his mouth. Okay, I haven't heard this kind of request in my life. Li Kong sent the sacred shotgun forward in his hand. I didn't expect Xiao Yuan to be okay, which was a surprise. Ah! Little Ivan was thrust into his throat, almost spitting out. He grabbed the barrel and roared, mine is, can you listen to me, where have you been these days? We always looking for you, there is a particularly difficult thing that needs your help, but I can't find you at all, there is no way, so I have to ask your assistant to help. She is now in the Sofia Cathedral, with our Archbishop Ivan together, our dad Kochagin's daughter, my lovely sister Nova, is possessed by a demon. We know that you are a famous detective who can specifically get rid of the devil in this hell. We would like to ask you to help exorcism. Li Kong stayed for a while. His original intention was to catch Xiao Yuan, first replace Angela with Xiao Yuan, and then negotiate with Father Cook Agin. He did not expect the truth of the matter to be like this. Recalling what Fury said before, that kind of ambiguous meaning, although it was pointed out that Angela was with the Russians, did not say that Angela was kidnapped, although Fury did not say anything, but that kind of the tone and that kind of context make Li Kang's mind come up with a natural picture. Angela is such a picture that she will be kidnapped by herself. Nick. Fury, you old fox. Li Kang whispered. The director of SHIELD was really not an easy generation. It seemed that Fury was pulled back. But it doesn't matter. There is a chance that we will come to Japan sooner or later, get your beloved flying aircraft carrier down. Then, now we can go to Sofia Cathedral. The devil is so terrible, that scream, and that smell, it is terrible, I beg you to save her. Maybe we are sin a heavy villain, but Nova is a pure and beautiful girl like ice and snow. I admit that I am possessed and tortured. I don't want to see Nova become the way it is now. Little Iwan is a murderer. The blinking villain was sentimental, but Nova was like a pure girl, as he said. He could not understand why there were so many villains around, why the devil chose her only. How long has she been possessed? Li Kang asked with a frown. He put away the sacred shotgun and motioned for Xiao Yuan to stand up. To this day, it happens to be the third day. Xiao Yuan slowly got up and stared at Li Kang alertly. 3 days, strange, Li Kang looked at the time and date, and suddenly there was a doubt in his heart. Strange, for 3 years in a row, every time this time, the monsters and demons of hell are like crazy. It's a mess in the world, what secrets are there in it? Could it be that Mr. Mephisto has come to Aunt? This is too punctual. Although is chaotic on the surface, in fact there is an absolutely strict hierarchy inside. There is no special way for demons, such as being called, or war between hell, etc. It is impossible to come to the world casually, but for 3 consecutive years, as long as a few days later, the demons have appeared in droves. There must be something special here. There is a secret in hell. Li Kong can't wait to dig it out. Li Kong asked young Ivan to take him to the Sofia Cathedral. Archbishop Ivan here was the uncle of Ivan the Size and was once a slapstick figure on the underworld, but now he abandons evil from good, from a top killer to a first-class wine lover, second-rate missionary, third-rate exorcist. At this time last year, Li Kong worked with Archbishop Ivan to expel several demons. At that time, Archbishop Ivan was very impressed with Li Kang's ability. Li Kong also liked Archbishop Ivan very much. It is for this reason that this time something happened. Father Cook Agin, who was a life and death relationship with Archbishop Ivan, would only think of going to Li Kong, but Li Kong was busy with Dormam at that time. Considering, he took Angela away. Then what do we do now? Although Xiao Yuan is a good player in charge, but the old saying of simple mind and developed limbs is like Xiao Yuan, his brain is not too brilliant. Nonsense, of course, send me to the Sofia Cathedral, I will see, in the end it is the devil along the way, so arrogant. Li Kong put away the sacred shotgun and followed behind Xiao Yuan. Little Ivan acted as a driver and sent Li Kong to the Sofia Cathedral. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a group of monks hurried out, holding hot water and a dirty towel in his hand. The smell was very pungent, and all the expression is very panic. The light in the church is very strange, and the lights are brightly lit, but there are many strange shadows on the walls. The lights are also particularly cold, and there is no temperature. Although it is midsummer, the people in the church breathe the white gases spit out, and the indoor temperature is at most a few degrees. Boom! Just when Li Kong walked into the church, the whole church shook violently, and the rustling dust sent the ceiling down. Yu reading books. www.yuyuganshu.com seemed that the demon energy was not small, only 3 days' time has accumulated such a strong force. Kneeling in front of the altar, a one-legged old man with grey hair and a serious and solemn face, this old man is the daunting Cook Agin in the kitchen. Father Cook Agin was a fighting hero during the Soviet Union, and was particularly good at snipers. In the post-war reconstruction, he was rated as a first-class labor model because of his zeal for hard work. The climate was because of the need of the Cold War and because of the right the country was extremely loyal, recruited into the KGB, became a spy, and participated in the Cuban crisis. During the Cuban crisis, due to the civil war of the mutants, his left foot was broken off by the shells reflected by Magneto, and he became a crippled man. Later, when the Soviet Union disintegrated, he had a way of life for the young unemployed soldiers around him and still participated in Russia. The non-governmental mutual aid organization, also known as the Russian Gang, but on the surface, it is a human rights organization funded by the West. Because of the background of human rights organizations, it is very convenient to handle entry and exit visa procedures, and the addition of elders such as Cook Agin has joined, so the power has gradually grown up, but the father of Cook Agin is very principled. The family members of the sacrificed people are very well supported. If they wish, they can also become the father's adopted children or daughters. Although there are many adopted children and daughters, but the father of Cook Agin blood relationship, only Nova, this woman was only when he was 60 years old. Nova mother is difficult to die, only leaving a daughter who is even more lovely than a Barbie doll. Nova is the life of Daddy Cook Agin. No. It is more important than life. If you like this book, please recommend it. The new book period is particularly important. I hope everyone can support it, especially the collection. Thank you. Chapter 55, The Anomaly of Hell. Is the pickle white enough to put my tongue out? Little Ivan, kneeling on the ground, said vaguely with a gun in his mouth. Okay, I haven't heard this kind of request in my life. Li Kong sent the sacred shotgun forward in his hand. I didn't expect Xiao Yuan to be okay, which was a surprise. Ah! Little Ivan was thrust into his throat, almost spitting out. He grabbed the barrel and roared, "Mine is, can you listen to me, where have you been these days? We always looking for you, there is a particularly difficult thing that needs your help, but I can't find you at all, there is no way, so I have to ask your assistant to help. She is now in the Sofia Cathedral, with our Archbishop Ivan together, our dad Kochagin's daughter, my lovely sister Nova, is possessed by a demon. We know that you are a famous detective who can specifically get rid of the devil in this hell. We would like to ask you to help exorcism." Li Kong stayed for a while. His original intention was to catch Xiao Yuan, first replace Angela with Xiao Yuan, and then negotiate with Father Cook Agin. He did not expect the truth of the matter to be like this. Recalling what Fury said before, that kind of ambiguous meaning, although it was pointed out that Angela was with the Russians, did not say that Angela was kidnapped, although Fury did not say anything, but that kind of the tone and that kind of context make Li Kang's mind come up with a natural picture. Angela is such a picture that she will be kidnapped by herself. Nick! Fury, you old fox! Li Kang whispered. The director of SHIELD was really not an easy generation. It seemed that Fury was pulled back. But it doesn't matter. There is a chance that we will come to Japan sooner or later, get your beloved flying aircraft carrier down. Then, now we can go to Sofia Cathedral. The devil is so terrible, that scream, and that smell, it is terrible. I beg you to save her. Maybe we are sin a heavy villain, but Nova is a pure and beautiful girl like ice and snow. I admit that I am possessed and tortured. I don't want to see Nova become the way it is now. Little Iwan is a murderer. The blinking villain was sentimental, but Nova was like a pure girl, as he said. He could not understand why there were so many villains around, why the devil chose her only. How long has she been possessed? Li Kang asked with a frown. He put away the sacred shotgun and motioned for Xiao Yuan to stand up. To this day, it happens to be the third day. Xiao Yuan slowly got up and stared at Li Kang alertly. 3 days, strange. Li Kang looked at the time and date, and suddenly there was a doubt in his heart. Strange, for 3 years in a row, every time this time, the monsters and demons of hell are like crazy. It's a mess in the world, what secrets are there in it? Could it be that Mr. Mephisto has come to Ant? This is too punctual. Although is chaotic on the surface, in fact there is an absolutely strict hierarchy inside. There is no special way for demons, such as being called, or war between hell, etc. It is impossible to come to the world casually, but for 3 consecutive years, as long as a few days later, the demons have appeared in droves. There must be something special here. There is a secret in hell. Li Kang can't wait to dig it out. Li Kang asked young Ivan to take him to the Sofia Cathedral. Archbishop Ivan here was the uncle of Ivan the Size and was once a slapstick figure on the underworld, but now he abandons evil from good, from a top killer to a first-class wine lover, second-rate missionary, third-rate exorcist. At this time last year, Li Kang worked with Archbishop Ivan to expel several demons. At that time, Archbishop Ivan was very impressed with Li Kang's ability. Li Kang also liked Archbishop Ivan very much. It is for this reason that this time something happened. Father Cook Agin, who was a life-and-death relationship with Archbishop Ivan, would only think of going to Li Kang, but Li Kang was busy with Dormam at that time. Considering, he took Angela away. Then what do we do now? Although Xiao Yuan is a good player in charge, but the old saying of simple mind and developed limbs is like Xiao Yuan, his brain is not too brilliant. Nonsense, of course, send me to the Sofia Cathedral, I will see, in the end it is the devil along the way, so arrogant. Li Kang put away the sacred shotgun and followed behind Xiao Yuan. Little Ivan acted as a driver and sent Li Kong to the Sofia Cathedral. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a group of monks hurried out, holding hot water and a dirty towel in his hand. The smell was very pungent, and all the expression is very panic. The light in the church is very strange, and the lights are brightly lit, but there are many strange shadows on the walls. The lights are also particularly cold, and there is no temperature. Although it is midsummer, the people in the church breathe the white gases spit out, and the indoor temperature is at most a few degrees. Boom! Just when Li Kong walked into the church, the whole church shook violently, and the rustling dust sent the ceiling down. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com seems that this demon has a lot of energy, and has accumulated such a strong force in only 3 days. Kneeling in front of the altar, a one-legged old man with grey hair and a serious and solemn face, this old man is the daunting cook agent in the kitchen. Father Cook Agent was a fighting hero during the Soviet Union, and was particularly good at snipers. In the post-war reconstruction, he was rated as a first-class labor model because of his zeal for hard work. The climate was because of the need of the Cold War and because of the right the country was extremely loyal, recruited into the KGB, became a spy, and participated in the Cuban crisis. During the Cuban crisis, due to the civil war of the mutants, his left foot was broken off by the shells reflected by Magneto, and he became a crippled man. Later, when the Soviet Union disintegrated, he had a way of life for the young unemployed soldiers around him and still participated in Russia. The non-governmental mutual aid organization, also known as the Russian Gang, but on the surface, it is a human rights organization funded by the West. Because of the background of human rights organizations, it is very convenient to handle entry and exit visa procedures, and the addition of elders such as Cook Agent has joined, so the power has gradually grown up, but the father of Cook Agent is very principled. The family members of the sacrificed people are very well supported. If they wish, they can also become the father's adopted children or daughters. Although there are many adopted children and daughters, but the father of Cook Agent blood relationship, only Nova, this woman was only when he was 60 years old. Nova mother is difficult to die, only leaving a daughter who is even more lovely than a Barbie doll. Nova is the life of Daddy Cook Agent. No. It is more important than life. If you like this book, please recommend it. The new book period is particularly important. I hope everyone can support it, especially the collection. Thank you. Chapter 56, Li Kong Meets the Devil. The fat man standing next to Daddy Cook Agent is Archbishop Ivan. Now Archbishop Ivan looks like a grandfather in KFC wearing a magnificent bishop suit. Who would have thought that Ivan was more than Jude Law at that time? A handsome career killer. Years, wine, and food are 3 pig-killing swords. Archbishop Ivan even hit 3 swords, and the image is hard to break. Ivan, give me an explanation why she took my intern assistant. Her body is special. In the church, she may be very uncomfortable. Li Kong said vaguely. Angela was a newborn, although the vampire did not hurt people's lives, but also blessed with blood wine. Sanctuaries such as churches did not hurt her so much, but Angela was still not suitable for staying in this place for too long. Archbishop Ivan smiled bitterly, and he came and took Li Kang's hand, and came to Daddy Coach Agent's side. You misunderstood. In fact, I did not ask Miss Angela to help us, but she volunteered to help. Thanks to her help, otherwise, Nova may have been torn to pieces by the demon now. Archbishop Ivan glanced at Father Cook Agent. Cook Agent, maybe you know Li Kong, but he is an exorcist master. If even he can't solve the demon, IMHO, you just go over in person and free Nova and free his soul. The atmosphere suddenly reached the freezing point, and Xiao Yuan beside Li Kong swallowed nervously and took a step back quietly. Daddy Cook Agent drew a cross on his chest. He stood up strenuously. Although Archbishop Ivan was his friend, he did not reach out to help the daddy. It can be seen that the old man is a very stubborn person. His eyes are as sharp as an eagle. Even at this age, he is still taller than Li Kong, and his slender body casts a huge shadow. Are you Kong Li? Younger than I expected. When Yvonne recommended you to me, everyone said you were scum, and advised me not to have a relationship with you. Do you have anything to say? Father Cook Agent stared at Li Kang's eyes, and he seemed to be trying hard to see through Li Kang's soul. I heard that your Nova is a beauty, is it true? Li Kang ignored the father's question and asked instead. In my life, I have seen many exaggerated characters, but you really deserve it. I hope that your skills are as good as your reputation. If you can save my daughter, I'll give you $1 million as a reward, and you will reap my friendship. How? Daddy Cook Agent reached out a hand. He was not a normal person, he played whatever cards he saw. These two cards just hit Li Kang's itch, it can be said to be in the middle of the bullseye. Deal. Li Kang heavily gripped Daddy Coach Agent's hand. Please take me to see Nova. I'll take you there. Archbishop Yvonne said heavily. No, let me take you personally. This is what I should do as a father. Father Cook Agent is indeed a tough man. He moves his legs. Although one is a wooden leg, it has no effect. His speed. Ah! Father! I have sensed you. Do you miss your little Nova? Fac my. Come to Fac my. My peach is now eager for you, father. Come and run through me. Ah ha ha ha. As soon as everyone came behind, there was a cry of a scream of a woman. In one voice, there was another tone, which made the eardrums feel uncomfortable. Devil is the kind of foul language used to attack the loved ones of the possessed object, which can effectively weaken the will of the possessed object and reduce the resistance of the object. Yvonne, who is weak in willpower, almost vomited out. Father Cook Agent no longer had blood, and he heard his daughter's crazy voice, but his face became blue. Go, do what you should do. It doesn't matter what you do. Nothing is more important than her pure soul. Father Cook Agent whispered. He was actually suggesting that if it was necessary at the moment, let Li Kang kill Nova. Li Kang had no words. As he got closer to the heavy wooden door, he heard the sound of someone chanting from the door. Holy Lord! My omnipotent Father! He gave us eternal life. He sent to atone for the world. Please let him defend the invasion of demons for me. Don't betray me. No more violence. God is my direction. The Lord takes care of my soul. In the name of the Father, the Son, the name of the soul. Drive out your demons. This scripture is familiar, as if his collection of the rare Gospel of John should be in the 4th to 5th sections. This prayer can greatly weaken the power of the devil, but it cannot really drive out. Oh! To deal with me, you found a witch, ha 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 ha, this little girl's watch is not my opponent at all, you still want to change someone, wait, what is that outside? What is that? People. Nova's voice came out again, but this time with a little doubt. Don't doubt that the person who came is your closest friend, ha ha ha. Li Kang laughed and pushed the door in. In the center of the forbidden room, a blonde woman, was in a magic circle. She has obvious burns on her face, and her dry lips show that she hasn't drank water for several days. The blonde hair that was originally bright is now like a dirty rag, exuding the smell of sewers. www.mtlnovel. She is Nova. Even in this embarrassed look, she can still see that she was originally a beauty. In front of Nova, Angela was also in a state of embarrassment. She was holding the Gospel of John collected by Li Kang. She was leading 10 monks to pray loudly. As a vampire, Angela spent too long in the church. Her original bright face was now covered with a layer of dust, and she couldn't see a little blood. Saw Li Kang coming in, Angela showed a relief expression, then rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. She had reached the limit. It's an idiot. You can't control this kind of thing, but you still have to work hard. Xiao Yuan, you can take her out, get some human blood, clean it, you can't buy it in the hospital, or you can grab it. Feed her until she is full, and as everyone else gives me out, I'm going to talk to this friend alone." Li Kong issued an instruction quickly, and everyone hurried up. The monks helped Angela to the door. Little Yvonne carefully picked Angela and left the forbidden room with the crowd, leaving only Li Kong and Nova. "Hey, why can't I see your origins? Who are you?" Nova stared at Li Kong for a long time with his head tilted, suddenly roaring, and the forbidden room shook suddenly. "Save effort, I am not a person like you who can be intimidated by tricks, bastard. Listen well, my name is Li Kong, known as Hell Detective. Do you know me?" Li Kong lit a cigarette and joked the match, throw it on Nova's head. "Oh!" Nova shook her head in anger and threw the match down. Suddenly, Nova found herself in the momentum, completely fell into the downwind. Later, there is a third more, for collection recommendation, the collection is too little. Chapter 57, Dr. Doom and Mephisto, Part 1. Li Kong took out a bottle of holy water from his arms and shook Nova's face. The demon inside Nova was suddenly hit by the divine power in the holy water and issued a heart-breaking howl. Li Kong pulled out the holy shotgun, used the shotgun as a hammer, and banging, targeting Nova is a round of inhumane beatings. Everyone outside the forbidden face was defeated, and a young monk's face was unbearable. "Bishop, this cry is too fierce. I'm afraid Nova can't bear it. Let's stop them." The young monk came to Archbishop Ivan and murmured. Archbishop Ivan looked at Daddy Cook Agent around him and did not speak. At this time, a more screaming scream was heard from the forbidden room. The screaming at this time was no longer mixed with the voice of the devil, but the very pure Nova's original sound. "Please, Mr. Li Kong, I'm still recovering, the demon has escaped, please don't hit me again." Nova's voice begged bitterly. "Ha ha ha. It's interesting. The bottle of holy water contains a curse of imprisonment. The devil can't leave this body. You are a third-rate little devil. Oh, I'm sorry, I seem to hurt your self-esteem. If you can get rid of my imprisonment spell like a second-rate little devil like you, I will eat 5 kilos of on the live broadcast. You don't want to pretend to be a chick, or just follow me, ha ha ha, damn it, forgot to cast a silencer spell." Li Kang's voice is full of ferocity and tyranny, it seems that he is happily ill-treating this Nova. Then the sound came to an abrupt halt, and no more sound came out of the forbidden room. The people outside became more frightened, and a few people showed an expression of silence. Only the young monk took Archbishop Ivan's hand. "Master Bishop, what is Li Kong? I know him, he is a bad person at all, not much better than a demon. You have heard the conversation just now, he doesn't want to save people at all, he just wants to brutally abuse. I request you, stop him soon, so as not to make a big mistake." The love of the young monk overflowed, and he constantly encouraged Archbishop Ivan. "Cook Agent, what do you think?" Archbishop Ivan hesitated, but he still wanted to hear what Cook Agent said. "Since I said, everything is left to Li Kong to dispose of, I must keep my promise. I agree that Li Kong will kill Nova without letting her soul fall into the hands of the devil. This is my father, the only one who can. This is what Li Kong understands for Nova." Father Cook Agent said expressionlessly, but his double fists were already bleeding. He loves his daughter deeply, knowing that his daughter is suffering, his heart is not uncomfortable, but as an iron-blooded hero who has been in the air for more than half a century, he knows how to choose the right one. On this point, he does not have half hesitated. "Well, let us kneel in front of the Father and pray for our sister Nova." Archbishop Ivan respected the wishes of Koch Agent, and all he could do was pray. "I think you are all crazy, you are all confused by Li Kong, I can't tolerate this kind of thing happening, damn, I can't go crazy with you, I'm going to the police." A young monk, the Virgin's heart overflowed, and he turned and walked outside the church. Daddy Cook Agent suddenly came behind the young monk, and grasped the young monk's neck with both hands, twisting hard, click. The young monk's neck broke, and his body became paralyzed. Pointing at the monk's back and stepping on the back of the neck, the young monk murmured, and he didn't understand why Father Cook-Ajan wanted to kill himself until he died. Whoever do more business, play the Madonnas with me, this is his end. Father Cook-Ajan took out his white handkerchief indifferently, wiped his hands, and threw the white handkerchief to the young monk in disdain. On the corpse, sometimes, self-righteous, the person who forced the Virgin is very annoying, especially the leader of the gangster Iron Fist like Father Cook-Ajan. Immediately, he dialed Big Ivan's mobile phone, and asked Big Iwan to bring people over, block the Sofia Cathedral, and dispose of the body. The rest of the monks were silent, kneeling down with their bishops, for Nova's the soul is praying. Inside the forbidden room, Li Kong grabbed Nova's hair and made her look at a rag in her hand. Do you know what this is? This is the legendary Holy Shroud of Christ Jesus. When I visited the Vatican, I came here with such a piece. It is said to remind the demon of what happened before he became a demon. Do you want to try it? The effect will be very refreshing. Li Kong said sweatingly. Just now he beat the devil Nova fiercely. He didn't do anything good in the apartment these days, and his body was a little embarrassed. What the do you want? I have succumbed. As soon as I open the imprisonment spell, I will let go of this female watch immediately. What else are you dissatisfied with? Nova sipped her dirty teeth and didn't understand Li Kong. What an abacus is in the end. Li Kong grabbed Nova and put her face on the ground of the holy water on the ground. Nourishing, Nova's face was emitting an unpleasant white smoke. Who said you are qualified to ask questions? I am the boss here. If it makes me uncomfortable, I will pull you out and put it in the body of a piglet, soak in the holy water for a decade or two. www.mtlnovel.com. Do you understand? Li Kong has countless magic circles on his body. With the ability of the little devil in Nova, he can't resist. Ming, understood. The demon also understood that the heroes did not eat the loss in front of them, and immediately agreed. You see how good this is, we are kind. We don't need to hurt anyone, how harmonious. Li Kong let go of Nova, sorted out her appearance, and then asked, I want to know, in the past 3 years, why did you demons come to the world like these in 3 days? Why is this why Mephisto is so slack in these 3 days? What is the reason? Nova suddenly said nothing. I understand that you want to play with me the set that will die unyieldingly, but I like it, so let me say, what magical experience you have to have next. I will first inject some holy water into your body. That taste, wow, it's a devil, but it's just an appetizer. I'm going to read the Gospel of Matthew next time. It's not the soft stuff that the Holy See has tampered with. It's the original version, which is said to be very effective. It's amazing, but I haven't tried it yet. I just tried it with you. The next one is, Li Kong took out a needle and drew a syringe of holy water, while approaching Nova, while saying that he was about to cast on her the body is cruel torture for the devil. No, even if you tortured me, I wouldn't say it. You don't understand that this matter is related to the devil Mephisto. I dare not divulge any information. You might as well kill me directly, I know you can do it. Nova mentioned Mephisto's name, his face full of fear. Thank you for your tickets and collection, and brazenly ask for another wave. Chapter 58, Dr. Doom and Mephisto, Part 2. So, this guy, Mephisto, is using the mother of Dr. Doom as a bait, and wants to take the soul of Dr. Doom into his own hands. I have to say that Mephisto is really a shameless pie trader. The guru-level guy, who plays with this hand, is a textbook-level demon trade, despicable, shameless, and cunning. Use the mother's soul to fish the son's soul, and finally achieve the goal of mother and son. Even if the Doctor of Destruction is powerful, it is impossible to defeat Mephisto in hell. In his own hell, Mephisto nearly omnipotent, only a few rules in the universe can restrain him. If it is a normal person, it will not accept this obviously unfair transaction, but that is Dr. Destruction's beloved mother. In order to allow Dr. Destruction to fall into the trap, Mephisto used it in front of Dr. Destruction. Through all his efforts to play with Cynthia's soul, Dr. Destruction, who devoted his life to his mother, couldn't bear his mother to suffer proudly. In order to save his mother from the sea of suffering, he resolutely took this unfair deal. In order to rescue her mother Cynthia, even if you go up the knife mountain and go down the oil pot, you will die. This is the consciousness of Dr. Destruction. Li Kong understands exactly how he can understand the feelings of Dr. Destruction. If you want to ask why, go to the detective agency and see the blood stains under his leather chair. If there were no robbers, Li Kong would be ordinary and happy now. Without this detective agency, he could have gone anywhere in the world, but now, no matter how far he goes, he will eventually come back here, even at the end of the universe. In some ways, Li Kong and Dr. Destruction are actually very similar. You can't go to hell. If you go back to hell, Mephisto can easily know, I already know what he traded with Dr. Doom, and his attention will turn to me. No, little devil, do you still want to be a human again? Li Kong suddenly thought that he was also the soul that Mephisto wanted very much. Now is not the time to attract the attention of the Demon King. In fact, at any time, it is a stupid idea to pay Mephisto to pay attention to himself. Although Mephisto sometimes behaves like a funny clown, if you really think of him as a clown, then you have no brains. 2. No. I don't want to be a person anymore. I'm doing well now. Hell is very warm. I'm very comfortable there. The devil inside Nova unexpectedly didn't want to leave hell. This can't help you. I'll go out and find a container for you. You will eat this holy shroud first. Li Kong used to grab Nova's head and put the holy shroud in her mouth. Nova's body seemed to be energized with high-voltage electricity, bursting out of the holy light from the body, then she suddenly opened her mouth, a smoky substance rushed out of her body. Li Kong passed Nova off the law, pulling out of the battle. The darkness on Nova's face faded in an instant, and a little blood was restored. Although there is no change in appearance, it suddenly gives a refreshing feeling. It feels like seeing a beautiful butterfly, struggling to get rid of the control of the spider web. Although the butterfly is still weak, it is inexplicable. Relieved. I don't know what's wrong with me, I didn't do those things. Nova, who got rid of the demon control, remembered her abnormal and terrible behavior in the past few days, couldn't help it howling and crying. With the demon you were not possessed by you, so no guilt, your father is outside, let me take you out. You. Li Kong picked up Nova and walked out of the gate of the forbidden room. Nova just got rid of control and was still weak. Walked out of the forbidden room, Nova saw Dad Cook Agent at a glance, her emotions suddenly became excited. Father, I'm sorry. Nova broke away from Li Kong and threw himself into the arms of Father Cook Agent. My Nova. My good daughter, you are finally back, I haven't lost you. The father's heart is broken. Father Cook Agent looked at his daughter in disbelief. He had already made the worst plan. He did not expect Li Kong to come out soon, and rescued Nova, with a little tear in his eyes. Without the body of the young monk lying on the ground in an untimely manner, this scene of father and daughter hugging is enough to impress anyone. The people present couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Li Kong saw the body of the young monk at first glance, and his eyes lit up. Great! There is a corpse here, which can be used as a container. Li Kong pushed away Kojijin and dragged the body of the young monk into the forbidden room. The little demon has now condensed into a human form, looks like a teenage tramp. Li Kong, slightly surprised, did not expect that the original mask of this demon was so inconspicuous. He thought that this demon is the kind of the murderous murderer, or some kind of drug addict or thief, didn't expect to be a teenager wearing a ragged shirt. Why are you awakening my memory? My mortal life has no hint of warmth. When I was young, www.novel.com, my parents were killed innocently because of the attacks of the Mutant Brotherhood. I started wandering, and had been struggling to survive in the Hell's Kitchen. Until the winter of 16, I was frozen and died in a tunnel. This is my life, a fart that no one cares about. The little devil said in a lonely way. Every winter, a group of homeless people are frozen to death in the Hell's Kitchen, and the little devil was one of them during his lifetime. Then have you done anything bad? You must have done it. If you haven't done anything, then why would you be in hell? Li Kong, until there was a strict procedure for the soul to go to heaven or go to hell. Yes, the devil has done something, otherwise he will not go to hell. I really haven't done anything bad. I have been living on waste picking and relief, and I was a devout Catholic before my death. They said that because I cursed God before I died, I would go to hell. Xiao the demon is now controlled by the power of the Holy Shroud, and what is said must be true. Li Kong stayed, indeed, this is really God, like what the shameless old guy would do, as long as you believe in the evil of God, even if you do a good thing in your life, if you don't respect God before you die, you have to going to hell. Is this a big sin for him? You are enough in your life, don't show that expression anymore. You met me today and count your luck. I want you to make up for all the things you didn't enjoy when you were a person. Li Kong. In the past, the little devil was caught in the palm of his hand and stuffed in the body of the monk. With the power of the Holy Shroud, the little demon can temporarily resurrect in the world through this corpse. The time is not fixed, maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years, but it is better than in hell. If you like this book, please recommend it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 59, The Witch Sent by Professor X. Li Kong came out with a little demon and scared the people in the church to death. Daddy Cook Agent was indeed well informed, but this was the first time in his life that such a person was resurrected, not to mention that this person still broke his neck with his own hands. Even if he was iron, his back spine was still chilling. What's going on? Father Cook Agent pulled out a golden desert eagle and aimed it at the little devil's head. Li Kong laughed, blocking the Kokijin and the little devil. Dad, don't be afraid, I just use the flesh of this young monk. Oh yes, I don't need that $1 million reward. You can arrange it now and let my little brother have fun. He has never been in his life. I haven't enjoyed the joy of being a human being, and my young hands are frozen to death. I am still a little virgin. I will bring him to make up for the defect of life. Any good programs will be given to me. The money is not enough. There is still $1 million at home, all of which are used. Li Kong patted on the shoulder of Father Cook Agent in the past. But, he is a dead man. Father Cook Agent felt his perception of the world shaken violently. Why so much nonsense? My affairs here are more urgent. I will explain to you later. You sent dozens of beauties first. Oh yes, little devil, what type do you like? Li Kong turned back and asked the little devil's taste. I like the lovely, sunny girl who can give me a warm feeling at first glance. Be a little fat, don't be too tall, be gentle, and best, if it's the girl next door that's the best. The little devil squeezed his clothes a little bit shyly, and after regaining humanity, he was just a very ordinary teenager. Lovely? Still need sunshine? Chubby? Still gentle? What the is the girl next door? I bother. It's disgusting to think about it. Don't listen to him. When you get back to the devil, there is still a little buttock in the bones. We want the kind of with round hips, bulging forward and back, preferably the S-shaped body, for that boy. The kind of female stallion, which needs to be particularly and wild, can arouse the hidden animal nature in the human body. Does Kim Kardashian know? Find me according to the body shape, the hips should be as round as the moon. By the way, I like blonde hair, but I don't discriminate against red hair. Let's Yao Yuan get some wine, caviar, or something. I'm going to open a body here today. Slap. Li Kong was in a good mood, and immediately danced a close dance to Father Cook Agent. Father Cook Agent couldn't stand Li Kang's ex-harassment. He quickly hid behind his daughter, and Li Kang's comers were not afraid, and immediately replaced the spicy dance object with Nova. He's going crazy. You'll find all the beauties quickly, and arrange to lie down, otherwise he will harass us all. Archbishop Ivan still knows Li Kang better. He looked at Nova with a smile. Jumping together with Li Kang, the two people were entangled in dance steps, and all the monks who were used to cleaning were blushing. Don't stun. Come to dance. Go to his god, we are humans, we must live wonderfully. Li Kang greeted all the monks to join the dance company together. Soon, the commander Xiao Yuan opened a heavy truck, brought 3 beautiful women, and invited the hottest DJ in the nightclub to get a whole set of audio equipment. In an instant, the originally sacred and solemn Sophia Church was brilliantly lit. The beautiful women surrounded Li Kang and the little devil, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women. Nova was still very weak, and she just danced a little while ago. She couldn't eat enough and was sent home by the driver. Without Nova present, everyone, including Daddy Cook Agent, opened up even more. Archbishop Ivan and a blonde girl danced a traditional Russian go-go dance called The Bear and the Beauty. The atmosphere of the body led to a climax. The little devil is today's protagonist, surrounded by a lot of beauties. He was confused by the hot scene in front of him, but he has no experience. These beauties are veterans, deliberately teasing the little devil. This atmosphere is too fragrant, people. You enjoy it first, I'll go back as soon as I go. Li Kang looked at the little demon with red lips on his face and couldn't help but haha several times. Wait, don't leave me alone. The little devil wanted to stop Li Kang, but the scene was too noisy and Li Kang did not hear it. In the crowd, Li Kang found Xiao Yuan, and he reached out and patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Hey! What about my assistant? Li Kang asked. I gave you a few bags of human blood according to your orders. After she drank, she left. I don't know where she went. Who is she? Is it a vampire? Xiao Yuan, the brain is really not good. If the average person has long confirmed that Angela is a vampire, he is still stunned. Don't talk nonsense, she's just congenital anemia, Li Kang casually said. You follow me and send me home. In fact, Li Kang wanted to go back and take out the 1 million. When the little devil was in the world, he had to spend money on food, clothing. Li Kang wanted to seek treasure with Loki. It is better to use it for the little devil. After the little devil returns to hell, Li Kang intends to let him be his own eyeliner, which is also good. So I have to spare my money now, taking advantage of the good relationship with the little devil now. The effect is tens of thousands better than in the future, and this guy is too pitiful. Although Li Kang's heart is hard, but not to the point that he has no heart and no lungs. Of course, Ivan did not know what Li Kang was thinking, but he also knew that Li Kang saved Nova, a big benefactor of his own gang, and he followed Li Kang out of the church. The two returned to Li Kang's apartment, took out a box containing 1 million. And then folded it back to Sophia Cathedral, which took about half an hour. When the two returned to Sophia Cathedral again, they were both stunned. The fire inside the church, the beautiful women brought by little Ivan stood trembling outside, and there was a red on the forehead of Father Cook Agent. The blood was supported by Archbishop Ivan, and some of the rest were wounded. Things are not right. Could it be a sudden attack from the opposite gang? Li Kang jumped out of the car without waiting for little Ivan to stop, and he strode to Daddy Cook Agent. Daddy! What the happened? Li Kang asked aloud, and suddenly, he sensed a strong magic power in the air, and was still familiar with black magic. Not good. Li Kang immediately set up a defensive circle to protect Cook Agent and Archbishop Ivan. Boom! Sophia Church. 100-year-old stained glass was shattered with a loud bang. Shattered pieces of shattered glass splashed everywhere, scared passers-by to dodge quickly. The fire truck had arrived, but a continuous explosion in the church sounded. Fire! The car did not dare to move forward. The impact of magic was resisted by the defensive circle. I don't know what happened. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com reached a climax at that time. Suddenly a woman with a giant sword appeared out of thin air. The woman called herself a secret guest. What was Professor X sent? Say there is a demon here, and then the secret guest finds the little demon, and the two of them fight, and we are all affected. You go in and have a look. I think the little devil does not seem to be the opponent of the secret guest. Father Cook Agent briefly explained the situation at that time. When he heard the name of Professor X, Li Kong felt tight. He had heard of this person. Professor X is a legendary figure. No one knows whether he exists. This person is said to be a mutant. Like all mutants, in a world that is not friendly to mutants, he pays attention to hiding himself. Whereabouts, but an organization he leads is very well known. This organization's name is X-Men, and the Mutant Brotherhood led by Magneto is a rival. According to anecdotal rumors, Li Kong knows that Professor X is the most powerful mind-controlling ability in the world, which explains why everyone's impression of him is so vague, and the X-Men is so high-profile, but no one is there. Know their specific location. In this way, Professor X sensed the little demon. He may think that the little devil is a very ordinary demon who escaped from hell, so he sent a secret guest to get rid of the little devil. This woman, the escort, Li Kong once saw in a doorless bar. She is a very powerful witch and a mutant. She has a powerful space transmission ability and is also proficient in black magic. She and Cook Agent like Dad, they all come from Russia. P.S. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year. In the new year, everything goes well, with good luck, good fortune, and good fortune in the new year. If you like this book, please recommend it, thank you. Chapter 60, It's time to do something serious. New Year's greetings for everyone, good N.E. Li Kong, if you are clever, don't go in. For a third-rate little demon in hell, it's a conflict with a witch of the level of a mystery. This is purely asking for trouble. Li Kong murmured. If you are now in conflict with the secret, it is tantamount to being the enemy of the entire X-Men. As a person who is about to embark on a treasure hunt, this is by no means a wise choice. Li Kong lighted a cigarette and went to his wise choice. The X-Men were busy with business. How could this group of superheroes not let go of this world, a world that had no superheroes in the past? Is it also good? He shook the collar of his trench coat, took a breath, and walked into the Sophia Church. The burning flames were scattered inside the church. If it were not for the church, these flames would have spread into a sea of fire. On the altar of the church, the mystery wore a very black leather outfit, hot like a black firework, holding a giant sword of soul condensed, giving a feeling of bravery and hotness. Among the women Li Kong has seen, it is not the most beautiful, but it is definitely the most special, especially the dark temperament, which makes her a little more tempting. She nailed the little devil to the altar. The soul sword has a lethal effect on the magic creature like demon, but it only makes the unconscious person lose consciousness. A black air envelopes the holy light and penetrates from the wound of the little devil. Damn, it seems that it's late. Li Kong stared at the secret cheek of the secret guest. A long time ago Li Kong wanted to hook up with her, but the secret guest, this woman, has a weird love-brother complex, and her brother Gang Lux there is a very strong love for sisters, and the pair of brothers and sisters can't even insert a needle. When Li Kong was humiliated. Secret. Keep people under the sword. That little devil, my friend, has been purified by me with a holy shroud. You don't need to kill him. Li Kong knew that the secret guest hated the demon. Her real name was Liana Losputin. It is said that when she was a child, she was taken to the border of by the demon. Later, the secret guest killed the demon before returning to the world. Isn't this Li Kong? I know you're a depraved scum, but I didn't expect you to be with the demon. Hell all told you that you sold your soul to Mephisto. Friends. The secret guest sneered sneerily and ridiculed Li Kong a little politely. I betrayed my soul to repel Dormam, the female watch. Without me, your waist has already been torn into pieces by Dormam. How dare you mock me now? I will finally give you a chance, immediately let go of the little devil, otherwise, I'm welcome. Li Kong opened his hands, the crimson chain with his left hand, and the soul harvesting with his right hand. Since everyone doesn't speculate, you don't need to be polite, as long as the secret guest dares if there is any abnormal behavior, he will never be merciless. The secret guest gave Li Kong a glance, and suddenly he smiled like a silver bell, and the smiling flower twitched. He, everyone says that Li Kong is a scumbag, but he has real skills. Today, it seems that you are too weak. Mastering this level of black magic is controlled by this third-rate little devil, really shameful. The secret guest thought Li Kong was under control and she laughed softly. Yes, Li Kong did save the world, but this is also the most uncomfortable place for the secret guest. The X-Men has been in the arduous battle with various dark forces for so many years, but what happens in the end? People in the world still think that mutants are a group of plagues, a human-shaped scourge. Especially Professor X, in order to prevent Magneto from triggering the World War in the Cuban Missile Crisis, he was hit by stray bullets, and since then he could only sit in a wheelchair, so noble people are unknown, but Li Kong and other scum became the savior, although SHIED covered up the incident. In the circle of superheroes, they were talking about Li Kong. The recent news about Li Kong, almost rubbing the ears of the secret guest out of the cocoon. Today when Professor X used his brain machine to search for mutants, he suddenly discovered that there was an abnormal brainwave in the Hell's Kitchen. This is a demon, although it is not strong, it is still a huge threat to civilians. Therefore, Professor X immediately telepathized the secret guest. Among the X-Men, only the secret guest is proficient in magic and can be transmitted through the border of hell, so he sent the secret guest to stop the demon. Whether it is Professor X or a secret guest, there is no in-depth understanding of the ins and outs of the matter, because the other party is a demon. The demons in are all fierce thugs. When you see the demon, you must ask after killing. There is nothing wrong with it. You don't understand, this little demon has been purified, don't believe you look at his face, that is not the face of an ordinary demon, you are also a magician, you should be able to understand. Li Kong knew that the secret guest was jealous of himself. This kind of emotion caused the secret guest, a woman who had lived on the border of since childhood, maybe he would do something, he tried to stabilize her. I understand everything. You are a fallen scum, even if you are not under the control of the devil, you must be carrying out any conspiracy. You even want to leave a demon in the world, in case he loses control, you will bear the consequences. Isn't it better in the world without demons and scum like you? The secret guest suddenly held the hilt of the sword, the soul giant sword snorted, pierced the little devil, and the little devil wailed, turned into a black smoke and disappeared in the air. What's wrong with you? Female watch. I killed you. Li Kong roared, the magic of his hands hit at the same time, but the secret guest was faster, she swept away at once. The next second, the secret guest suddenly appeared behind Li Kong, and the soul sword in his hand was pointed over Li Kang's head. A magic mask suddenly appeared around Li Kong, blocking the giant's sword, and Li Kong turned to the chain of crimson. Ben secret guest. The soul sword in the hands of the secret guest danced tightly, and the air crashed like a rainstorm. Li Kang's other hand harvested and turned into a black sickle. With a fierce wave, the secret guest's eyes showed a horrified look, she swished the teleport away again. This time it appeared very far away from Li Kong. I really have 2 lives, but unfortunately I don't have time to play with you. In the future, we have a chance, we will have another life and death duel. The secret guest finished, turned, and teleported away. Relax, I swear, we will definitely have a duel of life and death. Li Kong said to the disappearing direction of the secret guest. He came to the altar, and the little demon had been beaten back to hell. There was only the body of the young monk on the altar. Li Kong remained silent for a few seconds. He turned and left the church. At this time, the fire brigade outside the church was putting all his efforts into the fire. Li Kong came to Daddy Cook Agent. "Dad, before the arrival of the secret guest, did the little devil, Li Kong asked in a low voice. Father Cook Agent slowly shook his head. Li Kong felt a bit bitter in his mouth. He threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and crushed the cigarette with his feet. Damn, what's wrong with this world? He is just a child, why can't he let him go? Li Kong whispered. He suddenly stomped www.novel.com out of the car to pick up the box containing the money, and stuffed it with Daddy Cook Agent, and Daddy Cook Agent opened the box and stunned. What are you doing? Why should you give me so much money? Dad Cook Agent asked in a puzzled way. In the Hell's Kitchen, many people freeze to death every winter. For these people, the Hell's Kitchen is the last stop of their lives. I hope they will feel at least some warmth in the last stop. Damn, you isn't it a human rights organization? Don't know that it's killing and killing all day long, it's time to do something serious. Li Kong exhaled angrily. Damn, the little devil was dead twice, and he was still a virgin. Fate is really fate. A ruthless and unjust girl. Father Cook Agent stared at Li Kong for a while, and he accepted the cash box. The world is messy enough, I hope you don't mess up anymore. Father Cook Agent didn't know what Li Kong had planned, but it was definitely not a good thing. As long as the world does not block my way, I will not move her, but if she dares to obstruct me, I will turn her upside down. Li Kong waved his hand and turned to walk towards the house. He needs to be prepared at home for a while, waiting for the news of Loki and Dr. Destruction. They will come over at any time. Facing these two people, they must have a spirit of 120,000 every moment, otherwise they will die. I don't know how I died. P.S. After taking a day's train, I started to code when I got a meal at home. Thank you for your recommendation and collection. It would be better if there is a reward for making a New Year red envelope. Oh, thank you all in the comments in the book review area. Jin Tao can see that everyone is hoping that this book will be better. I am really touched, so as long as there is time, I will reply to the review. I will work harder in the future, come on.